January 5th, minor cold Wednesday. In the dormitory, Zhang Heng lay on his bedboard. Zhang Heng, once next week's exams are over, winter vacation starts. Are you going home or staying on campus? His close friend on the upper bunk, Li Fei, suddenly asked. Zhang Heng let out a long breath. I've already made my plans. This winter vacation I'm going to work a part-time job and earn next semester's living expenses. You've already found a part-time job? Zhang Heng shook his head. Not yet, but a senior has introduced me to help out at a securities firm. Before he could finish, Li Fei on the upper bunk suddenly let out a cry of surprise. You're going to a securities firm? We're only freshmen. Even if we're majoring in finance, to get into a securities firm you'd at least have to be at third-year level, right? You could practically treat that experience as your graduation internship. Lao Zheng, you're freaking awesome. Zhang Heng was just about to respond. But at that very moment, all of a sudden, an inexplicably cold mechanical chime sounded in his mind. Ding! Scan complete. The host has already mastered basic financial knowledge and meets the standard for activating the investment simulator. The simulator is about to awaken. Zhang Heng froze. Simulator. What the hell? Had he lost so miserably in King of Glory last night that his spirit was drained and he was hallucinating? He suddenly sat up straight on the bed and another unbelievable possibility surfaced in his mind. Could it be? The cold mechanical voice continued to echo in his mind. Investment simulator awakening complete. Binding in progress. Binding complete. Congratulations, host Zhang Heng, you have successfully bound the investment simulator and taken the first step on your path to becoming the richest man. Zhang Heng sat dazed on his bed. At this moment his head was buzzing. Investment simulator. Investment simulator. Damn, that was a plant. This was clearly a cheat ability. As a bookworm who had devoured countless web novels, how could Zhang Heng not recognize it? He hurriedly chanted the word simulator in his heart. Instantly a wide virtual screen unfolded before his eyes. There was only a small amount of simple information displayed on the screen. Host Zhang Heng, Investment Field Stock Simulator Level 1. Level 1 simulator can view the specific earnings of an investment target for the current day and the following day, as well as a general outline of its future trend. It was indeed a cheat ability. Zhang Heng drew in a sharp breath, his emotions surging. Staring at the virtual screen before him, he asked with a serious yet polite expression, "Hello simulator daddy, could you explain your functions in detail?" However, even after he waited excitedly for a long while, the simulator gave no response at all. Very well, Zhang Heng understood, it was a simulator without feelings. Or rather, one that acted like an aloof lord. Zhang Heng. His close friend Li Fei on the upper bunk, seeing that Zhang Heng hadn't answered him for a long time and was muttering to himself, stuck his head out, staring at him with a strange expression. At this moment Zhang Heng was sitting on the bed staring blankly at the white wall in front of him. Zhang Heng, are you okay? Did you do it too much last night and crash your brain? I told you not to watch so many romantic action films, but you wouldn't listen. Look at you now. Li Fei looked at him with a wicked grin. Zhang Heng grinned, rolling his eyes at Li Fei. Me turning this iron pestle into a needle. That'll never happen in this lifetime. I'm perfectly fine, better than I've ever been. Right now Zhang Heng no longer cared about anything else at all. In his eyes there was only this investment simulator. His heart was thumping rapidly in his chest. If this investment simulator was real, he could hardly imagine what kind of future it would bring him. Luxury cars, mansions, and an endlessly extravagant life of the wealthy were beckoning to him. Zhang Heng hurriedly took out his phone and opened his trading app Shiwu Shoutsai. After all, he was a finance major. When they first entered university, their professor had made each of them open an account and asked them to put in a bit of their own small savings to get some hands-on experience. The professor said it was to connect theory with practice. In the end, after one semester, almost all of his classmates had lost money. Zhang Heng was no exception. Though his loss wasn't huge, it still amounted to several hundred. Zhang Heng opened Shiwu Shoutsai. Looking at the green numbers in his positions, his face twisted in discomfort. Still in the red, he decided to use this stock to test whether the investment simulator was truly effective. The next second, as he stared at the stock on his phone, the investment simulator's abilities instantly manifested. Longdog Group 001258, current price 1.61 yuan per share. Starting tomorrow, the main dealer will begin unloading positions and the price will continue to decline in small steps. Tomorrow's opening price will be 1.59 yuan per share and the closing price will be 1.55 yuan per share. Simulation result recommendation: cut your losses and exit. Seeing this line of information, Zhang Heng's heart lurched. Longdog Group was the only stock he was currently holding, and the simulation predicted that it would start falling continuously from tomorrow. It was a drop of 3.7%, not much on its own, but the simulation also said the decline would be continuous. It was like boiling a frog in warm water. The price slipped a little each day, making you think the main force was just washing the market in building positions and that the price would soon rise. In reality, it was just dangling retail investors along while the main dealer quietly exited. By the time most retail traders woke up, they were already firmly trapped, either cutting losses to get out or clinging on and waiting for a rebound to break even. He glanced at the time. It was now 14:45 in the afternoon. There were only 15 minutes left until the market closed for the day. Zhang Heng hesitated for a moment. In the end, he gritted his teeth, tapped sell, and dumped all of his Longda Group shares in his account, clearing the position completely without leaving a single share. After that, Zhang Heng opened the market overview page and began scanning for stocks. Just then, one ticker jumped into his field of view. Leo Co. 602,131. Current price 2.34 yuan per share. This morning, the main dealer has completed accumulation. Starting tomorrow, the dealer will initiate the first price surge to test market sentiment. At tomorrow's opening, this stock will instantly hit the upper limit at 2.57 yuan per share. Midway, the dealer will release volume to test, causing a 5% intraday dip, then the price will rebound rapidly and hit the upper limit again by the close. Simulation result recommendation: go all in and open a full position. Zhang Heng stared at the information before him in silence for several minutes. In the end, he decided to gamble. After all, he had invested a little over 10,000 yuan into his stock account and it had already shrunk to just over 9,000. If he went all in on Leo Co. Now, even if it hit the lower limit tomorrow, he would only lose a few hundred yuan, risk he could still afford. But if the investment simulator's prediction was real, then not only would he avoid losing money, he would instead earn a hefty profit. When that happened, once he added a bit more principle, his speed of making money would soar. The few hundred yuan he had lost on Longda Group were no longer worth the pain. On the trading interface of the Shiwushotsai mobile app, he hurriedly tapped buy and entered the stock code for Leoco. The best ask price at that moment was exactly 2.34 yuan per share. Zhang Heng entered a buy price of 2.34 yuan, tapped all in, then tapped buy and confirm. In one smooth motion, the order was instantly filled. He glanced at his positions. Security name Leo Co. 602,131, position available 40,000 shares, current price, cost price 2.342.35 yuan. Market value 9,360. 00 yuan, floating profit and loss 382.39.4. 1 today's profit and loss 37.31.0. 40. Position ratio holding days 94. 940, total assets 9,858. 51 yuan. After checking his position, Zhang Heng looked again at the intraday chart. At this time, the price showed almost no major fluctuations. By the close, it was still at the same level. Zhang Heng let out a long breath. It was already past 3 o'clock, the market had closed and everything for today was set in stone. It was too late to regret anything now. Whether all of this was real or not, the answer would come tomorrow. Zhang Heng was filled with excitement. He tossed and turned in bed until the early hours of the morning before finally drifting into a muddled sleep. The next day, he got up at dawn. He did not even go out for breakfast. Instead, the first thing he did was turn on his computer and log into his stock account. Glancing at the time, he saw it was not yet 9 o'clock. There was still a while before the market opened. With nothing to do for the moment, Zhang Heng opened a browser page and began to research the company. It was Leo Shares. The company's core business lay in the design, production, and sale of garden machinery, motors, valves, molds, hardware, tools, electrical control cabinets, complete water supply equipment, agricultural machinery, environmental protection equipment, electrical components, and related accessories. Judging from this business description alone, it was unmistakably a traditional industrial company. Its main operations were all machinery-related, already belonging to a sunset industry. Zhang Heng then checked the company's news and still did not find any positive announcements. For a moment, he was genuinely puzzled. For such a sunset industry, on what grounds would institutional players speculate on it? Retail investors were not fools either. If a company had no prospects for growth, they would not easily enter the field. Unable to figure it out, Zhang Heng simply stopped thinking about it. No matter why a stock rose, all he needed to know was that it would rise, then build a position ahead of time and close out before the price fell. As for the reasons behind these price limit surges, Zhang Heng simply did not care. With his investment simulator, whom did he have to fear? In the blink of an eye, time slipped by. It was already 9:30. The market opened. Zhang Heng immediately pulled up Leo Shares' intraday chart. As expected, it hit the upper price limit the instant trading began. The price was locked at the upper limit of 2.57 yuan per share, with more than 200,000 lots of massive buy orders stacked at that price, swallowing any sell orders that appeared. On the 5-level order book, the sell side was completely empty. That colossal first level buy order at the limit price must have stunned countless people. In stock forums and various chat groups, investors' comments were a mixture of surprise and confusion. What happened? I've been stuck in this stock for a year and today it suddenly goes straight to a one-line limit up at the open. Which stubborn dealer has the nerve to speculate on this sunset machinery stock? Impressive. Give me 2 more limit ups and I'll finally break even. Come on, main force. Fellow retail investors, stay clear-headed. When something this abnormal happens, there must be a trap. Someone is clearly pulling it up to unload their positions. A one-line limit up in a sunset industry can't last. Just watch, it will be smashed open any minute. Watching Leo shares hit the limit the moment the market opened, Zhang Heng no longer had the attention to spare for anything else. Right then he was wired with excitement, his breathing quickened. In his heart he was more thrilled than anyone because Leo shares had indeed hit the limit at the open. Half of yesterday's prediction from the investment simulator had already come true. If before the midday close the price really fell by 5%, then yesterday's prediction from the investment simulator would be fully validated. Zhang Heng fixed his gaze on the intraday chart, tracking every movement in Leo shares price. As expected, just after 11 o'clock that colossal buy order of 200,000 lots on the bid side suddenly vanished. At the same time a flood of sell orders appeared in the order book, sending the price tumbling rapidly. In less than 5 minutes, Leo shares price plunged from 2.57 yuan per share to 2.44, a drop of 5%. In the chat groups investors exploded with chatter. Ha ha ha. Didn't I say the limit would be smashed? And sure enough it was. Leo shares is part of the sunset machinery sector and has no positive news whatsoever. A sudden limit up like that, of course it was going to collapse. Trash is still trash. The main force must have been locked in for too long. Now they don't even bother to put up a smokescreen before dumping. The machinery sector is one of the pillars of the economy, it won't fall too much. I'm optimistic about Leo shares, I'm going to follow along and take a big swing. You're really bold, aren't you? Seeing that 5% drop, others were panicking, but he was exhilarated. From that moment on, yesterday's prediction had fully come to pass. In other words, his investment simulator was real. Zhang Heng once again opened the simulator to view Leo shares' projected movement for the next day. Leo shares 602,131. Current price 2.44 yuan per share. Tomorrow's price is projected to remain at a one-line upper limit throughout the entire session, reaching 2.83 yuan per share. Simulation result recommendation: increase capital and expand position. Good heavens, Leo shares would hit the upper limit again tomorrow. Zhang Heng's mind raced and in an instant he made a major decision. He was going all in. Now that he had confirmed the simulator truly worked, he no longer had any misgivings. He opened the trading interface. Clicking on the bank to securities transfer option, he selected the direction from bank to brokerage and transferred all the money in his bank card into the account. Including the more than 9,000 yuan already in his stock account, he now had a total of a little over 50,000 yuan. At that moment Leo shares was still trading at 2.44 yuan per share. Zhang Heng knew Leo shares was about to hit the limit again. He had to buy in as quickly as possible, or once it locked at the upper limit he would no longer be able to get in. The funds arrived in an instant. Zhang Heng directly clicked on the 2.44 sell price, chose all in under quantity, then hit buy and confirmed. Within just a few seconds the trade was completed and his account instantly showed an additional 17200 shares of Leo shares. In the stock forums and chat groups investors were still heatedly discussing the stock. Just sitting here watching Leo shares limit up get smashed. If Leo shares doesn't turn green today, I'll eat dirt standing on my head. The dealer is far too impatient in dumping their shares. Yet a few minutes later Leo shares price began to surge again. Another massive buy order of over 200,000 lots instantly drove the price back up to the ceiling. It hit the upper limit once more. The price returned to 2.57 yuan per share. Fortunately he had increased his position and bought in a few minutes earlier. Seeing the firmly sealed limit up board, Zhang Heng finally let his heart settle. He exhaled a long breath and glanced at his current holdings. Security name Leo shares 602,131. Holdings available 212,004,000 shares. Current price cost basis 2.572.43 yuan. Stock market value 54484 yuan. Floating profit and loss 2598.92 yuan 5.06. Days profit and loss 2944 yuan 5.73. Position holding days 98.711. Total assets 55156 yuan. He had already gone for broke, pouring almost all his savings into this trade with a principal totaling 52000 yuan. These 50,000 yuan were the reward money given by his various relatives after he was admitted to a key university, plus the income he had earned from part-time jobs that semester. He left just over 1,000 yuan in his card, enough for his living expenses over the next few days before the vacation and for his trip home. Now Zhang Heng no longer intended to intern at the securities firm. No matter how attractive a securities firm might be, could it compare to his own investment simulator? Fully loaded every day, hitting the limit every day, earning money with just a few taps of his fingers. Wasn't this the legendary way of making money while lying down? Zhang Heng was already bubbling with joy inside. However, in stark contrast to his mood were the investors who had been waiting for Leo shares to keep falling. Instead of the drop they had anticipated, they turned around to find the price had hit the limit again. What is the main force trying to do? Take us on a roller coaster? I still don't understand the reason for this surge, but it seems the main force is preparing to ignite a trend. It's a pity we didn't get on board earlier. When it fell 5%, I had just cut my losses and exited. I only took a sip of tea, and now you're telling me it has already hit the limit again. Those who got in at 2.44 have taken a small bite of profit. Main force, hold steady, don't get reckless. Reading these comments, Zhang Heng could not resist speaking up in one of the groups. Smash and reseal, the future trend is bullish, those who understand will understand. Full position all in, just do it. After sending his messages, only then did Zhang Heng get up to wake his close friend Li Fei on the upper bunk and head to the cafeteria together for a meal. In the afternoon there was still a final exam to sit. Humming a little tune, Zhang Heng walked out the door with a swaggering, carefree gait. Stocks had to be traded, exams had to be taken. And food had to be eaten, and eaten well. Afternoon. Zhang Heng finished his exam. After returning to the dormitory, the market had already closed. He opened Shiwu Xiaocai to check his holdings. As expected, Liaokou Ltd. closed at the limit-up price. Now Zhang Heng's mindset had stabilized significantly, no longer as excited as he was yesterday. Today's market conditions further confirmed the authenticity and effectiveness of the investment simulator. He knew that his fate had been irrevocably altered the moment the simulator was activated yesterday. His future, just as the investment simulator had stated upon awakening, was merely the beginning of his journey to becoming a billionaire. The road ahead is still long. With some free time, Zhang Heng logged onto the stock forum, Taogu Bar. Here various experts gathered, including professionals, retail investors, institutions and individuals, though most were small investors. Some wept here after losing money. Others who made profits came here to share their experiences and secrets to success, believing they had grasped the essence of the stock market. This place is filled with countless myths of overnight wealth. Everyone believes they are the next legend. With the market now closed, discussions in the Liaokou Ltd. forum had heated up. Many were firmly trapped by the sunset stock, suffering greatly, but today they finally managed to escape. I was trapped for over half a year and finally broke free today. At least I didn't lose. I need to hurry and exit. I want to touch the sunset industry again. Me too. When the news about revitalizing the industry came out at the beginning of the year, I thought there would be an opportunity, but instead it remained stagnant for over half a year. It's better to speculate on concept stocks and emerging themes. There are more opportunities. Sunset industries are doomed to stagnation. Just look at other mechanical stocks, they all look lifeless. However, there were those with iron resolve who chose to enter the market at this time. I bought all in on Liaokou Ltd. Today I just got in. Hearing you all, I'm starting to feel nervous. I also bought 100,000 shares of Liaokou Ltd. almost at the limit-up price. What should I do? I'm so scared. Will it drop tomorrow? In the forum, almost no one was optimistic about Liaokou Ltd. Zhang Heng quickly skimmed through the discussions among fellow investors. At this moment he also chimed in. Personally, I believe Liaokou Ltd. still has short-term opportunities. Today's drop in volume is clearly the market makers testing the waters. The results are quite evident. The retail investors' shares are dwindling, with 90 of the cost concentrated at 5.7. Clearly the market makers have finished accumulating shares. Now is the perfect time to enter the market. As soon as Zhang Heng finished speaking, a group of investors who had just broken free began to criticize him. Especially those who had been trapped for half a year mocked his statement. This friend, you look like an undercover agent sent by an institution trying to deceive everyone into buying in with ill intentions. Exactly, everyone must not believe him. He is definitely a lackey of the main force here to help them recruit buyers. If you want us to buy into a sunset stock, why don't you go buy it yourself? In Taogu Bar we don't have cowards. If you have guts, show us your holding details so we can see if you bought Liaokou Ltd. Zhang Heng felt a surge of anger. These people, he genuinely wanted to help them make a profit, but not a single one accepted his advice. No wonder they could only become leeks destined to be harvested. He glanced at his current holdings and smiled slightly. Then Zhang Heng took a screenshot of his holdings, obscured the account information and posted it. Stock name Liaokou Ltd. 602,131 holdings available. 212004000 shares. Current price. Cost price 2. 572. 43 renminbi. Market value 54484. 00 RMB. Floating profit and loss 2598. 92.5. 06 daily profit and loss 29445. 73 position holding days 98. 711 total assets 55156. 00 RMB. As soon as Zhang Heng posted his holdings, screenshot, the trolls in the forum were stunned. Looking at Zhang Heng's holdings, it was clear he was a small investor just like them. So you are also a small leak daring to go all in on Liaoco Ltd. With over 50000 RMB. Brother, I give you one word: impressive. Remember, don't cry when you're trapped. I never lack bold investors in Tagubar. Today we have gained another. Brother, remember to come back and let us know when you're trapped. We'll be waiting for you. Your judgment is poor, yet you're so stubborn. Sooner or later you'll lose until you're left with nothing. In life one must be humble. Clearly the forum was filled with people bearish on Liaoco Ltd. Zhang Heng looked at the comments attacking him and smiled slightly. At that moment he had a good idea. To all the seniors who think my judgment is poor, starting today I will open a real trading thread to let facts speak for themselves and see whose judgment is truly poor. Today is January 6th and my goal is to reach a personal asset of 1 million by the end of the month, a 20-fold increase. So does anyone dare to bet a little? Zhang Heng's bold statements sounded like those of a novice who had just entered the stock market and tasted the sweetness of making profits for the first time. In the forum everyone quickly took sides, almost all betting against Zhang Heng. Brother, if you lose, what will your wager be? Zhang Heng directly replied, I will permanently exit the stock market. You all should too. If we're going to play, let's play big. Dare to join. From January 6th to the end of the month, excluding weekends and market closures, there are less than 15 trading days. For Zhang Heng to achieve a 20-fold increase, he must not only avoid losses but also net around 70000 RMB each trading day. In other words, Zhang Heng has to increase his assets 20-fold in less than half a month's trading time. This is a tremendous and nearly impossible challenge even for top investment managers. The stock market is ever-changing and no one can guarantee victory every time. In the forum everyone joined in without hesitation. Because they saw Zhang Heng's situation as a guaranteed loss with not a shred of hope for winning. Little leak, hurry up and post on your account, we will come to comment and stand with you. Zhang Heng shared his Tagubar account nicknamed Cho Airbooty. Then he posted today's holdings screenshot on his account. After the screenshot, Zhang Heng also posted a message. Understand the way of advancing and retreating, better to miss out than to make a wrong move. Trade what you understand. I am a small leak in the stock market. Show Airbooty. Today I set a battle challenge here with an initial capital of 50000. I aim to achieve a 20-fold increase and reach 1 million by the end of this month. I will update my real trades daily, revealing my holdings and profits. If I fail, I will exit the stock market forever. Let us witness the truth of success or failure on this journey. As soon as the post was released, those betting against him rushed to comment and take sides. I Lu Yifei Hua bet the host will lose. I Gushan Zaishur also bet the host will lose. I Tu Zijifu likewise bet the host will lose, leaving comments as proof. Zhang Heng's first post in Tagubar instantly received dozens of comments, but all were bets against him. He glanced at the information on the investment simulator. Liaoco Ltd. 602,131. Today's closing price is 2.57 RM share. Tomorrow's price will be locked at 2.83 RM share. Simulation results suggest increased capital and holdings. Zhang Heng quickly scanned the comments on the post, smiled and did not reply. These people still do not know. They have already lost before they even started. January 7th, Friday. The calendar indicates that today is suitable for renovation, moving in, engagement, burial and transactions. A day for transactions surely promises good fortune. At 9 a.m. Zhang Heng began his examination. The morning subject was microeconomics. In the afternoon he had another course on linear algebra, which was the last exam of the week. Next Monday and Tuesday there are 2 more exams, and after that the winter vacation will begin. After completing the microeconomics exam, Zhang Heng stepped out and it was already past 11 o'clock. He opened his phone and, having stepped beyond the signal jammers of the exam hall, logged into the trading app Saiwuxiokai. He checked the market and glanced at the intraday chart of Liao Group. As expected, it had hit the upper limit right at the opening with an enormous order sealing the limit up, showing no signs of breaking. Zhang Heng smiled knowingly. Everything was as anticipated. Logging into Tyogaba, he saw that those who had bet yesterday were already arguing in Liao Group's forum. I have been trading stocks full-time for 14 years and I completely can't understand Liao Group these days. Is there a master who can come out and analyze it? I work for an institution, yet I also can't grasp what's happening with Liao Group. However, our investment direction does not lie in sunset industries. I've only been paying attention to it myself. So who is the major shareholder of Liao Group? Dare to play like this? Are they not afraid of investors pulling out? As long as you can help me make money with money, you are my daddy. By the way, what about that guy who bet yesterday? Are you here? At this moment someone mentioned Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng spoke up. I've been here all along, hee hee. Those who bet that Liao Group would fall today saw the word hee hee and felt a bit slapped in the face, thinking Zhang Heng was mocking them. Zhang Heng thought to himself, it seems those two words can be omitted. They hurriedly changed the subject to save face. The limit up of Liao Group reveals something suspicious. It is definitely not a long-term plan. To rely on Liao Group to multiply assets by 20 times is nothing but a pipe dream. Indeed, as a traditional machinery industry, Liao Group's room for growth is limited. It has already reached its peak, lacking fundamental support for continued growth. Even if it hits the limit up today, it is bound to correct and fall next week. Regarding Liao Group's situation on the next trading day, Zhang Heng was also quite curious. He silently invoked the simulator in his mind. Suddenly a virtual display screen appeared before Zhang Heng. He looked at Liao Group's market data on his phone. In the next moment, new information immediately appeared on the simulator screen. Liao Group 602131. Liao Group opened and closed at 2.83 yuan share, hitting the limit up and remaining sealed all day. On the next trading day, January 10th, the main force will open lower and plunge with significant fluctuations throughout the day. There was a limit up around 10 a.m., but minutes later the stock price fell again with a maximum drop of 7.4 before the morning close. Panic ensued in the market, leading to massive sell-offs. In the afternoon, the main force gradually pulled it up until the close, hitting the limit up again with a closing price of 3.11 yuan share. The simulation results suggest make T trades to expand the profit margin. Zhang Heng understood the market situation for next Monday. He looked inside the forum where seasoned traders with years, even decades of experience, were enthusiastically analyzing Liao Group's future trends, finding it quite amusing. After most people had expressed their opinions, Zhang Heng organized his thoughts and shared his views. High mountains and flowing water seek the heart spring. Discussing stocks and wealth brings laughter and connections. On the road to riches, blind arrogance is the greatest enemy. The market fell by 0.91 on Friday, yet Liao Group stood out like a flower among the weeds, not only in the green but hitting the limit up. From the morning's market, today's limit up will not be broken. I remain optimistic about Liao Group for next week and will continue to hold. I hereby affirm this. After saying this, Zhang Heng took another screenshot of his holdings, redacting his account information, and shared it. Simultaneously, he posted again on his Taobaba account. Stock name Liao Group 602131, holdings available 2120021200, shares current price, cost price 2.832.43 yuan, stock market value 59996.00 yuan, floating profit and loss 8110.9215.06. Today's profit and loss 5512.0010.00. Position days held 98. 712. Total assets 60668.00 yuan. At the end of the post, Zhang Heng left his analysis. Understanding the principles of entering and exiting, it's better to miss than to make a wrong move. Only engage in trades you understand. I am but a novice in the stock market, seeking the unattainable. Yesterday I laid down a challenge here, aiming to turn an initial capital of 500,000 into 1 million by the end of the month, a 20-fold increase. Today marks the second day of holding Liao Group shares. In fact, if calculated from the initial capital of 500,000, today is the first day of holding Liao Group shares. Today Liao Group continues its limit up, and I still remain optimistic about next week's market, planning to hold Liao Group shares. Today's real-time trading has been updated. My holdings and profits are as shown in the screenshot. In just one trading day, my assets have surpassed 600,000. Still, if the goal of 20-fold increase fails, I will withdraw from the stock market. Success or failure, let us meet on the road. Just as the post was sent, some traders began to comment. Zhang Heng's betting on Liao Group in the forum had already spread within a small circle. Some gossip-loving traders eager to see the outcome flocked to Zhang Heng's post to leave messages after the morning close. Brother, you are undoubtedly a lone hero betting against so many veteran traders. Regardless of the outcome, I support you. Taobaba gains another bold warrior. Let's see when you hit rock bottom. Oof. Our years of experience and judgment as veteran traders will not be outdone by you alone. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Be careful not to end up with a concussion in the end. Some hoped to see Zhang Heng lose while others began to see him win. Especially the profit rate shown in Zhang Heng's holdings attracted some supporters. You stubborn folks, take a look at his profit rate. Just one day of holding Liao Group shares and he has already made over 8,000. How much have you made? Let's see you post your results. This guy is indeed a bit cocky, but looking at his holdings, he has some qualifications to be cocky. A 15 profit rate in 2 days is impressive, whether by luck or skill. Keep it up, I look forward to your 20-fold miracle by the end of the month. Zhang Heng read the comments for a while before closing Tiogoba. After lunch and a short nap, he returned to take his final exams in the afternoon. After finishing the linear algebra exam, it was already past 4 p.m. and the stock market had closed. Zhang Heng opened Zaiwuxiakai to check. As expected, Liao Group closed at the limit up. Zhang Heng closed the app and walked straight to the cafeteria. In his heart, he was already looking forward to next week's trading. According to the information from the simulator, in the first trading day of next week, by making T trades, he could achieve a profit rate of 17. Just 3 short, that equates to 2 limit ups. During the weekend, Zhang Heng immersed himself in the library, frantically making up for his knowledge in securities. He even self-studied some of the securities-related courses from his sophomore and junior years in advance. Aside from his senior year of high school, Zhang Heng had never studied so diligently on his own. He was voraciously absorbing the knowledge he needed. This included courses such as securities investment, macroeconomics, company financial statement analysis from his sophomore year, and financial market securities trading practices and econometrics from his junior year. With the investment simulator, he was even more eager to learn more financial knowledge. He wanted to see if he could use his financial knowledge to establish an economic model, allowing the model's predictions to align with those of the simulator. If he really achieved that, the Nobel Prize in economics would surely be his. Of course. This is a long-term goal that cannot be accomplished simply by reading a few books, but that does not affect Zhang Heng's early learning of his major courses. At the very least, he could aim for a good score and perhaps earn a first-class scholarship. Skills are never a burden. After all, this is all a good thing. Zhang Heng spent a fulfilling weekend in the vast ocean of the library. January 10th, the Laba Festival. It was a favorable day for moving, breaking ground, worshipping, and building warehouses. It was favorable for building warehouses indeed. This morning there were no exams. Both of the day's exams were in the afternoon. One was Advanced Mathematics I and the other was Moral Cultivation and Legal Foundations. As expected, the main force of Liu Ko would start with a low opening today. Zhang Heng woke up early, went to the cafeteria for a few large meat buns, drank 2 bowls of lava porridge, and conveniently brought breakfast for a few lazy roommates. That's how university life is. If there are no exams or classes the next morning, the previous night is often spent playing LOL until dawn, and the next day you naturally wake up around noon, directly having lunch, saving the cost of breakfast. Often one doesn't even get out of bed by noon, especially since it's still winter and the dormitory lacks air conditioning, so the bed is the warmest place. The lack of air conditioning in the finance major dormitory has always been a topic of complaint. Every graduating class hopes to see air conditioning installed in their dormitory before they graduate. Alas, despite many graduating finance students entering society, the dormitory still lacks air conditioning. Zhang Heng returned to his dorm. After handing breakfast to his roommate in the bed, he also snuggled into the still warm blanket sitting on the bed and opened his computer. Logging into the Zaiwuxiakai desktop version he had prepared in advance. This morning he wondered how many people would be on a roller coaster ride again. Zhang Heng used the investment simulator to start checking Liu Ko. New information immediately appeared on the simulator screen. Liu Ko 602131. Today the main force of Liu Ko will open low and fall with huge fluctuations throughout the day, especially in the morning session, which is particularly thrilling. Please fasten your seatbelt, time your entry and exit, and don't miss the timing. At just past 10:05 a.m. there was a limit up, and a few minutes later the stock price plummeted rapidly, reaching a maximum drop of 7.4 by 10:57 a.m. Market panic ensued, with a large number of shareholders frantically selling off while the main force quietly accumulated shares. In the afternoon the main force slowly pulled it up, followed by another significant drop until the closing limit up with a closing price of 3.11 yuan share. Simulation result recommendation: engage in T trading to expand profit margins. Liu Ko 602,131 market for tomorrow. Zhang Heng carefully observed the day's market dynamics, jotting down several time points on paper. Time quickly approached 9:30 a.m. The market opened. As expected, it began. Upon opening it was at 2.67 yuan share, dropping more than 5 points. Trading volumes reached tens of thousands. An opening drop of over 5 points caused significant panic among shareholders who had held positions last week. Indeed, it's a junk stock, hopeless. The sunset industry is just that, can't even hold 2 boards. Cut losses and leave. I wasted so much hope and fantasy on you. The main force is so inhumane, pulling only 2 boards before rushing to unload. Is the main force stuck as well? Those who entered this sunset industry are also one of the lone warriors. Brothers, let's retreat. It dropped 5 points as soon as it opened. There's no hope now. As soon as Liu Ko opened, the stock forum was filled with voices of people cutting losses and leaving. Those shareholders who hadn't cleared their positions last Friday were now regretting it immensely. In an instant, a large number of sell orders appeared, with small investors frantically cutting losses and leaving almost all offering a selling price of 2.67 yuan share, which was also the current first-level selling price. The trading volume and turnover rate were both increasing. However, strangely, despite the avalanche of sell orders, the stock price only fluctuated around 2.67 without continuing to drop. Some calm shareholders had already noticed the anomaly. Logically, with so many sell orders crashing down right after the opening, the stock price should definitely continue to fall, but it didn't. Clearly someone was quietly taking over, controlling the market. The main force in Kyoto is quietly accumulating stocks. Everyone, don't panic. They are waiting for you to sell. Are you trying to keep us from leaving? Wait until the main force clears the inventory before we sell. Who knows, it might be limit down then. Exactly, this guy looks like someone from the main force. He can't be trusted. If we don't leave now, it will hit the limit down later and we won't even be able to escape. Panic selling continued. Originally there was little hope for this sunset industry. After last week's 2 limit UPS, many already left. Those who remained were often shareholders who hadn't yet broken even, believing that in the new week Kyoto might see a slight rise. But who would have thought that it would drop 5 points just after opening? If they don't cut losses now, they might not be able to escape when Kyoto hits the limit down. Watching everyone sell calmly, he did not hurry. Because Zhang Heng knew that shortly after 10:05 a.m. there would be a brief limit up, and that would be his moment to act. At 9:50 a.m. the trading volume had exceeded 200,000 and then began to gradually decrease. Buyers continued to sweep up and the stock price started to rise bit by bit. 2.68 yuan share. 2.73 yuan share. 2.81 yuan share. When the time reached 10:05 a.m. it directly hit the limit up. The stock price rose to 3.11 yuan share. Everything unfolded as anticipated. Zhang Heng knew this limit up would be brief. He had long been prepared, and at this moment he directly clicked on the limit up price of 3.11 to sell all his shares. Securities name Kyoto. 602,131 holding available 00 shares. Current price, cost price 3.110.00 yuan. Stock market value 65932. 00 yuan. Floating profit and loss 14070. 9225. 06 daily profit and loss 5936. 0010. 00 position holding days 0. 005 total assets 66604. 00 yuan. Next he would wait for Kyoto to drop to 7. For before entering the market again. This back and forth could yield significant profits. Engaging in tea trading felt truly comfortable. On January 10th during the Lava Festival. From 9:30 a.m. to 10:05 a.m. In those 35 minutes countless stock investors experienced a journey between heaven and hell. Some people have already fainted in the restroom. The main force is ruthless. Just as I stepped out you started to surge. What does this mean? The main force is too cunning. I still couldn't withstand it and got shaken out when it hit a 5 drop. Whoa whoa. This is just too thrilling. Is the dealer always this fierce in washing out investors? Hey upstairs, are you new to the stock market? A 5 drop in 5 minutes is nothing fierce. You haven't seen how the main force moves back and forth between heaven and earth. Don't panic over such minor scenes. In the forum of Kyoto, investors were wailing. Many rushed back into the market while others regretted selling too early. Under such a terrifying and rapid market wash in the early session, most small investors simply couldn't hold on. The heart-stopping sensation is unbearable for those with weak hearts. However, the limit-up price of 3.11 yuan per share lasted only about 3 minutes. At 10:08 a.m. a large number of sell orders suddenly appeared, all market orders selling rapidly. On the top 10 market list by orders completed transactions in the blink of an eye, barely leaving time to cancel orders. Within a minute the market for Kyoto dropped from the limit-up price of 3.11 yuan per share to a price of 2.75. Those with quick fingers hurried to cancel their orders. Those with slower fingers could only watch their holdings rapidly decline. In just 1 minute the stock price of Kyoto experienced a cliff-like drop, plunging by as much as 11.57. It was like a steep 90-degree cliff. Terrifying. Many people were still in shock when they found themselves trapped. Moreover, the stock price continued to decline. The cancellation of low-priced buy orders further accelerated the downward speed of the stock price. I just took a sip of tea. How did I end up in this situation? It's like riding on a dilapidated green train. Open the door, let me get off. Where are those who said it would hit the limit up? Kyoto fed you enough to turn rabid. As soon as we entered, the main force shamelessly started dumping shares. Those who called for the limit up aren't just shills who buy stocks not wanting them to hit the limit up. Do you want it to hit the limit down? Like right now. What shill? Did they force you to buy? If you lack judgment and play around, are you here to give away money? Do you think the stock market is a charity to save you? Speaking reveals your intelligence. It's time to pay the intelligence tax. The forum for Liao Ko was filled with heated arguments. Zhang Heng merely glanced at the forum and stopped paying much attention. Time passed by second by second. Liao Ko's stock price continued to decline steadily with no end in sight. Zhang Heng's gaze was fixed on the minute chart. He was waiting for that bottom to arrive. At 1031 a.m. the price was 2.71 yuan per share. At 1042 a.m. it was 2.68 yuan per share. At 1056 a.m. it was 2.63 yuan per share. At 1057 a.m. Liao Ko's stock price finally fell to the simulated prediction of a 7.4 drop, reaching 2.62 yuan per share. Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. The moment had come. It was time to act. He had been prepared for this moment since clearing out at 1005 a.m. Moving his mouse, Zhang Heng quickly clicked the current selling price. He knew the lowest point was about to rebound. At that moment on the top 10 market list, the first selling price was 2.62 yuan per share. A large number of sell orders continued to accumulate. There was no need for the dealer to come and smash the price. The panic-stricken retail investors had already lowered Liao Ko's stock price. Buy orders were almost non-existent, and the speed of the increase in sell orders had also slowed significantly. This indicated that the chips in the hands of retail investors had nearly all been washed out. The fish had entered the net. It was time for the main force to close the net. Zhang Heng had to act before the dealer closed the net, otherwise he might miss this bottom. Zhang Heng moved the mouse, bringing out the ultimate speed of his solo play. He clicked the selling price of 2.62, buying all his shares, confirming, and his order was successful. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Only then did Zhang Heng relax his tense muscles and let out a long breath. The stone in his heart finally settled. For the rest of the time, let Liao Ko's soar for a while. After all, today's closing price is limit up and he couldn't make any other moves. He couldn't trade again in the afternoon's market. After all, the trading system in our stock market is T1 not T0. Buying today means selling the next day. Zhang Heng felt a bit thirsty. He picked up a cup and took a sip of tea, still feeling very excited. Even though he had foreseen the market trends, his heart was still concerned about the fluctuations of the minute chart. No wonder so many people sell their homes to speculate in stocks, getting trapped and unable to extricate themselves. This stock market has a special kind of magic that draws people in tightly. For a moment, Zhang Heng began to reflect. By 1130 a.m. after the morning session closed, the stock price had risen a bit. Zhang Heng temporarily stopped focusing on Liao Ko. After having lunch and taking a short break, he began preparing for the exam in the afternoon. Zhang Heng, where is our exam location? Li Fei, sleeping on the upper bunk, looked at Zhang Heng with a confused expression while holding his exam tools. Zhang Heng shook his head. I say, Feigu, how big is your brain? You often skip classes and now you don't even care about the exam location the teacher issued. We're only in our first year. If you keep this up, will you even graduate? Zhang Heng looked at Li Fei, asking in confusion. Li Fei grinned. Henggu, isn't it great that you are here? You're the academic star in our class and had the highest score when we entered the school. With you around. Zhang Heng immediately waved his hand. I won't help you cheat. Li Fei was taken aback, then reached out to pat Zhang Heng's shoulder. Bro, what are you thinking? I have no chance of getting a scholarship, but passing the exam is still within my reach. Let's go. Saying this, Li Fei dragged Zhang Heng out of the dormitory. By the time the exam ended, it was already past 4 p.m. and the stock market had been closed for over an hour. Zhang Heng and a few brothers from the dormitory went to the cafeteria to eat. He took out his phone, opened the Zaiwuxiakai app and clicked on the position query, glancing at his latest holdings. Stock name Liao Ko. 602,131 holdings available, 254000 shares, current price, cost price 3.112. 63 yuan, stock market value 78994. 00 yuan, floating profit and loss 32198. 9252. 46 daily profit and loss 18128. 0017. 40 position holding days 99. 920 total assets 79050. 00 yuan. Indeed, the closing price hit the limit up. He actually made nearly 20000 yuan today, which is terrifying. Especially through doing tea, the profit doubled, which is really delightful. The stock market is truly a place where money can be seized.
As long as your vision is right, there is money everywhere.
After checking his holdings, Zhang Heng normally used the investment simulator to start checking Liaoco's market for tomorrow.
On the simulator screen, the market information for Liaoco
on January 11th appeared immediately. Liaoco 602,131 on January 11th. Liaoco's
main force will continue to shake and wash the market, opening low and rising high with another volume drop in the evening, falling 3.55,
then rebounding with a closing price hitting the limit up again at 3.42 yuan per share. Tomorrow evening, Liaoco will announce good news, making deep incursions into the environmental protection industry. The simulation result suggests due to increase the profit margin.
Zhang Heng was momentarily stunned when he saw the information from the simulator.
It seems Liaoco is about to make a move.
If they announce good news tomorrow evening, then the day after tomorrow, it goes without saying that the opening will definitely be a limit up trend.
2 limit ups, it's a sure thing.
Zhang Heng was eating in the cafeteria, looking at his holdings with a cheerful smile.
This is the feeling of making money with just a touch of a finger. In a word, it's exhilarating.
Taking another look at the stock forum for Liao Technology, there were already dozens of posts. Opening one casually, it was filled with the shock and scolding of fellow investors. Those manipulative firms are not human. They took us on a roller coaster for a whole day, throwing us out and keeping all the profits for themselves. May they not have a good end.
We've been washed out. The foolish ones should pack up and head back home.
Manipulating prices with ups and downs. Institutions are in control. Not following the right steps to cut losses, yet fearing that retail investors are powerless against the rising prices.
It's tough for everyone. Today my heart almost leaped out.
It's been a while since I've played such a volatile game.
By the way, where's that guy I made a bet with? Come out for a stroll. Did anyone get washed out today?
At that moment, someone thought of Zhang Heng's bet and wanted to know if he had been washed out by today's market fluctuations. Zhang Heng smiled faintly, took a bite of his meal, and replied simply,
"Check my homepage. Today's real-time updates have already been posted.
I made 2 trades in the morning and did nothing in the afternoon." Instantly, the fellow investors in the Liao Technology stock forum rushed to the stock exchange forum, anxiously opening his latest real-time updates. Upon seeing it, everyone was astonished, their jaws nearly dropping. Security name Liao Technology 602131, holdings available 254000, shares current price, cost price
3.112. 63 yuan, stock market value 78994. 00 yuan, floating profit and loss 32198. 9252. 46 daily profit and loss 18128. 0017. 40 position days held 99. 920 total assets 79050. 00 yuan, that's too impressive, right?
Today's Liao Technology has such dramatic market fluctuations, and this guy actually made a profit rate of 17.4.
I can hardly believe it. How many people cut their losses during the morning session?
The afternoon session saw another price drop, and we old-timers didn't even dare to enter the market, yet you actually made over 17 points in one day.
Please accept my knee. Master, are you missing any trinkets on your legs?
By the way, Liao Technology has already hit 3 limit ups. I still don't understand why.
Can someone behind the scenes reveal a bit?
Seeing some comments under his real-time updates, Zhang Heng decided to say something. He thought for a moment and posted a message below his screenshot.
Understanding the principles of entering and exiting, it's better to miss out than to make mistakes and trade what you understand.
I am just a small retail investor in the stock market seeking what cannot be obtained. Today I sold out at the limit up in the morning and immediately rebuilt my position at the morning low, going all in on Liao Technology.
With an entry and exit, I made a profit of 17 points today, not bad.
It seems I've taken a small step closer to my goal of turning 100,000 yuan into a million by the end of this month.
Moreover, I remain optimistic about Liao Technology's future. With 3 limit ups already achieved, we can boldly anticipate 5 limit ups.
What I bought was not just Liao Technology, I bought a legend.
Success and failure, let's meet on the road. After the new post was released, fellow investors quickly commented.
With 3 and 5, 3 to 5 in groups, 3 limit ups set the leader, 5 limit ups for the monster stocks. I wonder if the author can still profit in the next 2 days. In 3 trading days, Liao Technology has only achieved 3 limit ups, yet the author's profit rate has reached a terrifying 50-46, exceeding 5 limit ups.
Jealousy and hatred.
If this trend continues, achieving the small goal by the end of the month won't be a problem.
Is the one upstairs stupid?
This is just the first stock. The author was just lucky to have bought this stock.
Wait until Liao Technology starts to drop, then we'll see the author's true ability.
In the comments, there were both supporters and detractors.
Zhang Heng glanced through some of them but did not reply. He didn't rebut those who questioned him because it was meaningless. Only the glaring facts could make them shut their mouths voluntarily.
After finishing the meal and returning to the dorm, several people started playing games. Once they began, time slipped away like flowing water, and before they knew it, it was almost gone. It wasn't until the sky outside was completely dark and there was no sound from the classmates outside the dorm that they realized it was already 2:30 a.m. Wow. It's almost 3 a.m. Li Fei exclaimed, and everyone finally realized it was already the next day. We still have an exam tomorrow afternoon, let's wash up and sleep. What's the point of washing up? Just go to sleep directly. Whoever wakes up early tomorrow, remember to bring breakfast to the cafeteria. It's already past midnight, we should say it's today. Who can still wake up? Just sleep until naturally waking up, skipping breakfast and going straight to lunch will save a meal, right? The few of them reluctantly shut down the computer and crawled into bed, falling fast asleep. A night passed without a word.
Zhang Heng opened the trading software and placed a sell order for Liao Technology.
Through the investment simulator, he already knew that at 1101 a.m. today Liao Technology's highest price was 340 yuan share. Although it wasn't a limit up, it was not much different. After placing the sell order for Liao Technology at 340 yuan share, he finally burrowed into the blankets and fell asleep. Until afternoon, the few people in the dormitory gradually woke up. This afternoon the exam subject was the basic principles of Marxism, abbreviated as Marxism. Everyone got up to wash, eat, and then in the dormitory they collectively crammed for the short answer questions in Marxism. It felt just like when they were in middle school memorizing short answer questions in politics, history, and geography. Zhang Heng was the same. While looking at the Marxism materials, he sat on the school bus heading to the exam bench. The university Zhang Heng attended had a very large campus, and sometimes it took them 20 to 30 minutes to walk to some classrooms for public courses. Fortunately, the school had a bus and it only cost 1 yuan to ride freely. Once in the exam room, when the exam paper for Marxism was handed out, Zhang Heng quickly scanned it and felt confident. He started writing furiously, scribbling away. An hour later, Zhang Heng finished and submitted the paper. Thus, all the courses for Zhang Heng this semester had concluded their final exams. However, there was something even more important he needed to do. According to the simulator from yesterday, the information indicated that Liao Technology would experience a drop this afternoon, which was Zhang Heng's opportunity to trade. He sat on the school bus and quickly opened the investment simulator. Liao Technology 602131. On January 11th, the main force behind Liao Technology continued to shake and wash the plates, opening low and rising high with a massive sell-off again in the afternoon session. At 1436 it dropped by 3.55 and then rebounded, closing again at the limit-up price of 3.42 yuan share. At 2000 tonight, Liao Technology will release a positive announcement declaring a joint venture with Lushan Technology 000751 to develop environmental machinery and officially enter the environmental protection industry. The simulation results suggest trade to expand profit margins. Zhang Heng glanced at the time on his phone. It was now 1420 and there was still time. He stared at his phone, waiting for the opportunity to come. Soon, Liao Technology slowly fell with a drop of 3.55. The opportunity had arrived. Zhang Heng's fingers danced, quickly executing trades in an instant. Minutes later, Liao Technology's stock price began to rebound. At 1450 it had risen to 3.41 yuan share, nearly reaching the limit-up price. At 1457 the concentrated bidding for the afternoon session began. As expected, the bidding ended and the market closed. Liao Technology returned to the limit-up price of 3.42 yuan share. Zhang Heng looked at the closing price and smiled knowingly. Looking again at his holdings. Security name Liao Technology 602131, holdings available 288000 shares, current price, cost price 3.423.01 yuan, stock market value 98496.00 yuan, floating profit and loss 48493.0075. 33 daily profit and loss 16294.0013. 55 position days held 99. As Zhang Heng's real trading position and post were just published, a large number of stock investors came to leave messages. Especially in recent days, the main forces have been frantically washing out positions, causing almost all small retail investors to be shaken out. Yet Zhang Heng was earning a fortune. Many people began to seek his advice. Master, you're amazing. Another daily profit rate exceeding 13. I am utterly envious. I seriously suspect the master is a deity from some institution using a small account here. Following the master's advice, I built a position today and bought 5000 lots at a cost price of 3.35 yuan per share. You upstairs are the real man. This kind of sunset stock has already hit 4 limit-ups. The upward potential is very limited. Entering now greatly increases the risk of being trapped. Zhang Heng got off the school bus and returned to the dormitory. Today the last course had already been completed. Next he just had to wait for the counselor to notify the specific holiday schedule. After all, each university has different holiday times. Moreover, even within the same university, different colleges and majors sometimes have varying holiday schedules, but the overall timing is similar. Zhang Heng lay on his bed boredly scrolling through Douyin. On Douyin he followed the account of the Douyin Society which featured recent comedy sketches. This time Zhang Heng came across a skit from 3 people walking, something he had never seen before. In the video Master Gua Master You and Master You made people burst into laughter with just a few lines. 2 hours flew by as he scrolled through Douyin. His roommates returned one by one. Zhang Heng, have you eaten yet? Li Fei looked at Zhang Heng and asked. Not yet, it's only 5 p.m. The cafeteria is busiest at this time, let's go later when it's less crowded. Zhang Heng glanced at the time on his phone and replied. Li Fei came over and plopped down on Zhang Heng's bed. The exams are over and the others said let's go out tonight to celebrate before the winter break, are you going? Zhang Heng jumped up from the bed. Of course. What are we eating? Who's treating? As soon as the word food was mentioned Zhang Heng's stomach immediately growled. At that moment the other 3 people in the dormitory returned. Zhang Heng, Li Fei, let's go, the boss is treating us to hot pot, authentic hot pot, we want return until we're drunk tonight. The speaker was Xiong Ping, a very sociable person whose family background was average similar to Zhang Heng's. Among the dormitory the one with the best family background was still Li Fei. Li Fei was the only child in his family said to come from a company that dealt in clothing and the restaurant industry, and reportedly it was quite large, even having branches abroad, being one of the well-known family businesses. When the freshman year began Li Fei drove a Lamborghini Aventador to school which had made headlines on the school forum at the time. Zhang Heng had looked up the on-road price of the Lamborghini Aventador at the time and it seemed to start at over 7 million. Later Zhang Heng heard that Li Fei's monthly allowance was nearly 1 million. Since then Li Fei became famous in the college and even across the entire school. In their class everyone knew that Li Fei was a definite rich second generation and many female classmates in the school were interested. Many girls from other classes even directly asked the other dorm mates about Li Fei's interests and hobbies. Zhang Heng had also encountered a senior female student who called out to him on the road. At first Zhang Heng's heart secretly rejoiced, thinking she was looking for him, but it turned out. However, despite that, Li Fei did not have the typical bad temper of a rich second generation and got along well with several people in the. Xiong Ping said this while changing into a different outfit. Zhang Heng and Li Fei got up, casually tidied themselves up, and the 3 of them went out together. Xiong Ping led the 2 to a luxuriously decorated hot pot restaurant. The next day, Zhang Heng struggled to get up in the morning, still reeking of alcohol, blaming himself for drinking too heavily the night before. The 5 of them in the dorm had consumed a total of 72 bottles of beer. Zhang Heng could barely remember how he got back to the dorm. He glanced at the stock market trend of Liao shares and sure enough, the market opened with a limit up. In the stock forum stock friends were discussing vigorously. Does Liao shares, a traditional sunset machinery company, really want to engage in environmental technology research and development? Is there no problem with that? Liao shares can't even manage its core business and now wants to do something else. Are they really not just riding the coattails of the environmental theme's popularity? Everyone must pay attention. Once this kind of good news comes out, Liao shares is sure to have troubles. The basis for the stock price increase is not solid at all. Once the building collapses, no one will be able to escape. This stock has trapped me for a year. I can finally break free and leave. For those who still dare to rush in, I wish you good fortune. Zhang Heng took a glance at Liao shares' consultation. Sure enough, the announcement had been released. Liao shares' announcement regarding the joint establishment of a joint venture with Green Mountain Technology 000751 to jointly develop environmental machinery. This is also the reason for Liao shares limit up today. Zhang Heng looked at his holdings. Stock name Liao shares 602131 holdings available 28802880 shares current price cost price 3,763.01 yuan. Market value 108288. 00 yuan floating profit and loss 58285. 0085. 33 daily profit and loss 9792. 0010. 00 position days held 99. 921 total assets 108304. 00 yuan. Zhang Heng felt a surge of joy in his heart. His assets finally reached 6 digits, breaking through the 100000 barrier. It was important to note that this was only after 5 trading days and they had already doubled. Zhang Heng felt a surge of ambition. The goal of 1 million by the end of the month was secured. The later it got, the larger the principal would become, and at that time the snowball effect would become increasingly clear, accelerating the growth of assets. This is the power of compound interest. January 12th, Wednesday. Auspicious: setting up the bed, receiving wealth, crowning burial, closing accounts. Avoid opening a business, starting work, opening a store, cooking, starting the market. Zhang Heng checked the almanac on his phone. It seemed today was not suitable for market trading. Coincidentally, it was limit up today, so there was nothing to operate. He silently recalled the simulator and began to check the market conditions for tomorrow. Liao shares 602131 on January 12th. The positive announcement from Liao shares fermented and the stock price was limit up for the entire day at 3.76 yuan share. Tomorrow the positive announcement from Leo shares in Green Mountain Technology 000751 will continue to ferment with the stock price remaining limit up for the entire day.
Simulation result suggests increase capital and expand positions.
Zhang Heng learned about tomorrow's market. It was still limit up with no possibility of doing tea. He was still feeling the effects of alcohol. His head was a bit painful and he could still smell the strong scent of alcohol with every breath. Since he already knew the market conditions, there was nothing to worry about, just hold on. As usual, Zhang Heng took a screenshot of his holdings and posted it on his Tyogaba account, then published another post. Understanding the way of entry and exit, it is better to miss than to make a mistake. Engage in trades you understand. I am just a small retail investor in the stock market longing for what I cannot attain. Today Leo shares continue to be limit up. No need to say more. Today's limit up cannot be opened. Leo shares positive announcement regardless of whether it is true or not. In the end anyway, the limit up in the past few days cannot be undone. Congratulations to those who held on like me. You can earn dozens of points again.
Today's real trading has been updated. In this matter of right and wrong, let's meet on the way. After posting, Zhang Heng tossed his phone onto his pillow, then pulled the quilt over and continued to sleep. In the dormitory, none of the roommates had gotten out of bed. Zhang Heng's face turned red whenever he drank, the kind of person who gets flushed instantly. Rumor has it that those whose faces turn red can drink a lot, but that's all nonsense. At first Zhang Heng also thought he could drink, but every time he drank too much he ended up with a headache and a racing heart. Later, during a visit to the hospital with a roommate, he finally received a definitive answer from the doctor. The redness of the face after drinking is due to a relatively low amount of an enzyme produced by the liver which affects the breakdown of alcohol, leading to an inability to metabolize it and resulting in a flushed face. Therefore, having a red face while drinking does not indicate one can hold their liquor, rather it shows a lack of enzymes in the body to break down alcohol, meaning one actually cannot drink. Since then Zhang Heng has rarely drunk alcohol. On Wednesday he woke up from a drunken stupor and it wasn't until evening that he felt better. The time has come to Thursday, January 13th. The final exam for the finance major has ended and it's been 2 days.
The exact winter vacation dates from the School of Economics and Management have been announced and they differ slightly for their finance major. Other students from the school who finished their exams have already set off for home ahead of time.
In the class group chat,
the counselor had already sent out the notification yesterday, but the guys in Zhang Heng's dorm were all asleep and missed it. By the time they saw it, it was already evening, so staying one more day was no problem.
Early that morning Zhang Heng got out of bed.
Brothers, the vacation has started.
What are your plans? The guys in the dorm gradually got up. With the exams over, it was time for everyone to head home.
Zhang Heng's home is far from the school, so he originally planned to stay on campus and find a part-time job, but now he hadn't figured it out yet. Thus Zhang Heng decided to check on his dorm mates' plans. Li Fei slid down from the upper bunk wearing pajamas and curled up in Zhang Heng's blanket, looking at him and saying, "Old Zhang, what did the group say?
Did the counselor mention the specific dates for this year's winter vacation?"
Li Fei wrapped himself in Zhang Heng's blanket, exposing only his eyes as he looked at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng looked at him.
"The counselor sent it out yesterday in the group announcement, didn't you see it?" Li Fei smiled at him. "You're here, so I didn't bother to check."
"I'll be bored at home. If you're not leaving, I won't either."
"I'll stay here with you." "Get lost. I'm a straight man and have no interest in you."
Li Fei is one of the few friends Zhang Heng made during this semester in college.
This guy often skips classes and is quite lazy.
However, he learns things quickly. He scored high on several midterm papers and received unanimous praise from the teachers.
Zhang Heng took out his phone and opened the class group announcement.
Group announcement: all students in the finance major, the winter vacation dates for this year are as follows. Please confirm and acknowledge. Winter vacation dates: January 15th, reporting date February 27th, total duration of winter vacation 43. For details, please check the notification file in the group chat and make arrangements for your departure and return to school.
Students who remain on campus need to confirm with me again. Zhang Heng read the group announcement aloud.
The other guys in the dorm listened intently.
"How come our school's winter vacation is only 43 days? That's too short."
Li Fei, hiding in Zhang Heng's blanket, muttered, "Look at the universities in the northwest and southwest. I heard some have winter vacations lasting 76 days. They report back in mid-March."
Xiong Ping turned over in bed looking at Li Fei. "Fei Ge, I just checked, we are actually doing okay. It's better than some schools that have only about 20 days off."
"Really?"
Li Fei looked at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng nodded. "Yeah, Xiong Ping is right.
The group is also discussing this year's winter vacation varies from 21 to 76 days across universities. Indeed, the differences in winter and summer vacation durations among universities can be quite significant.
Summer vacation is a bit better, the differences are not too outrageous. However, winter vacation is different, the discrepancies can be really vast, even 2 to 3 times more."
While chatting with his roommates, Zhang Heng checked his stock market updates.
Unsurprisingly, Leo Co. Ltd. continued to hit the ceiling price.
The favorable news from the day before had an immediate effect. Today it remained locked at the ceiling price with buy orders accumulating to nearly 1 million hands while sell orders were sparse. Clearly everyone knows that this wave of market activity for Leo Co. Ltd. will not end so quickly. Those who cut their losses and left before are now regretting their decisions. The stock forum for Leo Co. Ltd. was filled with lamentations. Every time I buy it drops, every time I sell it rises. Heaven help me. Leo Co. Ltd. is cursed. The sunset stock has already hit 6 ceilings. It's a house of cards. Everyone don't enter the market, be careful of falling into a pit. Watching Leo rise, my eyes are filled with tears, don't ask me why. Damn it. I exited too early. The loss isn't just money, it's my soul. They say this year the average earnings in the stock market are 5,000. What's going on now? Why have I lost so much while others gain? Who made me the average? The stock forum was full of joy. Zhang Heng looked at the posts for a while and saw someone asking about his holdings. After thinking for a moment, he took a screenshot of his holdings and posted it on his stock forum account. Stock name Leo Co. Ltd. 602,131 holdings available. 2880028800 shares. Current price, cost price 4. 133.01 yuan. Stock market value 118944. 00 yuan. Floating profit and loss 68941. 0095. 33 daily profit and loss 10656. 0010. 00. Position holding days 99. 923 total assets 118960. 00 yuan. After posting the screenshot of his holdings, Zhang Heng casually checked Leo Co. Ltd. S trend for tomorrow using the investment simulator. Leo Co. Ltd. 602,131 current stock price 4. 13 yuan share. Favorable news continues to drive the stock price up. However, Leo Co. Ltd. has already hit 4 ceilings before the favorable news, which has consumed some of its potential for rise. Tomorrow evening the main institutions will get news in advance that Leo Co. Ltd. S cooperation with Lush Mountain Technology 000751 will be terminated due to a lack of core conditions. A large amount of stock will be sold, causing Leo Co. Ltd. S price to drop rapidly from the ceiling to the floor. Simulation results suggestion: clear positions in the morning tomorrow. Seeing this, Zhang Heng broke out in a cold sweat. Good lord. From ceiling to floor. This kind of fluctuation is unbearable for a fragile heart. Leo Co. Ltd. is about to change drastically. Tomorrow who knows how many people will be trapped by Leo Co. Ltd. Zhang Heng thought for a moment and decided he should remind others whether they heed it or not is up to them. Thus, after posting his actual holdings screenshot today, Zhang Heng once again shared a post with a few words of caution. Understand the art of entering and exiting. It's better to miss out than to make a mistake. Trade in what you understand. I am but a novice in the stock market seeking what cannot be achieved. Today Leo Co. Ltd. has sustained a ceiling price. As the saying goes, where there are 3 there are 5, and where there are 5 there are 7. Leo Co. Ltd. has already hit 6 ceilings. Whether it will hit 7 tomorrow is still debatable. Entering now carries too high a risk. Today's actual holdings have been updated. Regardless of whether it rises or falls tomorrow, I will clear my positions. Leo Co. Ltd. S market outlook doesn't look good. I've already profited enough and it's time to leave. In the end, let's meet on the road of success and failure. After posting, Zhang Heng continued to discuss winter vacation plans with his roommates. At this moment in the dormitory, Li Fei was still hiding under Zhang Heng's blanket. In the class group, the students were discussing their plans for the winter vacation. Classmates, we have 43 days of winter vacation. Make sure to make the most of it and enrich yourselves. We cannot waste this time. Zhou Lei announced in the group. Zhou Lei's family also owns a company and is quite wealthy, but compared to Li Fei he tends to act much more ostentatiously. Some classmates found this hard to accept. However, there were also those who eagerly sought to please and curry favor. It was said that Zhou Lei's family owned an investment company, which was why his family encouraged him to study finance. There were rumors among the classmates that Zhou Lei would take over this investment company after graduation. Some people are born at the finish line. It is impossible to compare. Life is inherently unfair. Just as Zhou Lei finished speaking, someone in the group responded, Zhou Lei, your family is already so wealthy. How much more do you need to enrich yourself? Don't accidentally overdo it. Ha ha ha. Overdo it. Do you think it's like inflating a doll? Exactly, Zhou Lei doesn't need it. He doesn't even need the 5th miss. There are plenty of caves waiting for him to explore. Zhou Lei ignored these slightly mocking comments and continued, as for me, I don't have any major plans for the winter vacation. I'll just go to the family investment company to apply what we've learned in finance.
Everyone could easily imagine Zhou Lei's expression while he pretended to be humble.
Oh, you're just going to your own company? It's probably because other companies wouldn't take you. Someone sarcastically remarked. Zhou Lei disregarded him and continued, I asked, and the family investment company still needs a few temporary workers for the winter vacation with generous pay.
Any interested classmates?
Upon seeing this, Zhang Heng felt frustrated and commented, being born well is really a skill. If you get it right, you start at a point others can't reach. If you get it wrong, you can struggle your whole life and not even reach their starting line. Looking at Zhou Lei's family background, to say he wasn't envious would be a lie, especially since Zhang Heng had silently envied both Zhou Lei and Li Fei before.
However, now in Zhang Heng's heart, Zhou Lei and Li Fei's family background seemed rather ordinary.
He believed that his future would undoubtedly create more wealth and brilliance than their families. It was just a matter of time. However, Zhang Heng's lack of envy did not mean others felt the same.
As soon as Zhou Lei spoke, many classmates in the group began to Zhou Lei. Brother Lei, how about me? I don't mind a lower salary.
It's important to note that for a freshman, finding a part-time job is not easy, especially since their school is located in a university town with many nearby colleges.
Brother Lei, give me a spot. My exciting life is starting with you. I ask for your protection.
Being able to intern at an investment company in the first year, even as a temporary worker, would be a brilliant resume for job hunting after graduation. Brother Lei, please take me along. Some flattered him while others made sarcastic remarks.
Zhou Lei's ostentatious style was something some classmates found hard to accept, but they usually didn't bother to engage, one of them being Li Fei.
Seeing those who were trying to curry favor with Zhou Lei, Li Fei couldn't bear it any longer. A bunch of spineless losers, just a piece of candy, and you think you're kings.
He just sees you as cheap labor.
If you really had the ability, you'd go to other companies like Zhang Heng from our class and intern at large securities firms. That would be impressive.
Li Fei finished typing, and specifically Zhou Lei.
The businesses of Zhou Lei and Li Fei did not overlap much, and the two generally did not like each other.
Zhou Lei looked down on Li Fei for not being ambitious and always hanging out with classmates from simpler backgrounds, rarely interacting with children of wealthy families.
Li Fei also looked down on Zhou Lei, who always acted superior and looked down on everyone. As soon as Li Fei's comments were posted in the group, the classmates were stunned.
Zhang Heng is interning at a securities firm.
A freshman being able to intern at a securities firm must be some impressive figure. Zhou Lei was also shocked. He had tried several securities firms but was rejected even as a temporary worker. Zhang Heng was just an ordinary student from a small town. What right did he have to get such an opportunity? Zhou Lei felt displeased in Zhang Heng in the group, saying, Zhang Heng, where are you interning at the securities firm? Speak up so everyone can hear. We'll come to you for business and help you increase your performance. Zhang Heng glanced at Li Fei, who was still in his blanket. Li Fei scoffed that Zhou Lei is so annoying. I'll use your situation to retort him. I can't stand his air of superiority. Zhang Heng smiled helplessly.
Ah, Fei, aren't you just throwing me out to take the hits?
I'm playing as a marksman, not a tank. In the past, he might have cared. But now, after acquiring the investment simulator, his mindset had completely transformed and his perspective had long surpassed his former self.
In the group, Zhou Lei's lackeys also began Zhang Heng.
Zhang Heng, do you have any good opportunities for the winter vacation to recommend to your classmates?
Aren't you being too selfish?
Exactly, Brother Lei is asking you a question and you're acting high and mighty by not answering.
Oof.
It's just an internship at a securities firm. What's so impressive about that?
I checked Zhou Lei's family investment company. Although it's not big, it's still theirs.
Li Fei laughed loudly while snuggled in his blanket. He quickly Zhou Lei in the group and said, Zhou Lei, your little brothers have found out your secret. If it's not big, why are you showing off?
Are you afraid everyone doesn't know? Zhang Heng also chimed in, little earthworm.
Zhou Lei was infuriated, unable to retort against Li Fei. Just as he was thinking of how to counter, the counselor spoke up.
Everyone is still young and doesn't have a driver's license. Don't drive recklessly. We are all classmates, so let's love and help each other.
The winter vacation officially starts the day after tomorrow. For those going home, please pay attention to safety on the way and take care of your belongings.
Remember to return to school on time.
The counselor's advice was reminiscent of a mother. The class group fell silent.
Zhang Heng could already guess what the counselor would say next, similar to the nagging of a former homeroom teacher or his parents when leaving.
Zhang Heng closed the class group and opened his Tyogoba account.
Liao Co.
Ltd. was on a steady rise, leaving little room for action. The final exams were over, so there was no need for last-minute cramming. Zhang Heng logged into his Tyogoba account and there were already numerous replies to his real-time trading post.
The host is amazing.
In just 6 days, the assets have more than doubled.
Here's a thumbs up for you.
Indeed, the host started with 52000, now the assets are nearly 120000.
The market has risen 60 points, but the host has made 95 points. Envy is an understatement.
However, the host mentioned that Liao Co. Ltd.
wouldn't perform well in the future, which I disagree with. Today is only the second day of the limit up after the positive announcement, and I believe it will definitely reach the 7th limit. I went all in yesterday and made 10 points today. I plan to hold on, at least I should make another 3 limit ups. With such a good market, what's there to hesitate about? The good news is supporting it, just go for it. Zhang Heng looked at these retail investors and shook his head with a smile. Old saying, good words cannot persuade the dead, some people cannot be brought back. January 14th, Friday. Auspicious activities: bed setting transactions, breaking ground, erecting steels, forming alliances. Taboo activities moving into new homes, sacrifices, consecration. This is also the last day before the winter break. Tomorrow, January 15th, the winter holiday officially begins. Early in the morning, Zhang Heng crawled out of his warm bed. For the shareholders of Liaokou, today will be a heart-wrenching day as they will experience a fall from grace. Zhang Heng had made his preparations early. At 9:15 a.m. he directly placed a sell order at the limit-up price. All 28800 shares of Liaokou were sold off, leaving nothing. As soon as the market opened at 930, the entire order was executed instantly. After all, at this moment the news of Liaokou's favorable situation had not yet reached the main stakeholders, so the buying pressure remained strong with a massive volume of buy orders keeping the stock price firmly at the limit-up ceiling. Zhang Heng glanced at his assets. Securities named currently: no holdings. Holdings available: 00 shares. Current price cost: price 0. 000. 00 yuan. Market value of stocks: 0. 00 yuan. Floating profit and loss: 80749. 00105. 33. Daily profit and loss: 11808. 0010. 00. Position days held: 0. 000. Total assets: 130768. 00 yuan. Fortunately, he acted quickly, earning over 10000. Had he waited until the afternoon, not only would he not have made a profit, but he would have also lost over 10000. Armed with the information from the investment simulator, he could cash out quietly before the market turned and before the institutions and major players reacted. Zhang Heng cashed out of Liaokou, avoiding the afternoon's limit down. Now with his assets exceeding 130000, he began looking for his next target. Zhang Heng opened the individual stock market and looked at the stocks on the screen, silently reciting the word simulator. In the next moment, the current market trends for these stocks and the next trading day's trends all appeared on the simulator's virtual screen. Zhang Heng quickly scanned through these stocks. Suddenly a unique stock chart caught his eye. It was deemed unique because the trend of this stock was exactly the opposite of Liaokou. As today, this stock hit the limit down in the morning and reached the limit up in the afternoon. The simulator clearly displayed this stock's information. Zhongdi Technology 000522. Zhongdi Technology has experienced consecutive limit downs for 7 trading days, currently priced at 12.53 yuan share. At noon today, Zhongdi Technology will hold a press conference to announce the end of company adjustments and the complete disposal of all bad assets. In the afternoon, the stock price will directly hit the limit up at 15.47 yuan share. Next Monday, the stock price will continue to hit the limit up. Simulator results suggest buy in fully at the morning limit down position. Without any hesitation, Zhang Heng quickly entered the stock code for Zhongdi Technology on the trading app Xiaoxiakai. He clicked on the limit down price of 12.53 yuan share, fully invested, confirm. The transaction was completed in an instant. At this moment, the market was still a sea of green with over 3 million limit down sell orders accumulated at the first selling position. Meanwhile, the buying positions from 1 to 5 were completely empty. Zhang Heng looked at his holdings of over 10000 shares of Zhongdi Technology and felt relieved. Next, it was just a matter of quietly waiting. He opened Taobaba, where many new comments had been added. Since Liaokou opened with a limit up, many stock friends were mocking Zhang Heng for missing the opportunity. Boss, Liaokou has been continuously limit up today, supported by a massive amount of buy orders. Aren't you going to say something? Yeah, didn't you say yesterday that you weren't optimistic about Liaokou? Today, whether it can hit 7 limit ups is still debatable. What about now? It has hit 7 limit ups. With 3 comes 5, with 5 comes 7, and with 7 comes 9. Let's go all in. Waiting for the arrival of the 9th limit up. Liaokou has finally shown some conscience. Zhang Heng looked at these comments and copied a line from his own post to reply. Success or failure will be seen along the way. Then he no longer paid attention. These stockholders were currently happy, but by the afternoon they would be crying. At noon, Zhang Heng was in the cafeteria eating with his roommates Li Fei and others when a notification came through. Zhongdi Technology 000522 announcement from Su Province Zhongdi Technology Co. Ltd. regarding the disposal of bad assets and the end of company adjustments. Sure enough, the announcement was released. Zhang Heng clicked in and there was a live broadcast link included. The news images had already been published with several keywords standing out. Disposal of bad assets, company adjustments, asset restructuring, new management team. It could be foreseen. Zhongdi Technology had already passed its low point and was beginning to recover. The noon break was very brief. Stocks like Zhongdi Technology that hit limit down in the morning received little attention except from those who were trapped. As a result, many retail investors, after seeing Zhongdi Technology suddenly hit limit up in the afternoon, still thought it was being manipulated by the major players. At the afternoon opening, Zhang Heng was full of energy. He sat on the bed watching the market trends, focusing only on two stocks, Liaoco and Zhongdi Technology. He first looked at Zhongdi Technology's trend. As expected, just after the afternoon opened, the more than 3 million limit down sell orders for Zhongdi Technology were consumed in less than a minute. Moreover, the stock price of Zhongdi Technology was skyrocketing. At 1:05 p.m. Zhongdi Technology hit limit up, completely absorbing all the sell orders accumulated in the morning. This process took only 5 minutes. Zhang Heng glanced at his holdings steady. Securities named Zhongdi Technology 000522. Holdings available 104000 shares. Current price cost price 4,712. 54 yuan. Market value of stocks 160888. 00 yuan. Floating profit and loss 111221. 125. 33. Daily profit and loss 42280. 0020. 00. Position days held 99. 650. Total assets 161344. 00 yuan. Assets exceeded 160000. In just 1 week of trading. At this moment, Zhang Heng was very happy and a bit excited. Although the money might not seem much to others, his initial capital was only 52000. If the initial capital had been 5 million, then his current assets would be 16 million. Looking at the profits in his account at this moment, he was filled with anticipation for the future. This little snowball would soon grow larger and larger with his efforts. Zhang Heng posted a screenshot of his holdings for the day on his Tycoon account, and then he wrote a post expressing his joyful feelings. However, people's happiness is not always shared. At this moment, while Zhang Heng was happy, those holding Zhongdi Technology shares were also delighted. However, those who sold Zhongdi Technology at the limit down price earlier must be feeling quite different. After struggling to cut losses in the sea of limit down sell orders in the morning, I was happy for just an hour and a half at noon, and now you've hit limit up. This? Are you kidding me? I just sold and lost over 50000, and before I had time to reinvest you hit limit up again. As soon as I sold you went up. What kind of luck is this? The fate of a qualified leak. Ha ha ha. I didn't sell when it hit limit down in the morning, and when I cancelled my order I didn't expect it to hit limit up now. There's hope to break even now. This is the major player pulling up to distribute quickly. Escape. Escape? What do you mean escape? Zhongdi Technology's reorganization has ended. The entire company has been revitalized, all bad assets have been disposed of, and a new team is in place with a promising future. Going all in. Around 1:20 p.m. most retail investors finally learned about the content of Zhongdi Technology's press conference at noon. Thus Zhongdi Technology was pushed up to the limit up position. The main players and speculative funds were scrambling for shares, and retail investors were also entering the market with limit up buy orders increasing at a rocket-like speed. Those who previously sold at limit down prices were now crying tears of regret. These people who were once in heaven had run straight into hell. The shareholders of Liaoco faced a similar fate. As soon as the market opened in the afternoon, Liaoco hit the limit down. Zhang Heng opened Tiogoba, preparing to check on the situation of his fellow shareholders of Liaoco. By the way, he wanted to use his new holdings to comfort his fellow shareholders of Liaoco. At this moment, the stock forum of Liaoco Ltd. was filled with wails. I bought shares of Liu in the morning and now they are limit down this afternoon. What sin have I committed? 20% loss just like that. Are the major shareholders monitoring me? Are they waiting for me to take over? I just entered yesterday and now it's limit down. The chip peak is still there, but it has clearly shrunk. With the nature of this compound stock, the main force has not yet sold out and the major shareholders will definitely manipulate it again. Hey upstairs, wake up. You haven't seen the news about Liu this noon, have you? Liu has exploded. The previous cooperation with Green Mountain Technology is off. Those who were still expecting the main force to raise the stock price finally came to their senses and hurriedly checked the latest announcement from Liu. Upon seeing it, they all deflated. In the announcement board of Liaoco Ltd., a freshly released announcement was prominently displayed. 602131 announcement from Johns Liu Co. Ltd. Regarding the termination of cooperation with Green Mountain Technology 000751, the Board of Directors and all directors guarantee that there are no false records, misleading statements or significant omissions in this announcement and undertake individual and joint liability for the authenticity, accuracy and completeness of its content. Important content reminder: the cooperation between Liu Co. Ltd. and Green Mountain Technology 000751 failed to reach an agreement due to the lack of core conditions, and the cooperation is hereby terminated. This weekend both parties will conduct further detailed consultations, and the possibility of future cooperation cannot be ruled out. From the cloud to the bottom, firmly limit down, the winter of Liu has arrived. For those who couldn't escape, prepare for loss. This junk stock does nothing right, just spreads false good news and rides on various hot topics. I checked the news, and the evaluation of Liu is that in the shares, if Liu says second in playing the hype, no one dares to say first. A sunset stock indeed, not something we small retail investors should touch. Zhang Heng looked at the desolation in the stock forum and quietly found a few fellow investors he had bet with, tagging them and leaving a message: I almost couldn't escape either, just a little bit. Less than 0.01 millimeters, isn't that infuriating? Seeing Zhang Heng's message, his fellow investors remembered this guy who had bet with them to achieve a 20-fold increase in assets by the end of the month. If this guy is also trapped, then the goal of a 20-fold increase by the end of the month would definitely be shattered. So they all went to check Zhang Heng's homepage to see his real-time posts. Stock name Zhongdi Technology 000522, holdings available 104000, shares current price, cost price 4,712. 54 yuan, stock market value 160888. 00 yuan, floating profit and loss 111221. 125. 33 daily profit and loss 42280. 0020. 00 position days held 99. 650 total assets 161344. 00 yuan. Behind the screenshot of his holdings is Zhang Heng's post. Understand the principles of entering and exiting. It's better to miss out than to make mistakes and to trade what you understand. I am just a small retail investor in the stock market, longing for what I cannot have. Today I kept my word and cleared my holdings of Liu in the first session this morning, and once again fully invested in Zhongdi Technology, a stock I've been tracking for days. Unexpectedly, Zhongdi actually hit the limit up in the afternoon. Today's real-time post has been updated. Assets are over 160000 and the small goal of reaching 1 million is now a bit closer. The stock market is risky, and whether we succeed or fail, let's meet on the road. Fellow investors came and saw Zhang Heng's holdings and profits and were all shocked. Wow. Today Liu exploded and even the main force couldn't escape completely. The host actually managed to exit at the highest point. A herd of bulls is not enough to describe you. In just 7 trading days from 52000 to 160000, what more can I say? Please accept my knee. Oof. The host is just lucky a couple of stocks can't show any technical skill at all. Exactly. Moreover, I just calculated with 10 trading days left until the end of January, even if the host could hit a limit up every day based on compound interest calculation FP1AN, by the end of the month the host's total assets would only be less than 500,000, only able to increase tenfold. There's no chance for a 20-fold increase. Zhang Heng was suddenly taken aback by this comment. He realized he had overlooked some things, and the existence of the investment simulator led him to forget to calculate. He hurriedly took out paper and pen and began to calculate. Principal of 160000 with an interest rate assuming limit up every day, which is 10, and the interest period is 10 days. After this calculation, the final capital plus interest F would only be over 400,000. Indeed, not reaching 1 million. Wouldn't I be certain to lose by the end of the month? Zhang Heng was bewildered and began to urgently think of countermeasures. Turns out the fool was me. At the beginning, had I already lost. In less than 20 trading days to multiply 52000 to 20 times, if there are no other means, it's simply impossible. What other methods could assist? Zhang Heng tightly gripped his pen and wrote down every method he could think of. Margin trading. Not enough principal, at least 500,000 is needed, far from it. Lottery. That thing one can only say ha ha ha. Asking family for money. Whether parents give it or not is one thing, but Zhang Heng's family is average and his parents don't have spare money to give him. Student entrepreneurship loan. He wants to use it for stock trading, which he can't get, and most are only a few thousand. What to do? Zhang Heng racked his brain. He had just acquired the investment simulator. If he loses because of it and never enters the stock market again, that would be a huge loss. What to do? Zhang Heng was truly anxious now. He calculated. With only 10 trading days left until the end of the month, if he wants to have 1 million in assets by the end of the month based on a daily profit rate of 10, his current assets must be at least around 400,000. The entire afternoon Zhang Heng was deep in thought until the evening, and he still hadn't come up with a solution. At 7 p.m. in the dormitory. Brothers, shall we play some games? Xiong Ping opened his computer and looked at the others in the dormitory, calling, come on. Tomorrow is the start of winter break. Tonight is the last night. Everyone will probably start leaving school tomorrow, right? Li Fei was the first to respond. He peeked his head out and looked at Zhang Heng below, calling out, Zhang Heng, come in. You're the last one. Zhang Heng sighed, sitting listlessly on his bed. I'm not in the mood tonight. I don't want to play. You guys go ahead. Zhang Heng was bored scrolling through the web. He replied. Li Fei suddenly jumped down from the upper bunk and crawled into Zhang Heng's blanket. He looked at Zhang Heng and quietly asked in his ear, what's wrong? Heartbroken. Which girl finally escaped your clutches? Zhang Heng was amused by his expression. I will forever be loyal to my fifth lady. There's no way I could have a heartbreak. Li Fei was immediately puzzled. Then what's this? Zhang Heng thought for a moment, looked at Li Fei, sighed and said, I need a sum of money urgently. The funding gap is quite large. Li Fei was taken aback. From what he understood, Zhang Heng came from an ordinary family and he had never heard of Zhang Heng doing any business. However, Li Fei didn't mind. The huge sum of money in others' eyes was just pocket money for him. So he casually asked Zhang Heng, how much funding do you have? How much gap is left? Zhang Heng didn't think much and answered, I only have 160000. Now I need at least 500000. Li Fei pondered for a few seconds before saying, I can lend you some. Zhang Heng suddenly turned his head, looking at Li Fei somewhat incredulous. To be honest, he had never thought of borrowing money from Li Fei. Although their relationship was quite good, Zhang Heng still felt embarrassed to ask. But now, since Li Fei took the initiative to offer, it was different. Zhang Heng had no other options left. Li Fei's offer was like a timely rain. He looked at Li Fei, who was in the same blanket, widened his eyes and tentatively asked, really? Li Fei nodded and directly took out his phone. What's your bank card number? At that moment, Zhang Heng suddenly felt very touched. A good brother stands up to support you at a crucial moment without asking for reasons. Zhang Heng copied his bank card number from his mobile banking and sent it to Li Fei. A few minutes later, ding. A text message of balance change arrived. Your debit card account 6217908808 received 500,000 RMB on January 14th via mobile banking. After the transaction, the balance is 501,211. 08 Bank of China. Zhang Heng suddenly sat up straight. He stared at Li Fei, reached out and patted Li Fei's shoulder, only saying two words. Thanks. Then Zhang Heng tore off a piece of paper, wrote a promissory note and handed it to Li Fei. I'll pay you back by the end of the month at the latest. Li Fei took the promissory note, smiling generously. I'm not in a hurry. It's more important for you to handle your matters. This is just pocket change. Zhang Heng knew that Li Fei was telling the truth. 500,000 was indeed just pocket change for Li Fei. Li Fei put away his phone and looked at Zhang Heng. Now can we start gaming? So this night turned into another all-nighter. On Friday evening, the last night before the winter vacation, the five of them in Zhang Heng's dormitory played League of Legends all night for the last time. The next day they woke up and saved a meal's worth of breakfast money, directly opting for lunch instead. The group went to the cafeteria for lunch and then each began to pack their luggage, setting off on the journey home. Zhang Heng thought for a moment and decided to stay behind for the time being. This was because he wanted to wait until Monday to open his margin trading account before heading home. The securities companies were closed over the weekend and the system would not process any transactions. Margin trading requires a credit account and it must be done in person with video recording during trading hours, thus the margin trading account cannot be opened over the weekend. Therefore, even if Zhang Heng wanted to go home, he had to open the margin trading services at the location of his stock account before leaving, otherwise it would be difficult to open them once he returned home. On January 15th, Saturday, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. The calendar noted good for settling down, traveling and offerings. Bad for moving earth, cooking and digging wells. Indeed, it was a good day suitable for traveling home. After sending off several roommates, Zhang Heng spent 2 days alone in school, finally arriving at Monday. A new trading day had arrived. On January 17th, Zhang Heng woke up early in the morning. Outside the window, the overcast sky was still filled with falling snowflakes, which, although not heavy, had not stopped for the entire weekend. Standing on the balcony and looking out, everything was blanketed in white. Zhang Heng exhaled and a puff of white mist instantly appeared. Today he had a significant task: to open a margin trading account. With Li Fei's 500,000 yuan and his own existing 160000 yuan, Zhang Heng's assets had reached over 600,000 yuan. After opening the margin trading services with a few times the leverage, the speed of making money would be exponentially faster than before. Zhang Heng arrived at the Shiwu Securities branch, which was also where he opened his account, not too far from the school where many students had also opened their accounts. Zhang Heng arrived at the entrance of the Shiwu Securities branch earlier than the staff. Today, opening margin trading was the main focus. At the same time, he also wanted to open some other services and wasn't sure how long it would take, so he came early to save as much time as possible. The staff at Shiwu Securities arrived. Sir, are you
A beautiful woman asked curiously as she took out her keys to unlock the door. I'm here to open margin trading and other services. The trading hours are from 9:00 to 11:30 and from 1:00 to 3:00. It was now 9 a.m. and the stock market had not yet opened. Zhang Heng followed the woman into the branch. The woman said, I don't have the authority to open margin trading for you. The manager will be here soon. Please wait a moment. Zhang Heng nodded, sat down on a chair and casually picked up a brochure from the counter to read. A few minutes later, a slim woman in professional attire entered holding a cup of milk tea. She placed her bag on the table and sat down. A waft of fragrance floated toward Zhang Heng's nose. Manager Xiao, he is here to open the margin trading services. The woman who opened the door said. Manager Xiao nodded and looked at Zhang Heng. Hello, you're here to open margin trading? Yes. Manager Xiao sat down and quickly opened the computer. Do you know the requirements for opening margin trading? I checked before coming. Please explain again. Manager Xiao acknowledged and, like reciting from memory, fluently stated to open a margin trading account you need to meet 4 conditions. 1. Your stock account funds must be over 500,000 yuan including both cash and stock. 2. You must have more than 6 months of experience operating a stock account. 3. You must pass a risk assessment. 4. Your personal credit must pass the review. Once you meet these conditions, just bring your ID and bank card to the brokerage to open the margin trading account. After a round of communication and introduction, it was already past 9:30 a.m. and the market had opened. Zhang Heng looked at her and nodded. All conditions are met. My current assets are nearly 700,000 yuan. Please open all the services I can access. Zhang Heng provided his stock account number, and upon logging in, Manager Xiao was surprised. She saw Zhang Heng's holdings. Securities name Zhongdi Technology 000522, holdings available 1040010400, shares current price cost price 17.0112. 54 yuan. Market value 176904. 00 yuan. Floating profit and loss 127237. 135. 33 daily profit and loss 16016. 0010. 00 position holding days 99. 651. Total assets 677360. 00 yuan. Just in 7 trading days he achieved over a 135 profit rate. He was truly a master. In an instant, Manager Xiao looked at this young man with newfound respect, her tone becoming more polite. She realized that this young man was extraordinary. Sir, the Growth Enterprise Market and the SciTech Innovation Board have been opened. How much leverage would you like for margin trading? Zhang Heng replied without hesitation, the more the better, ideally a 5x leverage. Zhang Heng thought happily that if he could get 5x leverage he would have around 4 million yuan in funds. However, the next sentence from the beautiful woman shattered Zhang Heng's wonderful fantasy. Sorry sir, based on your situation we can currently only offer you 1x leverage. After all, you are still a university student without a stable source of income, which poses too great a risk, and your personal credit score isn't very high. Some other securities firms might not even grant you margin trading services. Zhang Heng thought for a moment 1x leverage was about right and could still fulfill his first small goal. Thus, after some operations, Zhang Heng opened all the services he could access in one go. Sir, the margin interest rate is 8.35 per annum and the trading commission and stamp duty rates remain unchanged. Manager Xiao said, given your personal situation this interest rate is relatively high. Zhang Heng nodded to indicate he understood. For him a few extra points in interest didn't matter. The income this money brought him was much greater than those few points of interest. Now even with just 1x leverage, Zhang Heng's total assets had surpassed 1 million yuan. As he was leaving, Manager Xiao came out and handed Zhang Heng a business card. Hello, this is my business card. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to call me. Zhang Heng took the card and saw that it was written Business Manager Xiao Qinqin. The next day, January 18th, Tuesday, all of Zhang Heng's margin funds had arrived. He could use this money today. The day before, Zhang Heng had seen on the official railway website that there would be several temporary trains added today, one of which would conveniently pass through the train station in his hometown. Originally he had not intended to go home. However, after receiving the investment simulator over the weekend, Zhang Heng had already called to politely decline the senior's recommendation. He decided not to intern at the securities firm. Thus he was now buying a ticket home. Zhang Heng booked an evening train ticket online. It was certain that all sleeper tickets were long gone. With the internet speed in the dorm, it was a miracle to snag any, so ultimately he only managed to get a second-class seat. Train L7701, a temporary train, passed through Yangqing North Station. The second-class seat cost Zhang Heng 963.5 yuan, which was too expensive. The journey was 2536 kilometers long and would take 13 hours and 35 minutes, arriving the next day. Within 10 minutes all tickets for these newly added trains were sold out. After successfully purchasing the train ticket on his phone, Zhang Heng crawled out of bed, quickly washed up and sat on the bed opening his computer. A few days ago on the Tioga forum, many people had begun commenting on Zhang Heng's trading post, insisting that he was doomed to fail and that it was impossible for him to earn 1 million by the end of the month, urging him to leave early.
Zhang Heng ignored all these comments.
He intended to use his actions to resoundingly slap these people's face. As the market opened in the morning, Zhongdi Technology was still at its daily limit, but the buy orders had significantly decreased while the sell orders were quietly increasing. Based on his experience, Zhang Heng guessed that Zhongdi Technology was about to start declining.
Checking with the simulator confirmed that it wouldn't rise tomorrow.
Without hesitation, Zhang Heng directly liquidated his holdings during the morning session when Zhongdi Technology reached the daily limit.
Securities name currently no holdings.
Holdings available 00 shares, current price, cost price 0. 000. 00 yuan, market value 0. 00 yuan, floating profit and loss 144897.
145. 33. Daily profit and loss 17680. 0010.
00 position holding days 00 total assets 695040.
00 yuan.
His assets were almost at 700,000 yuan. Zhang Heng felt a surge of ambition. The larger his capital, the bigger his snowball would roll. Next, Zhang Heng opened the investment simulator and began looking for his next target.
January 18th, Tuesday. Outside the window, heavy snow is falling.
Indeed, it is the northern country's scenery, 1,000 miles frozen, 10,000 miles drifting snow, gazing at the Great Wall inside and outside. As soon as the market opened in the morning, Zhang Heng cleared his holdings in Zhongdi Technology and began searching for prey one by one in the market. However, today's market data is not good at all. Especially yesterday, the stock market plummeted and made headlines. Funds often make headlines, but it's rare for the stock market to do so. Yesterday was the first trading day of the week and the stock market made headlines. Zhang Heng checked and found that yesterday's market data was quite poor and the stock market has been relatively sluggish recently. Just yesterday morning, more than 3,000 individual stocks fell with a panic sell-off at one point during the session, and the trend was alarming before bouncing back somewhat. Both individual stocks and sectors experienced widespread declines, with travel software services and IT equipment suffering significant losses, while coal, liquor and transportation services rose against the trend. At market close yesterday, 618 individual stocks rose while 3925 fell, with a total transaction volume of 496.5 billion yuan. Major indices also fell across the board, with the Shanghai Composite Index down 0.88, the Shenzhen Component Index down 1.52, the Chinext Index down 1.67, and the Sci-Tech 50 Index down 1.98, with none showing gains. Today is no different. Zhang Heng sat on his dormitory bed checking the trends of various individual stocks on his computer. Previously, after clearing his holdings, all his financing funds had been credited. As of now, even with just a leverage of 1 times, the total funds in Zhang Heng's account had exceeded 1 million. With just over 10 minutes until the market opened, only a handful of stocks had hit the daily limit.
Of course, this didn't have much impact on Zhang Heng.
He scanned through each stock searching for his target. Soon he found his target in the list of stocks with the largest declines. The simulator displayed information that informed Zhang Heng of this stock's trend. Haishang Power 000021, Haishang Power, current stock price 11.50 yuan share. This is the third time Haishang Power hit the daily limit this month.
After 10 a.m.,
the stock price quickly rebounded, with both institutional and retail investors entering the market hitting the daily limit in the afternoon. As the year-end approached, power consumption surged, which was also the basis for Haishang Power's rising stock price.
Simulation result recommendation: fully invest. Zhang Heng's heart stirred. This is the one.
Looking at the time, it was already 9:55, with just 5 minutes left before Haishang Power's stock price would start to rise, making it the best entry opportunity.
Zhang Heng clicked to buy, completing the transaction at the current limit down price.
Looking at his full position established, he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Today's 20 profit is in the bag.
At this moment, Haishang Power had not yet started to rebound, and in the stock forum, stock enthusiasts were lamenting, mostly cursing Haishang Power. Because there were no obvious negative news reports yet, Haishang Power still hit the limit down, leaving the netizens in the forum bewildered.
Is Haishang Power weak?
With such a huge power consumption at year-end, the business is clearly doing well. Why is it hitting the limit down now?
Who can give me a reason?
Dear child, did you cry today?
I certainly did. I sold. I'm not playing with you anymore.
It opened low and fell yesterday, and now it's limit down again. If the main force wants it to hit limit down tomorrow, so be it. Haishang Power has a solid foundation and is worthy of long-term investment.
I've entered the market. Friends who haven't should go all in right away. Let's go big. Even if I lose everything, it's fine, but I absolutely won't back down. I've gone all in today.
Kudos to the brave warrior upstairs.
Just after 10 a.m.,
Haishang Power indeed began to rise slowly. By the time the morning session closed, it had risen by 5.3.
Finally, it turned positive.
Just after the afternoon session opened, Haishan Power's stock price entered a rapid surge mode, almost a 90-degree upward curve. In less than 5 minutes, Haishan Power directly hit the limit up and the number of buy orders continued to increase. Before long, the buy orders at the limit up accumulated to over 300,000 hands. Steady. Zhang Heng smiled slightly as he glanced at his holdings. Security name Haishan Power 000021 holdings available 117-8000 shares current price cost price 13,811. 51 yuan stock value 1625640. 00 yuan floating profit and loss 415837. 165. 33 daily profit and loss 270940. 0020. 00 position holding days 99. 990 total assets 1625660. 00 yuan. Zhang Heng looked at his daily earnings and couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, making money with money is the true way to success. In just one day, by seizing a stock that hit the limit up, he made nearly 300,000 yuan. That's almost 300,000. Before getting the investment simulator, Zhang Heng wouldn't even dare to imagine making so much money. His income for the day was already almost equivalent to his father's 5 years of work income back home. Shaking his head, Zhang Heng steadied his thoughts. What's past is past and the future will surely be better. Once he makes more money, he won't need his parents to work so hard. At that time, his parents could retire early and live an easier life, no longer burdened by the daily necessities. Logging into the stock forum, Zhang Heng took a screenshot of his holdings as usual, posted today's real-time update and made a post explaining it. Understand the way of progress and retreat. It's better to miss an opportunity than to make a mistake. Trade what you can understand. I am a small stock market rookie, unsatisfied. Yesterday I borrowed 500,000 yuan and obtained a leverage of 1 times through margin trading. Although the interest exceeds 8, it doesn't matter, I don't care. To those who hope I fail, sorry to disappoint you, haha. Today's real-time update is out. Total assets have exceeded 1.6 million. By the end of the month, after deducting financing and loans, we'll see where we stand. Success or failure, let's meet on the road. Once Zhang Heng's post was released, those stock friends who constantly followed him instantly exploded in the forum. Wow. Incredible. Is the host going to conquer the universe? The market and indices are all down, yet the host made nearly 300,000 in one day. Looking for guidance? Zhongdi Technology is still up today. I didn't expect the host to have already cleared out. I'm still holding on. The host's little goal of 1 million by the end of the month can be realized this week. No need to wait until the end of the month. Just lucky to have picked 3 stocks that happen to be rising. Whatever profit has been made will eventually be lost. Oh. You upstairs, your family never needs to buy vinegar, right? Look at how sour this is. I can smell it through the screen. After Zhang Heng posted, he looked at these comments and picked a few to reply. Now, with Haishan Power having hit the limit up and expected to continue for the next few days, he could relax for a bit and didn't mind engaging with these investors. As the year-end approaches, the demand for electricity will surge. Haishan Power 000021 has seen continuous increases in business volume. Entering the market now is bound to be profitable. Haishan Power 000021 is a well-established name in the power sector with good business and strong management, reliable as ever. Now is the perfect time to get on board. In the stock forum, some people found Zhang Heng's analysis quite reasonable and prepared to buy Haishan Power 000021, but when they clicked in, they found that Haishan Power had already hit the limit up. The door was completely blocked, they couldn't get in. Some stocks aren't accessible just because you want to buy them. In the afternoon, Zhang Heng stopped caring about the stocks. After all, they had already hit the limit up and there was nothing more to see. He left the dormitory and strolled around the campus. With just over 10 days until the new year, there were very few people walking around the campus. In the sky, snowflakes began to fall. Southerners get very excited seeing snow, especially the crunching sound of stepping on it. Zhang Heng looked up. Watching the goose feather like snowflakes, his thoughts had already soared beyond the clouds. In the evening, Zhang Heng pulled his suitcase and slung his backpack over his shoulder, embarking on his journey home. When he boarded the train, it was already past 11 p.m. Whoosh, the train started moving. The scenery outside the window quickly receded. Zhang Heng, carrying his luggage, finally boarded the southbound train after checking his ticket at the station. The train started moving. At this moment, it was already past 11 p.m. Outside the train window, under the glow of streetlights, the snowflakes were particularly conspicuous, falling silently to the ground. Beyond the train tracks, everything was a vast expanse of white. This morning, Zhang Heng had called home to tell them he would arrive tomorrow afternoon. Inside the carriage, the faces of the passengers were filled with the joy and happiness of returning home. After a year, the family returned from all corners, reuniting in their hometown. Happiness can sometimes be this simple. Zhang Heng opened his phone to check his electronic ticket information. At 2312 departing from Kyoto West Station train number L7701 to Yunqing North Station arrival at 1247 the next day. Seat information second class car 16 seat 03F. The ticket cost 963. 5 yuan for a total distance of 2,536 kilometers. In ancient times this distance would have been unimaginable at the speed of a horse-drawn carriage. Zhang Heng looked at the ticket price. This was one of the reasons he was reluctant to go home. The 963. 5 yuan fare was already equivalent to a month's living expenses at school. A round trip would cost him 1,927 yuan, enough for him to live for 2 months at school. He understood that his parents worked hard for their money, so he hoped to save on unnecessary expenses as much as possible. Zhang Heng was enrolled in a prestigious university in the North Kyoto University, ranked 3rd nationwide. Graduates from there secured high-paying and respectable jobs. In their hometown town, Zhang Heng's family was already well known. When his parents went out, the proud and happy expressions on their faces were a testament to Zhang Heng's status as a university student. However, the family's condition was not too good. It could only be described as average. His parents worked hard to support him and his siblings through school, enduring countless hardships. Zhang Heng's younger sister was just starting her first year of high school, and like him, she performed well academically. The two siblings had always made their parents proud. The carriage was filled to capacity. Men and women of all ages were gathered in groups, animatedly chatting with each other. However, one person looked somewhat troubled. This individual was a middle-aged man sitting next to Zhang Heng with a pained expression as he stared at his phone, seemingly absorbed in whatever he was looking at. The middle-aged man was dressed in a well-tailored suit, holding a briefcase that looked quite high and bulging with unknown contents. Zhang Heng's seat was by the window. He scanned the passengers in the carriage and caught a glimpse of the troubled man next to him out of the corner of his eye. Following the middle-aged man's gaze, he tried to see what was on the man's phone. However, Zhang Heng couldn't see anything because the man's phone had a privacy screen. Zhang Heng was unconcerned. He took out his phone and reviewed the investment simulator to check the trend of Haishang Power for tomorrow. Haishang Power 000021. Current stock price 13.80 yuan share. Tomorrow will continue to hit the upper limit, with institutions and retail investors competing to enter the market, pushing Haishang Power's stock price up. The future trend remains promising, suitable as a medium-term investment target. Simulation result recommendation: increase investment and holdings. Indeed, Haishang Power was expected to hit the upper limit again tomorrow, and Zhang Heng could guess without the simulator that there would be several price limits. This meant that for the next few days he basically wouldn't need to manage his stocks, he could just sit back and earn money. Zhang Heng closed the Shiwuxiu app, put his phone in his bag and turned his head to continue watching the snow scene outside the window. The air conditioning in the carriage was running, and slowly Zhang Heng leaned back in his seat and fell asleep. The night passed without incident. During this time, Zhang Heng changed his sleeping position several times. The next morning at 8 a.m. the alarm on his phone awakened Zhang Heng from his hazy slumber. In life, one must be able to let go and take to enter and exit, whether it's a bed or a meat bun. Master, if you don't get up, I'll feed your bun to the dog. The humorous ringtone Zhang Heng downloaded online not only woke him up but also stirred the middle-aged man beside him, who chuckled at the funny tone. After a quick wash, Zhang Heng took out a cup of instant noodles and went to get hot water to soak them. After placing the noodles on the small table, the unique aroma immediately wafted into the air. Zhang Heng took out his phone and browsed through today's news while waiting for the noodles to soak. Joe Hainet at the company annual meeting raffle: a young man won a year of paid leave, 365 days. The boss announced that the odds of winning are 1 in 1,200 and the prize can be cashed for over 100,000. Our country's Winter Olympics delegation has officially formed, totaling 387 members, the youngest being 17 years old, with 131 athletes participating in the Winter Olympics for the first time. Suddenly, an economic news article caught Zhang Heng's eye. Early this morning, the Federal Reserve announced that the original interest rate will remain unchanged, but hinted at a possible rate hike soon and the end of quantitative easing by the end of March. This news made Zhang Heng sit up and take notice. As a finance major, he was quite sensitive to such financial and economic news, especially since Zhang Heng was currently engaged in financing and stock trading. Although he had the investment simulator as an advantage, it did not hinder him from continuing to learn about finance. After all, Zhang Heng had a small goal in mind: to establish his own economic model to predict the stock market trends as accurately as possible. If he could create such an economic model, perhaps he could even have a chance at winning the Nobel Prize in economics. Zhang Heng was so engrossed in the news that he momentarily forgot about his instant noodles. "Hey young man, your noodles are getting cold." The middle-aged man beside him noticed Zhang Heng was entranced by his phone and reminded him, prompting Zhang Heng to snap back to reality and temporarily set his phone aside. "Thank you, I almost forgot." Zhang Heng replied gratefully, placing his phone next to the noodles, and began to eat. The middle-aged man nodded, glancing at Zhang Heng's phone on the small table. Seeing the financial news he had been reading, he looked at Zhang Heng in surprise. Initially, the middle-aged man thought Zhang Heng was engrossed in a web novel. After all, for a young person, aside from games and novels, not much could hold their attention. However, now it turned out that what Zhang Heng was so absorbed in was actually a piece of financial news. The middle-aged man suddenly became curious about this young man.
Because the middle-aged man's phone also displayed the same financial news.
Looking at Zhang Heng, who was devouring his noodles, the middle-aged man asked out of curiosity, "Young man, do you also enjoy reading financial news?" Zhang Heng turned his head at the sound. He looked at the man in surprise and realized that his phone placed on the small table was easily visible to the man.
He nodded. "Yes, I am a finance major."
Zhang Heng replied briefly and continued slurping his noodles. The middle-aged man sipping on hot milk pondered for a moment before asking, "What signal do you think the Federal Reserve's decision sends?" Zhang Heng finished his noodles in a few bites and took a sip of the broth. He blinked, looking at the middle-aged man in confusion. The middle-aged man looked like someone either very wealthy or of high status. It was puzzling why he would sit in second class. Generally, such individuals would opt for business class. Moreover, looking like a student, Zhang Heng found it strange that the man would ask for his opinion on the Federal Reserve's economic signals. He thought the man might just be making small talk.
He thought for a moment.
It seemed that this man had not spoken to anyone since boarding the train yesterday, unlike others in the carriage who chatted away regardless of whether they knew each other or not. Zhang Heng considered it and didn't mind chatting with the man. So Zhang Heng spoke up. The Federal Reserve decided to carry out the last asset purchase in February and will end this round of quantitative easing QE in early March.
Simply thinking this means.
Zhang Heng began to express his views. After all, in recent days he had not only studied some advanced courses but also read a number of other economic and financial texts. His current knowledge of financial theory far exceeded that of his classmates, and he was on par with some seniors in their fourth year.
Time flew by.
The two of them found they had much in common, feeling as if they had found kindred spirits. After finishing his noodles, Zhang Heng cleaned up his trash and threw it in the bin, looking at the time and realizing it was already 9:20. With less than 10 minutes before the market opened, Zhang Heng looked at the middle-aged man and awkwardly said, "Sorry, I need to work now." The middle-aged man paused for a moment, puzzled by Zhang Heng's mention of work, but nodded and said nothing further.
Both stopped chatting and took out their phones.
Zhang Heng opened the Shiwu Xiaokai app, quickly logging into his account, waiting for the market to open.
In a flash it was 9:30.
The stock market had opened. Zhang Heng checked his holdings, which were all in the red. Stock name Haishang Power 000021, holdings available 11780011, 7800, shares current price cost price
1811. 51 yuan.
Market value of stocks 1788204. 00 yuan. Floating profit and loss 578,401.
175. 33 daily profit and loss 162,564. 0010. 00 position holding days 99. 991. Total assets 1788224. 00 yuan.
At this moment, the man beside him looked over curiously, wanting to see what this young man who mentioned work was actually doing.
However, upon seeing, he widened his eyes in astonishment. Zhang Heng's phone displayed a strikingly impressive portfolio in the red.
Immediately the man instinctively exclaimed, "You made a net profit of 160000 in one day."
On this southbound train, it was the first time the man lost his composure.
On the southbound train, a middle-aged man's sudden exclamation startled Zhang Heng, causing him to nearly drop his phone. He turned his head, casting an annoyed glance at the man. As soon as the man cried out, he realized it was a mistake. At that moment in carriage 16, the nearby passengers all turned their attention toward them, their gazes fixed on the two. Someone's eyes lit up, immediately responding, "You make a net profit of 160000 a day.
What is it? Is it illegal? Friend, can you take me along?
Brother, what's the deal?
Take me with you."
The middle-aged man waved his hands repeatedly, looking embarrassed as he said, "I misread it, it's nothing, sorry to disturb everyone."
Saying this, he stood up, his robust figure blocking Zhang Heng behind him, then bowed toward the onlookers.
Just then the trolley on the train arrived. Beer, liquor, mineral water, peanuts, melon, seeds, ham.
Please clear the way, everyone.
The vendor pushed the trolley while loudly calling out.
Bread, drinks, mineral water, peanuts, melon, seeds, a treasure, porridge, instant noodles, blueberries, cheese, spicy sticks, beef jerky, we have everything. Come and take a look.
This passenger, please do not stand in the aisle, return to your seat, thank you for your cooperation. The arrival of the vendor diverted the attention of the onlookers. Only then did the gazes retract. The middle-aged man finally sat down, turning to Zhang Heng with an apologetic expression.
"Sorry, young brother, I couldn't hold back just now."
He looked at Zhang Heng and quietly apologized. Zhang Heng glanced at him, nodded without saying a word, and continued to check the stocks he was interested in. The man sitting beside him felt somewhat uneasy. He glanced at Zhang Heng, appearing as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Looking at the red figures on Zhang Heng's phone and then down at his own phone, which was filled with green.
The contrast between red and green was so stark.
Eventually the middle-aged man spoke up. He looked at Zhang Heng and began to introduce himself.
Hello young brother, my name is Xiao Chengkuan and I am the owner of a security company.
Saying this, Xiao Chengkuan opened his briefcase, took out a business card from the cardholder and handed it to Zhang Heng with both hands. What happened earlier was my fault. I shouldn't have peeked at your phone and even called it out. I work in security, so if you ever need anything in that regard, just call me. I can offer you the best discounts and help you resolve any issues promptly. Safety is my specialty.
Zhang Heng took the business card. Kyoto Jiashinmen Security Service Co. Ltd.
General Manager Xiao Chengkuan. Business scope: security services for various fields including guarding, patrol, safety services for commercial events, armed transport, traffic assistance, special security services, security equipment sales, security consulting, undertaking security engineering, establishing security systems and social security services. Looking at the business card in his hand, Zhang Heng was somewhat surprised. He looked at Xiao Chengkuan. This man, while appearing robust, had none of the oppressive presence of a bodyguard. It was unexpected that he was actually the general manager of a security company. He casually put the card in his pocket and said, "It's nothing, just 160000. What could happen?
Are these people going to come and rob me? Moreover, it's not cash, don't take it to heart." Zhang Heng genuinely didn't care.
In today's society, cash is almost non-existent. Even if others knew he had money, they wouldn't dare to rob him.
Because they wouldn't be able to.
Since mobile payments became prevalent, such crimes have drastically decreased.
Thus, good technology must lead people toward goodness.
Xiao Chengkuan looked at Zhang Heng, still feeling embarrassed, and paused.
Xiao Chengkuan then said, "Young brother, I accidentally saw your holdings.
I saw your entire portfolio in the green. That's impressive.
Unlike me, I've lost everything. There's not a single red flower in sight."
Zhang Heng had initially planned to post on a stock forum, but upon hearing this he paused. He looked at Xiao Chengkuan, who hurriedly handed over his holdings.
Zhang Heng glanced at Xiao Chengkuan's holdings and nearly burst into laughter.
Stock name: Wide Information 088171. Holdings available 282400282400. Shares: current price, cost price
7,235. 41 yuan. Market value 8110528.
00 yuan. Floating profit and loss 249753118.
361. 92. Today's profit and loss 1897728. 0018. 96 position days held 99. 9913 total assets 8110558. 00 yuan. Good heavens.
Today the market opened just now and he has already lost nearly 19 points.
This luck, this fortune is truly remarkable. Moreover, the total loss has already reached nearly 25 million.
Zhang Heng looked at this loss figure, swallowed hard and shook his head in disbelief. At the same time he couldn't help but sigh. This guy really has money. Zhang Heng frowned as he looked at Xiao Chengkuan's holdings and asked, "Manager Xiao, what is this?"
Zhang Heng didn't understand what Xiao Chengkuan meant by showing him his holdings. Was it to elicit sympathy? Was he showing off his wealth? Or was it?
Xiao Chengkuan took back his phone side and said helplessly, "These years running a security company has been quite profitable. I opened an account intending to invest in stocks, but whatever stock I buy it plummets, so I cut losses and exited, seeking inside information to buy again only to see it fall again.
It's a vicious cycle. I have hardly made any profit." Xiao Chengkuan spoke with a hint of sorrow. It would be easy to think he was bankrupt.
After years the losses keep increasing. But this thing is addictive. I always want to cancel my account, but once I pick up my phone I can't help but open it again.
Ah.
I, Xiao Chengkuan, have also gone through various tests, yet I am truly captivated by stocks. Thankfully my wife is wise. She gives me a few million in pocket money every month, but I spend it all on stocks. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng thought this guy was definitely showing off. This round of complaining was delivered with such a sense of grievance.
Zhang Heng looked at him, not wanting to talk anymore.
However, he was still curious about what kind of wife would give her husband a few million in pocket money for stock trading.
"Your wife?"
Zhang Heng hesitated for a moment but still asked.
Xiao Chengkuan immediately explained, "My wife is the president, CEO and CFO of Kyoto Jiashinmen Security Service Co. Ltd. Zhang Heng became curious about this security company. He quickly went online to look it up.
Upon checking, he was even more shocked.
He then learned that Kyoto Jiashinmen Security Service Co. Ltd.
was actually ranked third among the top 10 security companies and was very well known in the industry.
Zhang Heng didn't know what to say.
After Xiao Chengkuan finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Heng and tentatively asked, "Young brother, I see you're quite skilled at stock trading. Although the capital isn't much, the profit rate is very high."
Zhang Heng nodded. "It's okay, just making some living expenses." Xiao Chengkuan leaned in a bit closer and quietly asked, "Young brother, could you give me some guidance? Any requests, just say them." Xiao Chengkuan looked at Zhang Heng with eager eyes, his gaze shining.
Zhang Heng stared at him momentarily, at a loss for words. To be honest, picking stocks was no challenge for Zhang Heng. He could accurately pick stocks that would rise.
But, right now Zhang Heng didn't have the foundation or enough strength to protect his own interests. Society is very complex. If his relatives found out he had money, they would surely try every means to borrow money, and his home would become chaotic. However, Xiao Chengkun's identity and background were quite impressive. He would definitely become famous in the future, and hiring security was a certainty. Now, getting to know people in this field in advance was also a good investment, beneficial and harmless. Zhang Heng stroked his chin, mentally viewing Xiao Chengkun's request for help as an investment. Seeing Zhang Heng lost and fought, Xiao Chengkun assumed he had some concerns. "Sorry for troubling you. If that's the case, forget it," Xiao Chengkun said somewhat disappointedly. Zhang Heng waved his hand. Smiling, he said, "It's nothing difficult. I was just thinking your funds are not small. If you were to invest in small stocks, your money might directly drive the stock price up to the limit. When you want to sell, it would likely hit the limit down." Zhang Heng explained. "So if you don't plan to be the main force, you can only buy large cap stocks and blue chip stocks, those that can easily absorb your funds." Xiao Chengkun nodded. "I don't have the strength to be the main force. I'm just following others and picking up some scraps." Zhang Heng made a sound of agreement, then opened the market center to start looking for suitable stocks for Xiao Chengkun. Stocks flitted by his eyes. Before long, a suitable stock appeared. The investment simulator's virtual screen displayed the stock's information. Baidian Film and Television 003103. Baidian Film and Television opened lower this morning and is currently down 4.6. At 11 a.m. Baidian Film and Television will release a positive announcement. 003103. Baidian Film and Television Co. Ltd. Annual performance pre-increase announcement, and the stock price will quickly rise, hitting the limit in 5 minutes. Simulation result suggestion due to increase profit rate. The total market value of Baidian Film and Television shares 8.562 billion. Not bad. It can easily absorb Xiao Chengkun's 8 million in funds. Zhang Heng smiled and looked at Xiao Chengkun, saying, "I found a stock for you that suits you, but you should wait until I buy it before you do." Indeed, Zhang Heng was also interested in this stock. By doing T, he could earn nearly 15 points in profit today. Xiao Chengkun looked at Zhang Heng, his expression clearly startled. However, he quickly regained his composure. The fact that the other party also wanted to buy only further indicated that this stock must be exceptional. Otherwise, they wouldn't have pulled back amidst today's surge. This situation could only mean that this new stock would bring greater profits. Xiao Chengkun breathed rapidly as he gazed at Zhang Heng, his eyes reflecting the intensity of a hungry wolf spotting fresh meat. The other party must be anxious to buy first, fearing that his nearly 10 million in funds would drive up the stock price. This is only natural. Who wouldn't want to minimize their costs? Xiao Chengkun looked at Zhang Heng and smiled, saying, "Of course you buy first." Upon seeing him nod, Zhang Heng smiled faintly. "All right, I'll let you know the stock code once I'm done with my transactions." Having said that, Zhang Heng lowered his head, focusing on his phone as he began his operations. In the stock market, time is money. Sometimes delaying even a minute could result in losing several times the amount of money, or even missing the best opportunity entirely. Baidian Films would start rising after 11 o'clock with a direct limit up by 1105. Thus Zhang Heng had to seize the moment. He looked at his phone screen and accessed Baidian Films' market page. On the buying interface, he directly entered Baidian Films stock code 003103, clicked on the current best-selling price, bought in, and confirmed. His fingers danced across the screen, completing the transaction in one go. For such a large-cap stock, Xiao Chengkun's funds were merely a drop in the bucket, unable to stir up any waves. Glancing at his holdings, Xiao Chengkun finally felt reassured. The stock market is ever-changing, and until success is achieved, no one dares to claim certainty. Looking at his holdings, Yi Kong smiled with satisfaction. Security name Baidian Films 003103. Holdings available 151,4000 shares. Current price, cost price 8,111. 82 yuan. Market value 1788034. 00 yuan. Floating profit and loss 578401. 175. 33. Daily profit and loss 162507. 009. 99. Position days held 99. 990. Total assets 1788224. 00 yuan. It's settled. Beside him, Xiao Chengkun noticed the smile on Zhang Heng's face and immediately guessed that he had successfully established his position. Thus he gently nudged Zhang Heng and quietly asked, "Is the position established?" Zhang Heng then looked at him, nodding as he said, "You should liquidate your stocks now and buy Baidian Films stock code 003103. Hurry up, there's not much time left." Xiao Chengkun nodded, immediately selling off his 282400 shares of Wide Information 088171 at a significant loss. In this round he lost nearly 19. It pained him inside, but he had to endure it. There was no other choice. Having lost so much, he couldn't imagine how much more he might lose if he continued holding. It was better to gamble on something new with this young man next to him. After all, Xiao Chengkun had never had much luck in stock selection.
The little insider information he worked so hard to obtain often turned out to be false, not only failing to make his stocks rise but also trapping him firmly. At this moment Badian Films was still at a low point, currently down by 4.6 points. A large number of sell orders were piling up on the sell side. Xiao Chengkuan hurriedly input Badian Films stock code 003103 on his trading interface. His strong fingers vigorously poked at his phone. In less than 10 seconds Xiao Chengkuan completed his position, going all in on Badian Films without leaving himself any retreat. After buying Badian Films stock, Xiao Chengkuan showed his phone to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng looked over and saw 680400 shares of Badian Films. Goodness! Just a single limit up would earn a fortune. He was truly envious. After Xiao Chengkuan made his purchase, Badian Films stock price suddenly rose to 11.92 yuan share, about a dime higher than Zhang Heng's cost price. Xiao Chengkuan's investment of over 8 million yuan did not stir up much commotion or significantly raise the stock price. However, it was like a fuse. The nearly 700,000 shares bought triggered speculation from institutions and behind-the-scenes players, prompting them to start buying in large quantities, no longer willing to wait. Thus at this moment Badian Films, which had been in a downtrend, began to rise sharply as if doused with hot oil. The stock price started to rise rapidly. Just after Xiao Chengkuan showed his phone to Zhang Heng and took it back, he looked down again. Xiao Chengkuan was instantly stunned. He had only intended to show this young man his holdings, and in just a few breaths how could Badian Films stock price have risen so much? What happened? Xiao Chengkuan stared blankly at his phone, lost in thought. On the minute chart for Badian Films, Xiao Chengkuan gaped at the minute chart, which was climbing like a steep mountain, quickly progressing toward the summit. A few minutes later the originally declining curve right beneath Xiao Chengkuan's eyes transformed into a straight line. Moreover, this straight line became increasingly robust. Watching the volume histogram beneath the minute chart, Xiao Chengkuan's breath quickened. At 1105, that massive trading volume of 123500 hands instantly swept away all the sell orders, sending Badian Films stock price to the ceiling. Subsequently, buy orders at the best price began to accumulate, rapidly rising from over 20000 hands at lightning speed. Xiao Chengkuan had never been so focused on his stocks. He cast an incredulous glance at Zhang Heng beside him, his eyes reflecting awe akin to witnessing a divine being. The shock within him was known only to himself. So this was the allure of the stock market. It was just that he had never experienced it before. Zhang Heng lowered his head and glanced at the time without needing to check the minute chart. He already knew that Badian Films was definitely Xiao Chengkuan looked at the sea of red in his holdings, and it was truly a festive sight. People love red, no wonder there's a reason behind it. He put down his phone and looked at Zhang Heng. This person was definitely not ordinary. He had to cultivate a good relationship with him. This person would undoubtedly create an astonishing career. By building a good relationship with him now, their future connection would surely be unshakable. Thinking of this, Xiao Chengkuan's gaze toward Zhang Heng held something different. He thought to himself, this person is worth befriending. Xiao Chengkuan gazed at the young face before him, feeling an indescribable shock within. It is undeniable that the youth of today will ultimately inherit the world. The waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves forward, while the former must eventually wash up on the shore. Xiao Chengkuan observed the calm Zhang Heng, feeling emotional. At such a young and tender age he already possessed such vision and composure, which is truly a rare sight. At this moment Zhang Heng showed no signs of excitement in Xiao Chengkuan's eyes. It is worth noting that during these few minutes Badian Film had reached its price ceiling and the other party had already made nearly 15% profit. Yet this young man could remain so calm and composed. Just this composure alone led Xiao Chengkuan to conclude that the other party was destined for greatness. However, what Xiao Chengkuan did not know was that at this moment Zhang Heng's phone was already off the stock trading app. Zhang Heng looked at his high school classmates' group chat where everyone was lively chatting. Class monitor Wang Kuan had even suggested that they gather this year to discuss the changes everyone had experienced in the past 6 months and their longing for one another. Seeing this, Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. Discussing changes would certainly lead to many topics, especially after the college entrance examination. Everyone had gone their separate ways, encountering different experiences and insights. However, discussing mutual longing was a topic that was difficult to articulate. The naive feelings and fluttering hearts from high school were now memories. Everyone had graduated, some entering university while others had started working. At this moment those past feelings and naivete after half a year's fermentation should have already sprouted. Zhang Heng couldn't help but smile, reminiscing about those times in high school. Though only half a year had passed, it felt like several years had gone by. Some high school events had gradually faded from memory. Zhang Heng looked at the class group where Wang Kuan was enthusiastically organizing this year's reunion. Classmates, this year marks our first reunion for class 15 of our senior year. Everyone must come. Once I finalize the location I will notify you all in the group. Wang Kuan was very enthusiastic and quite skilled at organizing such gatherings. His family owned a restaurant and he had picked up these skills naturally. The class reunion after the college entrance exam had been entirely organized by him. Zhang Heng still vividly remembered it. Wang Cohen was the group leader of this class group and it had remained very active since the college entrance examination. Classmates, over half of our class 15 has been admitted to universities, only a few troublemakers like us did not pass. However, I am learning to run a business with my family and have opened a small restaurant. Let's have the reunion in my restaurant. You university students can tell us what college life is like. Thinking back on our high school days, I truly miss them. After 6 months apart, many classmates eagerly shared their thoughts. Old class monitor, just eating is not interesting. What about KTV arrangements? Exactly, our class 15 has more than 50 people. Even if not everyone comes, we should still have a good number. Just eating is so dull. Wang Cohen immediately responded, don't worry, our class 15's first reunion will definitely be well organized. At that time, just bring yourselves. Looking at the lively group chat, Zhang Heng's thoughts drifted back to the past. In his heart, he couldn't help but think of her. Scrolling through the chat history, Zhang Heng didn't see her messages. Her status in the member list also showed offline. He wondered if she was truly offline or just invisible. It had been 3 years since he had gently declined her in freshman year, and their relationship had grown somewhat strange. After entering university, she seemed like a liberated little kitten actively contacting Zhang Heng. Her intentions were clear. However, Zhang Heng had previously considered the disparity in their family backgrounds and had refrained from breaking that barrier. Zhang Heng's family was just an ordinary one from a small town. In contrast, that girl came from the city, from a prosperous area. Her parents were businesspeople and her family background was very favorable. However, now Zhang Heng felt a sense of confidence. Money is the best form of confidence. The girl's family background seemed just average in his eyes now. Zhang Heng knew that his current thoughts were quite arrogant, but he had the capital to be arrogant. In the group, Wang Cohen was counting the pre-registration numbers. Those planning to come, please sign up in line and keep the order. 8. 9. 10. Zhang Heng, you must come. You are the best in our class, having been admitted to Kyoto University, which is the third-ranked university. At this moment, Wang Cohen tagged Zhang Heng. Their class 15 was just an ordinary class, and managing to get over a dozen students into key universities was already impressive. Especially Zhang Heng, who was a dark horse getting into Kyoto University and performing better than many top-class students. He had even become a classic example for teachers to educate juniors. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment and replied to Wang Cohen, I will definitely come. Then he also signed up. 28. After that, he stopped paying attention to the registration. He exited the chat app and logged into his stock trading software, Shiwu Shoukai. He checked his holdings. Baidian Film had already hit the price ceiling. Now the early trading session had ended and Baidian Film's stock price was firmly locked at the ceiling, with very few sell orders and buy orders continuing to increase. Approaching noon, Zhang Heng's stomach began to protest. He opened his Taoguba account, planning to post today's live trading results before heading to the food truck for a delicious meal. In the past, Zhang Heng would have chosen to endure hunger or make do with a simple lunch, saving the real meal for when he got home. But now, his mindset had quietly changed. Money is something that cannot be taken with you. When you die, what you earn should be spent. Moreover, with his daily net income exceeding 10,000, if he doesn't enjoy life now, then when will he? Zhang Heng shared a screenshot of his holdings. Stock name Baidian Film 003103, holdings available 1514000, shares current price, cost price 13. 5,311. 82 yuan. Market value 2048442. 00 yuan, floating profit and loss A39453. 189. 93 daily profit and loss 261052. 0014. 6 holding ratio, holding days 99. 990. Total assets 2048632. 00 yuan. Looking at his profits, Zhang Heng's heart was filled with anticipation for his future. With this stock alone, he had made over 260000. This was 260000. Previously, Zhang Heng wouldn't even have dared to think about it. If you add in the 160000 earned from clearing out Haishang Electric during the early session, then Zhang Heng had already made over 420000 today. This was the profit of just one day. How many people toil for an entire year without earning this much? Zhang Heng felt one word in his heart: exhilarating. This is what it feels like to earn 420000 in one day. Zhang Heng took a few deep breaths and left his analysis behind the screenshot of his holdings. Understand the way of gains and losses. It is better to miss out than to make mistakes. Only engage in trades you understand. I am but a small leak in the stock market, seeking what cannot be obtained. This morning I cleared my holdings in Haishang Electric 000021 for a net profit of over 160000. Later, while recommending stocks to a good friend, I discovered a new stock and immediately invested all my capital. Indeed, this new stock is Baidian Film 003103. Only after buying did I realize that Baidian Film had released a positive announcement. 003103 Baidian Film Co. Ltd.
Annual performance forecast announcement. Billionaire film is taking off, the market outlook remains optimistic. Let's meet on the road of success.
Zhang Heng's post had just been published. The stock enthusiasts on Tyogoba rushed to congratulate him. I also got on the train of Billionaire film and television today unexpectedly, just like the great god of seeking what cannot be obtained.
Everyone hurry up and enter. Opportunity knocks but once. Great God, can I be your amulet? Please let me cling to. I'm sure the great god of seeking what cannot be obtained is definitely using a small account. His true identity must be extraordinary.
Regardless of who the great god of seeking what cannot be obtained is, as long as he helps us make money, that's all that matters.
Master, where are you? Your disciple is coming to show filial piety.
Looking at the comments from these stock enthusiasts, Zhang Heng found it amusing. However, it was no surprise that they were so excited. After all, his operation had indeed yielded an extraordinarily high profit rate. Such a level of investment had never been seen by even those seasoned stock traders who had been in the market for over a decade, and even those from institutions had rarely encountered it. Zhang Heng's profit rate was not merely about surpassing the market, it had completely outpaced it, leaving it far behind. The stock traders had every reason to be excited. They knew that just 1 or 2 pointers from Zhang Heng would be enough to recover all their previous losses, not to mention make additional profits. The stock market is truly a place that can drive people to madness.
42,000 in a single day. This number lingered in Zhang Heng's mind. He glanced at the comments from stock friends on Tyogoba and couldn't help but recall his previous gambling incident. Looking back, that gamble was indeed risky. If he hadn't seen someone calculate the figures for him, he might not have noticed that issue until now. If that had been the case, he would have definitely lost. Looking back, it was fortunate that he discovered the loophole in time and made it through unscathed. After posting, Zhang Heng put away his phone and was about to head to the dining car for lunch. By the time he finished eating, the train would likely be nearing its destination. Just as Zhang Heng was putting away his phone and had not yet stood up, Xiao Chenkuan appeared at his seat with 2 exquisite takeaway boxes. He placed one in front of Zhang Heng and smiled, saying, "I saw you were so focused on your phone, so I didn't want to disturb you. This is what I bought from the dining car, it's all freshly made. I saw them prepare it, so eat it while it's hot." Xiao Chenkuan opened his own box and started to eat. Zhang Heng, who had just left his seat, slowly sat back, looking at the delicious food in front of him. His appetite instantly awakened. Sour and spicy lotus root slices, crisp and appetizing, whetted his appetite. Garlic mixed seasonal vegetables, healthy and delicious. Sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried meat, cold mixed black fungus. Zhang Heng looked at the food in his box and couldn't help but doubt, is the food on the train really this good? How come he had never eaten such food before? However, now was not the time to dwell on that. Zhang Heng was already starving. "Thank you." He expressed his gratitude, then broke the disposable chopsticks and immediately began to feast. The taste was indeed delightful. After finishing his meal, it was already past 12 o'clock. Zhang Heng checked the time and knew he would soon arrive at his destination. Zhang Heng departed from Kyoto West Station at 2312, train L7701, arriving at Yangqing North Station at 1247 today if there were no delays. So far it seemed there would be no delays. After tidying up the utensils, Zhang Heng and Xiao Chenkuan began chatting again, mainly with Xiao Chenkuan initiating topics to discuss. Zhang Heng could tell that Xiao Chenkuan was intentionally trying to build a deeper connection with him. After all, just from this one surge in stock price, Xiao Chenkuan had already made quite a bit of money. He had purchased nearly 700,000 shares of Billionaire film and television. Zhang Heng himself had only a little over 100,000 shares, yet he had already made 260,000. That's a lot of money. Zhang Heng roughly calculated. After the surge in Billionaire film and television stock price, Xiao Chenkuan had already made over $1 million, and this was just the beginning. In the coming days, Billionaire film and television would certainly see several more increases, and by then it would be millions in hand. For Xiao Chenkuan, this money was merely pocket change for a few months. However, it was the feeling that Zhang Heng brought him that mattered most. At the same time, Zhang Heng was aware that this favor he had done by recommending stocks had created a debt of gratitude. After chatting for a while, Zhang Heng's phone beeped with a message. Ding. Excuse me. Zhang Heng glanced at Xiao Chenkuan and said. Xiao Chenkuan waved his hand, signaling him to attend to his matters. Zhang Heng opened his phone to check who had sent him a text message, feeling puzzled about who would still send SMS in this day and age. Everyone was using other communication apps now. Upon opening his phone, he saw a red circle in the upper right corner of the message icon indicating one new message. He guessed it must be some spam message. Zhang Heng thought to himself that the interception software wasn't doing its job. Even with it installed, spam messages still got through. He opened the message and to his surprise, it was not spam. It was a message from an unknown number. 86137019. Zhang Heng, I heard you are back, is that right? Seeing this message, Zhang Heng frowned. Who could this be? He hadn't saved the person's number, hence the display like this, and the person didn't even introduce themselves. How rude. Just as he was thinking about this, a new message arrived.
861370193. Sorry, I forgot that this is my school number. You probably don't know how.
I am your Nana, do you remember me?
Zhang Heng saw this and a vibrant and lively figure immediately appeared in his mind.
Wu Na.
His classmate from high school. It seems she has been admitted to a university in the provincial capital. What was it called again? Zhang Heng thought for a long time but still couldn't remember. Zhang Heng knew that Wu Na had always had feelings for him, and at this moment certain fragments of memories surfaced in his mind.
He still remembered that once when they were both on duty everyone else had left school and only he and Wu Na remained in the classroom. Since then Zhang Heng had developed an inexplicable feeling for Wu Na, a kind of entangled emotion. However, at that time everyone was focused on their studies. But now everyone was already in university and it just happened to be winter break. So, Zhang Heng's mind couldn't help but conjure up some picturesque scenes. A line of poetry floated to his mind: when the flowers bloom they must be picked. Now the flowers have bloomed. Zhang Heng at this moment is in the prime of his youth. Upon seeing the text message from Wu Na, he couldn't help but let his imagination wander. He never thought too much, he just wanted to finish university, find a decent job and lighten the burden on his family so his parents wouldn't have to work so hard. However, the goal he previously intended to pursue for a lifetime could now be achieved with just a flick of his finger. Suddenly Zhang Heng felt a sense of lost direction. What should his life goal be in the future? Is it merely to make money? Money is never ending. Moreover, if it's just about making money, where's the joy in that?
Looking at the text message at that moment, Zhang Heng felt as if he had found another kind of happiness.
He recalled an amusing anecdote.
Minutes passed yet Zhang Heng had not replied and a new message arrived. 861370193. Hong Hong, have you already forgotten me? You little heartless one, I have turned down all those suitors this semester.
So sad, my heart is broken, boo-hoo. Zhang Heng felt a bit distracted.
This girl is truly a little vixen, hard to resist. He also remembered some rumors about Wu Na in the class. In hindsight, it was merely that Wu Na matured earlier, there was nothing much to it.
How many could refuse such a beautiful and proactive vixen as Wu Na? Not to mention someone as energetic as Zhang Heng.
After thinking for a moment, Zhang Heng replied with two texts.
Time. Address.
You decide or I decide.
Soon another text arrived. 861370193. Whatever you say.
Zhang Heng recalled some scenes from the graduation party and suddenly felt a warm flow rising in his nose. He hurriedly reached for a tissue from his pocket, crumpling it into a ball and stuffing it into his nose. Just as he finished, the warm flow surged and blood began to flow from his nose. Fortunately, he stopped it in time. Zhang Heng sighed inwardly.
He lowered his head.
Just as Zhang Heng was about to reply to Wu Na, he noticed an awkward scene.
Meanwhile, Xiao Chengkuan gradually calmed down from his excitement.
Turning to look at Zhang Heng, he was about to thank him again when he happened to see Zhang Heng taking off his coat, crumpling it into a ball in front of him, and his face had a noticeable redness as if he were drunk.
Being someone who has been there, Xiao Chengkuan instantly understood.
At that moment, Zhang Heng also caught Xiao Chengkuan's gaze and the two men exchanged a glance, making him feel even more awkward. At that moment, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide, and he felt utterly embarrassed.
This awkwardness was enough to be dug out by his toes. Xiao Chengkuan laughed heartily. He patted Zhang Heng on the shoulder side and with a meaningful look said, "Ah, back in my youth." Xiao Chengkuan sighed again.
Then he couldn't help but glance at Zhang Heng a few more times. His eyes were filled with envy. Being watched by such a burly man made Zhang Heng feel a prickling sensation all over, as if he wanted to get up and escape immediately. Fortunately, they were in a public place. If it were somewhere else, Zhang Heng wouldn't dare to think further. He hurriedly replied to Wu Na with a single word. "Okay." Then he began to take deep breaths to calm himself down as quickly as possible.
However, at that moment the train's announcement rang out.
"Dear passengers, we are approaching our destination, Yangcheng North Station.
Please take your belongings and prepare to disembark. Yangcheng North Station is about to arrive."
Zhang Heng felt anxious. The station was approaching, yet his embarrassment had not dissipated.
What to do when he disembarks? The more anxious he became, the more he couldn't relax, especially as a young man.
At this moment, Zhang Heng felt he had never been this embarrassed. He felt like he could just die.
A few minutes later,
the train approached the station. The speed gradually decreased until it came to a gentle stop.
"Dear passengers, the train has arrived at Yangcheng North Station.
Passengers disembarking at Yangcheng North Station, please prepare your luggage and exit in an orderly manner."
"Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at."
They have arrived at the station. Zhang Heng had never been this anxious before. He didn't understand why his casual daydreaming had escalated into this. Meanwhile, Xiao Chengkuan noticed Zhang Heng bending down to get up but not exiting and instantly understood.
After a moment's thought,
Xiao Chengkuan leaned closer to Zhang Heng and said, "Adjust the straps of your backpack to the longest, let it hang lower than your waist and then wear it in front.
Hurry and try it, this is my experience." Zhang Heng upon hearing this hurriedly complied. He then slowly stood up. It works. At least it isn't obvious now.
Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly went to grab his suitcase. At this moment passengers boarding at Yongqing North Station had already entered. The train attendant was standing at the door greeting the passengers getting on and off.
Thanks. Zhang Heng expressed his gratitude, quickly shouldering his backpack and dragging his suitcase towards the exit, fearing the doors would close soon.
Just as he took a step forward, Zhang Heng's expression showed some pain. He gritted his teeth, endured the discomfort, and continued toward the exit. Behind him Xiao Chenkuan waved and called out, "Little brother, remember to stay in touch. By the way, I still don't know how to address you." Zhang Heng replied without turning around, "My name is Zhang Heng." From Zhang Heng's voice Xiao Chenkuan could tell he was still enduring.
He watched Zhang Heng's departing figure and sighed again. Youth is wonderful. Truly amazing. Then Xiao Chenkuan looked down.
After I return this time I should also visit an old Chinese medicine doctor and properly replenish myself to regain that beautiful youth. Zhang Heng was unaware that his appearance had sparked Xiao Chenkuan's sudden change of plans, deciding to visit an old Chinese medicine doctor his friend had long recommended. If he knew, he wondered what he would think.
Soon the train started again. Clack. Clack, the scenery outside the window slowly receded.
Xiao Chenkuan gazed at the bustling crowd outside the window, his eyes filled with reminiscence, unsure of what he was thinking at that moment. Xiao Chenkuan watched Zhang Heng leave, his eyes filled with envy. It was not until Zhang Heng got into the vehicle and disappeared from sight that Xiao Chenkuan sat back down. He opened the stock trading app on his phone, glanced at the sea of red on the screen, nodded in satisfaction, and wore a broad smile on his face. Zhang Heng had just arrived at the exit of the carriage.
The conductor, seeing him, was momentarily taken aback. "Sir, are you getting on or off the train?"
"The train is about to depart," the conductor said, looking at Zhang Heng with surprise. At this time there were no passengers getting on, much less getting off.
It must be noted that passengers usually get off before getting on.
By this time the platform was deserted except for a few staff members. Zhang Heng looked at the beautiful conductor with a pained expression. He had walked just a few steps from seat 03F in carriage 16 and he was already sweating profusely. Large beads of sweat glistened on his face. Under the platform lights the sweat beads reflected a hint of light, making them particularly noticeable.
Zhang Heng looked at the conductor.
"I need to get off the train, I was delayed for a moment," he said as he reached her side. At this moment the conductor clearly saw his pained expression and immediately stepped forward to ask, "Sir, are you feeling unwell?
I noticed your complexion isn't good. Don't worry, we have emergency medical personnel here.
I will call them right away, just stay calm, they will be here soon." She extended a hand to support Zhang Heng while also reaching for her walkie-talkie to call for medical assistance. "This is the conductor of train L7701 carriage 16 calling."
No.
Zhang Heng hurriedly stopped her. What a joke. If they called for medical help it would be mortifying for him. "I just broke out in a cold sweat, it's been like this since I was young due to my weak constitution."
"There's nothing else wrong. Please don't trouble the hard-working medical staff. Really, you don't need to. I'm in a hurry to get home."
Zhang Heng brushed past the conductor and exited the train onto the platform.
He glanced at the signboard.
With his backpack on his back and dragging his suitcase, he hurriedly made his way towards the exit, fearful that the conductor might chase after him.
The conductor observed Zhang Heng's unusual walking posture with a puzzled expression.
She had never seen anyone walk like that before.
How strange.
He didn't seem to be disabled or unwell. What could it be? She really couldn't figure it out. As she watched his receding figure, a voice came through her walkie-talkie.
"Medical emergency team received. Carriage 16, what's the situation? Please continue to explain."
"The emergency team has been dispatched." The conductor hurriedly replied, "Request to cancel."
"The passenger has left on his own." Zhang Heng walked briskly.
Only after the train behind him started moving did he slow down, bending over as he made his way to the exit. Zhang Heng sighed inwardly. Young people really recover slowly. After exiting the train station he arrived at the subway station and boarded the train home. Sitting in a corner of the subway after some movement he finally felt at peace.
He took out his phone.
With some time to spare, Zhang Heng browsed through the news of the day. Financial news: investing in stocks has risks, proceed with caution. A 69-year-old grandmother leveraged $66 million to invest in stocks and after a margin call now owes the brokerage over $10 million. Recently a court ruling disclosed by Wenshu Network revealed that a 69-year-old grandmother leveraged her stock trading to receive $66 million in credit from a securities company. After hitting the margin call she was unable to recover and ended up owing over $10 million.
What exactly happened here?
Zhang Heng was stunned upon reading the news.
Margin financing is usually based on the client's risk tolerance and assets.
If the client's stock account assets are sufficient, a credit of over $60 million is not an issue. The typical leverage ratio is 1:1 but can reach up to 1:2. Under normal circumstances, it should not occur that a forced liquidation results in owing the securities company a huge debt. This grandmother is truly unconventional. At the end of the news, there were many comments from netizens.
Joshua, my goodness.
Luckily, I experienced the risks of financing when I was young. Such financial tools must be used with caution. Piao Wu Hua, in a word, margin trading is truly terrifying. Social water deep, I applaud you. Losing 10 million.
How much leverage is that?
Has she lost her mind? Luan Bayer, the losses are not just 10 million. The old lady must have lost between 40 to 55 million to leverage from 1. 2 to 66 million, losing her principal and then owing the securities company another 10 million, double loss.
Meng Hui Tangchao, I really can't understand why a septuagenarian would be so reckless.
She has no children, receives over 100,000 a month in pension, could enjoy life, travel everywhere, and yet she wants more money.
Is she seeking solace? Is she just bored and trying to pass the time? The netizens' attitudes towards the news were surprisingly unanimous.
On one hand, they questioned the securities company for providing the grandmother with 66 million in funds. On the other hand, they couldn't understand why this grandmother with no financial pressures and no children needing her money would enter the stock market with her substantial pension. After reading the news, Zhang Heng could only summarize it with one sentence: the old lady doesn't act her age like a desperate gambler. The professionals don't behave like professionals, resembling a casino, both sides driven by greed, reckless.
Tragedies are often not caused by a single person. Zhang Heng looked at his phone and could only sigh. He thought margin trading is not something everyone can handle except for me, because I have an investment simulator.
After a sigh, Zhang Heng stopped paying attention to it. Everyone must take responsibility for their own choices. At this point, he also thought about his own stocks.
Right. There's also that wager of 1 million at the end of the month. He opened his Taobaba account. There were many new messages under today's post, mostly requests for tips.
Zhang Heng noticed that none of the stock friends who bet with him had shown up.
This simply wouldn't do.
Now, after deducting the funds obtained through margin trading in the 500,000 borrowed from Li Fei, he was close to reaching 1 million. These people, seeing that he was about to win, just vanished.
Zhang Heng began to tag them one by one on Taobaba.
Zhang Heng was in the stock trading forum searching for those who had made bets with him, tagging them one by one.
I made 420000 today.
Lu Yi Fei Hua. It seems I've gotten a bit closer to my goal of 1 million.
Gushan Zaishir. It's only the 19th today.
Judging by this trend, if nothing unexpected happens, I should achieve my small goal tomorrow.
Are we still counting this bet? 2Z Jifu.
Zhang Heng tagged all the friends who had bet against him without leaving anyone out. After waiting for a while, none of these guys showed up. They all hid away. He guessed that they probably realized they were doomed to lose, so they chose to disappear.
Zhang Heng smiled dismissively.
In fact, as long as these people came out and admitted they lost, he would voluntarily let it go. He wouldn't really be unforgiving. After all, this was just a verbal bet online with no legal binding whatsoever.
However,
even so, these guys didn't dare to come out and admit their loss, which really left Zhang Heng speechless. He silently cursed in his heart, are they still men? In the post, those onlookers among the stock traders were fanning the flames.
If you're a man, come out and say something.
Be responsible for your actions. If you can't afford to lose, you shouldn't have participated in the first place. Everyone's acting like turtles. Don't you feel ashamed?
As a man, I feel embarrassed to be associated with you.
If you're not dead, come out and show yourselves.
Don't behave like a bunch of mice. It's disgusting to see.
At this moment, amidst the curses from the stock traders, a few who had made bets finally appeared.
Oof. He hasn't won yet. What are you all blabbering about? Aside from borrowed funds, he hasn't made 1 million yet.
Why the rush?
What if Baidian Films drops tomorrow?
In the stock market, nothing is certain. The friend named Qiu Erbude only got lucky by picking these stocks. The stock market isn't a place reliant on luck.
In my opinion, Baidian Films is very likely to drop tomorrow. Even if it doesn't hit the limit down, it won't be far off.
Hey, it's not easy for Qiu Erbude to make 1 million.
Exactly.
The tortoise and the hare race, until the last moment. No one knows the final outcome.
These people started to defend themselves.
They hoped that Baidian Films would drop tomorrow to thwart Zhang Heng's goal of making 1 million.
Such hopes were fundamentally unrealistic.
Zhang Heng looked at the comments from these betting friends and smiled, not knowing what to say.
These people were just stubborn. They don't shed tears until they see the coffin.
They still hope for Baidian Films to drop tomorrow. Zhang Heng could only chuckle. He unified his response to these people with a line from his post. That is, success or failure, we shall see on the road ahead. Then Zhang Heng opened the market to check the performance of Baidian Films tomorrow.
The simulator immediately displayed the performance of Baidian Films for tomorrow.
In front of Zhang Heng, a virtual screen clearly showed the situation for Baidian Films tomorrow. Zhang Heng looked closely.
Badian Films 003103. This morning Badian Films opened lower and continued to decline with a maximum drop of 4.6 at 11 a.m. Badian Films officially released a favorable announcement. 003103 Badian Films Co. Ltd. Annual Performance Forecast Announcement. By 1105 a.m. The stock price hit the limit up and remained there until closing. Tomorrow's opening, the favorable news will continue to ferment and the stock will directly hit the limit up at 14.88 yuan share, maintaining a steady price throughout the day without any fluctuations. The simulation result suggests increased investment if it continues to hit the limit up tomorrow. Zhang Heng silently calculated his earnings for tomorrow. It should be around the same. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry, he would see how it goes. Let those opposing gamblers spend tonight dreaming of Badian Films dropping, because tomorrow their dreams would be shattered. At this moment the afternoon session had already opened. Zhang Heng glanced at the intraday chart for Badian Films. As expected, it was still firmly hitting the limit up and buy orders continued to pile up. Just after the afternoon session opened there were already hundreds of thousands of orders piling up and it was still slowly increasing. Looking at this trend, Badian Films should hit several limit ups. Today is just the first limit, there's no need to rush. Since there was nothing urgent in the stock market, Zhang Heng boldly opened Douyin to scroll. He opened the Douyin Society he had been following where the latest crosstalk segments were available. Recently Zhang Heng had no time to attend live performances of crosstalk at Douyin Society, so he could only watch on Douyin. In the past he couldn't afford to listen. Now he had money but no time. After all, Zhang Heng had just started to have money. He decided that when school started and he returned he would immediately go to the Douyin Society's small theater to enjoy crosstalk properly. If he didn't return home this time he would still go. However, tickets for the Douyin Society's small theater were incredibly hard to get. They sold out in seconds every time they were released. At this moment on Zhang Heng's phone a new crosstalk segment just released was playing called Three People Walking, something Zhang Heng had never heard before. He had almost heard all the crosstalk from Douyin Society. Zhang Heng looked down at the video on his phone, grinning and chuckling softly. In the video, Master Gua, Master Yu and Master Yu were tossing out one joke after another and the audience's laughter was continuous. My master lay in bed all day on New Year's Eve. He only got up on the second day of the new year to attend the temple fair performance. Beside him, Master Yu quickly interrupted and asked, wait a minute. If Master Gua lay in bed all day on New Year's Eve and only crawled to the temple fair on the second day of the new year, what did he do on the first day of the new year? Master Yu laughed. Well, on the first day of the new year you can imagine that scene. Zhang Heng was completely engrossed in watching. Suddenly his phone rang. He looked and saw it was his mom calling, probably asking where he was. Zhang Heng quickly answered the call. Immediately his mom's loud voice came through the phone. Stinky kid. Where are you? Zhang Heng thought to himself, as expected, a mother knows her child best. Zhang Heng was on the subway. Just after answering the phone his mother's loud voice instantly made his ears buzz. He hurriedly lowered the volume on his phone. You little rascal, have you gotten off the train? I've been timing you. Oof. After getting off the train you don't even think to make a call home. Do you know your mother is worried about you? Where are you now? Should I have your dad drive his fancy car to pick you up? Zhang Heng's motherly fawn was a true farmer, optimistic and cheerful, a trait she passed on to Zhang Heng and his siblings. At home his father worked outside while his mother managed the household. The home was kept in perfect order by his mother. In Zhang Heng's memory, no matter who visited, they always praised his mother for her housekeeping. Every time his father came home, regardless of how much hardship he faced outside, upon seeing the tidy home and his hardworking wife, he quietly swallowed his grievances. This family had always been so warm. Hearing his mother's voice, Zhang Heng was suddenly flooded with emotions and nearly shed tears. He quickly controlled his emotions, took a few deep breaths and called out to the phone at his ear, Mom. I'm almost home. I want to eat the beef noodles you make. For some reason, upon hearing his mother's voice he felt an overwhelming longing for home. The reason he worked so hard in his studies was to provide a happy life for his parents in their later years. Previously he hadn't planned to go home for the winter break, just to save on expenses, hoping his parents wouldn't have to work so hard. However, now everything would soon be resolved. Today was the 19th and he already had nearly 1 million in his account. There were still 12 days until the end of January. The trading days in the stock market, excluding weekends and the New Year holiday, amounted to another 5 days. Zhang Heng quietly calculated in his mind. With his current funds he could basically earn over 200,000 each day. In 5 trading days he would definitely exceed 1 million. With this money he planned to let his parents have less burden. Especially his father. He often transported goods for others, sometimes on long trips that lasted over half a month, while his mother managed everything at home. Zhang Heng had a simple plan for his parents' later years. However, he still needed to communicate with them about it.
After all, the mindset of the older generation was different from that of young people, and the differences in concepts and perceptions were significant and not easily changed.
On the phone, upon hearing Zhang Heng's voice, his mother laughed happily. "You little rascal, all you think about is eating noodles. You're so thin, you need to eat more meat, you know."
"Mom, then I want to eat preserved meat, stir-fried winter bamboo shoots with preserved meat." "Mom, have you smoked any preserved meat this year?"
"It's all ready, preserved meat, sour meat, pork, ham, sweet rice wine. And all your favorite pickles are done, just waiting for you to come back."
Hearing all this delicious food, Zhang Heng's appetite had already begun to awaken.
"Mom, I'm still on the subway, so I might be a bit late getting home." "Okay, don't worry, I'm not a little kid anymore." "Alright, we'll talk more when you get back." "Mom, I just started college, why would I be looking for a partner?" "No way, absolutely not."
As they talked, the subject unexpectedly shifted to matchmaking. Zhang Heng hurriedly interrupted. He had just entered college and a beautiful life was still beckoning to him.
Why would he think about matchmaking now? Was his mom influenced by the neighbor's grandchildren? Was she feeling sentimental and wanting grandchildren of her own?
Zhang Heng guessed that was probably the case. During the new year, the young people who had gone out to work were gradually returning home, bringing along their wives and children. In the neighborhood where everyone saw each other regularly, news spread quickly. Whose child got married, who had a grandchild, who bought a car, and who bought a house in the city. In any case, news from home spread faster than the internet.
They knew all the news that couldn't be found online,
especially at the village entrance. During holidays, returning home felt like walking the red carpet at the Oscars, facing all the informants in the village who would openly scrutinize you. Sometimes right in front of you, they would come up with all sorts of bizarre assumptions.
If you were over 25 and still single, that would be unfortunate.
If you had a partner but still delayed marriage, even worse, the village's volunteer informants would concoct at least 18 different versions of your situation.
Zhang Heng looked down, calculating in his mind. It seemed he didn't have many years of freedom left.
Once he graduated from college, the relentless pressure from relatives to marry would flood in.
No way. Before graduation, he must establish an impressive identity to deter them from pressuring him to marry.
Zhang Heng began to plan ahead.
He thought about it.
Those who marry late in dramas often have significant careers or bear great missions.
He didn't have any great mission.
So before graduation, he should start a successful business.
Yes. Starting a business.
With this thought, Zhang Heng began to form some ideas about his future career.
However, he still lacked sufficient funds and the timing wasn't right.
On the phone, his mother continued to nag.
"Are you dressed warmly? Don't catch a cold.
I heard it's been snowing heavily in the north these days."
"Don't worry about spending money.
Have you bought a down jacket?"
"Mom, I bought Iron Man's armor.
Not only does it protect against the cold, but I tell you, even demons can't get near me."
"Mom, the subway is here. I have to hang up."
Zhang Heng finally managed to say something and hurriedly ended the call, which he mostly had to listen to.
After hanging up, he exhaled.
Every time he called, his mother's nagging could range from the dawn of time to the end of the world. At that moment, a beautiful girl next to him was turned sideways, openly staring at Zhang Heng. As he put down his phone and looked up, he met her gaze. Their eyes locked, and the beautiful girl sweetly smiled at Zhang Heng.
"Hello, we've been on the same journey together.
I noticed you on the train earlier. I didn't expect to meet you again on the subway, it really is fate." As she spoke, she extended her delicate fair hand.
"Nice to meet you, I'm Hao, shooting from the Foreign Language Department of Kyoto University. And you?"
Zhang Heng turned his head.
As he breathed, a delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils.
In front of him, a delicate fair hand hung quietly in the air.
"Nice to meet you, I am Hao, shooting from the Foreign Language Department of Kyoto University. What about you?"
Zhang Heng looked over, his eyes lighting up.
"What a stunning beauty."
With coral orange hair styled in soft Korean curls, her long hair was fluffy and natural, giving an impression of being both lazy and carefree. Her fair and firm skin could instantly captivate the eyes of any man. The beauty smiled sweetly, creating an illusion of being in nature, facing a forest sprite. On her upper body, she wore a thick fleece-lined zip-up hoodie with a hood, a new style resembling rabbit fur that Zhang Heng had seen classmates wear at school.
It was said to be quite expensive.
On her lower body, she wore a pair of high-waisted black jeans, a new style of pencil pants that showcased her long legs perfectly. Adding to her look were a pair of versatile white leather platform boots.
This beauty would be a stunning sight anywhere she appeared.
Zhang Heng quickly scanned the surroundings and smiled.
Indeed, men's appreciation of beauty is universal. With just a quick glance, he noticed no less than 10 pairs of eyes secretly admiring the beauty beside him, Hao shooting. Looking at the fair little hand in front of him, Zhang Heng smiled and reached out with his right hand, gently shaking hers. What a pleasant sensation. So delicate and smooth, he wished to pull her into his embrace. No.
Zhang Heng hurriedly cleared his fantasies. He still remembered the awkwardness on the train, and it hadn't been long since he put away the golden hoop. Although he was encountering another enchanting fairy, a beautiful one at that, Zhang Heng believed he could handle her without needing the golden hoop just yet. Just as he held Hao Shooting's delicate hand, he heard a chorus of heartbroken sighs from around him. His male companions with countless envious and jealous eyes glared at Zhang Heng, their gazes wishing to strangle him and take his place. Zhang Heng smiled slightly. His fingers gently slipped from Hao Shooting's soft hand. The sensation felt electrifying, stirring his heart. Zhang Heng inexplicably recalled a song, a pale yellow dress, fluffy hair. Hao Shooting quickly withdrew her little hand, her cheeks flushing with color.
Hello. I'm Zhang Heng from the School of Economics and Management at Kyoto University.
Hao Shooting nodded, her beautiful hair cascading down, covering her ears. She tucked her falling hair behind her ear, revealing an alluring ear adorned with an ear stud made from an indiscernible material.
Students from the School of Economics and Management are all exceptional. You must be a top student too.
Zhang Heng waved his hand. Not really, I just learned things relatively quickly. Hao Shooting pouted slightly. My first choice was also the economics major, but I didn't get in and was allocated to the foreign language department. I decided to take the graduate entrance exam in my junior year to switch majors to finance in the School of Economics and Management.
By the way, what is your major? Zhang Heng blinked, looking at this beauty, secretly wondering if this was just a coincidence. She wanted to pursue a master's in finance while he was currently studying finance as well. Although he was still in undergraduate studies, Zhang Heng knew that his major had a very high rate of securing recommendations for graduate studies. In other words, as long as Zhang Heng maintained his current grades, he would surely have a spot for recommendation in the finance master's program. Stunned for a moment, he replied, I'm also majoring in finance. What a coincidence. Hao Shooting's eyes lit up, unconsciously leaning closer to Zhang Heng, her body slightly tilting. At this moment, her fleece-lined hoodie was unzipped. Beneath it was a pure and alluring seahorse wool undershirt in a light pink shade. In her excitement as she opened her hoodie, the view of the seahorse wool undershirt appeared before Zhang Heng's eyes. The contours were deep and varied like rolling hills. Zhang Heng's gaze involuntarily fell upon this beautiful landscape, innerly remarking on the grandeur of this scenery. Gulp. Zhang Heng struggled to swallow, his gaze still lingering on the captivating sight. Hao Shooting noticed Zhang Heng's gaze, her face turning crimson, feeling even more bashful. She closed her open hoodie. At this moment, Zhang Heng distinctly heard a faint chorus of sighs around him, all from the male companions. He couldn't help but chuckle. So everyone enjoys a beautiful landscape. He. After a brief moment of silence, Hao Shooting looked at Zhang Heng. I'm currently self-studying finance courses. Can I have your contact information to easily attend your classes later? Zhang Heng looked at Hao Shooting with a hint of suspicion in his heart. Are you really planning to attend classes? Or is it something else? However, with a beauty before him, such a simple request would be hard to refuse. Everyone has a heart for beauty, and Zhang Heng was no exception. Zhang Heng took out his phone and asked, should I scan you or will you scan me? Either works. As she said this, Hao Shooting revealed her QR code. Zhang Heng scanned it. Ding.
The friend request was approved. I am the fragrance of the pen tip. It turned out Hao Shooting's WeChat name was Fragrance of the Pen Tip, which sounded quite nice. Zhang Heng added a note after Hao Shooting's WeChat name: Hao Shooting, Kyoto University Foreign Language Department, Fragrance of the Pen Tip.
At the same time,
they exchanged phone numbers as well. At this moment, the subway arrived at the station. Huai Station, please disembark from the left side of the train for passengers getting off at Huai Station. Zhang Heng had arrived at his stop.
Hao Shooting, I'm getting off here, goodbye. Saying this, Zhang Heng got up, shouldering his backpack and pulling his suitcase towards the carriage door. Goodbye. Let's keep in touch.
Behind him, Hao Shooting waved her hand to bid farewell to Zhang Heng. As she waved, her hoodie opened again, revealing the magnificent view of the seahorse wool undershirt once more. Instantly, a group of mountain climbing enthusiasts began to admire the beautiful scenery. Zhang Heng exited the subway and hailed a taxi by the roadside.
Driver, take me to Huai Square. Huai Square is a small square next to Zhang Heng's home where townspeople gather to dance in the evenings. It is also a place for gathering and exchanging information. Various pieces of information emerge from there and spread out. Getting into a taxi. After more than half an hour, they finally arrived at Huai Square. Getting out of the car. Looking at his hometown, which he had just left for half a year, Zhang Heng felt a mix of emotions. The hometown is still the same, but Zhang Heng is no longer the Zhang Heng he once was. The changes he has undergone in these few days are known only to him.
Zhang Heng thought of many things. Under the warm winter sun, he gazed at this familiar yet strange little town and let out a long breath. I Hu Hengsi have returned. As he passed the square, the elderly people saw Zhang Heng and greeted him one after another.
Hey! Isn't this the little brat from the old Zhang family? Back from vacation.
Now he's a college student, don't call him a little brat or he might give you trouble.
Little Zhang got into Kyoto University, which is ranked third among good universities. Yeah.
At that time, someone even came down to reward him with a lot of money.
I think it was 30,000 or something. 30,000. I remember it being 50,000. Didn't the old Zhang family even hold a celebration banquet for his admission? My wife was giving birth to our second child at that time and couldn't make it. You all must have gone right. Zhang Heng carrying his backpack and pulling his suitcase reluctantly passed by the small square. Uncle Li basking in the sun. Grandpa Wang, are you smoking again? Didn't Grandma Lu tell you not to smoke anymore? It's harmful and your health isn't what it used to be. Grandma Nyo, how did your granddaughter Nyo do in her final exams this year?
Uncle Zhang, has your elder son found a girlfriend yet?
He seems to be 26 this year, right? He's not young anymore, and without studying, what is he waiting for?
Zhang Heng walked past.
He took the initiative to strike first.
These people were all neighbors who knew each other's situations well. Before these people could react, Zhang Heng had already moved far away, leaving them with a stylish silhouette.
In the square,
some people looked at the departing Zhang Heng and the conversation had shifted to him.
Going to college really makes a difference. He talks more smoothly now. This kid has grown up. It won't be easy to deceive him in the future.
Zhang Heng quickly left the square, finally breathing a sigh of relief. After walking for another 10 minutes, he finally arrived at his doorstep.
Knock, knock, knock. Mom opened the door in back.
Zhang Heng shouted breathlessly.
Coming, coming.
A middle-aged woman's voice rang out, followed by the sound of slippers slapping against the tiled floor, gradually approaching the door.
Creak. The door opened. Li Fong, wearing an apron from the kitchen and holding a spatula, exclaimed, "You little rascal. You finally returned. Why aren't you coming in quickly?"
His mother stepped aside and Zhang Heng stepped into the house. A fragrant aroma of food wafted from the kitchen.
It smells so good.
Sensing the familiar scent, Zhang Heng felt his stomach growl.
Brother, you're back. Did you bring me a gift from Kyoto?
At that moment in the living room, a tall and slender girl appeared, dressed in thick plush coral fleece pajamas and holding a pen. Seeing Zhang Heng, he realized he had forgotten to bring a gift for his sister. Looking at Zhang Heng's expression, Zhang Yuli's face immediately fell. She looked at Zhang Heng with disappointment.
Brother, you promised me when school started that you would definitely bring me a gift when you came home for the holidays.
You don't keep your promises. Lying is for little dogs.
Zhang Heng hadn't planned to return. If it weren't for getting this investment simulator, he wouldn't have come back. Second sister, I decided to come back on a whim. Originally, I was supposed to work during the winter vacation. I had already found a job. Oof. That's just an excuse.
In the living room, Zhang Qi was watching television and he didn't intervene as he watched the siblings bicker.
Zhang Heng looked at him and said, "Dad, can you confirm that I told you on the phone that I wouldn't be coming back this year?" Zhang Yuli also looked at Zhang Qi. "Dad, is that true?"
Zhang Gang changed into a pair of slippers, came to the living room and collapsed onto the comfortable sofa.
Zhang Qi nodded. "Your brother did say he wouldn't come back. He was going to work part-time."
Zhang Heng slouched on the sofa, spreading his hands as he looked at his sister.
"See, I didn't lie to you, did I?" Zhang Yuli was still glaring at him angrily. "No matter what, you still didn't buy me a gift, humph."
Saying this, she turned her head and went into her room to continue studying. At this moment, Zhang Qi looked at Zhang Heng, furrowing his brows, and reprimanded softly, "You're already this old. Sit properly.
Are you slouching or what? Sit up straight. Stand like a pine, sit like a bell, and walk like the wind. Have you forgotten?"
Zhang Heng, startled, immediately sat up straight on the sofa. At the same time, he smiled and glanced at Zhang Qi.
"Dad, how's my sitting posture? Is it like a bell?"
Zhang Qi gave Zhang Heng a kind glare and said unhappily, "Now that you're in college, you've been liberated, huh?"
Zhang Heng chuckled, "No way, where would I dare? This little monkey of mine, no matter how he travels through heaven and earth, he still can't escape your Buddha's palm, right?" "No, it's the five-finger mountain." Zhang Qi leaned back on the sofa, resting, and laughed. "It's good that you know. No matter how tall the bean sprouts grow, they still end up in the pot. Remember that." "Got it. By the way, Dad, why didn't you go deliver goods today?" Zhang Heng quickly changed the topic.
Zhang Qi looked at the news on television and said without turning his head, "It snowed, it's not safe."
"Your mom didn't let me go. It's just right, I can rest at home.
By the way, your sister is also in her first year of high school this year. When you have time, make sure to share your high school study experience with her so she can also get into Kyoto University. Then our Zhang family would truly be a scholarly family."
Zhang Heng was taken aback.
He looked at his sister's room and asked, "So Dad, you don't let her watch TV and take a break?"
Zhang Qi glared at him. "How important is high school? It determines the next 3 years of life. What does she need to watch TV for? Once she gets into Kyoto University, she'll have plenty of time to watch. By the way, take the textbooks for the second semester of your first year and give them to her. Teach her a bit too. During the winter break, she should finish learning the next semester's courses, especially math, physics, chemistry, and English. They must be completed. Also buy her some materials.
Before Zhang Qi could finish speaking, Zhang Yuli had already rushed out. She looked at Zhang Qi fuming and said, "Dad, I still have so much winter break homework to do. You want to arrange courses for the next semester too? This is too inhumane. Brother, don't you agree?" At this moment Zhang Heng looked at Zhang Yuli and suddenly smiled. "By the way, sister, I've thought of a gift for you that you will definitely love." As soon as gifts were mentioned, Zhang Yuli immediately perked up, bouncing over to Zhang Heng's side with wide eyes eagerly asking what gift. Zhang Heng glanced at Zhang Yuli and smiled. "What do you think about 5-year college entrance exam 3-year simulation?"
Zhang Yuli was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. 5-year college entrance exam 3-year simulation. I didn't ask you to get me that. Watch me not beat you up. Suddenly a few cushions flew towards Zhang Heng.
Zhang Heng sidestepped and dodged the cushions, flew past him and hit Zhang Qi instead. The two siblings began to chase each other in the living room. As he ran, Zhang Heng shouted, "You don't like 5-year college entrance exam 3-year simulation?
No problem. Just tell me what you like and I promise to get it for you tomorrow. How about daily question? Or comprehensive question types? Don't like those either.
Then how about new college entrance exam true questions?
Let me tell you, this book is really good." Whoosh! Another cushion flew and smashed into the entryway.
Zhang Yuli glared at Zhang Heng fiercely. Her gaze was as if she wanted to skin him alive.
"If I don't beat you up today, I'm not Zhang Yuli." Zhang Heng continued to evade while cheekily saying, "Oh,
such a great gift and you still don't like it."
"No problem, I have plenty more."
Tianli 38 sets are fragrant and crispy. Question research is even more delicious and must-do questions for college entrance exam will make you kneel, and universal high school problem-solving template will keep you awake all night.
Bang! Finally Zhang Yuli's cushion attack hit its target this time.
Zhang Heng grabbed the cushion that hit him, looking at his angry sister, and cautiously asked, still not satisfied,
"Then, how about I buy you synchronized interpretation of key points and one Halcyon study guide?
From 1st to 3rd year of high school, will get you everything you need."
Look, isn't that good of me? Across from him, Zhang Yuli was so angry that she couldn't speak.
If looks could kill, Zhang Heng would have died thousands of times.
Zhang Yuli.
The joyful moments are always fleeting. Zhang Yuli chased after Zhang Heng, panting and unable to catch up.
Their parents watched the siblings playfully tussling yet did not intervene.
Li Fang emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes, looked at the siblings and called out, "Wash your hands, it's time for dinner." Their father Zhang Qi also put down the remote control and went into the kitchen to bring out the food. Only then did Zhang Heng feel as if he had been granted a reprieve. He hurriedly washed his hands and came to the dining table to help serve the rice.
Zhang Yuli, exhausted, sat on a chair while still panting.
Zhang Heng glanced at her.
"Dad, my sister really lacks physical stamina.
She only walked a few steps in the living room and is already this tired.
Shouldn't we enroll her in a taekwondo or martial arts class during the winter break?"
Zhang Yuli shot him a glare. Zhang Qi brought out the duck soup and placed it in the center of the dining table. He looked at Zhang Yuli's thin and tall figure, furrowed his brow and nodded slightly.
"That makes sense.
Health is the foundation of revolution. If she isn't fit, how can she excel in the college entrance exam?"
The eldest's suggestion is worth considering. Zhang Yuli immediately looked at Zhang Qi with a pitiful expression. "Dad." Zhang Heng, while adding rice, smiled at Zhang Yuli and said, "Dad, isn't there a brick factory back in our hometown?" Upon hearing the words brick factory, Zhang Yuli felt an ominous premonition.
She glared at Zhang Heng, fiercely activating her deadly glare skill. However, Zhang Heng was protected by an unbreakable shield and his sister's deadly glare had no effect on him. Zhang Qi brought over another dish, placed it down and looked at Zhang Heng. There is indeed a brick factory back home, but the work there is something that ordinary people can hardly handle.
It's tough, tiring, dirty and heavy."
Before Zhang Qi could finish his sentence, Zhang Heng immediately interjected, "Dad, how about letting my sister go and move bricks?"
The moment this was said, Zhang Yuli sprang up.
Her eyes blazed with fury as she gritted her teeth and spat out each word, "I don't want your
brother, please spare me. In your own sister." Zhang Qi was taken aback.
Zhang Heng continued, "Dad, let me analyze this for you. Look, first, letting my sister move bricks can help her exercise and strengthen her body, laying a solid foundation for her future endeavors.
Secondly, moving bricks will also earn her money. No matter how much she earns, it's still money.
If you send her to some taekwondo or karate training class, wouldn't you have to spend money as well? Sending my sister to move bricks is a win-win situation."
Zhang Qi looked at his daughter's pitiful expression, nodded and burst into laughter. At that moment, Li Fang came out with the last dish.
Zhang Yuli pouted her lips and began to pretend to cry dramatically. She rushed over and hugged Li Fang tightly.
"Mom, I'm not going to survive.
You have to control Dad and Big Brother.
They want me to go and move bricks. Look at my little arms and legs, I can't even lift one brick." After a pause, Zhang Yuli rolled her eyes and said, if you want me to move bricks it better be gold bricks. Of course if it's silver bricks I might consider it. You think I can lift gold bricks? Li Fang lightly swatted her daughter's hand in annoyance. Sit down and eat. Zhang Yuli, looking pitiful, shuffled back to her seat. Looking at Li Fang, she thought for a moment and said, Mom, it's not that I only want gold bricks. If it's silver bricks I can also give it a try. The current gold price is 500 yuan per gram and silver isn't cheap either. Today's pure silver price is 465 yuan per gram. A silver brick would weigh about. Shut up and eat properly. Zhang Yuli tilted her head, calculating how many grams a silver brick weighs, when Li Fang directly interrupted her. Little money grubber, let's talk after dinner. Then she looked at Zhang Heng. As the older brother you come back and bully your sister. It's only natural that your dad doesn't have a gift, so no need to mention it again. But you not only didn't bring a gift for your sister, but you didn't bring anything for your mom either. Even a bottle of air from Kyoto University would be nice. Zhang Heng looked at his mom, yet before he could say anything his father interjected, hey. You know, as the father, not having a gift is just unreasonable. Li Fang shot a glance at Zhang Qi, who immediately quieted down. He looked at Zhang Heng and Zhang Yuli sighed and said softly, sigh. In our family my status is only slightly higher than that of Xiao Huai. At this point Li Fang picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and extended it to Zhang Qi's bowl. Zhang Qi immediately smiled and said, thank you, dear. However, just as he finished speaking, the piece of sweet and sour pork ribs that Li Fang had picked up circled around above his bowl but did not land in it. Instead, a loud clattering sound of bone hitting a stainless steel dog bowl echoed from under the dining table. The sound was crisp and pleasant, reverberating throughout the room. Li Fang turned her head. Looking towards the doghouse, she called out, Xiao Huai, come eat. From the doghouse a golden retriever lifted its head and saw a fragrant piece of rib in its bowl. Moreover, this rib was still meaty. It wasn't just a bare bone. The golden retriever's titanium alloy eyes immediately lit up, its four legs pushed hard, instantly propelling its body towards its. Simultaneously, a series of question marks floated in the golden retriever's mind. What kind of stimulus did the mistress receive today? Why did she give it a meaty bone? This was an unprecedented occurrence. However, when it reached its bowl, its desire for the fragrant rib immediately overpowered its curiosity about the unknown. Indeed, a meaty bone is far more delicious and satisfying. The golden retriever Xiao Huai squatted by the bowl and began to eat happily. Zhang Qi looked at Li Fang with a resentful expression. Nearby, Zhang Heng and Zhang Yuli, the siblings, also lowered their heads and chuckled. Zhang Qi cast a jealous glance at the golden retriever, sighing, sigh. Children, your father has now lost even that little bit of attention. From this moment on, Xiao Huai's status in the family has officially surpassed mine. The three of them, mother and children, watched Zhang Qi and the golden retriever vying for affection, all smiling broadly. Zhang Yuli laughed so hard that the food in her mouth fell back into her bowl. This was Zhang Heng's first meal back home. The whole family was present, including Xiao Huai. Laughing, eating, chatting. Everything was so wonderful. Zhang Heng looked at this warm scene and smiled with satisfaction. This is the life he wants to protect. It's not just about the meals at home, but more importantly it's about this warmth of family and happiness. After dinner, Zhang Heng watched his father go wash the dishes while his mother picked up her knitting again. His sister returned to her room to continue battling her winter vacation homework. Zhang Heng sat on the sofa enjoying the treatment his father used to, of holding the remote control and watching whatever channel he desired. His mother was knitting beside him and shot him a glance, saying, turn down the volume a bit, your sister is doing her homework. Zhang Heng lowered the already quiet television volume even more. When the queen of the house had spoken, he could only obey. Mom, is this volume okay? Li Fang paused her actions and glanced at Zhang Yuli's room, loudly asking, Zhang Er, can you hear if the TV is too loud? If it is, I'll have your brother turn it down more. Creak. The door to Zhang Yuli's room opened. She scanned the living room and saw Zhang Heng watching TV, instantly breaking into a mischievous grin. Soon Zhang Yuli put away her grin and looked at Li Fang with an unhappy expression, saying, Mom, Zhang Ga's TV is too loud, it's distracting me from concentrating on my homework. Li Fang shot Zhang Yuli a glare and said irritably, you can't just call him Zhang De. Show some respect, call him brother. After saying that, Li Fang looked at Zhang Heng, her gaze falling on the remote control in his hand. The meaning was clear. Zhang Heng shot a fierce glare at Zhang Yuli. Mom, I haven't touched the TV volume, it's still the same as when Dad was watching it. Why does it get louder when I watch TV? Zhang Yuli, did your ears turn into dog ears during dinner? Why are they so sensitive? Zhang Yuli quickly seized on Zhang Heng's slip of the tongue and began to complain, Mom, he called me a dog. Li Fang watched the two siblings start bickering again, which made it hard for her to concentrate on her knitting. She glared at Zhang Yuli and commanded, go back and do your homework. Zhang Yuli obediently retreated and closed her room door. You should turn down the volume even more.
Zhang Heng looked at his mom with a speechless expression and said helplessly, "Mom, the volume is already at 5. If I turn it down more there will be no sound left."
"How can I watch it then?"
Li Fang picked up her unfinished knitting and started to knit again while saying, "If there's no sound, just watch it like a comic."
"Didn't you used to read comics every day when you were little? Aren't those things also silent?"
After knitting a couple of stitches, Li Fang suddenly seemed to remember something and looked at Zhang Heng, asking, "By the way,
where's your winter vacation homework? Why aren't you taking it out and going to do it in your room?"
Zhang Heng smiled bitterly.
"Mom, college students don't have winter vacation homework."
At this moment Zhang Heng's phone rang. The quirky ringtone immediately caught Li Fang's attention.
"Dad. That guy is calling again. Are you going to answer it?"
Zhang Heng forced a smile.
"Mom, this is the trend now."
"Was the ringtone the same when your dad and I called you?"
Zhang Heng replied. "No. Definitely not."
He nearly let his guard down, but luckily he held firm at the last moment. Facing his mom felt like facing a queen. The pressure was the same. Pointing at the phone, Zhang Heng hurriedly took the phone into his room.
"Hello. Who is this?"
A weak, delicate and sweet female voice came from the phone.
"Brother Heng, it's only been a few minutes. You already forgot who I am."
"Oof.
Seems like you haven't even saved my number. It turns out I was wronged." Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Heng instantly recognized who it was. Wu Na. This girl is truly proactive. Most men can't handle such initiative. Mature, sexy, charming and assertive.
When these words are concentrated on one beautiful woman, unexpected things can happen.
At this moment,
when Zhang Heng heard Wu Na's enticing voice, her figure had already appeared in his mind and it was still.
Young men are just so impulsive.
Just as Zhang Heng began to imagine Sun Wukong was off to fight monsters again, he quickly shook his head, trying to rid himself of those alluring images in his mind. Standing in front of the window of his room, Zhang Heng steadied himself and said, "Wu Na, I just got home not long ago."
"I knew it was you. I was just joking with you. What are you mad?"
Wu Na's sexy voice replied, "Humph.
If I'm angry, you have to make it up to me." Zhang Heng was taken aback.
Her tone carried a hint of expectation, a touch of hesitation and a bit of excitement as she asked, "Now that it's dark, are you sure
you want me to accompany you?" "How do you want me to accompany you?"
On the other end of the phone, Wu Na was first taken aback but then quickly came back to her senses, laughing, "Anything is fine. If you bring a gift to make it up to me, I'd welcome it.
But if you bring yourself to accompany me, I'd welcome that even more."
Zhang Heng found it hard to resist this bold classmate. Once he had been completely dominated by her. Now Zhang Heng felt his mindset had changed a lot, but in front of this woman he still had to yield.
Such a mature, sexy, charming and assertive beauty has a magnetic pull. No, it's attractive. Zhang Heng glanced at the time. It was already 2129.
At such a late hour, even if he wanted to go out, his parents probably wouldn't feel at ease. After thinking about it, he decided to let it go. This little tormentor would keep him tossing and turning all night, making it hard for him to fall asleep.
"Let's call it a night. It's too late." "What about tomorrow?" "Fine, let's do it tomorrow. Call me then. Let's make a date tomorrow. You accompany me to the city for a stroll." "All right. You can ask for gifts or for me, it's your call." Moi.
Wu Na blew Zhang Heng a kiss through the phone before reluctantly hanging up. Just after Zhang Heng hung up Wu Na's call, a new video call came in. When he looked, it was from his old class monitor, Wang Kuan.
He answered, "Hello. Old class monitor."
In the video, Wang Kuan looked at Zhang Heng with wide cow-like eyes as if searching for something. "Zhang Heng, I've been you in the group for ages. Why haven't you replied to my messages?"
"Show me your phone and walk around the room. I want to see. Are you hiding a beauty in your golden house? Who is it? Do I know her?
If not, why not bring her along to the class reunion so everyone can see?" In the room, Zhang Heng looked at the video call, seeing Wang Kuan with a curious expression, feeling somewhat speechless. He held his phone and walked around his room.
Then he said, "Did you see it? Look at my golden house. Where is the beauty? Old class monitor, please help me find it."
"Most importantly, old class monitor, help me find where my golden house went." Wang Kuan burst into laughter, showing no embarrassment but a hint of disappointment on his face, as if he had wanted to eat a watermelon only to find it gone. "By the way, Zhang Heng, I'm here to inform you that our class reunion for class 15 is scheduled for this Friday night. A notice has already been sent in the group and I saw you haven't replied, so I called to check."
"You don't have any issues, do you?"
Zhang Heng pulled back the curtains and looked at the night view, saying, "No problem, just let me know the time and place once confirmed and I will definitely be there on time."
"It's already set. Just check the announcement in the group." After hanging up, Zhang Heng opened the announcement in the class group. Indeed. Wang Kuan had already posted the time and place for this year's class reunion. Class 15 group announcement: the first class reunion this year has been scheduled.
The itinerary is as follows: first in the evening dinner at Kuan Ji's private restaurant on the second floor, second singing and drinking at my Bokeh TV at night, third further arrangements can be made or we can play mahjong at my family's mahjong hall all night. Zhang Heng looked at the announcement posted by Wang Kuan and thought to himself, although this guy didn't get into college he seems to be doing quite well now. In the group the classmates were lining up to check in. After confirming the group message, Zhang Heng also reported in 33. Outside his mother began urging everyone to wash up and sleep.
Son. What are you chatting about? Hurry up and wash up and rest.
His mother's command was not to be ignored. Zhang Heng hurriedly took a shower then crawled into bed. Looking at the time it was already close to 11 p.m. so he decided to sleep. The next morning Zhang Heng was not awakened by his alarm clock but by the sunlight streaming in. At 6 a.m. Li Fang came in and pulled open all the curtains in Zhang Heng's room. At first it was fine, the winter sun was warm and comfortable on his body. However, by nearly 9 a.m. the sunlight was shining directly on Zhang Heng's bed, especially since he was still hiding under the covers, making it unbearable. He began to sweat under the covers as the sunlight was so bright he couldn't even open his eyes. The bedroom door was wide open. In the living room his parents and sister had already finished breakfast.
Brother, why are you so lazy now? Didn't you used to wake up early?
Li Fang was tidying up the living room and looked towards Zhang Heng's bedroom, saying, if you don't get up they'll let your sister eat your breakfast. Today your seventh aunt is coming to pay New Year's greetings.
How can you still be sleeping like this? Seventh aunt. Zhang Heng jolted awake and hurriedly got out of bed. Mom, I'd made plans with my classmates today to go out and hang out, so I won't be back for lunch.
Zhang Heng knew things were not looking good when he heard his seventh aunt was coming. His seventh aunt was famous in the town as a matchmaker, with every pair she introduced practically becoming a couple. It was still too early for New Year greetings. What was his mother planning by calling his seventh aunt? No matter what his mother intended, Zhang Heng had only one strategy among the 36 stratagems. Fleeing is the best plan. With a big move initiated, he said goodbye. In the living room, Li Fang laughed at Zhang Heng's hurried demeanor and scolded, your seventh aunt won't eat you, why are you afraid of her?
Zhang Heng chuckled. The ones that don't eat people are even scarier.
After washing up, Zhang Heng quickly finished his breakfast.
Just as he was about to head out, he suddenly remembered that he was out of money. All his money was still tied up in the stock market. Before, when he was at school, he only left himself enough living expenses for a few days and the fare back home. Now in Zhang Heng's pocket there was only a pitiful little over 100 yuan. He stepped over to Li Fang with a bright smile and said, Mom, I'm going out to hang out with my classmates today, can you give me some money? How much do you need?
Li Fang put down the mop and looked at him. Zhang Heng scratched his head.
How about 1,000 yuan? Isn't it just a gathering with classmates? Do you need so much? Li Fang looked at Zhang Heng with a doubtful expression. At this moment,
the father reading the newspaper on the sofa spoke up. Honey, the child has grown up and has his own circle.
Friendships require money, don't they? Hearing this, Li Fang surprisingly did not refute Zhang Qi.
She took out her phone and transferred 1,000 yuan to Zhang Heng.
If it's not enough, just tell me again.
Don't shortchange yourself when you're out.
For those friends worth building deep connections with, don't mind the money. A man can't do without friends.
Listening to his mother's words, Zhang Heng suddenly felt touched, with tears almost welling up in his eyes. He hurriedly smiled and looked at his parents and sister in the house, saying resolutely, Mom and Dad, don't worry, this will be the last time I ask you for money.
Starting tomorrow, I will take care of this family.
Zhang Qi looked at Zhang Heng in surprise. At that moment Zhang Heng seemed somewhat different in his eyes. But he couldn't quite pinpoint what exactly had changed. Li Fang looked at him lovingly and did not take Zhang Heng's words seriously, merely treating them as her son's grandiose statements.
At this time,
Zhang Heng himself only just realized he should have saved some money yesterday. He had 7 figures in the stock market, yet his bank card was empty.
Carelessness.
With the 1,000 yuan from his mom, Zhang Heng stepped out and sent a message to Wu Na.
It's almost 10 o'clock. Where shall we meet? Zhang Heng checked the time on his phone.
It was already 9:47 a.m. After sending the message to Wu Na, he opened his stock trading app Shiwu Shoukai to check his holdings for the day. Though he knew it was a limit up, he couldn't help but take a look. Clicking on holdings, a sea of red appeared before Zhang Heng's eyes. Stock name Baidian Film and Television 003103, holdings available 15140015, 1400, shares current price, cost price 14.
8,811. 82 yuan. Stock market value 2252832.
00 yuan floating profit and loss 1043,843.
199. 93 today's profit and loss 204390. 0010. 0 position holding days 99. 991. Total assets 2253,022. 00 yuan. Looking at his holdings, Zhang Heng felt an indescribable excitement.
His floating profit officially broke through the 1 million yuan mark. This was his first milestone, and for Zhang Heng this 1 million held extraordinary significance. Everyone who invests knows the same truth: the first million in life is the hardest. From 0 to 1 is a qualitative change, from 1 to the next is quantitative change. The renowned investment tycoon Mr. Ba once said that earning the second 10 million was much easier than earning the first million. From this moment on, Zhang Heng's personal assets officially surpassed 1 million. This was a day worth commemorating. Zhang Heng decided to commemorate this day properly. As for how to celebrate this good day, he would have to think carefully. Ding! A text message alert sounded. Wu Na's reply had arrived. Zhang Heng excitedly stared at his holdings. A text from Wu Na arrived: meet me at Wanda Plaza in the city. You should get there before me, wait for me, okay? After replying with a single okay, Zhang Heng went to the roadside bus stop and boarded a bus bound for the city. Sitting on the bus, he glanced at his phone. Today was January 20th. Auspicious: making the bed, trading, breaking ground, offerings, opening a burial chamber. Inauspicious: opening a business, marrying, registering a marriage, commencing work, wedding ceremonies. Ha! Trading is auspicious. Another good day. Still auspicious for breaking ground. He wondered whether other kinds of breaking might count. Zhang Heng imagined Wu Na's alluring figure and he pinched his thigh hard to stop the volcanic surge within. Looking at his holdings, Zhang Heng recalled the wager he had made on Tyogoba. Yesterday those people were cursing Billionaire to fall. Today, when they saw that Billionaire had not fallen but instead hit the limit up, one could only imagine their expressions. Curious, Zhang Heng logged into his Tyogoba account and posted a screenshot of his holdings for the day. Although the market had only just opened, the stock was limit up for the entire day, leaving him no room to trade, an odd sensation of having finished work before even starting. After erasing his account information, Zhang Heng sent out the latest screenshot of his holdings. Security name: Billionaire 003103. Held available 1514001514000 shares. Current price: cost price 14.8811. 82 yuan. Stock market value 2252832. 00 yuan. Floating profit and loss 10433843. 199. 93. Daily PL 204390. 0010. 0. Position holding days 99. 99 1. Total assets 2253022. 00 yuan. As usual, Zhang Heng posted a thread after the holding screenshot. I know when to advance and retreat, better to miss an opportunity than to make a mistake. Trade only what you understand. I am a small market investor, Cho Airbooty. Yesterday, to those forum friends who cursed that Billionaire would crash, sorry to disappoint you again today. Billionaire actually hit the limit up. Where am I to reason with you? It seems even heaven wishes me to earn my first million soon. To those who hope for my failure, sorry to disappoint you, huh? Today the live positions have been updated. Total assets have passed 2 million. After excluding margin financing and loans, my personal assets have officially broken through 1 million today. The bet that I would reach 1 million by the end of January has its result today. Everyone. Won't any of you show your faces? Let the road prove what is right and wrong, success and failure. Once the post was published, Tyogoba users quickly gathered to watch. Keep in mind, yesterday many forum members had already begun to bet. If Billionaire rose today, Zhang Heng would win. If Billionaire had fallen, he might have had to wait several more days to win. In the eyes of most onlookers, Zhang Heng's victory had already become inevitable. Now that it was visible, sure enough, the wager's outcome arrived early. Only 15 days had passed. Excluding weekend market closures, that was actually only 12 trading days calculated from a starting capital of 50,000. It was merely 10 days. Zhang Heng had earned his first 1 million in just 10 days. Tell someone that and they would be astonished. So many people never earn a million in a lifetime. Many curious forum users left comments under Zhang Heng's post. OP, you're amazing. More than 20-fold in 12 days. Brother, incredible. I was born in 87, I've traded for 8 years and am still breaking even. Congratulations, OP. These returns are truly superb, looking forward to you sharing more. By the way, what about those who bet against you? Since they've lost, shouldn't they honor their promise? Exactly. A man must keep his word. So many swore they'd bet, why are none of them visible now? Are you all dead? Even if not, it's nearly the same. Exposed and mortified, socially dead accounts, dead posts. More and more people began to the users who had taken part in the wager. After all, those very people had left comments betting in Zhang Heng's first thread. Now those eager onlookers headed to those accounts to leave messages. If you're not dead, at least make a peep. Can't stand losing. What cowards. Cowards who can only win and cannot endure defeat. A bunch of useless people.
I curse your second brother to never rise again. I curse you to hit daily limit down forever. I curse your underwear and undershirts to all lose value. Zhang Heng read these comments and laughed aloud. All of this had been the spontaneous outburst of those forum members and had nothing to do with him. The fault lay with those who lost and dared not show their faces, no sense of responsibility at all. That was why public indignation followed. Amused, Zhang Heng watched the antics of those users without participating or intervening, merely observing with a measure of appreciation. 200,000 in profit for today was in hand. Zhang Heng began to check tomorrow's trend. At the same time, he decided to set aside a little money for contingencies. Now that he could make money, he should no longer ask his parents for cash. Besides, he had already said it from tomorrow on he would support the household. Although his parents thought he was talking nonsense, Zhang Heng knew in his heart that he was serious and capable. It was just that his parents did not yet believe him. If so, he would wait until his assets reached a certain level and then give them a surprise. Zhang Heng murmured the simulator. Watching the market on his phone, fresh news about Billionaire popped up. Billionaire 003103. The favorable announcement continued to ferment. The stock open limit up today at 14.88 yuan per share, a full day straight limit board unlikely to open. In the evening, Baidian Yingxi's official channel will release another positive announcement announcing that this year's New Year release has been scheduled tomorrow. The stock is expected to continue the straight limit trend. Simulation result recommendation: increase capital and add to the position. Well, Baidian is something else. Zhang Heng thought. The first good announcement had just been released a day ago and now another one appeared. A New Year release. On reflection, that was understandable. There were only a dozen days until the New Year. Baidian suddenly announcing a New Year film release was clearly not a last-minute decision. It must have been planned long ago. Zhang Heng sighed. Tomorrow would be another day of finishing before even starting work. Zhang Heng sat on the bus, sighing deeply, attracting the attention of those nearby. The crowd murmured, "What's wrong with this handsome young man? Has he had a breakup? Should I go rescue him?" Zhang Heng sighed, lamenting that he was off work even before starting. As he lifted his head, he noticed pairs of eyes nearby, each expressing different emotions. He chuckled softly, then he turned to gaze out the window. When one is idle, it's easy to let their thoughts wander. Zhang Heng was in such a state. Looking at the scenery outside, there was no scenery at all. At that moment, Zhang Heng began to let his imagination run wild. What he thought about, only he knew. In any case, when the bus arrived at Wanda Plaza station after a dozen minutes, Zhang Heng placed his hands in front of him holding his phone and escaped the bus under the strange gazes of several people. He hurriedly sat down on the waiting bench at the bus station, lamenting internally, being young is really troublesome. He opened Douyin, scrolling for half an hour while passengers at the bus stop changed several times, yet he remained. Until Wu Na's call came in. "Dad. That guy called again. Are you going to answer?" Under the watchful eyes of waiting passengers, Zhang Heng answered the call. "Hello. Have you arrived?" Wu Na's dissatisfied voice came through the phone. "Zhang Heng, weren't you supposed to arrive before me? Where are you? My clairvoyance can't see you. Don't tell me you're still not here." Zhang Heng smiled awkwardly. "I've been here for more than half an hour but had a little issue." "What happened? Did you get hurt?" Upon hearing Zhang Heng mention a problem, Wu Na immediately became concerned, asking anxiously. Zhang Heng stood up, finally dispersing the gathered blood energy. He walked towards Wanda Plaza on the other side of the overpass, speaking as he walked, "It's nothing, it's already resolved. With me, Zhang Heng, there's nothing that can't be resolved." "That's good. Where are you now? Should I come pick you up?" "No need. I'll be there in 10 minutes at most." As Zhang Heng walked through the overpass at the intersection and covered some more ground, he spotted a familiar figure anxiously pacing in place from a distance. Zhang Heng smiled broadly and quickened his pace. Wu Na noticed him too and rushed over, grabbing his hand and inspecting him up and down. "Are you okay?" Zhang Heng replied with a smile, "I said I'm fine, why would I lie to you?" Wu Na naturally linked her arm through Zhang Heng's, tilting her head against his arm while saying, "Humph. You men's words can't be trusted. You say one thing but do another, it's all part of your tricks." Zhang Heng became intrigued, looking at her with bright eyes, asking, "Like what?" "A few phrases you often say. I swear I'll just lie beside you and do nothing. I'll only hold you and do nothing. And the biggest lie of all is I won't go in. A man's words are a ghost's lie." Zhang Heng was unsure how to respond to that. He chuckled, falling silent. Wu Na, half a head shorter than Zhang Heng, linked arms with him and continued, "A sister of mine told me that she was like that and ended up getting eaten. Men can only behave themselves when they're hanging on a wall or buried in the ground." Zhang Heng frowned, feeling pity for his fellow men. "Turns out we have already been seen through." Zhang Heng looked at Wu Na, who was wearing a knee-length cream-colored hooded winter coat with a fashionable white duck-down collar paired with a pair of ash-gray skinny pants. The skinny pants were high-waisted jeans, both slimming and form-fitting.
On her feet were a pair of black knee-high boots. As Wu Na walked, her long legs slipped out from the unbuttoned-down jacket, capturing most of Zhang Heng's attention. After glancing several times, Zhang Heng couldn't resist asking, "Do all you girls dress like this, wearing such a thick down jacket on top but only thin jeans below? Aren't you cold?" Wu Na smiled, glancing at Zhang Heng, and said with a laugh, "These are lined and thickened. They're not the unlined ones you wear in summer." Zhang Heng scrutinized Wu Na's legs with suspicion. After a long look, he still couldn't see the difference. Wu Na looked at him with a sly smile and said, "Don't understand." Zhang Heng shook his head. "They all look the same to me." Wu Na smiled, her tone beginning to change, drawing out her words. "How about we don't go shopping?" Zhang Heng was taken aback. "If we're not shopping, then what are we going for?" Wu Na looked at him, licked her lips, and said softly, "Let's find a place and I'll show you the difference between the jeans I wear in winter and those I wear in summer. How about that?" Zhang Heng's eyes widened, nearly choking on his breath. After a while, he finally managed to swallow hard. Zhang Heng said, "Is that okay?" Wu Na playfully tilted her head and laughed. "What's wrong with that? We're not strangers, we already have a foundation of 3 years. Now that the fruit is ripe, if we don't eat it now, it will spoil. When flowers bloom, they must be picked. Don't wait until there are no flowers left to pick the branches. Do I need to teach you this? In matters like this, you men are all naturally skilled, aren't you?" Naturally skilled. Zhang Heng was taken aback, but inwardly he couldn't help but agree with Wu Na's view. In this regard, almost every man is a born professor and expert. Indeed, Zhang Heng was a young man in the prime of his hormonal secretion. How could he withstand such provocation? Immediately, Zhang Heng nodded. "All right. I just want to see what the difference is between your lined and thickened jeans and the ones you wear in summer." Wu Na's eyes lit up as she smiled. "Understood. How about we find a hotel and I'll explain it to you properly?" Zhang Heng nodded. Thus the two turned around directly at the shopping mall entrance, hailed a taxi, and went to the nearest hotel. Coincidentally, near Wanda Plaza there was a matching hotel, the Wanda Hotel. In this inland city, while it wasn't too expensive, it certainly wasn't cheap either. At the front desk, Zhang Heng took out his ID. "A standard room, please." Wu Na glanced at Zhang Heng and teased, "You were prepared for this, huh?" Zhang Heng replied, "I just wanted to be prepared in case you wanted to take me to a net cafe or something. I'd need my ID, right?" Wu Na, linking her arm through Zhang Heng's, chuckled. "I get it, we can also go online in the room. You can surf for as long as you want." Zhang Heng exclaimed, "Ro, I can surf for a long time." At the front desk, the receptionist looked at the two young individuals before her with a face full of suspicion and confusion. Surfing the internet. Coming to a hotel just to go online. Shaking her head, she didn't ask further. Although she had only just started, her professional training taught her that one should not be curious about guests' affairs. This was emphasized during her onboarding. Curiosity kills the cat. "Sir, here is your room card. Your room is number 668. Would you like me to take you up?" Zhang Heng took the room card. She glanced at Wu Na, thought for a moment, and said, "Then it'll trouble you. I've never been to your hotel and am not very familiar with it." The receptionist displayed a professional smile and said, "All right, please follow me, guests." The receptionist, dressed in a well-fitted uniform, elegantly walked ahead, leading Zhang Heng and Wu Na. The three of them took the elevator up to the 6th floor. Walking down the corridor on the 6th floor, the receptionist suddenly said, "Sir, room 668 is only equipped with one computer. If both of you want to go online at the same time, then." They arrived at the door of room 668. The receptionist looked at Zhang Heng, appearing somewhat embarrassed. She waited until Zhang Heng paid several hundred yuan for the room before telling the two guests that there was actually only one computer inside. She felt that this felt somewhat like deceiving consumers. Thus, after much internal conflict, the receptionist finally spoke up. Zhang Heng laughed. Wu Na also smiled. Looking at the young receptionist, Zhang Heng knew that she genuinely felt embarrassed. He sighed inwardly. If every businessman were as conscientious, the world would be a better place. He looked at the flustered young receptionist. "It's okay, one computer can be shared by two people," Zhang Heng said with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, the young girl widened her eyes. Her mind began to ponder. One computer, two people using it. How would that work? Can it even be done? The young receptionist racked her brains but ultimately couldn't figure out how two people could simultaneously use one computer. Seeing her frowning in deep thought yet unable to comprehend, both Zhang Heng and Wu Na were amused. Zhang Heng said, "Thank you. You can go back to your duties, we need to go into the room to surf the internet." The young receptionist nodded and turned to leave. As she walked away, she continued to ponder. How could one computer be used by two people at the same time? This question was so difficult. It was even harder than the last challenging question on a school math exam. Watching the young girl leave in confusion, Zhang Heng took out the room card for room 688 and lightly swiped it over the door lock. Ding dong! A crisp sound rang out and the door to room 688 opened. Zhang Heng pulled Wu Na inside and inserted the room card into the slot. Instantly the lights and appliances in the room began to function.
On the desk by the window there was indeed only one computer.
It seemed the young girl hadn't lied. At that moment the curved screen computer by the window surprisingly powered on automatically, leaving Zhang Heng astonished. Hotels these days are already this intelligent.
The power of technology is indeed formidable.
This was his first time staying in such a high-tech hotel. He had to take some time to study it later.
After entering the room, click.
Zhang Heng locked the door behind him and pulled Wu Na directly to the bed, casting a quick glance around the room. The air conditioning turned on automatically, set to 28 degrees. Wu Na threw her handbag onto the bed and looked at Zhang Heng with a mischievous smile, unabashedly saying, "So are you going online first or?" As she spoke, her little hand moved closer. "The curtains are still open."
"Wait. Let me close the curtains first."
As Zhang Heng spoke, he got up to close the curtains. Just as he stood, Wu Na pulled him down. Zhang Heng lost his balance and fell onto the bed. Wu Na followed suit, falling down with him. Zhang Heng turned his head and urgently said, "The curtains." Wu Na subdued him with a technique rendering him unable to move. With a sly smile she said, "We're on the 6th floor, what's there to be afraid of?
Look across, all the buildings are low, you can't see anything."
"Then,
is it really okay like this?"
Zhang Heng asked with wide eyes. At this moment he felt like his heart was about to leap out. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, silently reflecting, this girl is quite bold. The room's temperature had soon become quite warm. Both felt a bit overheated. "I'm already sweating, I think I'll take off my down jacket." Saying this, Wu Na proceeded to remove her jacket. Suddenly before Zhang Heng appeared a beige deep neck sweater fitted with ruffles, accentuating Wu Na's curvaceous figure. It perfectly showcased her figure before Zhang Heng's eyes. Wu Na did not stop. Slowly she folded the deep neck sweater and placed it neatly on the bedside cabinet. Zhang Heng lay on the bed looking up at Wu Na. At this moment she was only left in a sexy cropped tight-fitting top. Gulp. Zhang Heng struggled to swallow. He felt as if his heart was about to burst. At that moment Wu Na tossed her long hair and leaned forward slightly. With a smile she looked at Zhang Heng and said, "Next I'll tell you about the difference between these fleece-lined jeans and those you wear in summer." "Well, go ahead and explain." Zhang Heng forced himself to endure glancing at her. Wu Na smiled charmingly and sweetly said, "First of all, these are high-waisted, stretchy and slim-fitting, which protect the waist from the cold in winter, keeping it warm, and they also accentuate your figure. Secondly, look, these pants have a good fit, nice material, and the fleece inside is very comfortable and skin-friendly."
"If you don't believe me, feel for yourself."
Zhang Heng chuckled. "I really don't believe it. I want to check if this fleece is as comfortable as you say." As he spoke he reached out to check. The moment he touched it his expression said it all.
"You weren't lying to me." That night he diligently examined every detail. In the end his sweat was pouring out everywhere. Outside the window the sun shone brightly. Rays of sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, illuminating the room.
From noon to afternoon inside room 688. Zhang Heng and Wu Na continued chatting, occasionally sparring with one another.
After all, practice remains the sole criterion for verifying truth. Some instructional materials feature flashy techniques, pleasing to the eye, yet only first-hand practice reveals their utter impracticality.
Such ornamental forms exist solely for spectacle, not for combat. Only upon stepping onto the battlefield oneself does one discern which techniques are hollow flourishes and which possess genuine power to subdue an opponent. Just now Zhang Heng found himself at a disadvantage once more, precisely because he had employed a move that looked elegant but proved utterly ineffective. At that moment Zhang Heng recalled a remark made by his college roommate Li Fei. Back then someone in their dormitory had been watching a video. Li Fei remarked, "Art and reality inevitably diverge, only through personal practice can one truly perceive the distinction." At the time Zhang Heng had barely registered the weight of Li Fei's words, finding them merely poetic, even teasing him for sounding overly refined and lacking masculine vigor. Yet now for the first time Zhang Heng profoundly grasped the depth of Li Fei's insight and inwardly sighed. He saw his old friend Li Fei in a new light, a man of quiet mastery long concealed beneath unassuming calm. Zhang Heng mused, when the new semester begins I must earnestly seek Li Fei's guidance on technique. He'd always seemed so low-key, yet here was a true master hidden in plain sight. How intriguing. Then Zhang Heng remembered the lunar almanac he'd glimpsed aboard the bus January 20th, auspicious for travel, visiting friends and setting forth. Inauspicious for opening businesses, weddings, marriage registrations or nuptials. He silently marveled, indeed our ancestors' almanac is a marvel, its wisdom rings utterly true. Today truly was a fortuitous day. Gratitude to our ancestors and to the almanac itself. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one and drew deeply. He lowered his gaze. Huinyi City's downtown. Wanda Hotel. Inside room 688 the temperature held at a soothing 28°C, perfectly warm, perfectly comfortable. Zhang Heng bent down and gently kissed Wu Na's forehead, holding her close as he murmured, "It's been exactly 3 years. Today at last." Wu Na's delicate fingers traced slow circles across his chest. She chuckled softly watching him exhale perfect smoke rings. She said, Zhang Heng really quit smoking. Don't you know it harms your health? Kick the habit early, once time passes it becomes nearly impossible. Like stock trading, the longer you stay the deeper you sink, like enchantment, like possession. Zhang Heng smiled. Funny you should mention it, I've actually begun trading stocks lately, and quite successfully too. Hearing this, Wu Na studied him intently. The stock market is a casino, not everyone can navigate it. Your family isn't wealthy and your parents' allowance is modest, isn't it? Don't let yourself fall in. So many have lost everything, home, family, livelihood, chasing those fleeting numbers. Her concern was palpable. She genuinely feared he would lose himself in the market. She'd witnessed countless tragedies, families shattered, spouses separated, homes and cars sold off, all for the sake of trading. She'd heard these stories from her own parents and seen them unfold among relatives and their friends. Meeting his gaze, she spoke with solemn gravity. Zhang Heng, the stock market is filled with gamblers. Promise me you will never become one. He stroked her silken hair and nodded. You know my self-discipline, why doubt me now? Her cheeks flushed faintly as she held his eyes, enunciating each word with quiet intensity. Remember this, gambling and narcotics are forbidden, absolutely untouchable. Especially for you. Zhang Heng nodded reassuringly. I know my limits, rest easy. Just then the phone on the nightstand rang. Dad. That guy's calling again, will you answer it? They both turned instinctively, just the ringtone alone confirmed it was Zhang Heng's phone. Zhang Heng reached over, picked up the phone and gave Wu Na a hushing gesture. Shoo, this is from home. Stay silent or we'll be exposed. Wu Na rolled her eyes and gave his waist a playful pinch. Typical men, you're all hopeless pigs. Zhang Heng chuckled. Fine, if you're not afraid of being beaten senseless by your strict father right this instant, let's go public. I have no objections. At his words, Wu Na's expression dimmed and a soft sigh escaped her lips. Her father had raised her with unyielding rigor. Every young man who'd ever shown interest in her had been summoned and warned face-to-face. As a result, few dared approach her at school, even teachers intervened multiple times to no avail. That was one reason their relationship remained clandestine. Now Zhang Heng couldn't help but wonder. How would old Wu react upon learning that his treasured daughter, the down jacket he'd guarded for years, had already been claimed? After another hushing gesture, Zhang Heng hurriedly answered the call. Hey mom, miss your son already. He'd spoken to his mother that morning, telling her he wouldn't return for lunch. Now barely past noon, she was calling, predictably, to ask when he'd be home this afternoon. No matter how grown children become to their parents, they remain forever small. From the receiver came his mother's unmistakable booming voice. Her voice, robust and full of vitality, filled the line. Brat. Lunchtime's past, did you eat? Where are you? When will you be home this afternoon? Have you run out of money? Once she began speaking, there was scarcely room for Zhang Heng to interject. Her monologue flowed uninterrupted. Zhang Heng gazed helplessly out the window and replied, Mom, I've only been gone a few hours. I haven't committed any crime. How could I possibly spend all my money so quickly? I'm no longer a toddler, I'm a grown man. It's time you learn to let go. Wu Na's fair and tender little hand was drawing on Zhang Heng's chest, not knowing what she was writing. She tilted her head back and playfully pecked Zhang Heng on the cheek. Do you like it? Zhang Heng nodded, saying, it's not just like, it's mesmerizing. Wu Na giggled, burying her head into Zhang Heng's chest. Zhang Heng let out a cry. Nah, you're so fierce. Wu Na, with her head buried, let out a soft breath and asked, so do you like it? In the room, the two were leaning against the headboard, gazing at the scenery outside the window. At this time it was already afternoon. Zhang Heng glanced at his phone. It was 2:43 p.m. At that moment he suddenly remembered something. He had told his mother earlier that today would be the last time he would ask for money from home. So he needed to sell some stocks today so that he could transfer a portion of the money through the bank tomorrow. The stock market operates on a T1 system. The money from selling stocks today could only be withdrawn tomorrow. Zhang Heng reached out, picked up the phone from the bedside table, opened the Shiwu Shoukai app and logged into his account. He took a look at his holdings. Security name Badian Film and Television 003103. Holdings available 15140015, 1400 shares. Current price, cost price 8,811. 82 yuan. Stock market value 2252832. 00 yuan. Floating profit and loss 1043,843. 199. 93. Daily profit and loss 204390. 0010. 0. Position holding days 99. 991. Total assets 2253022. 00 yuan. Zhang Heng was calculating in his mind how much money he needed to take out. Now that he had over 1 million personal assets, he decided to take out a few thousand for emergencies. Since he had 1,400 shares left over, he would sell those as pocket money for now. Thus at the limit price, Zhang Heng sold 1,400 shares of Billionaire film and television stock. The transaction was completed in an instant and his holdings underwent a new change. Security name Billionaire film and television 003103. Holdings available 1,500 0015 0000 shares.
Current price cost price 14. 8,811. 82 yuan. Stock market value 2232000. 00 yuan. Floating profit and loss 1043,843. 199. 93. Daily profit and loss 204390. 0010. 0. Position holding days 99. 991. Total assets 2253,022. 00 yuan. Over 20,000 yuan in pocket money should be enough for his recent expenses, considering everyone was a poor student and wouldn't have high consumption. After all, this wasn't a first or second tier city, the cost of living was relatively low. Having sorted out his pocket money for the winter vacation, Zhang Heng immediately tossed his phone onto the bedside table. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, casting beams of golden light as if taking shape. In those beams of sunlight one could clearly see the floating dust dancing gracefully. Who knows, perhaps it represented another microscopic grand world. Wu Na watched the golden sunlight slanting onto her and Zhang Heng curiously raising her little hand to grasp at the beams of light. Her little hand passed through the sunlight and naturally she grasped at nothing. Instantly Wu Na let out a delightful giggle. Not catching the sunlight only led to Zhang Heng teasing her. At that moment time felt so wonderful for the two of them. It was indeed true that heroes have difficulty overcoming the beauty of women. However, after calming down, Zhang Heng began to think about the future. He took a deep breath and asked, Nana, what are your thoughts about the future? Your family's conditions are far better than ours, at least for now. Back then when your father saw us holding hands, he sternly warned me to stay away from you, almost making you transfer schools because of it. Wu Na chuckled, saying yes. That was the first time we held hands, and I didn't expect to be caught. It was such bad luck. Later when I got home, my dad scolded me severely. If I hadn't promised not to associate with you anymore, I probably would have transferred schools by then. Zhang Heng looked down at her for a while before saying, underground work is indeed difficult to carry out. Fortunately, now that we are in college, it's like we've been liberated. By the way, I only know you got into a university in the provincial capital. Which one is it? Wu Na frowned. She immediately shot Zhang Heng a glare and said, don't you care about anything else about me besides that? Oof. You're all the same. Looking at Wu Na's dissatisfied expression, Zhang Heng hurriedly explained, I can't be blamed for this. At that time neither of us had phones. After the college entrance examination your dad took you away, and I even asked a few of your good friends, but they couldn't contact you either. Later I sent you a message on QQ and you actually deleted me. Wu Na pinched him and said crossly, it wasn't me who deleted you, it was my dad. He took my QQ and deleted all the boys from it and wouldn't let me use it until after college started. As a result, I only got it back at the end of the semester and I rejoined the class group only at the end of the semester. Before that my dad had removed me from all my QQ groups. Zhang Heng sighed, your dad is very protective of you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng laughed heartily. This is what you taught me: when flowers bloom they must be picked, do not wait until there are no flowers to regret the branches left unpicked. Wu Na recited the other two lines of this poem. I advise you not to cherish your golden clothes, I advise you to cherish your youth instead. This poem, Golden Threaded Clothes by Du Qianyang from the Tang Dynasty, has been altered by modern people to the point where its meaning has changed. It clearly laments the importance of cherishing time and not missing out on youth yet now. Wu Na began to teach Zhang Heng. Looking at the charming little fairy in his arms, he couldn't help but chuckle. Look, you've once again led the topic astray. What was I about to say? You asked where the university is. Yes, that's the question. When I have time in the future, I'll come to find you. Hearing Zhang Heng's words, Wu Na suddenly became cheerful, kissed Zhang Heng on the cheek and said, really? She nodded. Zhang Heng replied, I believe there will definitely be opportunities. His hands kept searching, his eyes gazing out at the scenery outside the window. His thoughts had already soared to a distant future. At this moment Zhang Heng began to contemplate his own future. Preparing in advance and planning future directions surely brings nothing but benefits. Outside the window the sun had begun to set, slowly descending, and the sky was no longer as bright as it was at noon. Through Wu Na's words, Zhang Heng finally learned that she had been admitted to Guiqing University in Xian province. Looking at the delicate beauty in his arms, Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. Wu Na has the figure and the face, coupled with her maturity, sensuality and charm. She is indeed suited for this path. However, the entertainment industry is a world of fame and fortune. For the sake of fame and profit, people go to any lengths. Zhang Heng held Wu Na tighter, looking at her with concern. This girl, if she really entered the entertainment industry one day, would she still be able to protect herself? How many people have stepped into that world against their will? Seeing the worried expression on Zhang Heng's face, Wu Na sweetly smiled. What's wrong? Are you worried that once I enter the entertainment industry those old guys will? Zhang Heng nodded.
I know your family is well off, but compared to those guys it's still. Wu Na gently covered Zhang Heng's lips, looking at him with tenderness in her eyes.
Don't worry, there are still clean streams in the entertainment industry. Moreover, I'm not necessarily aiming for stardom, I just want to be able to support myself. The one who should truly apologize is me. Since I have chosen this profession after graduating and becoming a star, you know that for a considerable time the entertainment company will definitely not let me marry. Of course I won't stop you from getting married. Even if you get married, it will still be yours.
At this moment Zhang Heng looked at Wu Na in astonishment, his eyes filled with both emotion and affection. In his heart he quietly harbored some thoughts. Of course he did not voice these thoughts to anyone, for if he did no one would believe him. He wanted to create a space for Wu Na, allowing her to soar freely in the sky without being bullied. Looking at the beauty in his arms, he decided to make this a surprise gift for Wu Na, striving to achieve it before their graduation in the fourth. Zhang Heng took a deep breath, and before him appeared another goal. Caressing the delicate smoothness in his arms, he asked with concern, "Baby, are you hungry?" Looking at Wu Na, Zhang Heng smiled because he heard Wu Na's stomach grumbling. After all, they hadn't eaten anything since they left in the morning. Moreover, after several hours of intense jungle battling, their bodies had already suffered considerable exhaustion and urgently needed to replenish energy and nutrients. Wu Na touched Zhang Heng's stomach. "It's your stomach that's growling." Zhang Heng didn't point it out. He picked up the phone on the bedside and ordered food for two. "Clean up a bit, we'll eat soon." Wu Na obediently nodded, leaving Zhang Heng's warm embrace, sliding off the bed, finding a bathrobe to wear, and even brought one for Zhang Heng. After putting on the bathrobe, the two went to the dining room to wait. Zhang Heng took out his phone. He had forgotten that he hadn't posted his trading updates and posts yet. Wu Na leaned against his shoulder, scrolling through Douyin. Zhang Heng opened his holdings, took a screenshot of today's positions, blurred out his personal information, and posted it on his Taobaba account. Stock name Badian Film and Television 003103, holdings available 1-500-0015-0000, shares current price, cost price 14. 8,811. 82 yuan. Market value of stocks 2232000. 00 yuan. Floating profit and loss 1043843. 199. 93. Daily profit and loss 204390. 0010. 0 position days held 99. 991. Total assets 22530022. 00 yuan. Having posted today's trading update, he also released a post understanding the way of gains and losses. Better to miss than to make mistakes. Trade what you understand. I am a small stock trader seeking the unattainable. Today Badian Film and Television continues to release favorable news, and the stock price is continuously hitting the limit up as expected. Recently I've been tight on funds, so I sold 1400 shares as my recent pocket money. After excluding this 20000 yuan in pocket money, my personal assets still surpass 1 million. In the future I still hold a positive outlook on Badian Film and Television. Those with capital can continue to hold, and they might earn a few more boards of meal money. By the way, are those brothers who made bets still lurking? Be careful not to drown in the end. Just a kind reminder, you can come out for some fresh air. Lastly, still the same saying, whether right or wrong, let's see the truth on the way. As soon as Zhang Heng's trading update and post were published, stock friends began to leave comments. Now among the small retail investors in Taobaba, Zhang Heng has already gained some fame and accumulated a few followers. Especially after winning the 1 million yuan bet, he attracted many people seeking advice, mentorship, and even asking for support. Stock God, please take me along. Stock God, I want to be your pendant to absorb your aura. Is this the god of wealth descending to earth? God of wealth, do you need a servant? Look at me, I can wash clothes, cook, tend cattle and horses, sing and dance. I am proficient in everything. Master, are you taking apprentices? Regardless of whether you take apprentices or not, great deity, why not create a group so we can admire your miracles? Just as he was reading these comments from fellow stock friends, the door to room 668 made a sound. Knock, knock, knock. A sharp rapping echoed from outside the room. Hello. Your meal has arrived. I'm a hotel attendant delivering your dinner. Zhang Heng set down his phone, rose and went to open the door. An attendant wheeled in a food trolley following Zhang Heng into the room. Seeing the two already seated at the dining table, the attendant lifted the lids of each dish and placed them carefully before them. The ingredients were not extraordinary. Yet every dish bore the unmistakable mark of meticulous preparation: jobs tier rice, plum glazed chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, garlic, braised Chinese broccoli, mung bean and jobs tier soup, and guava pearls. The spread offered balanced variety: meat and vegetables, rice and soup, thoughtfully composed. Your meal is complete, esteemed guests. Please enjoy at your leisure. With that, the attendant wheeled the trolley out of the room. Zhang Heng and Wu Na had long been ravenous, so much so that their stomachs pressed tightly against their spines, and the rich aroma of the food only intensified their hunger. Within 10 minutes the entire feast vanished, every grain of rice, every morsel utterly consumed. Only empty plates and bowls remained upon the table. They moved to the living room sofa where eyes meeting both Zhang Heng and Wu Na broke into quiet laughter. Reclining side by side, hands resting on their comfortably rounded bellies, Zhang Heng switched on the television. Neither spoke, they simply rested in companionable silence. The screen displayed a news broadcast. Zhang Heng made no effort to change the channel, settling instead into passive viewing. Universal news: deepening cooperation between Xia and Ah stirs alarm among U.S.
lawmakers who denounce it as a challenge to the Monroe Doctrine.
According to reports, a string of positive developments has marked Xia relations over the past 2 weeks. On January 8, Xia exported its domestically developed third-generation nuclear reactor Pancher 1 to Ah. On February 19, President Ferdinand of Ah arrived in Great Xia to sign a memorandum of understanding. Both felt pleasantly full, so sated they could scarcely muster the will to move. They watched the news for over 20 minutes before the lethargy began to ease. Zhang Heng glanced at Wu Na beside him, reclining on the sofa to aid digestion, her small hand gently massaging her belly, a clear sign she was thoroughly satiated given how delicious the meal had been. Zhang Heng turned toward Wu Na, then stood up. "We've rested enough, shall we take a stroll to help digestion? The Wanda Mall is just next door, let's wander over and browse while we're at it."
They changed clothes and left the room, strolling on hurriedly as if time itself had slowed.
By now dusk had settled. The sun had long since dipped below the horizon, and as they reached the Wanda Plaza its lights shimmered warmly to life. Wu Na slipped her arm through Zhang Heng's and together they walked toward the mall. Crossing the plaza's designated a bike parking zone, they had not yet entered the mall when two men, broad-shouldered faces hardened by menace, abruptly halted their bikes and strode swiftly toward them. Zhang Heng and Wu Na walked ahead. Just as they reached the mall entrance, suddenly, two figures surged forward like gusts of wind. Their voices struck first before their bodies drew near.
"Wait a moment, please."
At the sound, Zhang Heng pivoted sharply. Two men in heavy black parkas closed in, one stepping before them, the other behind, effectively boxing them in. The pair exchanged a fleeting glance, one hand remained tucked inside his coat. Zhang Heng instantly pulled Wu Na behind him, his gaze locked warily upon them.
"What do you want?" Their demeanor screamed menace, coarse features, swaggering postures, unmistakably thugs. They advanced slowly, deliberately narrowing the space between them.
One man turned to the other and asked,
"Brother Jun, what say you?"
Brother Jun nodded, fixing Zhang Heng with a crooked, predatory smile. "No ill intent, we merely find ourselves a bit short these days. So would like to borrow some money from you. What do you say?" His eyes held no trace of borrowing, only cold, unblinking demand. Zhang Heng knew instinctively this was no loan but an irrevocable extraction, like tossing steamed buns to dogs gone forever, never to return. Zhang Heng kept his gaze sharp and steady on Brother Jun, the undisputed leader. "I have no money," he replied flatly.
By now the mall entrance bustled with people.
In southwestern China, dinner hour typically falls between 7 and 8 p.m., making this the peak time for grocery shopping. Yet those passing by, entering and exiting the mall, merely cast curious glances at the quartet, offering no intervention whatsoever. The mall security guards, observing no overt commotion or physical altercation, chose to remain at a distance, watching silently without approaching.
"Brother Jun, stop wasting time, just snatch it and go."
Brother Jun shot him a scathing glare.
"Second brother, we're civilized men, we're here to borrow, not rob. Can't you speak properly?"
Second brother flushed and lowered his head sheepishly. Brother Jun stepped forward once more, closing the gap, and leaned in close. "Brother, we only wish to borrow a little.
Don't make this difficult for me, all right?"
As he spoke, he eased open his coat just slightly.
Instantly, a flash of cold silvery light gleamed from within. Zhang Heng's breath hitched. A knife. A gleaming razor-edged blade catching the plaza lights with a sharp lethal shimmer. He took several slow, deliberate breaths. At that moment calling for help was impossible, the assailant stood mere inches away. Any movement toward a phone would trigger immediate violence. Zhang Heng frowned. "I truly have no money. Look at my clothes, they're worth less than 1,000 yuan.
Where would I even get cash? If you're borrowing, shouldn't you choose your target wisely?"
His mind raced, searching desperately for a way out.
But under such pressure, with steel inches away, no solution surfaced. They carried weapons, and their practiced confidence betrayed seasoned criminals.
To commit such an act openly in broad daylight demanded either utter madness or reckless, death-defying audacity.
Zhang Heng flicked a swift glance toward the distant security guard. From the guard's expression alone, he understood the man recognized them. Clearly these two were local fixtures, familiar faces the guards had likely seen repeat such scenes before. Yet they looked away, choosing discretion over duty, unwilling to provoke men like these. Brother Jun continued his slow, deliberate advance, his gaze never leaving Zhang Heng's. Jungu advanced step by step toward Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng stared at him tensely. Facing such a thug, Zhang Heng knew he stood no chance, and wisely chose not to resist.
Any resistance would endanger both himself and Wu Na. Tales of a single man subduing a dozen opponents belong solely to fiction. Zhang Heng refused to believe such feats could occur in reality. Jungu scrutinized Zhang Heng from head to toe. Then, his gaze shifted behind Zhang Heng to Wu Na, and he smirked. Judging by her attire, she's clearly wealthy. Pretty boy, if you're broke, tell your mistress to pay up. You won't be shielding her now. Zhang Heng turned his head. He glanced briefly at Wu Na. Indeed, compared with her elegant clothing, his own garments appeared shabby. Moreover, she carried herself like the daughter of affluence. No wonder Jungu had mistaken him for Wu Na's kept man. A wry smile flickered across his lips. Wu Na clutched Zhang Heng's sleeve, trembling as she fixed Jungu with fearful eyes. This is broad daylight under the clear heavens. How dare you attempt robbery? Do you even realize this is a grave felony? Hearing Wu Na's words, Jun Ji's expression darkened instantly, his glare turning vicious. Girl, some things are best left unspoken. Once uttered, they burn bridges, not only for my brother and me but for you both as well. Understand. Wu Na huddled behind Zhang Heng, terrified yet summoning courage. There are dozens of witnesses right here. Aren't you afraid? Jungu swept his gaze across the crowd, then chuckled mockingly, spreading his hands wide. Little girl, look around. Tell me, do you truly think any of them will step forward? Would they dare? As he spoke, he cast a pointed glance toward the mall security guards nearby. Zhang Heng's hand slipped discreetly into his jacket. Relying on memory, he activated the voice recording function on his phone. But before he could withdraw his hand, Jungu spotted the movement. His eyes narrowed sharply and he barked, "What did you just do?" Nothing at all. You've cornered us for robbery, that's a crime. Zhang Heng began gathering evidence. Yet, Jungu ignored his retort. Squinting, he studied Zhang Heng intently, then extended his hand, palm up, voice icy, "Hand it over." Hand over what? I have nothing. Jungu drew a dagger hidden beneath his padded coat, fixing Zhang Heng with a menacing stare. Don't force my hand, I only wish to borrow some money. Don't make me borrow your blood instead. From the corner of his eye, Zhang Heng caught sight of the blade emerging fully. Its owner had no intention of retracting it. The assault was imminent. At that instant, Zhang Heng lunged forward, shoving Jungu backward with all his strength. Run! Shoving Jungu aside, Zhang Heng seized Wu Na's hand and sprinted toward the mall entrance. Crowded spaces offered safety. Criminals rarely dared commit violence openly there. Wu Na stumbled along, dragged by Zhang Heng toward the mall's entrance. Behind them, Lauer froze, stunned that these two youths would dare flee. And even more so that Zhang Heng had dared shove Jungu, dagger already drawn. Jungu! He rushed forward, crouching to help the fallen man. Jungu, are you all right? With a violent shove, Jungu threw Lauer aside, his face contorted with fury. What are you staring at me for? Get after them now. By then, Zhang Heng and Wu Na were nearly at the mall's threshold. Once inside, the pair would surely hesitate to commit open violence. The premises bristled with surveillance cameras and armed security. For now, however, they remained just outside the entrance, no blows exchanged, no weapons yet visible, so the mall guards remained passive. After all, they were all wage earners, preferring to avoid trouble whenever possible. Snapping out of his daze, Lauer shot forward like an arrow. These men had spent years honing one skill above all: fleeing. They ran faster than hounds. Zhang Heng and Wu Na, both sedentary university students, stood no chance against them even with Zhang Heng's head start. Yet, Lauer closed the gap. Stop! With a guttural shout, he brandished his dagger and lunged. Zhang Heng saw it coming. In that heartbeat, adrenaline surged through his veins. Watch out! Wu Na still trailed behind him. The blade would strike her first. Without hesitation, he shoved Wu Na aside, leaping sideways himself, then cried out. Murder! Someone's attacking with a knife. They'd reached the mall's entrance, but hadn't crossed the threshold. Zhang Heng's cry pierced the air, drawing immediate attention from passers-by. The mall guards had no choice but to intervene, eyes locked warily on Lauer. Lauer's strike missed its mark before he could even withdraw the blade. Dozens of eyes bore down upon him. Behind him, Jungu charged forward, joining Lauer, dagger gleaming in his grip. Several security guards burst from the mall. This situation demanded action. If violence erupted at their entrance, their jobs would vanish overnight. Earlier, Jungu and Lauer had merely blocked Zhang Heng and Wu Na, no physical contact, no weapons revealed, so the guards had looked away, turning a blind eye. Though they knew the pair were local thugs extorting protection money, they'd offered no aid. Now everything had changed. Lauer had drawn steel and nearly stabbed Wu Na. 5 or 6 guards emerged together, batons drawn. One pressed his radio against his chest, calling for the head of security. Entrance security to command. This is command, report. What's happening? Sir, armed assault at the main entrance, knife involved 2 suspects, Jungu and his accomplice. Understood. Rally nearby personnel, prevent any further violence on our premises. I'll call the police immediately. Have those 2 lost their minds today? Instantly.
5 guards stood shoulder to shoulder, batons raised, faces taut with tension as Jun-gu and Lao-er faced them. Meanwhile, the guard who'd made the call shouted from a distance, "Cease at once. This is mall property, you dare commit violence here, Lao-er. You and Jun-gu have signed your death warrants. Our head of security has already contacted the police." As he spoke, the guards advanced several paces, halting atop the final marble step before the entrance, refusing to cross farther.
At that moment, shoppers entering and exiting the mall pulled out their phones from afar, recording, capturing evidence.
Zhang Heng and Wu Na had already retreated behind the protective line of guards. Zhang Heng held Wu Na's trembling hand, both scanning Jun-gu and Lao-er across the divide, palms slick with sweat. At this moment outside the shopping mall, more and more people were watching. Jun-gu and Lao-er, realizing the situation was dire, hurriedly concealed their daggers within their padded jackets and turned to flee. Several security guards armed with batons did not pursue them. No one was willing to step forward in such situations. Zhang Heng had already guessed that these security guards must be familiar with the two men. These two were definitely not new to collecting protection fees. One could only wonder how many had suffered and chosen to downplay the matter.
Zhang Heng pondered the general outline of the entire situation.
Seeing Jun-gu and Lao-er escape, the crowd began to murmur, pointing fingers at Zhang Heng and Wu Na. This couple looks affluent just by their attire, especially that girl. No wonder those two had the audacity to act again. Indeed, those two have been around here for some time, but no one has solid proof, and those who do are too afraid to step up. With the year-end approaching, these people need to find ways to celebrate the new year.
Fortunately, there are many people here today.
I heard that last time it was said to have happened late at night. As the security guards watched Jun-gu and Lao-er ride away on their bikes, they finally relaxed, putting away their batons and turning around. Looking at the sweaty Zhang Heng and Wu Na, one of the guards asked, "Are you alright?" He scrutinized Wu Na and frowned, saying, "Little girl, don't dress too well when you go out. It's easy to attract thieves. Although I don't know what brand your clothes are, they clearly look expensive. And that bag in your hand, oh my, even kids know that brand. You are practically advertising your wealth to those people." Wu Na, feeling wrong, tugged at Zhang Heng's sleeve, her head down, her boot tips scraping on the ground as she sulked in response to the guard's admonition, murmuring, "It's not my fault for being wealthy." The guard looked at her and contemplated a bit longer before saying, "It's certainly not wrong to be wealthy, but you must protect yourself. Otherwise."
The guard didn't continue. Zhang Heng understood.
Otherwise it would imply a repeat of today's incident. At this moment a sense of urgency arose in Zhang Heng's heart. This urgency was not solely due to the day's events, but also signaled to him that he needed to accelerate the accumulation of his wealth. Furthermore, there was the issue of his own safety and the safety of those he cared about. Today, merely because of Wu Na's clothes and bag, they encountered such a situation.
What about in the future?
In the future, facing more flies and venomous wasps, how should he react? Would he still flee as he did today? What if next time there were no others present? What then should he do? Zhang Heng gazed in the direction where Jun-gu and Lao-er had fled, his expression serious. It seemed there were matters he needed to start contemplating immediately.
This meant addressing security issues. Although today's events could be considered an accident, they had stimulated Zhang Heng.
Originally, he only wanted to achieve small goals step by step, ultimately attaining personal financial freedom so that his family could live better while he enjoyed a carefree life.
However, it seemed now that this process needed to be expedited.
Otherwise, perhaps before Wu Na even graduated from college, many things would have already changed. Many women's changes begin after graduating from college. It's not that they don't wish to remain innocent, but society pushes them to become more realistic. Outside the shopping mall, 2 older security guards had not yet left, standing in front of Zhang Heng and Wu Na as if educating their own children. "You both should go into the mall and wait a while before leaving. Alternatively, call home and have someone come pick you up. It's not safe to go out now." Those two could be watching somewhere nearby. The other guards had already left. Zhang Heng noticed that this guard was not the one from the lobby. Wu Na, still a bit frightened, looked at Zhang Heng with questioning eyes. Zhang Heng turned to the guard and asked, "Uncle, you mentioned that the security captain called to report."
"The police, right?
Then we must wait for the inspector to arrive here." The guard glanced at Zhang Heng and shook his head.
"It's of no use. Do you have any evidence?"
Zhang Heng was taken aback and shook his head. If only Jun-gu hadn't spotted him earlier, he might have been able to obtain recorded evidence. However, when Zhang Heng had just opened his phone to record, he was discovered and failed to capture any valuable evidence. So when the inspector arrives, it will merely be a formality. Previously, these two had been caught before, not just once or twice, but in the end they were released due to lack of evidence. "They were trying to borrow money from you just now, weren't they?" Zhang Heng and Wu Na nodded simultaneously. The guard chuckled and said, "So you see, these two are quite clever. They won't leave you with any verbal evidence. You two should consider this a stroke of bad luck this time. Today they did not succeed in their scheme, and they likely won't show up around the mall for a while." The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Before long, the inspector arrived. The shopping mall security captain also came in. Together with Zhang Heng and Wu Na, they cooperated with the inspector for questioning and documentation. Then the inspector, looking pained, said to Zhang Heng, "This is not the first incident involving these two. We have received quite a few reports about them, but without substantial evidence we cannot convict them. Previously they were arrested on other charges, but after 10 days or half a month they were released, rendering our efforts ineffective. We are currently keeping a close watch on these two. Once we obtain substantial evidence, it will be their end." Hearing this, Zhang Heng and Wu Na exchanged glances, feeling helpless. Especially Zhang Heng, who was even more resolute in his determination to establish his own security force. Such incidents he would not allow to happen a second time. It's the principle that while the judge may be easy to evade, the minor ghosts are troublesome. If these local ruffians set their sights on you before you reach a certain level, it often leads to endless trouble. "Where do you live?" After completing the documentation, the inspector asked them. "Just in case, we'll take you home. It's getting late now." Zhang Heng did not refuse. "Thank you, Inspector. I live at." Meanwhile, Wu Na also stated her home address. They got into the car with the inspector. Zhang Heng and Wu Na finally felt safe. After dropping them off at the entrances of their respective communities, the inspector departed. "Thank you, Inspector." After thanking the inspector, Zhang Heng adjusted his clothing, took a few deep breaths, and then walked into the community with his head held high. He hadn't considered telling his parents about this incident. Since nothing serious had happened in the end, there was no need to worry them. Zhang Heng pretended as if nothing had happened and returned home. Wu Na did the same. "Mom, I'm back." As soon as he entered, Zhang Heng shouted. From the kitchen, Li Fang's loud scolding echoed, "You little rascal. Where have you been causing a ruckus? Be honest." Zhang Heng and Wu Na have safely returned home. However, at this moment, Jungu and Lauer, who had fled in a panic, were trembling in the sewer on the outskirts of the city. The two were panting heavily. Lauer patted his chest, gasping for air with a look of lingering fear on his face as he said, "Fortunately we ran early, or else we would have to spend a few more days inside." Jungu shot him a glance, took out a pack of cigarettes, pulled one out, tossed it to him, and lit one for himself. After taking a few deep puffs, he said, "Yes, luckily we ran fast. As soon as we turned into the alley, we could hear the inspector's sirens from a distance. They are always so quick. A few meters away." At the sewer exit, the north wind howled, pressing the withered yellow grass flat against the ground. After finishing a few cigarettes, Lauer looked at Jungu with a bitter expression and said, "Jungu, we killed for Li Xiao." "Shut up." Before Lauer could finish, Jungu barked sharply at him, giving him a stern look. Lauer immediately swallowed the rest of his words. Looking at Lauer, Jungu said seriously, "Don't say such things again." Not a single word. Lauer glanced towards the exit. Apart from the howling wind, there was nothing else. He whispered, "Jungu, it's just the two of us here, no one will hear us." "Shut up. Even if it's just us, it's not okay." At this moment, Jungu's gaze towards Lauer changed. Lauer felt a shiver at Jungu's gaze. He had seen this look more than once. The last time was when they were handling matters for Li Xiao in Kyoto. At that time, Li Xiao's enemy had completely vanished from this world under Jungu's gaze. Lauer panicked. "Jungu, I won't say anything anymore. I'm your capable assistant, please don't." Seeing Lauer's panicked expression, the intensity in Jungu's eyes faded in an instant. He smiled. Patting Lauer's shoulder, he said, "Remember, Lauer, we are just two local ruffians in the Huai region, occasionally borrowing a little money and sometimes traveling to Kyoto. Besides that, you and I have done nothing, and nothing has happened, understand?" Lauer nodded nervously. He repeatedly replied affirmatively. "The matter with Li Xiao and Kyoto should rot in my stomach. Digest it and flush it away. For the time being, we must play the role of local ruffians well. Li Xiao has already started paving the way for us to go abroad, but we must not rush, as Li Xiao is also being watched. At this time, everyone must be cautious, very cautious. Then, Jungu, can't we take some benefits from Li Xiao's branch in Huai City? Look at us now, what's the difference between us and a rat? We are being watched by those guys from the inspector's office every day. This life, it's just not a life for humans," Lauer said angrily. Jungu shook his head, looking at Lauer, and said seriously again, "This is a critical time. If we go to Li Xiao's branch in the city center of Huai, it will likely attract the attention of the inspectors, which would be detrimental to Li Xiao and ultimately to us. Do you understand? What we need to do now is to wait. Once the matters with Li Xiao and Kyoto are settled, he will take the initiative to contact us. We are all in the same boat, he will not dare to abandon us." Lauer sighed, his face filled with bitterness. A winter wind blew in. Lauer felt a chill run down his back. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his face, his hand covered in beads of sweat. At this moment, inside the Huai town inspector's office, apart from the inspector who sent Zhang Heng and Wu Na back, the other inspectors had already returned. They gathered in the meeting room and began discussions.
The top two officials of the inspector's office were also present. Alright, this time Jun Gu and Lao Er appeared again, but I still didn't catch them in the act, nor did I obtain any useful evidence. Damn. Captain, we clearly know that these two are collecting various protection fees under the guise of borrowing money, so why can't we arrest them? Exactly. A single rat's droppings can spoil a pot of soup. Our area has a bad reputation in the eyes of others, and they all say we are. One inspector raised his hand to stop him from continuing. It seemed he was the inspector captain. Do I not know what you are saying? But we are inspectors. These two words represent not only honor but also a heavy responsibility. Without sufficient evidence, what do we use to arrest people? Just like last time, if we arrested them for carrying controlled knives, how long can we keep them? Once the inspector captain's words fell, the inspectors present all sighed. One inspector quietly said carrying controlled knives can at most detain them for 10 days. Next to him, a well-mannered inspector while recording joined in the conversation. According to the Summer National Public Security Administration punishment law, carrying controlled items such as firearms, ammunition, crossbows or knives is punishable by detention for up to 5 days and a fine of up to 500 yuan. In less severe cases, a warning or a fine of less than 200 yuan is imposed. If these controlled items are illegally carried into public places or public transport, the penalty is detention for more than 5 days but less than 10 days and a fine of up to 500 yuan. The inspectors all looked at him. The inspector captain said, enough, you the recorder, just focus on taking the meeting minutes. Do we still need you to educate everyone about the law? Young man, it's good to want to show off, but you need to consider the time and place. We are discussing a case now, not having a class in school. The recorder smiled awkwardly, lowered his head and continued to take notes, no longer speaking. He had just graduated from the police academy this year and had been assigned to the Huai town inspector's office. The meeting continued. Meanwhile, not only the inspector's office was discussing Jun Gu and Lao Er. In the shopping mall's monitoring room, the security team leader and the security personnel responsible for monitoring were also talking about these two guys. Especially since earlier the inspectors had come to the monitoring room and took away the surveillance footage from the entrance of the mall. However, due to the angle and distance of the camera, it was impossible to see the knives in Jun Gu's and Lao Er's hands. The surveillance only captured Jun Gu and Lao Er blocking Zhang Heng and Wu Na one after the other. Then Zhang Heng pushed Jun Gu and dragged Wu Na towards the mall. Then Zhang Heng pushed Wu Na away. However, due to the angle, Lao Er's knife was also not visible. If we were to consider the surveillance, it was Zhang Heng who made the first move. Inside the mall's monitoring room, a security guard looked at the team leader and said, Captain, these two have already robbed several times at the entrance of our mall. Shouldn't we think of a way? The captain glanced at him, crossed his arms and said, is this something we can decide? Didn't you see that the inspectors have no evidence? Otherwise, wouldn't these two have already gone in and eaten for free? Moreover, they are right in front of the mall square and not entering the mall. It's not appropriate for us to act. I've heard that someone called the police and reported them, but after they were released they beat that person up badly. The business of the mall has not been as good as before and the owner is worried. Yes, the mall owner is also troubled. Especially in such medium to large malls, word of mouth has made many customers stay away. At this moment, Wang Shangju, the mall owner, sat in his office also with a worried expression. If these two are not resolved quickly, the business of the mall will become increasingly bleak. Wang Shangju had just sent away the inspectors who came to investigate. Seeing that there would be no results from the inspectors in the short term, Wang Shangju lightly tapped his fingers on the desktop, looking out at the scenery. After a moment's hesitation, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He picked up the phone on the desk and made a call. Zhang Heng spent the night weighed down by heavy thoughts. The next morning, having been ruminating until the small hours and only fallen asleep at dawn, he felt the effects. As expected, Zhang Heng slept until the sun had already warmed his backside. After washing and dressing, it was already past 9:30 in the morning. At the dining table there was only one breakfast set, Zhang Heng's. His mother was stuffing sausages, his father had gone out on some errand, and his younger sister was buried in her studies in her room, her figure overshadowed by winter holiday assignments. It should be noted that Zhang Yuli also attended a key school. The workload was heavy, everything was in service of taking a better university entrance exam 3 years from now. Zhang Heng sat alone at the table eating his breakfast. At the same time, he noticed the stock market had already opened, so he opened his phone between bites. As soon as he unlocked his phone, numerous unread messages appeared on Weixin, many of them from Wu Na. Zhang Heng, did you fall asleep last night? I woke up terrified from a nightmare in the middle of the night. Zhang Heng. Why aren't you replying to my messages? Zhang Heng, what happened? Were you hurt yesterday? If you don't reply by noon, I'll take a taxi to your house. What's wrong? Don't scare me like that. Zhang Heng looked and thought, good lord. Not only were there dozens of unread messages, there were dozens of missed calls as well. What was wrong with her? Zhang Heng wondered. How had he missed so many calls? He discovered his phone had been on silent mode, no wonder he had not heard a single ring. He hurriedly replied to Wu Na. Had he delayed any longer, he might have been in real trouble. He sent sorry. I just woke up, my phone was on silent so I didn't hear anything. I'm fine, I just got up.
You had a nightmare last night, how are you feeling now?
Whoosh, sent.
Before he had even finished his breakfast, Wu Na's reply arrived. You scared me to death.
I thought you. It's a relief you're okay.
I also feel fine, I just woke several times from nightmares last night and am a bit sleepy now.
Reading Wu Na's rapid messages warmed something inside Zhang Heng.
He knew she had been worrying about him all morning, so Zhang Heng hastily replied, go back to sleep for a while.
Call me if anything comes up. Remember to go to the class reunion tonight.
Wu Na replied sweetly, I know.
Wang Cohen has been shouting in the QQ group since early this morning, very enthusiastic.
He told her to get some more sleep and that they'd see each other tonight. After replying to Wu Na, he glanced elsewhere.
Zhang Heng glanced at Class 15's QQ group. Sure enough, Wang Cohen had been making a fuss there since early.
Scrolling through the group, he saw more than 99 unread messages.
Wang Cohen, everyone get up and get ready. Remember to depart early this afternoon so we don't arrive late.
Wu Na, I just woke up. Class rep, you're so early.
Lu Tinghe, the class rep is loaded, today he treats. Fu Xiaoyang, I work at a supermarket downtown. I've already asked my manager for leave. Class 15 brothers, tonight we don't go home sober.
Zhang Tiannua, my father wants me to go with him to pay New Year calls, I won't go.
Whereas visiting relatives is joyful as our class reunion. Li Chi, you guys are lucky. Those of us who didn't continue studying face blind date setups at home every day.
I don't even dare go home after work.
Fu Xiaoyang, is your family nagging you?
Fu Xiaoyang, too much to say, it would only bring tears oldly.
Watching the classmates chatter in the QQ group, it was all idle banter.
Zhang Heng smiled, resumed his breakfast and opened his stock trading app Shiwu Shoucai app.
He glanced at the price movement of Billionaire. Everything was as he expected. Billionaire continued to hit the daily limit up. Zhang Heng opened his holdings and planned to transfer out the proceeds from the 1400 Billionaire shares he had sold yesterday. Those 20,000 some yuan were his recent pocket money.
He opened his holdings and navigated to the bank securities transfer page.
Using the securities to bank transfer function, Zhang Heng moved all the money from yesterday's stock sale from his securities account into his bank card. The bank securities transfer service is available from 830 m to 400 p.m.
on trading days outside that window. Transfers cannot be made even if the funds were not from that day's trades.
Available balance 21022. 00 yuan. Zhang Heng chose to transfer it all, clicked confirm, and the transaction executed instantly. Ping. A bank SMS notifying a change in his debit card balance arrived immediately. He opened it. Your debit card account 6217-823-8342 received 21022. 00 yuan on January 21st. Post-transaction balance 21352. 75 yuan. Huatian Bank.
With a little over 20,000 yuan sitting in his card, Zhang Heng breathed a small sigh of relief. At least he would not have to stretch out his hand to his parents for pocket money anymore.
This was his first step toward financial independence. He cast another glance at his current holdings. Security name Billionaire 003103.
Holdings available 1500001500000 shares.
Current price, cost price 16. 3,611. 82 yuan. Stock market value 2454000. 00 yuan. Floating profit and loss 1265843. 00209. 93. Daily profit and loss 222000. 0010. 0. Position days held 100. 002. Total assets 2454000. 00 yuan.
Looking at his holdings, Zhang Heng felt genuine satisfaction. Today he had earned another 220,000 plus.
One word: exhilarating. Billionaire had been limit up all day again. Zhang Heng did not need to intervene. Another day of effortless gains.
He casually took a screenshot of his holdings and posted it to his Tyogaba account, adding a post that read, understand when to advance and retreat, better to miss an opportunity than to make a mistake.
Trade only what you understand. I'm just a small retail investor. Billionaire hit the limit again today. Steady, another unexciting day.
A bag of sunflower seeds, a cup of tea, a phone to play with all day. This is my life, dull and monotonous.
Fellow traders, any fun recommendations? Also, my live portfolio has been updated. Total assets have reached 454 million. The fractional gains already exceed my original capital. With idle time on my hands, I might as well set a new flag, say first to earn 100 million. The day that flag is achieved will be the day I close the thread. Any takers for a wager? A modest target of 100 million. Whether we succeed or fail, let the road reveal the truth of our effort. Zhang Heng's real trading positions and posts have just been sent out.
Once again, a flood of comments has arrived.
At this moment, Zhang Heng's account on Tyogaba is gaining more and more popularity.
Especially many small investors, upon seeing that Zhang Heng started in the stock market with an initial capital of over 5,000 points, regard him as a deity among small investors. A small investor using a capital of 5,000 has netted over 1 million in profit in just a little over 10 days. Few would believe this if it were told. If it weren't for those who have been following Zhang Heng since the beginning of this gamble, they wouldn't believe such a miracle. It has only been a total of 12 trading days. If we start counting from the capital of 5,200, that is from January 6th, it has actually only been 11 days. In 11 days the funds have multiplied by more than 20 times. If the capital were not 5,200 but rather 5 million, that would directly mean achieving a small target.
If the capital were even more, then Zhang Heng is having breakfast while looking at the comments in the posts. One word: awesome. Incredible, it's just so many limits in a row. This is definitely not something small investors or newcomers can achieve. The original poster must be using a secondary account.
Great master, may I ask, once the comprehensive registration system reaches 20, will it stifle short-term traders like me, especially those who engage in limit trading?
I have entered the market with great difficulty following the master.
Baidian Film and Television is still limit up today. The limit up is the strongest performance, indicating that there is insufficient supply and high demand.
Continuing to hold won't be a mistake. I have been watching you, brother. You are the true expert.
Who says small investors can't be gods?
You are the only god among small investors.
Such a profit rate is unmatched. Brother, on the day of divergence for the sector leader, how can we judge whether yesterday's limit up was a following trend or if it can rise again?
I humbly seek guidance from the master. Looking at the constantly increasing post comments, many are here to seek advice. However,
Zhang Heng has not replied to any of them. It's not that he is unwilling to respond, but he dares not casually share any experience because he is just a novice in the stock market. His ability to achieve such results relies entirely on a simulator. How could he possibly reveal that secret?
He is not a fool.
This is also the reason why Zhang Heng has been diligently supplementing his stock market knowledge. Recently he has been quietly learning from the posts of those big shots, hoping to be able to chat with these fellow investors in the future. Otherwise, if he keeps ignoring this aspect, it would itself become a problem. This time, after Zhang Heng set a new target of 100 million, no one dares to bet against him anymore. Because Zhang Heng's achievement of flipping 5,200 to 1 million has startled these small investors. We are all small investors who doesn't want to get rich. At this moment, flattering Zhang Heng is too late. How could anyone dare to bet against him? After browsing through the post comments, Zhang Heng selected some questions unrelated to seeking advice and replied to them one by one. Then he opened the stock trading software and habitually took a glance at Baidian Film and Television's market trends for tomorrow. Suddenly, in front of Zhang Heng, new investment information appeared on the virtual screen of the simulator. Baidian Film and Television 003103. Today, Baidian Film and Television maintained a limit up throughout the day. Last night, Baidian Film and Television officially released a new favorable announcement announcing that this year's Spring Festival comedy film Aliens Are Coming is scheduled to be released on the first day of the new year, along with the ultimate trailer, and pre-sale has begun.
Tomorrow, January 22nd, Saturday evening, the pre-sale data for Aliens Are Coming will be released on the official pre-sale platform with first-day pre-sale revenue of less than 100,000, a dismal performance.
Next week the stock will directly fall below 7 points. Simulation results suggestion: sell high and seek better stocks. Seeing this, Zhang Heng was momentarily lost in thought. At this moment he looked up at the virtual screen in front of him and forgot about the breakfast in his hand. Next to Zhang Heng, the golden-haired puppy Xiao Huihui opened its mouth wide, sticking out its long tongue, wagging its tail vigorously, raising its head and staring intently at the meat patty on Zhang Heng's chopsticks.
Xiao Huihui, woof woof woof.
I'm not afraid of eating it cold, just give me the meat patty. Zhang Heng looked at his mother's concerned gaze, feeling a warm sensation in his heart.
This is the warmth of family.
His mother's worried eyes were mixed with the scolding in her words.
Look at what time it is now.
The breakfast stalls outside have already closed for half a day and they're starting to prepare lunch.
You still haven't finished your breakfast.
Look at your sister and little Gray, how obedient they are. They got up early and had their breakfast, and now they're doing their own things. Hearing the mistress call his name, little Gray immediately ran to Li Fang's feet, rubbing its dog head against her pant leg, expressing its loyalty. However, Zhang Yuli at the side was not happy. She wore a face of indifference, pouting as she looked at Li Fang and said unhappily, Mom, little Gray is a dog and I am a person.
How can you compare me to it?
I am not going to compare myself with little Gray.
It can only eat and does nothing else.
Little Gray circled around the two women at Li Fang's feet.
Upon hearing this, it raised its titanium alloy dog eyes and glanced at Zhang Yuli.
Little Gray thought, haha, Zhang Yuli, little master didn't expect that my family status is already infinitely close to yours.
Next step is to surpass you.
As long as I hold tightly to the mistress thigh, my family status will steadily rise and eventually I will surpass all of you, becoming a noble existence second only to one and above three. Woof woof woof. Little Gray barked a few times at Zhang Yuli, then continued to please Li Fang's pant leg. Seeing that Zhang Heng didn't move, Li Fang directly walked over, took the meat pie off his chopsticks and placed it on the plate. Turning around, she walked towards the kitchen, and while walking, Li Fang sighed. You're already in college and I still have to worry about you eating every day. What are we going to do in the future? I'm really afraid you'll starve to death outside one day. Hearing his mother's complaints, Zhang Heng had a face full of speechlessness. He had only focused a little on the simulator's information, so how did it come to him not even knowing how to eat and ending up starving out? Indeed, in the eyes of parents everywhere, their children are forever growing up always in need of their parents' concern. Zhang Heng glared at his sister Zhang Yuli and chuckled. Your New Year gift is the complete set of 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation, and Wang Haoxiang's learning case. It's decided like this, okay? There's no need to thank me, your brother. Zhang Yuli, fuming, made a face at him, took her teacup, turned around, ignored Zhang Heng, and directly returned to her room to continue her winter vacation homework. At the same time, a sentence from Zhang Yuli floated out of her room. Bro, if you dare to buy me those supplementary materials like 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation, and Wang Haoxiang's learning case, I will sever ties with you as siblings from then on, with Little Gray as witness. Little Gray thought, is this kid crazy? Could it be that she was influenced too much by that family's husky downstairs, causing her intelligence to drop? I said it. Every now and then this little master goes to pet that husky. It's just a matter of time before she gets assimilated. Indeed, woof woof woof, this dog is truly the smartest. Little Gray glanced in the direction of Zhang Yuli's room, its dog eyes sparkling with confidence as a golden retriever. It felt that facing such a competitor, its future was secure. The dream of becoming a noble existence second only to 1 and above 3 is just around the corner. Little Gray barked a few low barks. With a twist of its body, Little Gray ran towards the kitchen, wagging its tail. To realize its dog life dream as soon as possible, it had to continue executing its plan without wasting a moment. Time is of the essence for a dog. Every second must be cherished. Zhang Heng put down his phone, turned around, and looked at the golden retriever, feeling a deep sense of wonder in his heart. Even dogs have learned to flatter their owners. This world is truly crazy. However, upon reflection, if I can get the investment simulator, then compared to that, a golden retriever flattering its owner isn't so unacceptable after all. Less than 10 minutes later, Li Fang came out of the kitchen with a towel and a plate. She placed the reheated meat pie in front of Zhang Heng and said, hurry up and eat. If you eat any later, it won't be your breakfast anymore but your lunch. Zhang Heng nodded with a smile under his mother's watchful gaze. He picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat pie, and started eating heartily with the warm porridge. After seeing Zhang Heng finish the meat pie and porridge, Li Fang smiled and took the dishes back to the kitchen. Zhang Heng took his phone and went to the living room. Passing through the living room, he arrived at the balcony. On the balcony there was a single-person bird's nest lazy chair, a hanging bamboo vine chair. Zhang Heng plopped down into the hanging bamboo chair, stretched his legs over the small round tea table, took out his phone and glanced at Badian films. He blinked and silently recited the simulator. Suddenly before Zhang Heng, the investment simulator appeared once again. A large virtual screen displayed the investment information of Badian films. Badian films 003103. Tomorrow, January 22nd, Saturday evening, the presale platform official account released the presale data for Aliens Are Coming. The first day presale income was less than 100,000, a dismal sight. Next week the stock will directly drop below 7 points. Simulation result recommendation: exit at a high position and seek better stocks. Indeed, the result was the same. There was not the slightest change. It seems that Badian Films' New Year comedy blockbuster Aliens Are Coming is doomed to flop this year. To confirm, Zhang Heng even opened a certain movie site to check. On that movie site he clicked to see who wanted to watch Aliens Are Coming. And there were only freaking 8 people. Glancing at the movie's synopsis, it was quite impressive. Badian Films' exclusive script, collaborating with the new generation comedy king director, honing a sword for 3 years, presenting a comedy feast for you. The new generation comedy king combo returns strongly to comedy films, making you laugh until you drop on New Year's Day. Plot. Scrolling down further, dozens of audience reviews were all complaints and negative feedback. After watching the trailer, haha, it'll give you 2 words: plagiarism, and you've become addicted to it. Posters, plot, costumes. Seeing the so-called new generation comedy kings in the trailer forcing laughter with each other, I was really a bit dumbfounded. Discouraging. Every year it's the same old stuff, reheating leftovers every day. Can't we have something fresh? Can't we have a bit of innovation? Awkward laughter. Waste of film, waste of time. Looking at these comments made Zhang Heng realize that this movie was undoubtedly bound to flop. Suddenly Zhang Heng thought of Xiao Chengkun. He hurriedly found Xiao Chengkun's number and dialed it. Zhang Heng dialed Xiao Chengkun's number. He felt that he should remind Xiao Chengkun. Otherwise, starting next Monday, Xiao Chengkun wouldn't know what kind of losses he would incur. If he could timely cut his losses and exit, he would still have some income, but if Xiao Chenkuan became greedy and wanted to earn a bit more thinking there might be a rebound, then it would be hopeless. After all, Zhang Heng intended to become a long-term partner with Xiao Chenkuan. At such a time he only needed to make a phone call to gain the other party's goodwill, why not? On the balcony, Zhang Heng sat in a rattan chair with his legs resting on a small round tea table, dialing Xiao Chenkuan's number. The call connected. Xiao Chenkuan's cheerful voice came through. Zhang Heng, my brother. You just left a short while ago and you're already thinking of me. Xiao Chenkuan's voice was loud on the other end. It was clear he was very happy. To be honest with you, even if you hadn't called, I planned to reach out to you this weekend. Once I finish my business here and return to Kyoto, we'll get off at Beijing North Station and visit you to thank you in person for your stock recommendation. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely help. Xiao Chenkuan said excitedly. My brother. I can't thank you enough this time. Being able to profit so much from Billionaire films is worth it. Ha ha ha. Before Zhang Heng could say anything, Xiao Chenkuan had already expressed his endless gratitude. Zhang Heng smiled and quietly listened to him. On the other end of the call there were other sounds. It seemed like a dinner gathering. Among the background noise, Zhang Heng could also hear some flattering remarks about Xiao Chenkuan. Old Xiao. Come on in, we've been waiting for you. Yeah, today all of this is thanks to you. You must tell everyone how you managed to catch the stock that hit the daily limit and share your experience. Xiao Chenkuan turned back and said, this call is very important. You all eat first, he'll be in shortly. Xiao Chenkuan walked out of the private room and found a quiet spot. At that moment Zhang Heng could no longer hear the background noise. By the way, my brother, did you call to find me for something? If you have something to say, just tell me and it'll help. Zhang Heng smiled. Xiao Chenkuan left a good first impression on him and now he seemed to be a person worth befriending. He thought for a moment. He didn't beat around the bush but directly said, Brother Xiao, I'm not calling you for any help, on the contrary, I am here to inform you about something significant. Hearing Zhang Heng's words, Xiao Chenkuan's tone immediately became extremely serious. My brother, go ahead, I'm listening. Zhang Heng directly told him about the situation with Billionaire films. However, he also added some of his own analysis. Brother Xiao, if you trust me, quickly liquidate all your shares of Billionaire films today. Remember, sell everything, not a single share should be left. On the other end, Xiao Chenkuan was taken aback. Because earlier in the day he had already seen that Billionaire films had hit the daily limit as soon as the market opened. Moreover, buying orders continued to surge. In such circumstances, anyone with any sense would know that this stock would surely have a few more limit ups. At the very least it would rise a bit more and there was still some profit to be made. At that moment Zhang Heng was suggesting he liquidate. Xiao Chenkuan hesitated. He asked, my brother, the market for this stock is doing exceptionally well right now. Isn't it too early to liquidate? If you hold on a bit longer you can still make a bit more profit, at least you can still sip some soup. This is a guaranteed profit. Zhang Heng heard Xiao Chenkuan's words and secretly thought to himself that it was just as he expected. However, he had no intention of forcing him. After all, he had done his part. As for whether to sell or not, in the end it was not something he could decide. In the stock market, only those who can resist greed are the true winners. If one cannot control their greed, they often end up being completely devoured by the devil of the stock market, leaving no residue behind. Zhang Heng comfortably sat in the rattan chair and said, Brother, I've analyzed this stock. Its potential was originally there, but now it's gone. Ah. Why is that? Zhang Heng smiled and replied, Brother Xiao, I'm sure you've seen the good news about Billionaire films yesterday, right? Yes, it's about their company's comedy film for this year's New Year. This is a significant piece of good news, so everyone is optimistic about this stock. After Xiao Chenkuan finished speaking, Zhang Heng briefly mentioned the situation of this comedy blockbuster. Aliens are coming. Brother Xiao, Billionaire films' New Year comedy blockbuster is bound to flop. If you have time, open a certain movie app and take a look. This movie was announced yesterday and started pre-sale. But so far the pre-sale amount is only in the thousands and the reviews are all negative. In the film market this only has one outcome, a money-sucking flop. Zhang Heng heard the sound of fingers tapping on the screen. In less than a minute Xiao Chenkuan spoke up. My brother. You were quick to notice. I suspect that this news has already caught the attention of some interested parties. We need to take advantage of the early stage to liquidate quickly. I estimate that we won't even need to wait until next week. Billionaire film's stock limit will likely break this afternoon. No more talking him off to liquidate. When I get back I must thank you in person. After saying a few more words the two hung up. At that moment, not only did Xiao Chenkuan need to liquidate, but Zhang Heng also needed to. Zhang Heng felt that Billionaire films might not last until next Monday, it might start to drop today, Friday. After hanging up, Zhang Heng opened his Zhuoxio financial app, clicked on his holdings and directly chose to sell all of Billionaire films. In today's technologically advanced society, investing in various financial products is incredibly convenient, requiring only a phone, unlike in the past when one had to go to a counter.
Zhang Heng opened his phone and looked at the current stock price. It was still at the limit up position. Zhang Heng's sell order was instantly executed, securing profit. Looking at Baidian Films still at the limit up position, he no longer cared about the future trend of this stock. After checking his holdings, Zhang Heng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Securities name: no stocks held. Holdings available: 00 shares. Current price cost: price 0. 000. 00 yuan. Market value of stocks: 0. 00 yuan. Floating profit and loss: 1265843. 00209. 93. Profit and loss of the day: 221915. 0010. 0. Position holding days: 0. 000. Total assets: 2453915. 00 yuan. After deducting some taxes and commissions, Zhang Heng's current account balance is 2453915 yuan. After liquidating Baidian Films, Zhang Heng still sat comfortably in the rattan chair looking at the market trends on his phone, his face bearing a confident smile. Scrolling through the stocks on his phone, he began to search for his next target. Zhang Heng sat in the hanging wicker chair leisurely searching for his next prey. At this moment, Xiao Chenkuan, having just hung up the phone, immediately opened his trading software, fearing that he would be too late and the stock price of Baidian Film would drop below the limit. The stock market is ever-changing and unpredictable. No one knows what will happen in the next moment. Thinking of Zhang Heng's reminder and what he had just seen in a certain movie, Baidian Film's New Year comedy film Aliens Are Coming, that had a dismal pre-sale box office, Xiao Chenkuan felt a wave of relief in his heart. He was thankful for meeting Zhang Heng on the train and for Zhang Heng recommending this stock to him. Now he was even more grateful that Zhang Heng had not forgotten him, calling him as soon as he noticed the impending drop in Baidian Film stock. That one phone call had saved him from considerable losses. Although even if he incurred losses, Xiao Chenkuan could bear it. But who doesn't wish to earn a little more? Money is often said to be a nuisance, yet everyone seems to adore it. Who dares to say they don't like it? That would surely be a fool. In the stairwell, Xiao Chenkuan stood quietly, breathing rapidly as he operated his stock account. He had invested all his funds in Baidian Film, buying nearly 7,000,000 shares. If he got trapped again, he would truly be at a loss for words. Opening the stock trading app on his phone, Xiao Chenkuan looked at the sea of red in his holdings and smiled happily. He hurriedly clicked to sell. Currently the stock was at a limit up and most small investors had not yet reacted. Once the news spread, the stock price of Baidian Film would be uncertain. Xiao Chenkuan operated quickly. At this moment there were still over 1 million buy orders at the limit price, firmly sealing Baidian Film's limit up. Clicking the limit price, he sold and confirmed. Order placed successfully. Trade completed. In an instant, Xiao Chenkuan's holdings became 0. He cleared his positions. At this moment Xiao Chenkuan let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at his account's profit and loss and chuckled. Leaning against the stairwell railing, Xiao Chenkuan silently pondered. The profit of over 3 million in his account made his heart surge with excitement. This is the charm of the stock market. This kind of thrill and passion was something he had never experienced before. Having traded stocks for so many years, this was his first time feeling such tension. This tension involuntarily reminded Xiao Chenkuan of those special days. During those iron-blooded days, he and his brothers executed various missions. Each task was equally filled with high tension. Sometimes some missions were possibly one-way trips. He had written farewell letters several times. Fortunately, he had managed to survive amidst the gunfire. However, some of his brothers were not as fortunate. Thinking too far back, Xiao Chenkuan shook his head, letting that memory sink back into his heart. Looking at his profit of over 3 million, he was truly grateful to Zhang Heng. It took him only 2 days to achieve this. Just 2 days. An average profit of over 1.5 million a day. Xiao Chenkuan's heart was now filled with endless emotions. Zhang Heng's sensitivity to the stock market and his calm demeanor made Xiao Chenkuan feel that this guy was not like a young person. After resting for a while, Xiao Chenkuan finally stood up and returned to the private room. As soon as he entered, a group of burly men approached him with laughter, holding their wine glasses. "I say, Lao Xiao, where have you been? Why did you take so long to come back?" Nearby others laughed their eyes, seemingly saying, "We all understand." Xiao Chenkuan looked at the people present, thought for a moment, and decided to speak. "Lao Zhou, Lao Li, and Lao Yang, do you know what I just went out to do?" Everyone shook their heads. It definitely wasn't to relax. "I know your time is more than just these few minutes. I remember the last time we were at that foot massage place on the coast." "Lao Yang. I'm talking about something serious." Xiao Chenkuan shot a speechless glance at Lao Yang. This guy was the most caring one among them. Not only domestically, but he had also spread love in many places abroad. Clearing his throat, Xiao Chenkuan looked at the others and said seriously, "I just went out and cleared all my positions in Baidian Film stock."
You guys should clear your positions too, or it might be too late. As soon as he said this, Lao Zhou, Lao Li and Lao Yan were instantly stunned.
Clear positions.
Baidian Film is on such a good upward trend and Xiao Chenkuan actually cleared his positions.
Besides, now he's telling them to clear theirs too. What is he thinking? The three of them looked at Xiao Chenkuan, shaking their heads repeatedly.
This guy must have been stimulated by something after going out for a while. Old Zhou, Old Li and Old Yang all looked at Xiao Chenkuan with puzzled expressions in their eyes, unable to comprehend why he would liquidate his assets at such a prosperous time for Baidian Film and Television.
Isn't it better to earn a little more activity funds? With such strict family regulations, if one could make a bit more money in the stock market, wouldn't it ensure a more ample budget for future activities?
This dinner gathering serves two purposes. On one hand, as the year comes to an end, it's a chance for everyone who has collaborated with Xiao Chenkuan to come together and strengthen their relationships. On the other hand, Xiao Chenkuan had recommended a stock that hit the limit up several times, earning them additional activity funds, which was also a way to express gratitude towards him.
Even the tiniest morsel is still meat. A businessman will try to earn every penny and will not let any opportunity slip by.
Old Xiao, Baidian Film and Television has just started with 3 limit UPS. The momentum is strong. If you exit now, you will incur losses.
Exactly. This was a stock you recommended to us and now you are the first to exit. Baidian Film and Television still has at least 2 more limit ups to go. Look, your activity funds have decreased, haven't they?
Looking at the few people in front of him, Xiao Chenkuan understood that they didn't believe the stock price would fall. The day before yesterday, after parting ways with Zhang Heng, Xiao Chenkuan thought about it and realized that Zhang Heng hadn't said he couldn't inform others. Thus, he told a few people that he had bought Baidian Film and Television, a stock recommended by a big shot, urging them to enter the market if they believed him. As a result, given Xiao Chenkuan's unfortunate history in stock trading, aside from Old Zhou, Old Li and Old Yang, no one else bought Baidian Film and Television.
Moreover, Baidian Film and Television had already started hitting the limit up the day before yesterday, making it difficult to purchase.
Old Zhou, Old Li and Old Yang also only managed to enter the market with some shares after much effort. Who would have thought that this stock would continue to soar? Now it has already reached 3 limit ups. As the saying goes, where there are 3 there are 5. They all anticipated the arrival of the 5th limit up.
However, now Xiao Chenkuan had actually liquidated all his positions. With such a strong upward trend for Baidian Film and Television, the market is very optimistic.
Within 3 days, 2 positive news announcements have already been made, and it has become a consensus that the outlook is bullish. The foundation for the rise is incredibly solid. At this point, Xiao Chenkuan actually liquidated all his positions.
Old Zhou, Old Li and Old Yang stared blankly at him, their faces filled with confusion.
In such a market, a 5th limit up seemed almost certain.
Even a 7th limit up could be expected.
Old Zhou looked at him and asked in confusion, "Old Xiao, are you alright? You're not short of money, why would you liquidate such a good stock now?" Xiao Chenkuan replied, "Even though I'm not short of money, I can't be foolish enough to incur a loss of several million and not take action, can I?"
He was at a loss for words. These people were blinded by the current market situation, unable to believe that Baidian Film and Television would soon decline. Thus Xiao Chenkuan told them that Baidian Film and Television's upcoming New Year film Aliens Are Coming had flopped in advance sales. In other words, Baidian Film and Television's second piece of good news will turn into bad news tomorrow.
After saying this, Old Zhou, Old Li and Old Yang still didn't quite believe that Baidian Film and Television would crash.
Xiao Chenkuan was utterly speechless.
He even showed them screenshots of his liquidated positions to prove that he had indeed sold all his shares in Baidian Film and Television, leaving not a single one behind. At this point, Old Zhou, Old Li and Old Yang still had no intention of selling their shares in Baidian Film and Television. They believed that Baidian Film and Television would rise again and felt sorry for Xiao Chenkuan for being too hasty and selling too early.
Xiao Chenkuan looked at them and sighed inwardly. Indeed, it is not easy to make someone give up on their profits, especially for a businessman. When others make money, they will come to find you eagerly fawning over you and thanking you. However, if you make them earn less, especially if you make them give up profits they believe they can definitely obtain, it's a different story. As the saying goes, it's easy to enter but hard to exit. This is the reason.
Once a person is blinded by profit, they lose their original judgment.
Greed cannot be awakened.
With the conversation having reached this point, the few of them still did not believe, and Xiao Chenkuan chose not to say more. He could not control whether they listened to his kind advice. He was merely speaking as a friend with a good relationship in the business world.
Looking at the time, it was already 1134.
The morning trading session had closed and now it would be too late to act. After noon, those institutions would surely receive news of the flop in advance sales.
Perhaps the institutions and major players already knew. When the afternoon market opened, Xiao Chenkuan could already imagine the market situation when it opened in the afternoon.
He opened the stock trading software and looked at the morning's closing price.
As a result, he was stunned.
Baidian Film and Television was still at the limit up price and the price remained stable, not having been opened.
However, Xiao Chenkuan noticed something different.
The buying pressure had decreased significantly. At closing there were only over 400,000 buy orders. To put things into perspective, when he liquidated there were over 1 million buy orders. After returning from the stairwell to the private room in just a few minutes, more than 600,000 buy orders had disappeared. This
was abnormal. Xiao Chengkuan believed that the major players and insiders must have already started operating quietly. Even if they placed orders again in the afternoon, they would be behind others. At that time there would still be plenty of buy orders on the buying side while they could quietly sell their shares, turning those who followed the trend into the ones left holding the bag. Xiao Chengkuan felt that his analysis was likely quite accurate. He glanced at the few people in front of him. Since they were unwilling to listen, he chose not to say anything further. Since they had come for a meal, they might as well enjoy it. He actively changed the subject and said, regardless of whether you guys liquidate or not, we are still friends. Here, let's raise a glass to celebrate our pleasant cooperation this year. I hope that by the end of next year everyone's wealth will have risen to new heights. When that time comes, we will gather again and not leave until we are completely drunk. May everyone's activity funds never run out. Cheers. 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 The sound of clinking glasses echoed. Everyone in the room happily raised their glasses. These people were all wealthy individuals. Their security were also hired from Xiao Chengkuan's company. Especially old Zhou, old Li and old Zhang, whose companies were spread across the country and overseas, making them some of Xiao Chengkuan's major clients. This was also the reason why Xiao Chengkuan recommended stocks to the three of them, offering a small gift to maintain their relationship, which could be considered a business exchange of courtesy. Among these big shots, the exchange of courtesies is more about connections than the gifts themselves. Inside the private room, everyone was passing drinks. From time to time they would share some colorful jokes and stories, creating a joyous atmosphere. The meal lasted until 1230. Only then did everyone, accompanied by their respective drivers, bodyguards and secretaries, head to the next location to embark on their next project. This project is a dual-person project. After seeing his guests off, Xiao Chengkuan returned to the hotel. He sank into the comfortable sofa and his secretary brought him a glass of freshly squeezed watermelon juice. The secretary murmured that watermelon juice could help sober him up, then sat in his lap and gently guided the straw into his mouth. He tried to say, just sip, they'll handle the rest. But his mind was full of Zhang Heng's predictions about Billionaire. He had no inclination for any two-person diversions. He snatched the juice and said, I'll do it myself. The secretary rose at once and smiled at him sweetly. Very well, mister. Xiao, she said, coming to stand behind him and placing her soft pale hands on his shoulders to knead them gently. In a low tender voice she reminded him to drink more watermelon juice, explaining that it not only helps sober the drinker but also moistens the throat, relieves cough, clears internal heat and promotes fluid balance. Xiao Chengkuan, a veteran of many wine-filled nights, knew these effects well. On one hand, watermelon juice can inhibit alcohol absorption and help the alcohol in the blood be expelled more quickly. On the other hand, its cooling and diuretic properties accelerate the elimination of alcohol. Drinking a large refreshing glass after drinking helps prevent intoxication and dizziness. Enough, I know. You can go now, he said, running a hand over the smoothness on his shoulder and deciding to send the secretary away. His thoughts, however, remained fixed on the stock market. He wanted to check Billionaire's afternoon performance. The rest could wait. He chuckled softly, unconcerned. It was almost 1:00 p.m., the market was about to reopen. Xiao Chengkuan unlocked his phone to track Billionaire's afternoon trend. Although he had already liquidated his position, he still wanted to see if the stock would fall. He believed that given the power of the institutions and market makers, news would surely have circulated by noon. If retail traders like Zhang Heng could spot an issue, those institutions and professional analysts would be even more likely to have noticed it. Xiao guessed they were now scheming how to steady the market and extract greater profits. They were also thinking about how to minimize losses and pass them on to retail investors and followers. At this moment, both Xiao Chengkuan and Zhang Heng were watching Billionaire. Zhang Heng wanted to see whether Billionaire would plunge at midday. Having already exited his position did nothing to quell his curiosity. He had not yet found a suitable simulated stock, so a quick look would do no harm. At 1 o'clock the market reopened. Zhang Heng remained unhurried, sitting in his hanging rattan chair and rocking gently back and forth like someone on a swing. A glance at his phone showed 1:01 p.m. He had not found a new target that morning, but there was still the afternoon to search. With an investment simulator in hand, what was there to fear? He hunted for new targets while keeping an eye on Billionaire. At the open, Billionaire not only remained at its limit up, but buy orders swelled rapidly. Zhang Heng smiled to himself. Institutions and market makers had begun to act stabilize the limit up, then quietly offload shares. After a cursory glance, he refused to be distracted. His primary aim was to find his next investment target swiftly. Priorities must not be reversed. He muttered to his simulator as stocks flashed across the virtual screen on his phone one by one. Zhang Heng scanned rapidly, passing on any stock whose gain was below 10%. Bafang Heng 601227 today financial stocks cooled amid reductions by state-backed funds dragging the sector down. Bafang Heng's largest decline reached roughly 9.4%. By the next trading day Bafang Heng continued to fall, dropping more than 7%. Simulation recommendation: stay on the sidelines and observe. Zhang noted that almost all bank stocks were falling alongside securities and insurance shares. The difference lay only in the degree of decline. Some had already hit the limit down. Zhang skipped over all remaining bank securities and insurance-related stocks. He also observed that property, steel and coal stocks were broadly trending downward. Declines outnumbered gains. He swept past these modest movers. Before long, a limit-down stock caught his eye. The simulator's virtual screen displayed its details. Bafang 602432. The company had planned to launch its new home virus self-test kit on Monday, but by Friday it still had not gone to market, triggering a collapse in confidence and a limit down today. The screen reported that after the close tonight Bafang would announce the global launch of the new product, and tomorrow in several overseas regions the item would be snapped up, even selling out. The simulation projected that Bafang would rebound strongly the next trading day and that its prospects were promising. Simulation recommendation: buy the dip promptly. Bafang Zhang Heng's face lit up as he read the imminent announcement that would be made tonight. Perhaps some well-connected players already knew or were about to know this news. He had to get in quickly. If the trade became overcrowded later, it might be impossible to enter. Better to climb aboard now while there was still space and secure a favorable position. Without hesitation he acted on impulse. He entered Bafang code and went all in on the simulator. Only an Allen move could stir such emotion. A few seconds later his order was executed. His sudden purchase was like tossing a mine into the still waters of Bafang. Managers of the major funds and institutions saw that someone had suddenly bought as many as 160000 shares at once. Instantly everyone assumed the other side had moved first. Those already privy to the behind-the-scenes news began to scramble to buy Bafang shares. In an instant the more than 800,000 sell orders on the limit down were entirely absorbed by the institutions, and major players cleaned out completely. The limit down was broken open and the ensuing ascent became unstoppable. Zhang stared at the intraday chart without blinking. The movement resembled a warrior scaling the world's summit. No cliff so steep could halt his resolve to climb higher. Within a few breaths the stock had rebounded from limit down into positive territory and continued upward without losing momentum. Zhang straightened in his chair, eyes fixed on his phone, silently chanting for the price to rise until it hit the limit up. The institution's frenzied buying left retail investors bewildered. Some quick-witted small investors caught on and, disregarding caution, rushed to grab shares. Better to have them than miss out. With a flood of retail money joining, the rally grew even more manic. In under 5 minutes Bafang slammed into the ceiling and hit the limit up. From limit down to limit up in less than 5 minutes. Zhang gazed at his position. Within minutes he had earned nearly 500,000 yuan. For a moment he laughed uncontrollably at his phone, the sound different and wildly triumphant, which drew Xiao Hui running over. The little dog lifted its head and stared at him curiously, as if to say, "Oh no, he's gone mad." At 1305 Bafang sprang from limit down to limit up, a miraculous reversal that climbed from the floor all the way to the ceiling. Watching it, Zhang Heng felt his heart pound. In truth, under normal circumstances the major institutions would not allow a stock to surge so abruptly. Such a move runs counter to their usual intent. Anyone versed in the market would know this. If institutions intend to lift a stock, they typically do so gradually. The intraday chart inches upward in a steady manner, never too steep, often at angles well under 45 degrees, sometimes even under 15. Such a precipitous intraday climb is usually caused by a mass influx of retail investors. Yet today the institutional forces behind Bafang were forced to compete with the retail crowd for shares. They believed the news had leaked. So now whoever grabbed shares first would reap the reward. That conviction sent Bafang surging wildly. Of course Zhang Heng had no idea of any of this, and even if he had known he would not have cared. At this moment he cared about only one thing. That he had made another fat profit. Staring at the limit up intraday chart of Bafang Zhang Heng leaned back in his hanging rattan chair, legs propped on the small round side table. His bare feet swung lightly on the little table. By then Zhang Heng was no longer anxious. Having gone all in on Bafang, his plan now was simply to recline and collect gains. With a simulator in hand, what was there to worry about? Looking at his holdings, Zhang Heng's heart was already in full bloom. At a time like this, such good fortune ought to be shared so others might savor his joy as well. He screenshot his position and posted it to the Tioba Forum security name Bafang 602432, holdings available 1609000, shares current price cost 18,3015. 25 yuan, market value 2944470. 00 yuan, floating PL 1756588. 229. 93, today's PL 490745. 0020. 0 position holding days 99. 990 total assets 2944660. 00 yuan.
After posting the day's live account update, Zhang Heng added a brief note. Know when to advance and retreat, better to miss an opportunity than to make a mistake. Trade only what you understand. I am a small stock market trader, Cho Airbudi. This morning I sold out of Billionaire. This afternoon I went Allen on Billionaire. Billionaire made 220000 today. Billionaire right after my Allen this afternoon jumped 20%, 490000 yuan in pocket money just like that. I almost didn't react in time. Isn't that infuriating? Today's live account has been updated. Total assets are approaching 3 million yuan. End of month looks promising. Let success and failure reveal themselves on the road. After posting on Tyogaba, Zhang Heng faced the sunlight and seeing the sea of red on his phone could not contain his laughter. His booming laughter and almost maniacal wah grew louder and in the end sounded like a villain in a film. Xiao Huihui stared at him in terror, tucked its tail and stepped back. Then it turned, let out a few low barks and ran toward Li Feng. Xiao Huihui whimpered that he had truly gone mad and looked terrified. In the kitchen, Li Feng was busy stuffing sausages. Hearing Zhang Heng's unceasing laughter, she frowned. Carrying a partially filled sausage, she left the kitchen, crossed the living room and stepped onto the balcony. She saw him lounging in the hanging rattan chair, legs draped over the small table, feet still swinging every inch the idle young master. Looking down at Zhang Heng, Li Feng scolded, "You little brat, what are you laughing at? Your laugh gives me the creeps, you sound like an idiot." At that moment Zhang Yuli emerged from her room, slipped behind Li Feng on the balcony and watching Zhang Heng with schadenfreude said, "Mom, look. I told you big brother's gone silly and you didn't believe me. Believe me now. His intelligence might be lower than Xiao Huihui's." Li Feng shot Zhang Yuli a look. "Go back and do your winter break homework. Not enough to write. You'll have your brother go this afternoon and buy you more." Zhang Yuli fell silent, head bowed, and obediently returned to her room to continue battling her homework. Li Feng stared at Zhang Heng. "I'm talking to you. Why are you laughing like that, like a lunatic?" Zhang Heng stifled his laughter and looked up. He looked at his mother, excitement written across his face. "Mom, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me." Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Oh. Then tell me, what is it that I wouldn't believe? Remember, your mother has eaten more salt than you have eaten rice." Zhang Heng's mouth quirked. He looked up at Li Feng and said, "Mom, today I made 710,000. Before he finished, Li Feng laughed. 710,000. Joy beans. Game coins. Her expression betrayed disbelief. Zhang Heng was speechless. "Mom, why don't you believe me?" He had expected she wouldn't. Then again, who would easily believe a freshman claiming to have earned 710,000 in a single day? After all, Zhang Heng had only just started university. A first-year student saying he'd made 710,000 in one day, most people would find that hard to swallow. These days, sometimes telling the truth is the least believable thing. Zhang Heng spread his hands helplessly and looked at Li Feng. "Mom, truly, your son netted 710,000 yuan today." Li Feng rolled her eyes, ignored him and turned back to the kitchen to finish stuffing her sausages. A voice drifted from the kitchen, "Keep it down, before long the neighbors upstairs and downstairs will come to complain. They'll think you're a pervert." Zhang Heng sighed. After his mother and sister left, he returned to watching the stock quotes. Now Billionaire had been pushed to the ceiling. Moreover, a great many retail investors had already joined the fray. This retail onslaught further swelled Billionaire's buy side. Yet at this point the savvy would not sell their shares. Everyone understood this. Something positive must have happened at Billionaire, else it would not have leapt from limit down to limit up so suddenly. Although these small retail investors did not know what the catalyst was, that did not stop them from trailing the institutions and trying to scoop a share of the gains. Inside Billionaire's forum, chaos reigned. Retail traders flooded it with questions, everyone baffled, everyone rushing in. What's happening with Billionaire? Why did the institutions suddenly exert force? So damn fierce. They didn't give us a chance to get on board. No idea. In any case, it must be good news. This wave is insanely fierce. The doors open and close and the bus is already overloaded. If anyone has inside information, share it. It's at limit up now, what's there to fear? Those posting now are small retail like you and me. None of us have backstage information. If someone truly had it, they'd have prepared in advance. Reading the chatter of these fellow traders, Zhang Heng smiled quietly to himself. He said nothing, letting the small retail crowd puzzle it out on their own. Zhang Heng closed the Billionaire forum. He then opened Tyogaba and logged into his Tyogaba account. At that moment, beneath Zhang Heng's new post, countless fellow investors had already left comments. Incredible. With so little capital, you made a 30% return in a single day. A net gain of 710,000 in one day. Is this for real? Yes, your eyes are true and the author's prowess is real. I bow in utter reverence. Which great master is hiding behind this alt account?
Reveal yourself, Ultraman Warrior.
I think we are all retail investors. Every move the author makes looks like the thinking of a market manipulator.
That's the difference.
I will come every day to worship the master. May he bless me to catch a little limit up beast. Watching these comments, Zhang Heng smiled wryly. Some investors were practically coming to pay incense to him, treating him as an object of worship. Seeing this, Zhang Heng could only smile helplessly. Still, one could hardly blame their reverence.
After all, each of Zhang Heng's trades bordered on the miraculous. He bought at the lowest points and sold before the falls. To onlookers, his moves seemed almost prescient.
Because of this, many suspected he was a market genius operating under an ordinary alt account.
After watching Bafan Yilio for a while, the limit up board had been held firm. Those terrifying massive buy orders heralded Bafan Yilio's ascent.
Zhang Heng saw that Bafan Yilio's price was effectively settled, so he stopped monitoring it and turned his attention to Baidian Yingxi.
By now the afternoon session was half over. It was past 2 o'clock. Zhang Heng opened Baidian Yingxi's intraday chart. Sure enough, Baidian Yingxi's streak of limit ups was broken as soon as the afternoon opened.
Though it was not a cliff-like plunge, the downward trend was steady. From the intraday chart, Zhang Heng knew the institutions backing Baidian Yingxi had begun to unload their positions.
Moreover,
they might be nearly finished selling by today's close. By Zhang Heng's analysis, the institutions had very likely started offloading as early as the morning. If he could deduce the poor pre-sales of the Lunar New Year comedy, then the institution's professional analysts should have recognized it long ago.
However, institutional holders held far more chips. They could not liquidate all at once the way he could.
They needed to quietly cash out beneath the guise of stable prices. When Zhang Heng's capital grew larger, that would become a concern. For now, with daily gains in the hundreds of thousands and assets only in the low millions, it was not his problem. His modest funds could not even stir a ripple against those companies with market values of tens of billions. At most, as today, he could act as a fuse in the contest between opposing forces, disturbing the balance a little.
Meanwhile, in Baidian Yingxi's forum, some small retail investors had yet to catch on, thinking this was merely a shakeout by the main. This is a weak decline, a repair phase. The main force is accumulating strength for the next rise. Brothers, hold on at all costs. Baidian Yingxi only released a new positive announcement yesterday. It can't possibly fail to hold even one board. Damn the main force, they're tempting people to sell. Don't be fooled. Exactly.
2 favorable announcements in 3 days. Surely there should still be 5 boards. Baidian Yingxi's main force tightly controls the stock. Important matters deserve repetition. Hold on to your shares, hold them firm.
Hold firm. Hold firm. Watching such debates in the forum, Zhang Heng shook his head.
Chasing a rising stock often ends in loss.
In the market, there is only one greatest enemy: one's own greed, boundless and insatiable.
Only those who can master their inner avarice can always make the most rational decisions.
Trading is not only about learning to cut losses, one must also learn to take profits. Indeed, profit-taking is an art in itself.
At decisive moments, being able to slam the brakes and restrain one's greed is what allows one to go farther, climb higher and earn more in the market. At this moment, Xiao Chengkuan was in a hotel looking at his phone. Baidian Yingxi had fallen more than 6%. Relief washed over him. Fortunately, he had followed Zhang Heng's earlier advice and liquidated his position in time. Otherwise, in a single afternoon, he would have lost a considerable sum. Watching Baidian Yingxi's gradual decline, Xiao thought of his 3 partners. Those guys were probably exercising at this hour.
Would it be inappropriate to call them now?
Leaning back on a comfortable sofa and staring at the ceiling, Xiao hesitated for a long time. In the end, he decided to call and warn his 3 good buddies. The stock had not yet hit the daily limit down. There was still time to exit, though with smaller gains. So Xiao opened his contacts. He dialed. The call rang and rang, then an automated voice announced, "Sorry, the number you dialed is not answering at the moment. Please try again later." Lao Zhou did not pick up. Xiao called Lao Li, no answer. Finally, calling Lao Yan yielded the same result. Ah, Xiao muttered. Those 3 are probably in the middle of something intense right now. He thought for a moment and sent each of them a brief message outlining the situation. Then he let them be. As the old saying goes, kind words seldom sway the stubborn. Besides, for Lao Zhou, Lao Li and Lao Yang, those losses amounted to little more than a few rounds of operating funds. Watching Baidian Yingxi continue to fall, Xiao took out his phone and sent Zhang Heng a text to thank him again. "Brother Zhang Heng, thanks again for the tip. Baidian Yingxi is about to drop beyond 7%. Luckily, I followed your advice and cashed out at the morning limit up. Let's meet in a few days and have a good chat." After sending the thank you text, Xiao tossed his phone aside. He turned and looked at his secretary sitting at the desk busy with some documents and said, "Come here a moment, I have something I need to discuss with you in depth." The secretary smiled. "You little devil finally remembered me. When I saw you devour so many kidneys at the table, I thought I had eaten in vain." The secretary, wearing high heels and a fitted professional suit sashayed over with a sinuous sway of her hips, sat down and reached out. She sat close and extended her hand. Zhang Heng lay comfortably in the swing chair watching 2 stocks, one rising and the other falling.
By the time the market closed at 3 p.m., Bafang Medical remained at its peak limit while Baidian Film was nearing its limit down.
Zhang Heng sighed inwardly. It seemed the presale of the company's New Year comedy film Aliens Are Coming was already a failure that could no longer be hidden. At that moment inside the QQ group for Class 15, the class monitor Wang Cohen was already calling everyone to set off.
Brothers and sisters, it's afternoon.
If we head out now for a stroll, it will be just in time for dinner.
Let's not be late. I have already been helping in the kitchen to prepare today's feast.
Then this guy Wang Cohen reposted the group announcement.
Class 15 group announcement: the first alumni reunion of the year has been scheduled.
The itinerary is as follows. First, this evening we will have a dinner gathering in the private room on the second floor of Cohen Guest Restaurant. Second, tonight we will sing and drink at my Ba KTV. Third, further arrangements can be made as you wish, or you can come to my family's mahjong parlor to play mahjong all night.
Noticing that it was getting late, Zhang Heng also prepared to set out. He got up, left the comfortable swing chair, and went to the kitchen.
Seeing his mother still stuffing sausages, he said, "Mom, I'm going out for my class reunion."
Li Fang looked up, glanced at Zhang Heng a few times, thought for a moment, and nodded. "Come back early."
With that, she continued to stuff sausages. While changing his shoes, Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. After stepping outside, he quickly got into the car. Once he opened the navigation. Inside the car, he sent a text to Wu Na.
"Have you set off? Should we go out for a walk?"
Wu Na replied, "It hurts. I can't take big steps when walking. I don't want to move.
I might not go to the class reunion today, moi."
Seeing the text, scenes of charging into battle floated through Zhang Heng's mind.
It seemed the wound had not yet healed. After all, it was a laceration.
After some thought, Zhang Heng replied, "He.
Little brat, what do you know?"
Zhang Heng sat in the car sighing with regret upon seeing Wu Na, who due to health reasons decided not to attend the class reunion.
He didn't even know what he was regretting.
On the bus there were many young faces, all seemingly returning for the new year. At that moment Zhang Heng's phone buzzed with a new message. He thought it was from Wu Na, but when he opened it, it wasn't. It was from House Shooting.
House Shooting.
Zhang Heng looked at the WeChat contact name on his phone, House Shooting, Kyoto University Foreign Language Institute, pen tip fragrance, and was stunned for a few seconds. Then he remembered who House Shooting was. She was the beautiful girl he had encountered a few days ago when returning from Kyoto wearing a hooded rabbit fur zip-up sweatshirt.
Right.
At that time she was sitting right next to him, turned sideways to talk to him. Moreover, at that moment her zipper was still unzipped.
That beautiful landscape. Zhang Heng finally remembered everything.
His memory of the images was always strong, especially when it came to those landscape paintings. He opened the WeChat message. "Zhang Heng, it's been 2 days since I returned home and I'm feeling so bored.
How about you? Let's go out and have fun. Anything is fine, you decide."
Upon seeing this, Zhang Heng quickly glanced around him.
Fortunately, no one saw his WeChat.
This girl actually sent him such a message, it's really. And she said anything is fine, he could decide.
Zhang Heng, he. I only want to play with one thing, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to play. This kind of question, the answer in a man's heart is probably the same, right? Especially when the other party is a stunning beauty. Unless the other party is unattractive. Otherwise, what men want to play with is all the same. Zhang Heng looked at this message and couldn't help but analyze deeply in his heart. Does this girl really understand the meaning of this sentence? Or is she genuinely just bored and looking for someone to hang out with?
Recalling that moment on the subway, Zhang Heng felt like a scumbag having what was in front of him while still thinking of what was behind.
He wanted to eat both the carrot and the cabbage.
Zhang Heng shook his head, comforting himself that a balanced diet requires both meat and vegetables. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "I'm currently on my way to a high school class reunion. How about you? Aren't the previous classmates having a reunion this year?" Zhang Heng found it strange. No matter which school House Shooting graduated from in the city, she should have a winter break reunion unless she simply didn't want to attend. Soon a new message from House Shooting arrived. As Zhang Heng expected, you saw my situation on the subway. I was always excluded by the girls in the class. As for those boys, haha, they have the heart but not the guts. Someone told me that those boys look at my photos every night.
Zhang Heng couldn't help but laugh. He could imagine that kind of scene. This is the price of beauty. Beauty is indeed a sin.
House Shooting sent another message.
Zhang Heng, I feel like you are different from those nasty men. Now that winter break has started, I don't have many friends. If you have time, can you come out and play with me?
Looking at this WeChat from House Shooting, Zhang Heng was speechless for a long time. He thought to himself, girl, you really don't understand men well enough.
I am also a nasty man. Aren't all the crows in the world black? Moreover, some say the crows are not only black but even blacker than the others.
Is there a cat that doesn't eat fish?
Zhang Heng pondered.
In any case, he had nothing much to do recently. Staying at home was rather boring. Going out to meet some new friends was a good thing. The more friends he had, the better the path ahead. This was the reason Zhang Heng gave himself. As for whether it was truly his inner thought, only he knew. Thus he replied to how shooting. Alright, let's make plans for another day. Today I'm going to the class reunion first. How shooting? Oh wow, it's a deal. Let's make plans for another day. Moa. When Zhang Heng saw how shooting's reply, he felt quite conflicted. He wondered, does this girl really understand or not? He was a bit indecisive. While still contemplating, the bus arrived at the station. Zhang Heng hurriedly got off the bus and headed towards Wang Kun's guest private kitchen. Zhang Heng heard that Wang Kun's restaurant mainly uses harmless pure natural vegetables and organic produce. This guy even set up his own vegetable base. He heard that his organic vegetables are very famous in the area, and some city folks go to his vegetable base to buy groceries on weekends. In the class group, Wang Kun had already sent out the address of his guest private kitchen early on, fearing that everyone wouldn't find it, and even made a transportation route guide. Zhang Heng looked at the navigation on his phone. It was only a 10-minute walk, not far at all. There were no shared bikes nearby, otherwise he would have arrived in just a few minutes. Following the navigation, Zhang Heng walked forward as if he were taking a stroll. Just as he turned a corner, he suddenly spotted a few familiar figures not far ahead. Looking closely, he quickened his pace and called out, Fu Xiaoyong. A young man turned around suddenly. Zhang Heng saw it was indeed Fu Xiaoyong. Zhang Heng. Is it really you? The study tyrant. You came too. You're quite early. Zhang Heng walked over and greeted him with a smile. This person named Fu Xiaoyong was a mischievous troublemaker in the class. He didn't get into university, and after graduating he found a job in a supermarket in the city. Beside him there was another person. Zhang Heng smiled and greeted him too. Hi, Li Qi. Li Qi nodded, looking at Zhang Heng with unhidden envy in his eyes. Like Fu Xiaoyong, Li Qi also didn't get into university. After graduating high school he worked in the city near his hometown, but Zhang Heng didn't know what his job was. Since the other party didn't say, he didn't ask. At that moment Zhang Heng also realized that there seemed to be an added layer of distance between them. After the college entrance examination their destinies seemed to have diverged. He sighed internally, trying to make himself seem the same as before. He wanted to find some topics to start a conversation, but the first things that popped into his mind were topics like university majors, professors, clubs, finance, and graduate school. After greeting each other, the three of them slowly walked forward together. However, the atmosphere was a bit silent for a moment. They couldn't find a common topic to discuss. If they talked about high school experiences, everyone was familiar, but discussing university matters felt hurtful since the other two didn't get into university. If they talked about work experiences, Zhang Heng had no idea. Just then a sweet calling voice from behind broke the awkward atmosphere. Zhang Heng, the great god. Zhang Heng, brother. Zhang Heng turned around and was instantly dazzled by the sight before him. Two charming figures radiating youthful vitality were running straight towards him. Among them the lively figure even directly leaped into Zhang Heng's embrace. Zhang Heng turned around. A few paces away a figure scented with an enchanting fragrance suddenly leapt toward him. In a soft mellifluous voice she murmured, Brother Zhang Heng, long time no see, did you miss me? This girl was as utterly charming and unabashed as ever, direct and irresistible. He liked it. Hastily steadying his posture and planting his feet, he managed not to be toppled in the street. Otherwise it would have been mortifying. With both arms around the girl in his embrace he gently patted her back and inhaled the delicate scent drifting from her hair. Zhang Heng said softly, You're already at university, why do you still behave like a child? Feeling the softness in his arms, Zhang Heng was inwardly surprised. Only 6 months apart and she seemed to have grown so much. Nearby Fu Xiaoyong and Li Qi watched the girl in Zhang Heng's arms and smiled sheepishly, taking the initiative to greet Zhang Xin. You're here too. Fearing he might lose his composure, Zhang Heng quickly took hold of Zhang Xin's shoulders and gently pushed her back. After they parted, Zhang Xin lowered her head, cast a glance around and smiled triumphantly. Only then did she notice Fu Xiaoyong and Li Qi standing nearby. Oh, you two are here as well, sorry I didn't see you before. She playfully stuck out her tongue and then took Zhang Heng's right hand, placing it against her chest. Zhang Heng swallowed and hastily tucked his left hand into the left pocket of his jeans. A few steps away another pretty girl approached. She wore artsy glasses, a snow-white down jacket and a snug pair of jeans. Seeing those black skinny jeans, Zhang Heng felt a fresh curiosity. He wondered whether they too were fleece-lined. Zhang Heng looked at the approaching girl and greeted, Hi Jiang Shi, you're here too. The newcomer was Jiang Xin's elder sister Jiang Shi, a refined and quietly artistic beauty. The two Jiang sisters had once been the campus belles of their school. Moreover, with contrasting temperaments, one vivacious and mischievous, the other serene and literary, they had been secretly adored by countless boys. On campus the fame of the Zhang sisters' beauty far outshone his reputation as the academic ace. Zhang Heng had even heard from classmates that some hormonally charged boys late at night would fantasize about scoring with both sisters at once. Back then Zhang Heng had Now as Zhang Shi drew near and watched her sister so naturally take Zhang Heng's hand, a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer of envy passed through her eyes. As fortune would have it, Zhang Heng happened to notice that fleeting look of envy. A jolt ran through him. Could it be? He quickly banished the impractical and pure thought from his mind, smiled and chatted with Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi said, "You came too. I thought you might not show up." She looked at Zhang Heng as she spoke. She smiled faintly and explained, "I hadn't planned to come at first, but then our old class monitor Wang Kuan said you would be here, so my sister and I decided to come." Zhang Shi regarded Zhang Heng with her liquid white eyes and spoke in a soft voice.
Zhang Heng laughed. That remark was not easy to answer.
Nearby Fu Xiaoyong and Li Qi watched the exchange, forced to nurse their private pangs of feeling in silence. Zhang Heng said to the group, "Then let's go together, it's not far. I imagine Wang Kun's feast is nearly ready, we might arrive just as it's being served."
"Are you hungry?" Zhang Xian clung to Zhang Heng's arm and walked close to him.
Hearing his words, she looked up sweetly and declared, "I want to sit next to you." Zhang Heng admonished with a smile, "Young lady, please focus. I'm asking if you're hungry, not where you intend to sit."
Zhang Xian bounced along, shaking her head.
She glanced at Zhang Heng and teased, "You're supposed to be the class genius, yet you didn't catch that hint."
"Sister, explain it for him."
To Zhang Heng's left, Zhang Shi nodded, glanced at the hand Zhang Xian had on Zhang Heng and said, "She means she's hungry and wants to eat, but she also wants to sit beside you and have you feed her."
After Zhang Zai's explanation, she looked at Zhang Heng's bewildered blank expression and asked, "Is that what you meant?"
Zhang Shi covered her mouth and chuckled, softly humming assent and nodding.
Zhang Xian beamed at her sister and discreetly gave her a thumbs up. That look seemed to say, "Sister, that support play was slick."
Zhang Heng smiled helplessly. Well, it appeared he had already fallen behind the times. He stopped dwelling on it and turned his gaze toward Fu Xiaoyong and Li Qi, who had been unable to break into the conversation and had previously lacked topics to talk about.
Now this simple question would break the earlier awkwardness. Zhang Heng looked at the two and asked, "How about you? Are you hungry?"
Fu Xiaoyong, naturally mischievous and extroverted, worked at a supermarket and dealt with all kinds of people. He was quite the talker. Hearing Zhang Heng's question, Fu Xiaoyong chuckled, cast a glance at Zhang Heng and the Zhang sisters, and with a tone tinged by sour humor said, "At first I was nearly dying of hunger. But now," he added, "I'm about to burst." Zhang Heng felt the remark was a veiled jab at him.
Though he lacked firm evidence, Zhang Heng couldn't shake the impression.
He glanced at Fu Xiaoyong and Li Qi and offered an awkward smile. Both of them seemed steeped in a palpable sourness, as if their household's aged vinegar had been overturned upon them. Zhang Heng fancied he could smell that vinegar and teased, "Gentlemen, do you prefer saran spicy shredded potatoes? Or sweet and sour ribs? Or perhaps sour fish soup?" After those jests, Fu Xiaoyong loosened up and was no longer so constrained. Looking at the pleasing tableau flanking Zhang Heng, he sighed and laughed. "In hindsight, kindergarten was the easiest. Back then I was the one with admirers on both sides, just like you now. Alas, that is now the stuff of legend," he added, tilting his head toward the sky and feigning a world-weary air as if a veteran of many tales. The sight sent Zhang Heng and the Zhang sisters into a fit of laughter.
Zhang Xian giggled and took the opportunity to nuzzle and rub against Zhang Heng's arm.
The teasing sent Zhang Heng's heart racing and he felt compelled to keep his left hand in his pocket.
Fortunately, a few minutes later, the five of them finally spotted Wang Kun's restaurant.
From a distance, the sign bore 5 characters written with flamboyant strokes full of grand flourish. The 5 characters read, "Kuan Ge Private Kitchen."
Upon arriving at Kuan Ge's private dining establishment, Zhang Heng took a look around.
The scale was quite impressive, featuring a 3-story building adorned with a hint of ancient charm. It seemed that Wang Kun's family business was thriving. Otherwise his parents wouldn't have allowed him to manage such a large restaurant at such a young age. One must understand that in inland regions, particularly in a 4th or 5th tier county, a 3-story restaurant is considered quite upscale. At the entrance, a notice board displayed in bold black letters on a red background, Class 15 First Reunion, 2nd floor.
Zhang Heng smiled knowingly. Wang Kuan had certainly organized things quite well.
As they ascended the steps, 2 rows of stunning hostesses immediately smiled and greeted them in sweet voices, saying, "Welcome to the private dining.
Esteemed guests, 5 of you. Please come inside."
A hostess approached inquiring, "Would you like to dine in the hall or in a private room on the 3rd floor?" Zhang Heng waved his hand. Looking at the hostess, he pointed to the notice board and said, "For Class 15.
The hostess immediately understood.
Turning around, she grabbed a notebook, opened it, and asked the group, "May I have your names, classmates?"
Glancing at the guest list in the hostess' hand, Zhang Heng realized this was to tally the actual attendance.
Some classmates had mentioned they would come in the group chat but might not show up today. Accurate attendance statistics also helped the kitchen arrange the quantity of dishes accordingly.
Fewer people mean fewer dishes, while more require more.
Those in catering know that especially for large banquets, the number of attendees is crucial.
If too many dishes are prepared, it results in waste.
If too few are made, guests leave unsatisfied, which is a significant error.
Watching the hostess, each person reported their name.
After marking the names in the guest book, the hostess led them to the second floor, which Wang Kuan had entirely reserved for today's reunion. Upon reaching the second floor, each private room was already set up with tables laden with drinks, snacks and candies. At the entrance of every private room stood a waiter. Inside, many classmates had already arrived playing poker, mahjong or chatting on the sofas, creating a lively atmosphere. At that moment, Zhang Heng and his group of 5 had just arrived on the second floor, instantly attracting the attention of both waiters and classmates. The combination of handsome boys, beautiful girls and top students was simply unmissable. In an instant, in every private room, those playing poker stopped, those playing mahjong paused, and even the chatter ceased. All eyes were on the 5 of them. More specifically, they were focused on Zhang Heng and the Zhang sisters, while Fu Xiaoyong and Li Qi were largely overlooked. Wow! Our class top student and the class beauty and heartthrob are here. And they came together. Indeed. I always felt there was something special between them, and now that we're in college, it's all come to light. We're all adults now and they're both single, so what's it to you? I can't help but envy and feel a bit jealous, can I? A classmate nearby patted the shoulder of the speaker, sighing, brother, it's time to face reality. Some things for you and me we may never attain in this lifetime. Daydreams are ultimately just dreams. The person next to him looked at Zhang Heng and the Zhang sisters, his eyes filled with envy, jealousy and a hint of unwillingness. He muttered to himself, humph. Zhang Heng's family background is quite similar to mine. Why does he get the favor of the Zhang sisters? Where am I lacking? A female classmate nearby overheard and approached him, saying, let me tell you what the difference is. First, Zhang Heng is handsome, you don't even measure up to a tenth of him. If you had even half of his looks, you wouldn't be in this situation. Secondly, Zhang Heng is the top student in our class, always first, and he aced his way into Kyoto University. That's the 3rd-ranked university in the country. And what about you? You didn't even get into an undergraduate program. Hearing this, the male classmate lost his spirit and bowed his head, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Nearby, other classmates added, the Zhang sisters are also attending a prestigious university in Kyoto. They're now on a different level than us, and the gap will only widen in the future. Instead of envying those who swim in the deep, it's better to retreat and build your own net. Living your life well is the most important thing. Zhang Heng noticed the envious gazes of those classmates. He took Zhang Xin's hand and walked toward a less crowded private room where a few classmates were waving at the Zhang sisters. Zhang Heng noticed that those few were also students who had been accepted into prestigious universities. After glancing around several private rooms, he sighed lightly. The differences and distances had evidently begun long ago. On the path of life, many people drift apart as time goes on. Upon seeing Zhang Heng and the others enter, everyone inside stood up to greet them. Zhang the scholar, the Zhang beauties, welcome. Zhang Xiaocao, Zhang Mimi, you guys arrived a bit late. Everyone else has been here since noon and lunch is already served as expected from old Wang's generosity. Zhang Heng along with the Zhang sisters entered the private room and a crowd immediately surrounded them. Meanwhile, Fu Xiaoyong and Li Qi quietly slipped into another room where the classmates were on similar wavelengths as them. At that moment, outside every private room, including the waiters, all eyes turned toward the room where Zhang Heng was sitting. Zhang Heng relaxed on the sofa. Surrounding him were pairs of curious and envious eyes. Great God, tell us about Kyoto University. Yes. Only after entering university did I realize how remarkable Kyoto University is, far superior to our school. Your school is also an established key university, unlike mine, which is a newly emerging key university with far less depth. Alas. You all are doing well. Look at me, I had to adjust my major just to get into a key university, and now I'm stuck in a program I can't stand. As these individuals sat together, the conversation naturally shifted to their respective universities and majors. Zhang Heng smiled. He began sharing some stories about Kyoto University, including its all-English instruction, international professors, internships at major companies, and various academic lectures by renowned figures. As soon as Zhang Heng began speaking, he instantly became the center of attention. Classmates from other private rooms also curiously gathered around, forming layers of onlookers eagerly listening to Zhang Heng's account. In their eyes there was a fervent longing for the top universities. Especially among those who had not been accepted into any university, their expressions were filled with complex emotions. Just as he was in the middle of his story, the old class monitor Wang Kuan heard that Zhang Heng had arrived and hurriedly rushed up from the kitchen. Before the person arrived, the voice was already heard. Zhang Heng was sharing some amusing stories from his university days with his classmates. At this moment, at the entrance of the private room, a hearty laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. Is our talented student from class 15 here? Where is he? The crowd automatically parted to create a path. Wang Kuan immediately spotted Zhang Heng as well as the two Zhang sisters, Zhang Xian and Zhang Xi, sitting beside him. A playful glint flickered in his eyes, but he wisely chose not to say anything. As he walked in, he looked at Zhang Heng and said, Zhang the great talent, you're quite late. Look, it's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We had a gathering during lunch and many of our classmates were already here. Wang Kuan was the former class monitor of class 15 and he was also the initiator and organizer of this reunion. All the expenses for this gathering were covered solely by Wang Kuan, not a single penny was spent by anyone else.
Zhang Heng estimated the costs.
The expenses for this gathering were no less than 10,000. Although this amount is not excessive, it depends on who is measuring it. For Wang Kuo and Zhang Heng and the Zhang sisters, this was merely a small expenditure, perhaps just pocket money for a single occasion. However, for most of their classmates, this was their living expenses for an entire year. For Xiao Yong and Li Qi, it was even equivalent to 3 months' salary. Thus, even though Wang Kuo did not get into university, he was still regarded as someone highly esteemed by his classmates, one of the objects of their envy. Zhang Heng looked at Wang Kuo and stood up, shaking his hand.
Old class monitor, you've spent quite a bit here.
In this reunion, you are the one who has contributed the most, truly worthy of being our class 15's most generous Wang. During their 3 years in high school, although Wang Kun's grades were not good, he was quite popular and was elected class monitor by his classmates. It was precisely because he was very generous, often treating others.
Sometimes when class activities lacked funds, it was almost always Wang Kuo who footed the bill. Hearing Zhang Heng praise him, Wang Kuo laughed heartily, clearly delighted. Ha ha ha.
To receive praise from Zhang, the great talent in any regard, is a good thing.
I was afraid you wouldn't come today. You all enjoy yourselves first, I'll go back to the kitchen to continue preparing. People should be arriving soon and we'll start the banquet punctually at 5. After chatting a bit more, Wang Kuo left and went downstairs.
At this moment, the atmosphere in each private room gradually began to liven up. Especially with so many notable figures present, conversations mostly revolved around Zhang Heng and the beautiful girls in the class.
Some people had already started to drink a little.
Many chose to stay in the same private room as Zhang Heng.
In an instant,
the private room, which originally had only a few people, was now filled to capacity. Poker, mahjong, chatting and joking, everyone eagerly engaged in various games. At this moment at the mahjong table, a female classmate had just lost a round and was replaced by another classmate. Holding her bag, she scanned the room and walked straight towards Zhang Heng. She pulled up a chair and sat opposite Zhang Heng, grinning as she looked at him, saying, "Zhang the scholar, do you still remember when you read my poem before?"
Zhang Heng was taken aback.
After thinking for a moment, he finally recalled and smiled, saying, "Li Linger, I was just joking then, it wasn't meant to be taken seriously." Li Linger sat before Zhang Heng looking at him and jokingly said, "Since it's all in good fun and we have some time on our hands, why don't you do it?" As she spoke, Li Linger extended her small hand towards Zhang Heng. He looked at her with a helpless expression, especially the hint of regret in Li Linger's eyes. Looking at the heavy makeup on her face, Zhang Heng was unsure of what she was currently doing, as she was no longer studying.
Li Linger had a decent appearance and had received many love letters from boys during class.
However, she had always focused her attention on Zhang Heng. Now that Zhang Heng was admitted to Kyoto University, she was well aware of the widening gap between them.
Therefore, Li Linger no longer held any illusions about Zhang Heng. Moreover, she had already found her own happiness.
However, Zhang Heng was unaware of her thoughts. He assumed Li Linger had come over just to chat with him. Thus Zhang Heng took Li Linger's small hand and began to read her poem using some of the techniques he had learned as a child. After retiring, his grandfather became interested in the I Ching Bagua Chi Man Dun Jia and face reading, and Zhang Heng learned some. Zhang Heng held Li Linger's small hand, recalling what he had learned in the past, and said, "Your career line rises from the Qin Palace to the Li Palace, with the career line intersecting a straight line that ascends from the Gan Palace."
As Zhang Heng examined her hand, he continued, "You have a fate of wealth and nobility."
Looking up, he glanced at Li Linger, who giggled and said, "You said the same thing back in our first year, it's still true now, huh? Then tell me again how I'm supposed to have such a wealthy fate."
Zhang Heng chuckled.
These things were merely entertainment, a psychological effect not to be taken seriously.
Everyone was an adult now and could rationally view these matters, so saying a bit more didn't hurt.
Therefore, Zhang Heng continued, "In the future you will marry a very wealthy husband. Although he may not come from a prestigious family, he will be a man of wealth, ensuring a rich life after marriage without any worries about food or clothing, and you won't have to worry about household chores or cooking." As soon as Zhang Heng finished speaking, nearby classmates who knew Li Linger cast incredulous glances at him. They looked at Zhang Heng, their eyes filled with disbelief.
Meanwhile, Jiang Xin, who had been pouting, not knowing whom she was angry with, also noticed the astonished looks from nearby classmates.
Thus she looked at Li Linger, wondering if what was said was accurate.
Could it be that mystical? From those surprised gazes, Jiang Xin got her answer. Several classmates approached astonished and asked Zhang Heng, "Does Kyoto University even teach palmistry?"
"Exactly. This is too accurate." Zhang Heng was also stunned. He was just saying whatever based on what his grandfather taught him. A classmate watching shook his head in disbelief and said, "Zhang Heng, you might not know, but Li Linger's current situation is almost exactly what you just described."
"Really?" Zhang Heng asked. The classmate nodded. "Li Linger got engaged not long ago to the son of a businessman from the city.
I heard he's quite wealthy. Li Linger is now like a little rich lady, not having to do anything all day."
"How happy is that?" Li Linger shot a glance at that classmate.
Nodding slightly, she acknowledged it. Zhang Heng was astonished. Had Li Linger really found her happiness?
In an instant,
people crowded around looking at Zhang Heng, asking him to help read their palms. Even the Zhang sisters beside him curious looked at Zhang Heng wanting him to read their palms and see their future, leaving Zhang Heng in a After reading palms for a few more people, it was almost 5 o'clock. The server from the private room came in and addressed everyone saying, "Students of the boss, we are about to start serving the dishes, the boss will be here shortly." So everyone stopped the ruckus. They each found a seat to sit down, preparing to enjoy the feast. Zhang Xian pulled Zhang Heng and sat down at 2 adjacent seats. As soon as the dishes were served, Wang Koan had changed into a new outfit and entered the private room, sitting in the spot reserved for him. "Come on. Let's raise a glass. The first reunion of Class 15 officially begins. Today everyone must eat well, drink well, and have fun. In one word, let's enjoy. All expenses today will be covered by Brother Koan." Cheer. It was 8 in the evening. Inside several private rooms, the students of Class 15 lay scattered and tipsy, slumped in disarray. Especially the boys, every exhalation carried the scent of liquor. With arms slung over one another's shoulders, they called each other brothers and traded drunken banter. Most of the girls had had a little wine as well. Zhang Heng had a few glasses, but not many. Only a handful dared to propose a toast to him. After several rounds of wine and a parade of dishes, the reunion reached its peak. Zhang Heng leaned back on the sofa, watching the night beyond the window, feeling a swell of emotion. Next time many of them might not be able to gather. It had been only half a year since graduation and lives had already shifted greatly. Each person was stepping into a new fate. Whether that fate proved kind or cruel, every meeting must part. Even the finest stories come to an end. Only some would rejoice, others would weep. His phone rang again. He did not need to look to know his mother was calling to urge him home. He glanced into the private room. The drunk slept off their stupor while the sober had already begun new pursuits, shuffling mahjong tiles, playing games, recounting their troubles. Zhang Heng rose. He bade farewell to a few classmates and shook hands with Wang Koan before leaving the room. Having just stepped into the first floor hall, he was pondering how to get home. Behind him came hurried footsteps. "Brother Zhang Heng. Wait for us." Zhang Heng exhaled a long breath, heavy with wine. He turned, and as he had suspected, it was the Zhang sisters. Their voices betrayed them. Zhang Xian ran up, grabbed Zhang Heng's arm, panting. Zhang, she flushed from running, followed. Bathed in the night light, she looked particularly alluring. "Slow down, watch your step." Zhang Heng hurriedly warned them, afraid their shoes might slip. He reached out to steady the bent-over, breathless Zhang Xian, then looked at Jiangxi with puzzled bewilderment. "What are you doing?" he asked. He was on his way home. Why had the sisters chased him out? Zhang Xian, still breathless, said, "Brother Zhang Heng, are you going home? We can go together." Zhang Heng glanced at Zhang Xian with an amused smile. They did not in truth live in the same direction. Catching her breath, Zhang, she said, "Our family's driver has been waiting for us." She pointed to a Mercedes S600 parked outside. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped out of the Mercedes S600. Zhang Xian tugged Zhang Heng's arm and the three of them approached the car. The driver had already opened the door. "Miss, please." Then he cast a look at Zhang Heng. He opened the front passenger door and said, "Classmate, there are only 2 seats in the back. Why don't you take the front passenger seat?" The driver glanced at Zhang Shi and Zhang Xian. Zhang Heng nodded and was about to free himself from Zhang Xin's grip to move to the front seat when Zhang Xian immediately showed displeasure. She fixed the driver with what she imagined to be a fierce stare, pouted and complained, "Uncle Wang, there's plenty of room in the back, squeezed together 3 people can fit. Just drive the car well, who are you to tell us how to sit? Besides, on a night this cold, squeezing together is warmer." Uncle Wang was at a loss. "Second, miss, the car's air conditioning is on. It's not cold at all, 26 degrees," he began, but then saw Zhang Xian staring at him and fell silent. He clamped his mouth shut. Zhang Heng did not pull away from Zhang Xin's hands. He turned and saw her adorable, sulky little face. She believed she looked fierce, unaware of how endearingly cute she was. Uncle Wang offered an awkward smile and said no more. Once inside the car, Zhang Xian asked, "Brother Zhang Heng, what's your address? Well, take you home first." Uncle Wang glanced into the rearview mirror with helplessness. He could only advise these 2 young ladies, he dared not truly command them. It had been the master of the house who sent him to fetch the sisters. Now that the young ladies wanted to escort a classmate home, he had to comply. After all, as long as he returned them tonight, his task would be considered complete. Zhang Heng looked at the 2 pretty women flanking him and realized they were resolved to see him home. Feeling the driver's stern gaze ahead and the soft weight of both arms around him, Zhang Heng experienced a peculiar blend of pain and pleasure. He tried to sit upright and said, "Driver, please take me to Huai City, Huai Town." "That's all right." No sooner had he finished than Zhang Xian produced her phone, looked up at him and asked, "What's the address?" "Say it again, I didn't catch it all," she said, leaning even closer to Zhang Heng. The driver saw the scene in his rearview mirror and grew even sterner. When they had left the house, the master had repeatedly instructed that the sisters be kept far from those boys. And yet, Not only had they not kept their distance, they clung closely and now wished to escort someone home. He could already imagine being scolded when he returned tonight. Seeing that the driver asked no further questions, Zhang Heng knew the address had been noted. He glanced at Zhang Xin. He said, "Ask your family's uncle one." He heard it clearly. Zhang Heng thought he should get home as soon as possible to put distance between himself and these teasing little temptresses. Zhang Heng knew something of Zhang Xian and Zhang Zai's family background, and that was why he had never entertained them. Their standing far exceeded that of Wu Na's family. Thus over the years Zhang Heng had never crossed any line with the sisters. Otherwise, where would he even have had the chance to attend university? He might well have been turned into fertilizer long ago to feed next year's flowers. Yet the sisters' affection for him was known to all their classmates. Besides, Zhang Xian had always been so forward. On the rear seat of the Mercedes S600, Zhang Heng sat upright and proper eyes fixed on the road ahead. In the rear-view mirror, Uncle Wang kept glancing at him, particularly at his hands, to see if they behaved. And so it went. In that bittersweet atmosphere under Uncle Wang's steady and brisk driving, Zhang Heng finally arrived at his destination. As soon as Uncle Wang parked, he opened the rear door and helped Zhang Heng down. Zhang Heng felt liberated, freed from the sister's pincer-like attention. Stepping out, he felt a lightness throughout his body and exhaled slowly. Under Uncle Wang's stern gaze, he waved to Zhang Xian in Jiangxi. Then, lit by the street lamp and casting a long shadow, he walked away. Behind him were the sisters' plaintive, rueful looks. Just as he arrived at the building downstairs, Zhang Heng's phone rang. He presumed it was his mother scolding him to come home. When he picked up the phone, it was not her. It was a call from Xiao Chengkuan. He answered. "Hello. Brother Xiao. Good evening." Zhang Heng's words carried the faint reek of alcohol. His manner was a touch different from usual. On the other end of the line, Xiao Chengkuan could tell at once that Zhang Heng had been drinking. "Ah, little brother. What have you been up to? Getting drunk? How much did you drink? How's your fighting spirit?" Zhang Heng had only had a few drinks and was not drunk, yet the alcohol made him livelier and more uninhibited than usual. "Brother Xiao, I only had a little. By the way, you calling me so late, surely you did not call just to test my drinking capacity, did you? I can tell you right away, there's no way I can compare with you." Xiao Chengkuan laughed heartily, offered a few humble words, then steered the conversation back to its true purpose and said, "Little brother, my affairs here are wrapping up. Within a day or two we'll be passing by your town. You'll come to visit you in person and we can talk. How does that sound?" Xiao Chengkuan had always felt that Zhang Heng was not an ordinary youth. That air of composure and reserve belonged only to those capable of greater deeds. Therefore he thought it prudent to make a small investment in advance. It would not cost much. If Zhang Heng were to rise in future, he would be firmly on Xiao Chengkuan's side. Before Zhang Heng could speak, Xiao added, "By the way, I am coming to Hui City not only to thank you in person, but there is also an auction taking place there, the last one of the year. They say there are many intriguing items. I have connections and know an expert who specializes in appreciating antiques and curios. We can bring him along, perhaps we'll discover something of value." An auction. Zhang Heng froze. He was born and raised in Hui City. How could he not know that an auction like that was being held there? He had never even heard of it. Aren't auctions only held in first-tier cities or economically advanced provincial capitals? An auction? Zhang Heng asked. Xiao Chengkuan chuckled and explained. Yes. Its scale is modest and its reputation modest as well. If you are not a seasoned collector in that circle, you would not know about Hui City's auction. Most people know only of the auctions in the capital and the metropolis. Those are grand and international. Yet these smaller auctions possess their own singular charm. Walking and talking, Zhang Heng reached his front door. He knocked and his mother opened it. She was about to scold him for returning so late, but upon seeing him on the phone she held back. Zhang Heng entered, changing his shoes as he continued the conversation. After discussing a few more details with Xiao Chengkuan, they agreed to attend Hui City's auction together and then ended the call. Li Fang regarded Zhang Heng with a stern expression. "You brat. Do you know what time it is? You finally remember to come home." Zhang Heng glanced at his phone. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Already. He flashed a conciliatory smile at his mother. Before he could speak, a wave of alcohol scent reached them. Li Fang frowned. "You drank?" Zhang Heng nodded. As Li Fang prepared to say more, his father spoke from the living room. "Wife, our son is grown. You should not be so strict with him." Zhang Qi lowered the television volume. Looking at Zhang Heng, who had just changed his shoes, he said, "He has his own circle of friends. Don't keep interfering. Even if he stays out overnight, try to understand." He turned to Li Fang. "Our son is grown, he is a man now. You know this as well as I do." At that moment Zhang Yuli popped her head out of her room, curious. Zhang Qi glared and snapped, "Go back to your room and finish your winter homework." Zhang Yuli swallowed the words she had meant to say, ducked back into her room and closed the door.
Li Fang thought for a moment and fell silent as well. Zhang Heng only wanted to rest.
After a quick wash, he collapsed onto his bed and slept until the next day's noon. Under the warm sunlight, he woke slowly at midday. Looking around at the quiet house, he wondered why his mother and sister had not come to bother him as they usually did. Normally his mother would come early to lift his covers and his sister would come to rouse him, laughing as she ran off. He grabbed the phone from the bedside table. It was already a few minutes past 12. Good heavens, he had slept through more than 10 hours. He had not indulged in such a long lien for a very long time. He hurriedly rose, left his room, and found his father's voice barely audible over the muted television. His mother was still busy in the kitchen stuffing sausages, judging by the amount it would take her another day to finish. "Dad, Mom," he called as he greeted them. Zhang Heng padded to the bathroom in slippers to wash up. When he returned, his mother had already set out a meal for him on the table.
It's been kept warm. I didn't know when you'd get up, so I just kept it on the warmer." In that instant, Zhang Heng felt the urge to cry. His eyes grew moist.
Having a home felt so good. With such parents who loved him, so he vowed to work harder to earn money so they would no longer have to toil. Sitting at the table, he watched his mother busying herself and noticed a few strands of silver at her temples. In the quiet passage of time, she had aged without him realizing it. If his mother bore signs of wear, perhaps his more burdened father had even more gray hair. A quiet resolution formed in Zhang Heng's heart. He would do everything he could as soon as he could to spare his parents from their labors. Moved, he looked at his mother and said, "Mom, thank you. From now on, I'll take care of you."
Li Fang rolled her eyes and smiled. "Oh, really? Then you just wait for me to support you."
Li Fang did not take it entirely seriously, but Zhang Heng's words warmed her heart. In the living room, Zhang Qi, lounging on the sofa, had heard the exchange. Immediately he grew displeased. Watching Zhang Heng eat, he said in a sour tone, "My status in this house is gradually declining."
Zhang Heng understood at once.
He swallowed a mouthful of braised pork and looked toward his father.
"Dad, from now on I'll support you too."
Hearing that, Zhang Qi finally smiled in satisfaction. Xiao Huihui, basking on the balcony, had overheard the conversation. The dog turned its head and regarded the family with a look of bemused resignation, as if thinking that these two-legged creatures loved flattering words above all else.
At that moment, Zhang Yuli emerged again.
Looking at Zhang Heng, she said, "Big brother, are you only going to support Mom and Dad and forget your little sister?" She leaned against the doorframe, feigning irritation.
Zhang Heng laughed. "Didn't you say you wanted to cut ties with me? How come now you're my sister again?"
Zhang Yuli stuck out her tongue and muttered softly, "I haven't completely cut ties with you yet. We're still siblings." Zhang Qi and Li Fan watched the two bicker and smiled with contentment. Their faces were soft with happiness. After a bite of stir-fried pork with peppers, Zhang Heng said, "Fine. I'll add you to the list. Henceforth your brother will support you."
Zhang Yuli brightened, returned to her homework battle, and Zhang Heng resumed eating with focus. After more than 10 hours of sleep, he was ravenous. Suddenly Xiao Huihui noticed it had been left out of the promise. The family had all been promised support, yet the dog had been omitted. That would not do. So Xiao Huihui abandoned its sun-drenched doze. It planted its paws firmly, wagged its tail, and patted to Zhang Heng's feet, sniffing and nudging in the canine language of flattery. Zhang Heng bent down, looked at the dog rubbing against his legs, and reached out to pat its head. "Xiao Huihui, I'll provide all the dog food you need in this life. You will never go hungry." Xiao Huihui gave a few low barks, then trotted back to the balcony where the sun shone. It curled beneath the hanging chair and resumed basking in the sunlight. After lunch, Zhang Heng rested at home.
It was the weekend, no trading to manage. Having just attended a class reunion the day before, he had no pressing engagements and decided to help his mother stuff sausages. Neither his father nor his younger sister offered assistance, and though weary, his mother never complained. The spring festival was drawing near. Every day his mother busied herself preparing an array of traditional holiday delicacies, sausages being merely one item on her long list. Others included fermented chili paste, cured pork, pickled soybeans, stinky tofu, rice cakes, and sour vegetables. Whatever other families prepared for the festival, theirs would have it too. Zhang Heng believed that his family's warmth and harmony owed at least half its credit to his mother. Yet before he could lift a finger to assist her, his phone rang. He picked it up. It was Xiao Chenkuan. Stepping onto the balcony, he settled into the hanging chair and answered. "Brother Xiao." A hearty, unrestrained laugh echoed from the other end. "Ha ha ha. Brother Zhang Heng. I've already arrived in Huai City. Didn't expect me so soon, did you? Let me tell you, when Brother Xiao takes action, it's always swift and decisive, just one word: speed." "Speed?" Zhang Heng murmured, eyes wide. Was it really appropriate to declare such a thing so openly? Was this truly something to boast about? After letting Xiao Qingkuan finish, he replied dryly, "Brother Xiao, we all know you're fast, but must you announce it so loudly? Right now, are there people nearby? Take a look at their expressions."
Xiao Chengkuan fell silent. He hadn't even considered that. He quickly glanced around, and sure enough several passers-by were eyeing him with amused curiosity. Even a few young women stared openly, covering their mouths as they giggled. Realizing his blunder, Xiao Chengkuan lowered his voice and said hurriedly, "Brother, I've arrived in Hue City, and brought along several bodyguards. Once my car arrives I'll come pick you up." "Where are you?" Zhang Heng paused briefly, then gave the address of his residential complex. "I'll wait for you at the gate. About how long until you arrive?" "I'll fetch the antique appraisal master first, then head straight to you." "It won't take long, just wait for my call. The auction begins this evening, we'll go directly there." "Got it, I'll wait for your call." Hanging up, Zhang Heng hopped down from the hanging chair and vigorously ruffled the fur atop Xiao Huihui's head, prompting the dog to glare at him, indignant yet too timid to protest. After all, this dog had solemnly pledged to secure his lifetime supply of dog food. Not only must he refrain from harming Zhang Heng, but he was duty-bound to protect him. Otherwise his future meals would vanish overnight. At this thought, Xiao Huihui rolled his 24-carat canine eyes and bestowed upon Zhang Heng the ultimate canine expression of disdain. "Xiao Huihui, fine. For the sake of dog food I'll endure." Leaving the balcony, he entered the living room and addressed his parents. "Mom, Dad, I'm stepping out this afternoon. I may not be back until late tonight." Hearing he was going out again, Li Fang instinctively asked, "Didn't your class reunion end yesterday? What else is going on?" Meanwhile, his father Zhang Qi watched him with quiet curiosity, silent, yet his gaze spoke volumes of deep concern. Though they'd agreed not to hover over Zhang Heng, they still needed to know where he was going and why. Only then could they rest easy. Smiling warmly, Zhang Heng replied, "Mom, Dad, I have a friend visiting from the coastal region. He'll stay in Hue City for a few days and I need to discuss something important with him." Li Fang studied her son, eyes alight with wonder. She sensed something had subtly shifted in him since his winter break return, though she couldn't quite name it. The feeling grew stronger each day. She asked a friend. "Male or female? How old? Married?" Zhang Heng hastily cut off his mother's rapid-fire interrogation. This was veering dangerously close to full-scale cross-examination. Still, he had no intention of deceiving his parents, especially since in his estimation his assets would soon become impossible to conceal. Better to prepare them gently now than shock them later. After a moment's thought, he said, "Mom, remember what I told you yesterday? That I earned 710,000 yuan in a single day. It's absolutely true. I'm meeting a friend who runs a security firm. Xiao Chengkuan, the general manager of Beijing Jiashenman Security Services Co. Ltd. Ranked 3rd nationally. You can verify his credentials online." Seeing the earnestness in Zhang Heng's expression, Li Fang and Zhang Qi no longer dismissed his words as jest. They listened, truly listened, to what he'd said. After a long pause, Zhang Qi looked at his son, not as a boy but as someone newly revealed, and asked gravely, "Is it true?" Zhang Heng nodded. Deep down he knew his parents still struggled to believe he'd amassed real wealth. Shifting deeply ingrained perceptions, even of one's own child, is never easy, especially so swiftly. He wanted to spare them future shock, so he'd been gently guiding them toward acceptance, because his current capabilities meant he could finally relieve them of their lifelong burdens. Especially after noticing the streaks of silver threading through his mother's hair, more numerous each time he looked. In that moment he resolved from now on his parents would live comfortably, free from exhaustion and strain. With his current income, tens of thousands of yuan daily, their household expenses were effortlessly covered. And his earnings would only grow. Better to ease his family into this reality now, before his income became truly staggering. As Zhang Heng nodded, his parents studied him intently, disbelief, astonishment and confusion flickering across their faces like shifting light. Zhang Qi set down the remote control and fixed his son with a stern gaze. "Son, you haven't gotten involved in anything illegal, have you? Let me make this clear, our Zhang family has stood upright for generations, honest, upright people. If you dare earn filthy money, I'll break your legs." Beside him, Li Fang added quietly, "Our life is already good, we eat well, dress well and everyone is healthy. That's more than enough. I don't ask you to strike it rich, I only wish you and your sister remain healthy and happy." Zhang Heng gazed at his parents. He took a slow deep breath and nodded firmly. "Mom, Dad, you can rest easy. Your son walks upright and earns clean lawful money." Hearing his solemn assurance, Li Fang and Zhang Qi asked no further. They didn't demand proof of his 710,000 yuan day, nor inquire how he'd earned it. Because their son had spoken and given his word, they chose to believe. Seeing their silence, Zhang Heng grinned and added playfully, "My motto, eyes on wealth, profits thick and deep." "Yes. Let's go." Watching Zhang Heng maintain a serious demeanor for a few minutes, his parents burst into laughter and playful scolding. His mother continued to stuff sausages while his father kept watching television. His younger sister was still in her room, engaged in a fierce battle with her winter break homework. Zhang Heng, on the other hand, was waiting for a call from Xiao Chengkuan. Feeling bored, Zhang Heng noticed the little gray cat basking in the sun. So he headed to the balcony.
He picked up the comfortable sunbathing little gray cat and began to rub and knead it, causing the cat to reluctantly start growling at him. After more than an hour passed, Zhang Heng's phone rang again. He glanced at it and saw that it was Xiao Chenkuan calling. He quickly got up and said, "Mom and Dad, I'm heading out." Without waiting for his parents to respond, Zhang Heng answered Xiao Chenkuan's call and exited the house. Behind him he heard his mother's admonition, "Be safe. Make sure to interact more with your excellent female classmates and not just hang around with the boys." His father's voice chimed in. "Why are you worrying so much, Mom? With how outstanding the eldest is, do you really need to worry about his romantic interests? He might already have someone, but we just don't know about it." Zhang Heng thought to himself, could it be that his parents already knew? That shouldn't be the case. As he reached the entrance of the community, he spotted Xiao Chenkuan in the distance, standing by the roadside and smoking. "Xiao bro." Zhang Heng sprinted a few steps and arrived in front of Xiao Chenkuan. "Here you are, little brother." Xiao Chenkuan hastily took a few puffs of his cigarette, finished it, and greeted Zhang Heng. At that moment, two black Mercedes cars were parked by the roadside. Zhang Heng recognized the configurations of these two vehicles instantly. One was the latest model, the Mercedes-Benz S500L 4MATIC, featuring a 3.0-liter turbocharged engine with 435 horsepower front-mounted all-wheel drive and a 9-speed automatic transmission costing over $2 million. The other was also this year's latest model, the Mercedes-Benz S400L luxury version with a 2.5-liter turbocharged engine producing 313 horsepower front-mounted rear-wheel drive and a 9-speed automatic transmission, also costing over $1 million. Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. Looking at these two latest models of the Mercedes S-Class, he felt a thrill of excitement inside. This was a car model he truly adored. It was also his father's favorite model. The Mercedes S-Class is a luxury car with 5 seats and 4 doors, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in under 6 seconds. It features a 360-degree panoramic view, adaptive cruise control, ACC dynamic lighting, AFS automatic parking lane assist, air suspension, and a panoramic sunroof. With a pure black body that gleamed, the two cars drew the attention of the residents passing by, especially the men, who could not help but gaze at them with envy. In their eyes there was nothing but admiration. When Xiao Chenkuan extinguished his cigarette and turned around, he just happened to catch Zhang Heng's gaze. He burst into laughter, walked over and patted Zhang Heng on the shoulder, saying, "Whichever one you like, just take it for a spin." Xiao Chenkuan looked at Zhang Heng and casually said, "The most expensive one is just over $2 million, that's merely 2 months of my allowance." Meanwhile, the stock that Zhang Heng had recommended to him had earned him over $3 million in just 2 days. In comparison, gifting a car was still a profit for him. Upon hearing Xiao Chenkuan's words, Zhang Heng quickly shook his head. "I don't have a driver's license yet. Even if you give it to me, I can't drive it." This was his polite way of declining Xiao Chenkuan's goodwill. Hearing this, Xiao Chenkuan didn't press the matter further. At that moment, by the Mercedes S500L 4MATIC, a towering man had opened the rear door. Xiao Chenkuan gestured and said, "Little brother, get in the car." The two got in, and Xiao Chenkuan then instructed the driver and bodyguard in front head directly to the auction house. "Yes, boss." The bodyguard responded, and the car smoothly started moving. At that moment, Zhang Heng suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, bro, didn't you say you were going to pick up an appraisal master first? Where is he? I don't see him." Xiao Chenkuan pointed to the other Mercedes S400L luxury version and smiled. "He's inside that one. Otherwise, why do you think I brought 2 cars? Zhang Heng finally understood. Earlier he had been puzzled. Xiao Chenkuan had mentioned going to pick up the appraisal master, but he hadn't seen anyone. It turns out he was in that car. An auction. An appraisal master. Zhang Heng felt a surge of curiosity. In his entire life he had never attended an auction, let alone anything regarding appraisals. The car moved steadily forward without a hint of bumps. Zhang Heng marveled at how this felt completely different from taking a bus. Moreover, the car's soundproofing was exceptional. In this comfortable riding experience, it wasn't long before they arrived in the city center of Hue. Upon getting out of the car, Zhang Heng saw that they were at a 5-star hotel in the city center of Hue. An auction is being held at the hotel. Zhang Heng was puzzled. Xiao Chenkuan went to the back car to assist the appraisal master out. Then he led the group toward the hotel. The three walked in the middle, flanked by bodyguards on all sides. Zhang Heng walked on Xiao Chenkuan's right side, curiously glancing at the appraisal master on Xiao Chenkuan's other side. He saw that the appraisal master was dressed in a tang suit, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, wearing sunglasses, and had a string of yellow pearl beads on his wrist. At first glance, Zhang Heng felt that this appraisal master resembled more of a street-side fortune teller than a true appraiser. However, he knew little about the appraisal field and thus refrained from making any rash judgments. After all, he was someone that Xiao Chenkuan had gone to great lengths to invite. Noticing Zhang Heng scrutinizing him, the appraisal master cast a disdainful glance at him and let out a cold huff. From that expression, it seemed he was dissatisfied with Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng felt puzzled. "What did I do to provoke you? What Zhang Heng didn't know was that the appraisal master was upset because he was assigned to the Mercedes S400L luxury version while Zhang Heng was seated in the Mercedes S500L 4MATIC. In comparison, he felt that in Xiao Chengkun's eyes his own importance was not as high as Zhang Heng's. To him, Zhang Heng was merely a little kid. After casting a glance at the appraisal master, Zhang Heng frowned in confusion and chose to walk alongside Xiao Chengkun without further scrutinizing the other man. The group arrived at a luxurious room. Xiao Chengkun invited Zhang Heng and the appraisal master to sit down and said there's still some time before the auction starts. Here is the auction catalog for this event, you both can take a look. If anything catches your eye, it will be easier to act later. While speaking, Xiao Chengkun handed each of them a copy of the auction catalog. Then, he smiled at the appraisal master and said, Master Wang, I'll be relying on you to authenticate a few items later, thank you. To be safe, Xiao Chengkun had invited Master Wang to oversee the appraisal. After all, one cannot guarantee the authenticity of items at an auction. Some replicas are indistinguishable to ordinary appraisers and require more specialized and seasoned experts to discern their authenticity. The appraisal master took the auction catalog, grunted in acknowledgement, and then nodded, saying, Boss Xiao, rest assured I have never made a mistake in my evaluations. Since you have offered me such a high price, I will certainly exert my utmost effort. Zhang Heng looked at Master Wang and examined him up and down. Zhang Heng thought that regardless of Master Wang's actual skills, his demeanor and flair indeed resembled that of a master from the folk scene, especially with his attitude when getting out of the car previously. It further soured Zhang Heng's impression of him. Zhang Heng had a very unfavorable first impression of this person. After glancing at the master of appraisal a few times, Zhang Heng no longer paid him much attention. Regardless of whether this Master Wang has a discerning eye capable of identifying the authenticity of auction items or if he is merely a swindler. In any case, Zhang Heng currently has no evidence. Therefore, he dared not make a rash judgment. Although his first impression of this person was not good, he decided to keep it to himself for now. After greeting Master Wang, Xiao Chengkun finally turned his attention to Zhang Heng. He pointed to the auction booklet in Zhang Heng's hands and said, Little brother, take a good look at the items for this auction. If there's anything you fancy under $1 million, I'll give you one as a gift. Zhang Heng was about to decline when Xiao Chengkun preempted his refusal and said, Little brother, you can't refuse this time. Among friends we must value reciprocity. You previously gave me a significant gift, so now I should also give you one. If you refuse again, it would mean you look down on me. Zhang Heng opened his mouth, but the words he wanted to say remained unspoken. Since Xiao Chengkun had already said this much, if he were to refuse again, it would indeed seem somewhat disrespectful. Merchants value not only profit but also their own reputation. Especially for someone like Xiao Chengkun, who comes from a particular background. The experiences within the business realm have taught him to prioritize reputation over profit. Looking at Xiao Chengkun, Zhang Heng nodded. Alright then, I'll thank Brother Xiao in advance. Zhang Heng thought to himself, as long as he doesn't buy anything, it should be fine. After greeting the two, Xiao Chengkun left with a bodyguard. In the room apart from Zhang Heng and Master Wang, there were only 3 bodyguards. Master Wang continued to browse the auction booklet, showing no interest in conversing with Zhang Heng, exuding an air of aloofness. Zhang Heng looked up and cast a sidelong glance at Master Wang. Seeing that he had no intention of chatting, he decided to ignore him. Originally, Zhang Heng had wanted to ask Master Wang a few questions. The room suddenly became incredibly quiet. Zhang Heng lowered his head and began to examine the auction item introduction booklet in his hands. Item category: volatility and currency. Item No. 0346, a silver coin from the Guangxu era produced by the Fujian government, weighing 7 fun and 2 li. Description: the mold is very regular, the pressure is deep, the dragon scales are very clear, the details are perfectly presented, the text is 3-dimensional and full, the base is flat with a mirror-like finish, deep golden patina, rotating light, top-notch quality. Zhang Heng looked at it and thought, this is a good item. I remember my grandfather had a few of these coins as well. Looking at the historical auction prices for similar items, one actually sold for nearly 20,000. Goodness. Is this item really that valuable? Zhang Heng began to consider his grandfather's coins if his grandfather didn't want them then. Continuing to look further, item category: paintings by famous artists from the Shanghai School. Item No. 2022, red plum blossoms, blooming vertical axis colored paper. Description: directly obtained from the family of the original artist. Inscription: a gift from a friend from the old man Wulio. Seal: Wulio Zhang. The starting price is 50,000 to 100,000. The auction item introduction booklet spanned over 20 pages, featuring various antiques, paintings and art pieces of all sizes. This hardly resembled a small auction. Zhang Heng flipped through it quickly. Item category: ceramics, other colored glazed porcelain from the Qing dynasty. Item No. 2884, Qing Yongjing, blue and white bowl with red fish and algae patterns. The shapes of Qing dynasty ceramics largely continued the traditional styles of previous dynasties. Su Zhihong set in on drinking and porcelain. The Ming dynasty invented many types of colored porcelain, too numerous to enumerate, and most of the colors from the Kangxi and Yongjing eras are derived from the Ming dynasty. Qing Yongjing porcelain.
Starting price is 5,000. Finally I found something a bit cheaper. Just as Zhang Heng was nearing halfway through the dozens of pages of introductions, Xiao Chengkuan returned with the bodyguard. As soon as he entered the room, Xiao Chengkuan announced loudly, "Gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. We are currently admitting guests. Let's go in first." As he spoke, he looked at Zhang Heng and Master Wang. Master Wang got up calmly and walked out at a leisurely pace. Zhang Heng closed the booklet and hurriedly got up following behind Xiao Chengkuan. The group arrived at a private room on the second floor a few minutes later. Zhang Heng approached the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out. The first floor was arranged in a fan shape with a 3-foot auction stage at the opening. From the floor-to-ceiling window he could clearly see everything on the auction stage. The view was extremely clear. At that moment the seats on the first floor were almost filled with people. He looked towards the other private rooms on the second floor but couldn't see anyone inside. It turned out that the windows of the rooms were one-way. Zhang Heng understood. This was also to protect the privacy of the people inside the rooms to some extent. At this time on the 3-foot auction stage, a voluptuous beauty dressed in a tight professional outfit had already stepped onto the auction stage holding a stack of unknown items. Seeing that most people had arrived, the host picked up the microphone, her voice crisp and resonant, echoing throughout every corner of the auction. "Welcome to the Huai Auction House. Today marks the final auction of the year for our Huai Auction House. Present today are our old friends and also some new friends visiting for the first time. Whether you are an old friend or a new friend, after tonight we will all be the best of friends." The host's flattery put everyone at ease. Without further ado, let's welcome the first auction item of the day. As soon as the words were spoken, a lovely young lady pushed a delicate cart to the center of the auction stage. On the cart a golden cloth covered the auction item. The host extended her hand and lifted the golden cloth. "The first auction item today is this Qin blue and white bowl with red fish and algae patterns. Starting price is 5,000 and we begin the auction. Each bid must not be lower than 1,000. Suddenly on the large screen in the center of the first floor hall an image of the blue and white bowl appeared. The ultra-high-definition screen displayed every detail of the auction item. Compared to the booklet, it was countless times clearer. The private room where Zhang Heng and the others were located was not far from the auction stage. He could see the blue and white bowl on the cart clearly without needing to look at the big screen. Pulling up a chair, Zhang Heng sat down right in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. At this moment he looked curiously at the auction stage, gazing at the blue and white bowl. Inside the hall on the first floor many people had already started bidding. Just a few breaths later the price of the blue and white bowl had already exceeded 10,000. As Zhang Heng was curiously watching this scene, at that moment a virtual screen of the investment simulator surprisingly appeared before. At the same time a voice from the simulator echoed in Zhang Heng's mind. "Antique and painting investment simulation starting." Zhang Heng was taken aback. He gazed at the auction table, staring at the blue and white fish and algae pattern bowl. However, his thoughts were completely elsewhere. Inside his own mind focused on the voice prompt from the simulator. At that moment behind Zhang Heng, Xiao Chengkuan called out to him, but he didn't hear. "Hey! Zhang, my brother." A bodyguard approached the floor-to-ceiling window and gently nudged Zhang Heng. Only then did he come to his senses. Xiao Chengkuan called out for the third time, "Zhang, my brother, and this is just the first auction item. You're already so enthralled. There are still over 100 items to come. No rush, there's plenty of time. Come over and have something to eat while you watch." Xiao Chengkuan thought that Zhang Heng's earlier focus was due to it being his first time at such an auction and didn't think much of it. Master Wang, the appraisal expert, glanced at Zhang Heng and curled his lips, revealing a look of disdain. "Master Wang, tisk, look at you, such an inexperienced little brat." Zhang Heng noticed Master Wang's contempt, but out of respect for Xiao Chengkuan chose to ignore him. He moved away from the floor-to-ceiling window and sat down on the sofa in the private room. Zhang Heng picked up the snacks and fruits on the table, eating while saying, "Thank you, brother. I was just lost in thought for a moment." The auction on the first floor was still in full swing. At this moment the price of the blue and white fish and algae pattern bowl had already been driven up to 5,000. Moreover, it continued to rise slowly. Zhang Heng leaned back on the sofa, continuously munching on snacks, his eyes fixed on the ongoing auction, watching that blue and white bowl. However, Zhang Heng's attention was entirely on the virtual screen of the simulator in front of him. At that moment the information on the simulator screen began to change. "Branch Antique Investment Simulation activation complete. Congratulations, host Zhang Heng, for successfully activating the Antique Investment Simulation branch. Your investment journey is becoming broader." Zhang Heng smiled as he listened to the simulator's voice, taking a bite of his snack. He looked up and saw new personal information on the virtual screen. Host Zhang Heng. Investment fields 1. Domestic shares 2. Antiques and paintings. Simulator level 1. A level 1 simulator allows viewing domestic share investment targets and the detailed earnings for the current and the following day, as well as future trends. A level 1 simulator can check the investment simulation return rate of 10 antique and painting items daily. Remaining attempts 10 times.
Zhang Heng stared at the large virtual screen in front of him along with the newly added information struggling to calm his excited heart.
The investment simulator could actually be used this way.
Investing in antiques and paintings.
This is still investment. Why hadn't he thought of it before?
Zhang Heng smiled, shaking his head, realizing that his previous mindset was still too small. His vision needed to be broader in the future.
Moreover, this information gave Zhang Heng new ideas.
Since antiques and paintings could be invested in, what about other things?
Could he use his investment simulator for them as well? For example, could he invest in talent, knowledge, scientific research?
There were still too many fields worth considering. At this moment, Zhang Heng's eyes began to shine. The opening of the new branch of the simulator struck him like a bolt from the blue, sending a thrill through his entire being. On the sofa, Xiao Chenkuan noticed the gleam in Zhang Heng's eyes and became interested, asking, "Zhang, my brother, do you like this blue and white fish and algae pattern bowl?
I can give it to you, brother."
Saying this, Xiao Chenkuan was about to shout a bid. Zhang Heng hurriedly stopped him.
"No need. Xiao, my brother. I don't particularly like this item, I just find it very novel." Hearing this, Xiao Chenkuan finally put down his hand that was ready to bid.
Looking at Zhang Heng, he cheerfully said, "Brother, since you've come today, you must pick something out. Consider it a token of gratitude from your brother.
If you don't pick anything, then you can just choose one of the 2 Mercedes downstairs for yourself. It's either or, you decide." Master Wang, observing Xiao Chenkuan's attention to Zhang Heng, couldn't help but scrutinize him.
He wondered what abilities does this little brat possess to earn such regard from Xiao Chenkuan. However, after carefully scrutinizing Zhang Heng for a while, Master Wang found nothing remarkable about this little brat.
In the end, Master Wang gave up, no longer focusing on Zhang Heng.
No matter what Zhang Heng's abilities were, they had little to do with him. Seeing Xiao Chenkuan's enthusiasm, Zhang Heng could only accept the warm invitation with a smile and nod.
Downstairs, that blue and white fish and algae pattern bowl was finally sold.
The final price was 75000. A blue and white bowl initially valued at only 5000 actually sold for such a high price.
Zhang Heng couldn't help but exclaim inwardly.
Congratulations to number 9527 for acquiring this blue and white fish and algae pattern bowl from the Qing Yongjing period.
Next, let's continue with the next auction item. Zhang Heng kept eating, his mouth never stopping. At this moment, he was already full.
At this time, he wanted to try out the new feature he had just acquired. He wanted to see how the return rate of antiques and paintings was simulated and how it differed from stocks. In front of Zhang Heng, the virtual screen still displayed that message. Level 1 simulator can check the investment simulation return rate of 10 antique and painting items daily. Since he had 10 opportunities anyway, looking at the blue and white fish and algae pattern bowl that had just sold on the first floor, Zhang Heng felt a spark of inspiration.
Then let's try you out.
Thinking this, Zhang Heng directly used the antique investment simulation branch. Immediately before his eyes, the information changed at once. Target blue and white fish and algae pattern bowl from the Qing Yongjing period. Analysis: ceramics, a colored glazed porcelain from the Qing dynasty during the Yongjing period with a diameter of 14.6
centimeters.
This item is a typical representation of imitation of previous dynasty masterpieces with vivid and realistic fish patterns, playful and cute, exuding natural charm. The bowl has an open mouth, curved belly, and a circle foot underneath, with the outer wall painted in blue and white depicting fish swimming freely surrounded by flowing water waves, lotus flowers, duckweed and water plants swaying gently, creating a lively and natural scene.
Floating duckweed and flowing water indicating fish in the stream exuding poetic charm. Simulation result and suggestion: genuine article.
Average market price is 48000.
Zhang Heng was taken aback.
Why is it only 48000? Did it not sell for 75000?
However, Zhang Heng quickly understood.
The simulated investment provided an average market price for the antiques and paintings regardless of how this average was calculated. In short, Zhang Heng had a rough idea in his mind. He believed that the price given by the simulator was likely an average of both the past and present transaction prices of this item, hence the 48000 price. He glanced at the virtual screen. Remaining attempts 9 times. At this point, the 4th auction item came onto the stage.
Xiao Chenkuan's expression became serious as well. Meanwhile, Master Wang moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, carefully observing the auction stage. Next, we have the 4th auction item. Please take a look as the host unveils the golden cloth on the auction stage, revealing a painting hanging on the stand flanked by 2 beautiful girls, each gently supporting the stand with their delicate hands. Zhang Heng also approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the auction stage. The painting was beautiful and the people even more so.
However, at this moment, both Xiao Chenkuan and Master Wang were focused on that painting. The host on stage was flipping through the notebook in his hands, actively introducing the item. Auction item number 08234, created by Zhang Qian, titled Autumn Landscape of Tonglu, hanging scroll color on paper.
Size 33. 542. 5 centimeters.
Zhang Chen, known as Chen the Scholar, is well versed in painting, calligraphy, seal carving and poetry, particularly skilled in landscapes.
Starting price 2 million.
Each bid must be no less than 500,000.
The auction begins now.
As soon as the host's words fell, Xiao Chengkuan made a bid.
2. 3 million.
Zhang Heng was startled. Did he just raise the bid by 300,000?
Wasn't that a bit too hasty?
However, before Zhang Heng could collect his thoughts, bids from other private rooms had already begun.
2. 4 million.
2.
7 million.
The host barely had time to call out the bids before new offers were made. At this moment, the crowd on the first floor had almost fallen silent.
They mostly understood that such auction items were truly contested among the wealthy. This was the first exquisite item of the day.
In an instant, the atmosphere at the auction site was highly charged. The bidding for Autumn Landscape of Tonglu continued to rise.
Xiao Chengkuan made another bid. 3 million.
He then looked at Master Wang beside him and asked, Master Wang, what do you think?
Is this Zhang Qian's Autumn Landscape of Tonglu a genuine piece?
It turned out that Xiao Chengkuan's target was this painting.
Zhang Heng was taken aback.
He also looked toward Master Wang, who was furrowing his brow, intently staring at the painting on the auction stage, silent. After Xiao Chengkuan made his bid, he kept his eyes fixed on Master Wang, waiting for his answer.
After a long,
Master Wang slowly said, I can basically conclude that the auction house's appraisal is correct. It is indeed a genuine piece. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chengkuan's face immediately lit up with joy. At this moment, the bidding for Autumn Landscape of Tonglu had reached
4 million. After bidding 3 million, Xiao Chengkuan waited for Master Wang's further appraisal.
The reason he invited Master Wang to supervise was
that Xiao Chengkuan had his eyes set on Zhang Qian's Autumn Landscape of Tonglu, and Master Wang was reputed to specialize in painting,
especially known for being able to discern the authenticity of Zhang Qian's works at a glance. Therefore, Xiao Chengkuan had expended a significant amount to invite him, just to ensure that the appraisers from such a small auction house would not make mistakes, providing himself with an extra layer of security. Now, seeing that Master Wang could make a preliminary judgment with just his eyes without touching the painting, he felt reassured.
This Autumn Landscape of Tonglu was highly likely to be genuine.
The risk was worth taking. Thus Xiao Chengkuan continued to bid.
8 million.
As Xiao Chengkuan continued to bid, he listened to Master Wang's analysis and commentary. Inscription: the mast high hangs like a comb to the moon, red and purple separate as they fall, thousands of lights from homes and myriad crows, the chaotic mountains flicker past Tonglu. On a spring day in the Jiashu year, I recalled the drafts I made while on a boat in Tonglu, hence I wrote this. Autumn Jai, my brother Dao, admired this paper during the rain and gifted it. Sealed with the inscription, Chen the Scholar.
Zhang Heng watched the bidding on the first floor and the frenzied bids from the second floor.
At the same time, listening to Master Wang's explanation, Zhang Heng felt that something was slightly amiss with the painting on the first floor. He couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong, just felt a sense of incongruity.
Master Wang was still speaking eloquently.
The brushwork and composition of this piece trace back to the Song dynasty's Wangshan, even extending to Yangsheng and Zhang Sengyao. In specific representations, one can see Zhang Qian first outlines the shape of the mountains with lighting, followed by applying light ochre and flower blue, and finally using deep stone green to emphasize, giving the painting a refreshing yet not ethereal style, rich in layers and outstanding in quality. Observing the pavilions and towers in the painting reflecting the glow of the sunset combined with the scattered crows perfectly echoes the poem depicting the dusk scenery of fading light and the first glimmers of lanterns capturing it vividly and impressively. It is truly a rare masterpiece.
Master Wang was speaking passionately. Meanwhile, Xiao Chengkuan nodded repeatedly.
At this moment, the auction price had already exceeded 4 million.
In a small city like Huai City, having an auction item reach 4 million was astonishing.
Zhang Heng sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, frowning at the painting Autumn Landscape of Tonglu. After thinking for a moment, he decided to use the simulator he had just obtained to take a look. Master Wang, enjoying Xiao Chengkuan's admiration, happened to notice Zhang Heng frowning. He immediately became displeased and questioned Zhang Heng, you think what I said is wrong, don't you? Zhang Heng was just about to use his simulator to examine the painting when Master Wang inexplicably interrupted him. This was the first time the two had spoken since meeting.
Zhang Heng looked at Master Wang in confusion and asked, what are you talking about?
I haven't even heard what you said, how would I know if it's right or wrong? After saying this, Zhang Heng silently focused on the simulator. Suddenly a virtual screen appeared before him. Before he could start simulating the investment in the Autumn Landscape of Tonglu, Master Wang beside him already huffed angrily.
Hoof. You little brat, I want you to apologize to me. You're looking down on me. You're questioning my professionalism. You're also questioning Mr. Xiao's judgment.
Furthermore, you're doubting the credibility of the auction house. Zhang Heng, what kind of absurd logic is this?
How did I look down on you? I didn't even look at you.
At this moment, not only Zhang Heng but even Xiao Chengkuan, who was still bidding, wore a confused expression.
What? What's going on? I completely don't understand.
Master Wang glared at Zhang Heng and said unhappily, you just looked down on me.
You questioned my judgment. Otherwise, why did you frown just now? Do you think what I said was wrong? Do you think this painting by Master Zhang Qian Autumn Landscape of Tanlu is not genuine? So you believe this painting is a counterfeit?
Zhang Heng, I haven't even said a word up to now.
How did it end up like this?
Zhang Heng leaned back looking at Master Wang with a mix of confusion and a hint of disdain. He spread his hand. Zhang Heng turned to Xiao Chengkuan beside him and said, Brother Xiao, what's going on?
Xiao Chengkuan looked bewildered at the two. I still don't know what I should say.
Master Wang pointed at Zhang Heng trembling with anger and said, why don't you tell me where is this painting a counterfeit?
If you can't say something in 3, 2, 1, then you're slandering me. You're defaming the auction house. I will sue you. Even Mr. Xiao can't help.
Zhang Heng glanced at Xiao Chengkuan thinking, Brother Xiao, where did you find such a weirdo? At this moment Zhang Heng had already used the antique painting simulator for the second time. Moreover, the result had appeared on the virtual screen before him. When Zhang Heng saw the result obtained from the simulator, he was stunned.
He secretly chuckled.
Turning his head to look at Master Wang, who was still looking down on him with questions, he chuckled softly and said, the method of the golden cicada shedding its shell.
This is indeed a counterfeit. Golden cicada shedding its shell.
As soon as Zhang Heng spoke these 4 words, Xiao Chengkuan still wore a bewildered expression. However, Master Wang quickly regained his composure. After all, having navigated this industry for so many years, he had accumulated some experience at the very least. Zhang Heng's mention of golden cicada shedding its shell immediately made him understand its meaning.
However, understanding only made him angrier. Didn't you just say you didn't hear what I said?
How come you suddenly know what question I asked?
Zhang Heng. You directly asked me. I'm not deaf nor am I stupid, so what's the problem?
Looking at the virtual screen in front of him and then glancing at Master Wang, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Zhang Heng's mouth. He raised his hand, pointed at the painting Autumn Landscape of Tanlu on the first floor and said decisively, Master, you just asked me why I questioned you.
I'm telling you now because the painting below Autumn Landscape of Tanlu is a fake. A counterfeit.
Seeing Zhang Heng's demeanor, Master Wang became even angrier. His fingers trembled.
Look at that. Do you admit it now?
Kid, if you say this is a counterfeit and can't provide a valid explanation, not only I but also the people in this auction house won't let you off. Master Wang's voice was loud. At this moment, not only did the nearby private rooms hear him, but even those on the first floor could hear it. In an instant, countless people on the first floor turned their gazes up. Although they couldn't see the people inside the glass, it didn't prevent them from knowing that the voice came from their private room. On the auction stage, the host was awkwardly at a loss for words. The bidders had all stopped. Some people had already begun to whisper among themselves.
What? The Autumn Landscape of Tanlu is actually a counterfeit. What about the auction organizers? Don't they know what it means to auction off a fake? What about the appraisers from the auction house? Aren't they going to come out and say something? Auction house, give us an explanation. I want to report you for auctioning a fake. Was the Qing Yongzheng blue and white bowl I just auctioned also a counterfeit? Refund. 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 Refund.
The crowd in the auction house on the first floor began to stir and the scene started to get out of control. Especially those who had already auctioned off some items and paid thinking their items were also fakes became extremely agitated. The auction house reacted quickly. Immediately, a team of security personnel surged in from both the first and second floors. Some disruptive bidders on the first floor were subdued on the spot, pinned to the ground and unable to move. On the second floor, several security personnel stood at the entrance of each private room. While they didn't rush into the rooms, their intentions were clear. Inside the private room where Zhang Gang with Xiao Chengkun's 4 bodyguards immediately protected him in the center, nervously staring in the direction of the room's door. From their posture, they were already prepared to break out. However, Zhang Heng and the others waited for a few minutes without seeing anyone rush in. Zhang Heng thought about it and understood. Because every person in the private rooms had some standing. Although the auction house's influence was considerable, the people behind the scenes knew they couldn't afford to offend everyone in the private rooms at the same time. The consequences of that would be even more severe than a few counterfeit items. Zhang Heng had already stood up. He turned his head, his expression serious, and coldly glanced at Master Wang.
Zhang Heng's face was not looking good.
It should be known that such matters, whether true or false, should be dealt with after the auction ended. It was not something to shout out on the spot. However, this fool Master Wang, for some reason or another, had yelled it out in front of everyone. Now with his shout, it was over. Not only had he slapped the auction house's face, but he had also put the auction house in the fire pit, implicating all the other auction items. This was cutting off the auction house's financial lifeline.
In the business world, cutting off someone's financial resources is akin to killing their parents. It's a deep grudge. At this moment, not only was Zhang Heng coldly staring at Master Wang, but even Xiao Chenkuan was looking at him with the same coldness. Having fought and struggled in the business world for so many years, Xiao Chenkuan understood this principle better than anyone else in the private. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to grow his business so large. It was precisely because he understood this principle better that Xiao Chenkuan was even angrier. He looked at Master Wang, his gaze changing, and coldly asked, "Master Wang, do you know?" Xiao Chenkuan hadn't finished his sentence. The door to the private room was knocked on. Without thinking, Zhang Heng could guess that the person in charge of the auction house had arrived. The bodyguard looked at Xiao Chenkuan, saw him nod, and then opened the door. The door opened. A group of people came in with great momentum. At the forefront was an old man with white hair who looked extraordinary. Seeing this old man, Xiao Chenkuan was immediately startled and hurried forward to extend a greeting. "Elder Yi. Why are you here?" Elder Yi entered the private room, saw Xiao Chenkuan, and smiled. "I happened to be nearby, so I thought I'd come by." "What's wrong, Xiao? Do you have any objections?" Xiao Chenkuan immediately smiled ingratiatingly, his face full of flattery, bowing and saying, "Elder Yi, you flatter me. In your presence, how could I dare?" As he spoke, Xiao Chenkuan led Elder Yi to sit on the sofa in the private room. Behind Elder Yi, a group of bodyguards and the person in charge of the auction house all entered together. In an instant, this private room became the center of the auction house. The auction on the first floor had already been paused. Everyone on the first floor turned their gazes here, quietly listening in. The originally noisy auction house suddenly fell silent. Inside the private room, Elder Yi sat alone on the sofa. With both hands resting on his cane, he looked up. Looking at Xiao Chenkuan, he asked with a kind expression, "Xiao, I just heard someone in your private room say that the painting Autumn Landscape of Tonglu by Zhang Qian is a counterfeit, is that correct?" Xiao Chenkuan looked at the kind-faced Elder Yi. At this moment, his back had already started to sweat coldly. This kind-faced old man, while others might not know, he was very clear that even in the capital he was a big shot. Logically, he shouldn't be here at all. Looking at Elder Yi's kind face, even Xiao Chenkuan, who had experienced several life-and-death tasks, broke out in cold sweat at this moment. He stood awkwardly to the side like a child who had done something wrong and respectfully said, "Elder Yi, he's an appraiser I hired with money, he doesn't understand the rules." Elder Yi raised his hand and Xiao Chenkuan immediately shut up. "Xiao, at your age you still can't grasp the question. Do I have to teach you, old man?" "Who said that? Step forward." Inside the private room. "Elder Yi spoke gently. Who said that? Step forward." In the room, Zhang Heng felt the temperature drop a few degrees. The old man on the sofa. Although he spoke gently with a calm demeanor and a kind expression, the more he appeared this way, the more Zhang Heng felt a powerful aura emanating from him, putting pressure on everyone present. The aura of someone who has held a high position for a long time naturally radiated from the old man with every gesture. Zhang Heng glanced at Xiao Chenkuan. He was well aware. Xiao Chenkuan had experienced numerous life-and-death missions and possessed an iron will. Even so, at that moment he was like a well-behaved child, trembling. Thus Zhang Heng speculated that the old man on the sofa held a significant identity. Upon hearing Elder Yi's words, Xiao Chenkuan slowly turned his head and glanced at Master Wang. Master Wang, seeing Xiao Chenkuan's appearance, was already so frightened that his legs trembled. Behind the sofa, the bodyguards behind Elder Yi each brought him immense pressure. He dared not step outside. At that moment, Master Wang realized that his earlier actions had brought disaster upon himself. Originally, Master Wang just wanted to embarrass Zhang Heng and make him lose face at the auction. He never expected it would come to this. Had he known that the situation would turn out like this, he wouldn't have had the courage to take such actions. Xiao Chenkuan shot a fierce glare at Master Wang. At a glance from Xiao Chenkuan, one of his bodyguards immediately strode forward to Master Wang's side. He raised his leg and kicked. With a thud, Master Wang's legs immediately went weak and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, he became the focus of the room with everyone's gaze fixed on him. Zhang Heng looked over. At this moment, Master Wang no longer resembled a master in any way and had lost the arrogance he previously displayed. He trembled as he knelt on the ground. On the sofa, Elder Yi leaned slightly forward with his cane, smiling as he regarded him. "Young man, is it you?" Master Wang in a panic raised his head, afraid to meet Elder Yi's gaze. Upon hearing Elder Yi's question, he didn't know whether to nod or shake his head. In his panic, Master Wang slowly raised his hand, trembling, pointing toward Zhang Heng by the floor-to-ceiling window, his voice quivering. He said it. With these words from Master Wang, everyone's attention in the room shifted back to Zhang Heng. Elder Yi smiled at Zhang Heng, his tone still as calm as water. "Young man, did you say that?" At this moment, Xiao Chenkuan hurried a few steps forward, bowing respectfully to Elder Yi. "Elder Yi, the situation is like this." Xiao Chenkuan wanted to clarify the matter. However, Elder Yi did not allow him to continue. He pointed to Zhang Heng and Master Wang, saying, "Let's have the parties involved explain it themselves." "What do you think, Xiao?" Xiao Chenkuan obediently stepped back. At the same time, he shot a fierce glare at Master Wang, his eyes filled with warning.
At this moment Master Wang had no regard for anything else. He understood his position. Now he just wanted to pass the blame to Zhang Heng and extricate himself from the entire affair. The elder Yi before him was not someone he could provoke. He had seen the bodyguards behind elder Yi each exuding a fierce aura, their hands crossed in front of them adorned with thick calluses. Under the scrutinizing gaze of elder Yi, Master Wang hesitated for a long time but ultimately raised his hand to point at Zhang Heng, saying he said it. With these words, Xiao Chengkuan looked at Master Wang, shaking his head helplessly. In his gaze towards Master Wang there was only pity and disdain. Because he knew that Master Wang had already sentenced himself to death by saying this. Elder Yi also looked at Master Wang, his smile growing even more benevolent. He chuckled looking at Master Wang and said, "Are you sure?" Master Wang, knowing there was no turning back, could only grit his teeth and nod. Elder Yi played with a thoughtful expression as he looked at Master Wang. Then he turned to Zhang Heng. "Young man, you tell us then." Zhang Heng did not attempt to defend himself excessively. He tried to remain calm, slightly bowing towards elder Yi, saying, "This master caused me trouble for no reason, claiming that my questioning of his skills was tantamount to questioning the auction house and the authenticity of the auction items, then said I implied this item was fake. As a result I examined it seriously and carefully. This piece Zhang Qian's autumn landscape of Tonglu was indeed a fake." As soon as Zhang Heng finished speaking, Xiao Chengkuan beside him was already anxious like an ant on a hot pan, wishing to cover Zhang Heng's mouth. However, with elder Yi present he did not dare to move, letting Zhang Heng finish. As soon as Zhang Heng finished speaking, Master Wang, who was kneeling on the ground, had a complex expression, both happy and panicked. He was happy that Zhang Heng had admitted that this autumn landscape of Tonglu was a counterfeit. However, he was panicked because all of this stemmed from his actions. Elder Yi looked at Zhang Heng and Master Wang, his eyes radiating wisdom. At this moment Zhang Heng felt as though he had been seen through. After speaking he stood stiffly to the side, no longer saying anything. Behind elder Yi a young man stepped forward, saying, "Grandfather, in my opinion this is Master Wang seeking revenge on this young man, so grandfather, why not let me handle this?" Elder Yi glanced at the young man who had stepped forward. He smiled and said, "This is your auction house's first occurrence of such an incident, so I will observe your performance. Let's see what you can do." With elder Yi's approval the young man immediately stepped forward, looking at the kneeling Master Wang. He said, "Our Yi family auction house has never encountered a counterfeit. Today if you boldly claim this you will not leave this room without giving my auction house a satisfactory explanation." With a wave of the young man's hand 2 bodyguards moved forward, lifting Master Wang from the ground and dragging him out. Master Wang's guilt was already self-evident. Zhang Heng could roughly imagine the fate that awaited Master Wang. Though he wouldn't die a beating and a stint in jail would be the minimum. Master Wang was taken away. He cast a pleading look towards Xiao Chengkuan. However, Xiao Chengkuan didn't even glance at him. The young man escorted Master Wang away. Immediately after his gaze fell on Zhang Heng. Looking at Zhang Heng the young man said, "One matter at a time. The matter with Master Wang is resolved. Now my friend, it is time for you to speak about your situation. You claimed this autumn landscape of Tonglu is a counterfeit. What evidence do you have? If you have no evidence you might just end up as a companion to Master Wang." The young man looked at Zhang Heng, his expression somber as he spoke. Beside him Xiao Chengkuan also regarded Zhang Heng, his face tense. It was evident that Xiao Chengkuan was worried that Zhang Heng might be dragged down by Master Wang. After all, this matter was initiated by Master Wang. The young man approached Zhang Heng, looking at him closely, the aura of a wealthy scion naturally emanating from him. Zhang Heng looked at him unfazed. He understood. In his current state he was merely a minor character. These people would not deliberately frame him as long as he could present solid evidence proving that the painting below Tonglu autumn landscape was a fake. Then he would be in no trouble. The young man stood in front of Zhang Heng smiling as he said, "Seeing you so calm you must have some skills. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yi Xian and I am the owner of this auction house." Zhang Heng also smiled and introduced himself. "Hello boss Yi, my name is Zhang Heng and I am a first-year student." Upon hearing Zhang Heng's words a hint of surprise flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Not only Yi Xian but even old Ji on the sofa raised his head to look carefully, scrutinizing him. The surprise in Yi Xian's eyes quickly passed and he said, "Then tell me what makes this painting a counterfeit." "You must know that this Tonglu autumn landscape has been meticulously authenticated by our auction house. It is indeed an authentic piece without a doubt." In an instant all eyes in the room were fixed on Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng glanced at everyone. In Xiao Chengkuan's eyes there was worry and a hint of embarrassment. In old Ye's gaze Zhang Heng could discern no change in expression, his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. As for Yi Xian, his expression was one of confidence. At the same time Zhang Heng perceived a sense of eagerness in Yi Xian's demeanor. With a flash of insight Zhang Heng guessed that Yi Xian wanted to impress old Ji. He noticed all eyes were on him. Zhang Heng cleared his throat, then glanced at old Ji on the sofa and began, "This Tonglu autumn landscape is indeed a fake." As soon as Zhang Heng spoke he directly presented his final conclusion, declaring the painting to be a counterfeit. Yi Xian looked at Zhang Heng, his expression darkening. Xiao Chengkuan sighed inwardly, thinking that Zhang Heng was still too young and too straightforward. Behind Olji, several people looked at Zhang Heng, their faces reddening as they said, "Kid, if you say this is a counterfeit, where's your evidence?"
"Exactly, if you have no evidence, how dare you make such an assertion here?
Today, if you can't provide a reason, you need Boss Yi to intervene. We as appraisers will not let you off easily." Zhang Heng looked at these people, a thought flickering in his mind.
So these people are indeed the appraisers of the auction house. No wonder they were so agitated. It is easy to understand having one's authenticated genuine piece labeled as a counterfeit is a slap in the face. As an appraiser, what could be more demoralizing than this?
Yi Xian turned to look at the few people remaining silent. Clearly what these appraisers said was also what he wanted to express. After Zhang Heng and the others finished speaking, he smiled and continued, "First of all, this painting is undoubtedly a counterfeit. You don't need to rush, let me slowly explain it to you and you'll understand." Seeing the appraisers about to erupt with anger, Zhang Heng hurriedly said. At this moment he was genuinely confident, feeling assured. Because on the virtual screen of the simulator the information about this painting had already been displayed. In the last section of the appraisal result, the words counterfeit were the source of Zhang Heng's confidence.
At that time on Zhang Heng's simulator,
the information regarding this painting was clearly displayed.
Target Tonglu Autumn Landscape. Analysis: This Tonglu Autumn Landscape was created in 1834. From the inscription it is known that the author during this period was highly concerned with the relationship between the beauty of nature and human landscapes. As the saying goes, 1,000 homes lit up and 10,000 crows dot the sky. The chaotic mountains flicker past Tonglu. This accurately depicts the autumn scenery at dusk by the river at that time. Identification: This Tonglu Autumn Landscape utilized one of the 10 methods of art forgery known as cicada shedding its shell. Using old mounting to create a forgery. Simulation result and suggestion counterfeit.
The cost of forgery is 70000.
This information
analyzed and explained the reasons for this painting being deemed a counterfeit from various aspects.
At that moment, under the gaze of everyone in the private room,
Zhang Heng looked at Yi Xian in front of him, but he was actually looking at the virtual screen of the simulator. He spoke one by one. This Tonglu Autumn Landscape utilized one of the 10 methods of art forgery known as cicada shedding its shell. Using old mounting to create a forgery, some old mounts that were replaced were reassembled according to the original painting size to make a new work aged for effect. After mounting, since the old mount is genuine, it is very convincing, making it highly deceptive. As Zhang Heng spoke, someone had already brought the Tonglu Autumn Landscape from the first floor into the private room.
Moreover, the assistants of those appraisers had already brought over the appraisal tools. A table was pulled over and the Tonglu Autumn Landscape was laid flat on it. The appraisers immediately approached, each holding their tools, and began to inspect the painting closely. Zhang Heng did not step forward, he merely cast a casual glance. Then he continued to express his views, which were essentially just reiterating what was on the virtual screen of the simulator. This method of forgery is difficult to identify because it uses ancient mounting techniques, especially since the characters and paintings inside were imitated exceptionally well by later generations. The artistry itself is already at a master level. Moreover, the aging technique is even more sophisticated.
In the realm of paintings and calligraphy, there have always been many counterfeit. Students often copy their teachers' works or ancient paintings collected by their teachers, which now flood the market. Furthermore, these intentional forgeries from back then are most famously represented by Zhang Qian's imitations of Shi Ta Sui, and the 8th great Zhang Qian himself had a high level of skill, profound mastery, and meticulous research. His forgeries are generally difficult for collectors to identify. Even renowned connoisseurs like Wu Fan and Huang Hong have had instances of mistakenly acquiring them. As Zhang Heng spoke, the appraisers were simultaneously conducting their examinations. At this moment, one elderly appraiser's expression had changed. He was no longer as confident as before. Based on Zhang Heng's statements, he had conducted another round of identification analysis and had already noticed something amiss.
It's important to understand. They were now analyzing the identification in one direction, making it much easier than the previous appraisal. Because now they only needed to identify one aspect of the problem. No longer needed a comprehensive appraisal, they just needed to prove the authenticity of the ancient mounting Zhang Heng had mentioned. Then the authenticity of this painting would naturally emerge. Zhang Heng spoke calmly and deliberately, methodically reciting every detail from the virtual screen before falling silent and standing quietly aside to await the appraiser's verdict. He was certain that having provided such precise analytical guidance, the appraisers would inevitably reach the correct conclusion. Otherwise, they would hardly be worthy of their esteemed positions. As Zhang Heng fell silent, Yi Lao, seated on the sofa, fixed his gaze upon him, studying him intently. The light in his eyes grew steadily brighter. After roughly 10 minutes, the appraisers surrounding the table finally set down their tools and straightened their postures. One by one, they each let out a soft sigh, then turned their collective gaze toward Zhang Heng, no longer laced with arrogance or disdain. Instead, their expressions conveyed deep admiration and quiet, humbling remorse. Seeing the appraisal conclude once more, Yi Xian hurried over and asked urgently, "Masters, what is your verdict?"
Yi Xian himself longed to know the outcome. If it truly proved to be a forgery, the auction house's reputation would plummet irreparably. Observing his employer's palpable anxiety, the appraisers wasted no time. They glanced at the eldest among them, the unspoken consensus clear: all shared the same judgment. Thus he would speak for them all. The elder appraiser gazed at Yi Xian and sighed before saying, "Owner, after re-examining the piece, particularly its mounting techniques in accordance with ancient methods." Before he could finish, Yi Xian interrupted. "Lao Lu, please tell me plainly, authentic or forged?" "Forged," Lao Lu replied with a wry, rueful smile, his answer self-evident. "We deeply apologize, we misjudged this one. Please dismiss us." As he spoke, profound dejection clouded Lao Lu's face. Beside him, the other appraisers stood equally crestfallen. They watched Lao Lu with complex expressions, for they all knew his specialty lay precisely in classical painting and calligraphy. Now, within his own domain of expertise, he had committed a grave error. If word spread, his career as an appraiser would effectively end. Hearing Lao Lu's verdict, Yi Xian recoiled in disbelief. "Damn it, it really is a forgery." Yi Xian strode rapidly to the sofa and, facing the elderly man seated there, lamented with a grimace, "Grandfather, I've been swindled." Yi Lao smiled gently at Yi Xian. Yi Xian crouched beside his grandfather's feet like a wronged schoolboy, voice thick with grievance. The man claimed his company faced imminent cash flow collapse. He needed urgent funds. He offered our auction house a 30% commission, demanding only that we advance 30% of the sale price upfront to ease his liquidity crisis. At the time, Yi Lao watched Yi Xian with quiet amusement, then raised his weathered hand and tenderly ruffled his grandson's hair. There. At least it never left our hands. It was intercepted before finalizing the sale." Though Master Wang intended this scheme as retaliation against young Master Zhang Heng, even he likely never imagined the painting itself was genuine, yet forged. At that moment, Xiao Qingkuan interjected hastily, "Yi Lao, you're absolutely right. Master Wang insisted repeatedly that this Tongluqiujian landscape was authentic. His character may be flawed, yet he does possess genuine expertise in this field, otherwise I wouldn't have invited him to oversee the appraisal." Yi Lao nodded, a gesture of tacit approval. Yi Xian turned to Lao Lu and offered reassurance. "Lao Lu, Xiao boss is right, this isn't your fault. Blame lies solely with the forger, whose craftsmanship was astonishingly sophisticated. I suspect the consignor never intended to return. Now I see clearly. Demanding that 30% advance was merely the first step in his planned disappearance. Ah, how naive I was. Lao Lu even cautioned me to follow proper auction house protocol. Had I heeded his advice, I'd have spared myself 600,000 yuan in losses." As Yi Xian spoke, regret etched deeply into his features. That 30% advance amounted to a full 600,000 yuan, trivial perhaps to others, yet devastating to him. It was humiliation compounded by financial loss. Should news reach Beijing, he could already picture his peers rushing to mock him. Yi Lao regarded his grandson with paternal warmth and said, "Handle the rest yourself. Hasn't this incident taught you a valuable lesson? Stumble once, rise wiser. Fall in one place, rise stronger from that very spot. What is there to fear? Your grandfather stands behind you." Yi Xian finally broke into a relieved smile. Then, clutching the forged Tongluqiujian landscape, he led the appraisers and several staff members out of the room. Inside the room, only three remained besides the bodyguards Zhang Heng, Xiao Qingkuan, and Yi Lao. Yi Lao fixed his gaze upon Zhang Heng. A distinct searching light shimmered in his eyes. After a long pause, he smiled and asked, "Young man, under whom did you study this art of appraisal?" Zhang Heng shook his head. "I've always enjoyed reading about such matters. Over time, familiarity gradually became understanding." This was the explanation he had prepared in advance. He knew this response best aligned with his outward identity, and certainly he would not reveal he'd consulted data from a simulation interface. Moreover, even if he did confess, no one would believe him. Predictably, Yi Lao nodded. Zhang Heng's reply matched his own expectations exactly. "Your appraisal skills are exceptional. Would you consider joining the Yi family auction house?" Zhang Heng froze, utterly unprepared for such an offer. From Xiao Qingkuan's expression alone, Zhang Heng had already surmised Yi Lao's extraordinary status and the immense influence of his family. Otherwise, Xiao Qingkuan would never have trembled so visibly. Yet now this venerable elder was personally extending an invitation to join the Yi family auction house. Zhang Heng immediately grasped the profound distinction: the Yi family auction house, not merely the Hui city branch. The difference was astronomical. Zhang Heng stared blankly at Yi Lao, momentarily speechless. Xiao Qingkuan, growing anxious, stepped forward and gently tapped Zhang Heng's shoulder. "Brother, you hesitate over what? Countless people in Beijing would break bones to gain entry. This isn't just about being an appraiser, it signifies prestige, lineage, stature. Do you understand?" Fearing Zhang Heng might underestimate its significance, Xiao Qingkuan rushed to clarify. Zhang Heng rubbed the back of his head thoughtfully. Then he smiled and replied, "Brother Xiao, I'm not hesitating, I'm simply stunned. To earn such esteem from Elder Yi is profoundly overwhelming." Seeing Zhang Heng's implicit acceptance, Yi Lao burst into hearty laughter, his face radiant with delight. "Then it's settled. Later I'll have my bodyguard escort you to Yi Xian, he'll explain everything in detail." The auction concluded abruptly. Though Xiao Chengkuan failed to acquire his desired item, he was unusually elated. After finalizing remaining arrangements with Yi Xian, Zhang Heng and Xiao Chengkuan exited the auction house together and walked down the street. Xiao Chengkuan looked at Zhang Heng with genuine joy, for Zhang Heng now stood beneath the towering shadow of the Yi family of Beijing, and with elder Yi's personal favor his future gleamed with unparalleled promise. Zhang Heng and Xiao Chengkuan walked down the street. The time was still early. The two chatted as they walked. Some clients present had already returned their auction items. As for those that had been sold regardless of their authenticity, they had to accept it themselves. This is the rule of the trade: once sold there are no returns. Meanwhile, the clients whose items had not yet been successfully auctioned were each holding their auction items, contemplating where to auction them. At the hotel entrance there was a bustling crowd of hurried people. Some were buyers looking to purchase items, while others were sellers thinking about how to sell their goods. At that moment a man was walking with a package, frowning and hurriedly making his way. When he saw someone, he rushed over to grab their attention, asking if they wanted to buy his item. However, after the recent incident with the counterfeit items, today's attendees were understandably hesitant to buy anything from here. No one could guarantee that the remaining auction items were free of counterfeits. If they ended up bidding on a counterfeit, it would be a stroke of bad luck beyond measure. As a result, one by one they rejected the man's self-promotion and hurried away. At that moment he spotted Zhang Heng and Xiao Chengkuan, and his eyes lit up as he hurriedly chased after them. "Wait a moment, you two." Zhang Heng and Xiao Chengkuan did not turn back, not realizing he was calling them. Behind them the man quickly caught up. "Please wait, esteemed sirs." He approached anxiously, looking at Zhang Heng and Xiao Chengkuan's backs, eager to recommend his item to them. However, as he came within 3 meters of Zhang Heng and Xiao Chengkuan, he was easily intercepted by 4 of Xiao Chengkuan's bodyguards. The 4 burly bodyguards with sharp eyes all vigilantly watched him. The expression on their faces indicated that if he dared to take another step forward they would not hesitate to act. The powerful aura of the bodyguards immediately intimidated the man. However, it was precisely for this reason that he became more determined in his intent. He felt that the 2 men before him were certainly not ordinary individuals. Zhang Heng and Xiao Chengkuan had heard the voices behind them. They halted their steps, turned around and looked at the man who was holding a long package and being blocked by the bodyguards 3 meters away. The 2 men looked on with curiosity and confusion. What was this? The auction had already ended without success. This man was still holding a long auction item, clearly one of those that hadn't been sold. What was he planning to do? Stopping in his tracks, Xiao Chengkuan asked, "Were you calling us?" The man hurriedly nodded. "Boss, this is my unsold auction item from today, a treasure passed down in my family, and it is absolutely genuine. Would you care to take a look?" As he spoke, he extended the long package forward. This action immediately caused several bodyguards to change their expressions, thinking he might be up to something, almost prompting them to act. Fortunately, Xiao Chengkuan quickly waved his hand, stopping the bodyguards. "This man, I have seen him at the auction house before, there's no need to be so cautious." Upon hearing this, the bodyguards relaxed their stance and let the man approach. Looking at him, Xiao Chengkuan asked casually, "What do you have there?" "Hello boss, this is a painting and calligraphy piece." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chengkuan immediately frowned. He had developed a conditioned reflex towards such items. No wonder this man's auction item had not attracted any interest. One must understand that although this auction had ended in failure, some clients who had received their auction items were eager for money and had already started looking for buyers among those present. Some items had indeed been sold through this method, albeit at lower prices. Nevertheless, they had at least been sold. However, now this man was holding a painting and calligraphy piece. This made Xiao Chengkuan somewhat uncomfortable, and he shook his head repeatedly. "There's no need to look. Today's auction items like paintings and calligraphy won't attract any buyers. I advise you to abandon the idea of selling them here." Upon hearing this, the man's expression turned as bitter as a bitter melon. He felt some reluctance and looked at Xiao Chengkuan, asking, "Boss, this is truly a treasure passed down from my ancestors, a genuine piece. Would you not take a look?" Xiao Chengkuan shook his head, saying, "I came here today only for that painting, Autumn Landscape of Tonlu, and I am not considering any other paintings, antiques or the like. You should look for someone else. But don't have too high hopes. Since your item is a painting, I estimate that no one will dare to buy it today." At that moment the man spotted Zhang Heng behind Xiao Chengkuan. His eyes lit up again. Since these two were walking together, this young man must also be someone of wealth and status, right? Except for those in the private room earlier, no one knew who was inside. Otherwise the man would not be in this predicament. He looked at Zhang Heng, placing his new hope on him. "Esteemed young boss, would you care to take a look?" he remarked. "You look so young, you probably don't have many paintings in your collection yet. This is a genuine piece handed down from my ancestors. Would you like to take a look? The price is negotiable." Xiao Chengkuan originally intended to drive the man away. However, seeing him shift his attention to Zhang Heng, he paused. He was unsure if Zhang Heng was interested, so he decided to wait and see. If Zhang Heng wanted to take a look, then he would. If Zhang Heng shook his head indicating disinterest, it wouldn't be too late to drive him away then. Zhang Heng felt the focus shift to him. After a moment's thought he asked, whose work is this and from which era? Seeing Zhang Heng speak, Xiao Chenkuan immediately had someone let the man come closer. Standing before Zhang Heng, the man directly opened the package in his hands and said, this is a view from afar by Wen Zhengming from the Ming dynasty.
Wen Zhengming. Zhang Heng was taken aback.
This was a renowned master. After Xinzhou, Wen Zhengming dominated the Wu school of painting for decades. His scholarly reputation widespread and he lived a long life garnering great admiration. How could a master's work end up in the hands of such an ordinary person? Zhang Heng frowned in contemplation.
He was not the only one thinking this. Xiao Chenkuan beside him was also pondering.
How could any of these masters' works not be in the hands of the wealthy and powerful? Either they resided in various museums or belonged to collectors. It was extremely rare for them to fall into the hands of ordinary people. Even if there were such cases, most were replicas, with genuine pieces being few and far between.
No wonder so many people didn't even glance at them. Just hearing the name made the possibility of it being fake seem very high. Moreover, after the recent incident with the counterfeit auction house, no one dared to look or even wanted to.
However, seeing Zhang Heng show interest, Xiao Chenkuan chose to say nothing.
He knew that since Zhang Heng could discern that Zhang Qian's autumn landscape of Tonglu was fake,
then this man's view from afar, regardless of its authenticity, would not fool Zhang Heng's discerning eyes.
Zhang Heng looked at the man and said, open it up for me to see.
The newcomer hurriedly opened his package.
Judging by his demeanor, he seemed afraid that if he took even a moment longer, Zhang Heng would lose interest.
Watching him slowly unveil the painting, Zhang Heng noticed that beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead.
It was evident.
This person genuinely wanted to sell the painting in his hands. His eagerness to make a quick sale didn't seem feigned. However, the more he acted this way, the more it raised suspicions. Zhang Heng looked at the guy feeling somewhat speechless.
He was truly desperate, neglecting everything else in his haste. A few of them arrived under a streetlight by the roadside.
It was the only place nearby that was a bit brighter. Xiao Chenkuan noticed that Zhang Heng intended to have a deeper conversation, so he said, how about we find another place to take our time and have a look?
The newcomer looked at Zhang Heng with a face full of inquiry. As long as this person bought his item, he didn't mind where they went. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment. Changing the location would be fine. After all, it was a valuable item and the environment should be taken into account.
On this busy street, if something unexpected occurred, like a strong wind blowing trash that damaged the painting, it would be difficult to sort things out later. Looking at Xiao Chenkuan, Zhang Heng said bashfully, then I will trouble you, brother Xiao. I just had a sudden urge to see this Ming dynasty painting view from afar by Wen Zhengming.
Xiao Chenkuan waved his hand. It's not like I have anything else to do. Just right, I can learn from you, broaden my horizons. In the future, if I need help, I hope you can lend a hand, little brother.
Xiao Chenkuan had already begun flattering Zhang Heng. He understood that Zhang Heng had secured a place in the field of appraisal. In the future, if he found something he liked, it was inevitable that he would need to consult Zhang Heng.
Zhang Heng smiled and nodded.
We're brothers after all, it's all good. Then the bodyguard went to fetch the car. They all got in and, under Xiao Chenkuan's direction, arrived at the hotel where he was staying. Inside the hotel's private room, on a spacious desk, view from afar was slowly unfolded. Zhang Heng and Xiao Chenkuan gathered around it, looking down and examining it carefully under the bright light. Although Xiao Chenkuan didn't understand much, he leaned in beside Zhang Heng, pretending to look knowledgeable. Meanwhile, the newcomer nervously watched the two, praying inwardly, you must buy it.
You must buy it. You must buy it.
At that moment, Zhang Heng suddenly remembered something.
He looked up and asked, by the way, what should I call you? Across the table, the newcomer chuckled and said, my surname is Zhou Wei. Zhang Heng nodded. All right, Mr. Zhou Wei. Regarding this Ming dynasty painting view from afar by Wen Zhengming, what's your estimated psychological price?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei looked at Zhang Heng, his expression a mix of excitement and nervousness.
Seeing Zhang Heng's intent, it seemed he was planning to buy.
However, if his offer was too high, the other party might not purchase it and the transaction would fall through. If his offer were too low, wouldn't he be losing out? For a moment, Zhou Wei found himself in a dilemma. Zhang Heng looked at him, not in a hurry at all. At this point, as long as he remained calm, he might be able to negotiate a lower price. Keep in mind, under such circumstances today, besides himself, it was likely that very few people would dare to buy paintings. Yet the man before him, Zhou Wei, was in a hurry to sell this piece for some unknown reason.
Zhang Heng looked at Zhou Wei, noticing his distressed expression, and couldn't help but smile, saying, Mr. Zhou Wei, in business, even if a deal doesn't go through, we still maintain our integrity. Just tell me your psychological price, and if it's reasonable, I will consider it. If it's not suitable, we'll have other opportunities in the future.
Upon hearing Zhang Heng's words, Zhou Wei felt as if the other party's determination to buy was not as strong as he had hoped. Internally, he wrestled with himself. In the room, everyone was watching him, which made him even more anxious.
After a long while,
Zhou Wei gritted his teeth and finally said, you see, what price do you think this is worth? If it's suitable, I'll sell it to you directly. Zhang Heng shook his head and smiled, saying, I'm the buyer, of course, the cheaper the better. If I say it's only worth one, you wouldn't agree, right? Everyone's time is precious, you might as well just state a price directly and not waste more time. Zhou Weiyi pressed his lips together. A flicker of reluctance and determination flashed in his eyes. Looking at Zhang Heng, he asked in a tense tone, how about 2 million? Zhang Heng immediately frowned, calculating how he could come up with such a large sum in a short time. He hadn't spoken. Seeing his expression, Zhou Weiyi thought his offer was too high. Therefore, before Zhang Heng could respond, Zhou Weiyi quickly altered his offer, saying, how about 1 million? What do you think? Beside them, Xiao Chengquan frowned. He didn't understand paintings, but his initial instinct was that this price was still too high, especially considering the current circumstances. At that moment, Zhang Heng was suppressing his excitement, trying to maintain an indifferent expression. Because this Ming Dynasty painting view from afar was undoubtedly an authentic piece. Moreover, its value far exceeded Zhou Weiyi's offer. In truth, Zhang Heng had already made up his mind. Today, even if he had to borrow money, he must acquire this painting. However, now Zhou Weiyi had suddenly lowered the price by 1 million, which fell within his acceptable range. Glancing at the information on the virtual screen before him, target Ming Dynasty view from afar. Analysis view from afar, dimensions 12,562 centimeters. Inscription: the purple air of fishing heaven forms a city stepping on clouds and mist to travel. Turning towards the Sumeru platform, one can hear the sound of footsteps in all directions. Written in the autumn of the 9th month of the Jiaji year at the Yulan Hall. Wen Zhangming. Under the trees there are also spirit mushrooms, all longevity seekers. The painting is immense, with bold strokes and colors of dark green and ochre, presenting a scene of harmony and lush vitality. The painting features a long poem and running script, though filled with flattering words, its momentum resonates. Simulated result and suggestion: genuine article. Market average value 100 million. Indeed. Zhang Heng understood the true market value of this painting. The average price was 100 million. A small target. If he acquired it, he would instantly gain a return of 100 times. Zhang Heng thought of many things. As soon as this piece was resold, he would have nearly 100 million in capital to invest in stocks. At that time, the speed at which wealth would roll in the stock market would be even more astonishing. Zhang Heng took out his phone and quickly glanced at his current holdings. Stock name: Bafang Medical, 602,432 holdings available, 160900016, shares, current price, cost price 3,015. 25 yuan. Market value of stocks 2944470. 00 yuan. Floating profit and loss 1756588. 229. 93. Profit and loss for the day 490745. 0020. 0 position days held 99. 991. Total assets 294460. 00 yuan. In the stock holdings, it still showed yesterday's situation because today was the weekend. Looking at his daily profit and loss data, Zhang Heng felt full of anticipation for the future. Keep in mind, Friday alone, not counting the money made from bottom fishing. With just a normal limit up, he could earn over 200,000 daily. Over 200,000 in a single day. Once his capital was even more ample. At that time, with just one limit up a day, he would have a daily income of several 100,000. Even a daily income of several million wouldn't be too far off. Zhang Heng made every effort to conceal his excited gaze. He also worried about being discovered. If that happens, the price might not be the same. One must understand his current worth was just over 3 million. Once he acquired this painting, he could flip it, especially to those who enjoy collecting calligraphy and paintings, thus achieving his first small goal in life. Wen Zhangming was a distinguished painter, calligrapher, literati, and connoisseur of the Ming Dynasty. His works hold immense collectible value. Ming Dynasty calligrapher Wu Quan once commented, "Wen Zhengzhong's calligraphy and painting are the masterpieces of the era, with brushwork and colors intricately designed, transcending ancient styles, elegant and refined, exquisite and unique, washing away the falsehoods of traditional ink and color." The painter Dong Qichang further remarked, "Hengshan's craftsmanship is ancient and elegant, embodying the styles of renowned Tang and Song masters, surpassing the capabilities of national painters." Zhang Heng was unaware of why the surrounding people were so eager to sell this painting. He didn't concern himself with the reason. His current goal was to acquire Wen Zhangming's view from afar at the lowest possible price. With this painting, Zhang Heng believed his assets would accumulate and increase at a faster rate. Perhaps before the next semester begins, he would achieve personal freedom and financial freedom. A winter break could bring about so many changes. At this moment, observing the anxious eyes around him, Zhang Heng still maintained a serious expression and said, 1 million is a fortune in our small town. As he spoke, Zhang Heng furrowed his brows. Seeing this, the surrounding person couldn't help but smile bitterly, saying, "Boss, this is my bottom line. Do you know that during my grandfather's generation this painting was reportedly worth 500,000?
Now doubling it doesn't seem excessive, right?
Seeing Zhang Heng, the surrounding person was on the verge of tears. 1 million was indeed his bottom line. If it weren't for the urgent need for money and being unable to take out a loan, he wouldn't sell it.
This was his family heirloom.
It's only because he got carried away and lost everything at the casino in Macau, leaving him in massive debt.
Now that it was already the end of the year, if he couldn't repay the debt before the year ended, the interest and the relentless pursuit of creditors would push him to a dead end. He had already sold the house at home. But now it was too late to regret. The debts must be repaid.
Zhang Heng pondered. He felt that 1 million was indeed not high. If he pressed for a lower price, he feared the surrounding person would refuse to sell. If that happened, the cooked duck would fly away right before his eyes. After thinking for a moment, seeing the surrounding person on the verge of tears, Zhang Heng reluctantly said, "All right.
I also really like Wen Jiangming.
It was my first time seeing his work, which is why I decided to buy it.
Otherwise, with the current situation, you understand, right?"
The surrounding person nodded repeatedly.
"Yes. Understood. Thank you, boss."
In today's situation, all the buyers were worried about acquiring counterfeit goods.
Things that weren't bought at the auction are now being privately traded with no guarantee whatsoever.
Who would dare to take action without a bit of courage?
One must understand that in current private transactions, all the risks are shouldered alone. The most active market for antique calligraphy and paintings is the auction house.
Generally speaking, foreign major auction houses offer credibility guarantees and legal protections.
Even if one buys a counterfeit, they can sue for compensation. As long as there is solid evidence, compensation can be obtained to recover losses. However, the situation in the country is entirely different. The law stipulates no guarantees of authenticity.
As for the industry rules, they are often just empty words. Therefore, before participating in bidding, one must consult knowledgeable individuals to understand the situation before proceeding.
This was also the reason why Xiao Chengkuan invited Master Wang to oversee things beforehand.
In the field of antiques and calligraphy, there are only experts, not generalists. Even the most knowledgeable person can only grasp 2 or 3 specialties, the rest are mere superficial understandings.
Regarding ancient ceramics, one can only have in-depth knowledge of a few dynasties or kiln types.
Moreover, there are various categories like other calligraphy, bronzeware, jade, stone carvings, woodwork, ivory and jewelry, and so on, a vast collection. When seeking someone knowledgeable, one must inquire clearly about what their strongest area of expertise is.
Xiao Chengkuan found Master Wang.
This was because Master Wang had a deep understanding of calligraphy and painting and held a certain reputation in the industry. If someone tells you they understand everything, then that person truly understands nothing. Because an experienced eye is built upon lessons learned in time spent. Those who study everything are bound to be mediocre in everything.
The surrounding person nervously looked at Zhang Heng.
He knew that from Zhang Heng's tone the decision to buy was almost made. Looking at the Ming dynasty's Wen Zhengming's view from afar on the table, the surrounding person felt reluctant but had no choice but to grit his teeth and sell.
He didn't want to face those debt collectors every day anymore.
Under the eager gaze of the surrounding person, Zhang Heng crossed his arms and nodded, saying, "Then it's settled. I'll take this painting for 1 million. As soon as Zhang Heng said this, the surrounding person finally let out a long sigh of relief. His taut nerves finally relaxed. Smiling, he looked at Zhang Heng and said, "Thank you, boss. You truly have a discerning eye, immediately recognizing my family heirloom." As he spoke, the surrounding person raised his left hand, touching his right chest, bowing and saying, "Rest assured, I guarantee with my conscience that you absolutely won't suffer a loss in this transaction. If you take it to those large auction houses to resell, you might even multiply your investment." Zhang Heng looked at him, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Heng looked at Xiao Chengkuan and said, "Brother Xiao, I can't withdraw my money right now.
If it's convenient for you now."
Zhang Heng felt a bit embarrassed. This definitely had a hint of being a free ride without any investment. Xiao Chengkuan was worried about not having a chance to repay Zhang Heng for this favor. Now that Zhang Heng brought it up himself, he was instantly delighted. Being able to repay a favor with money is the easiest way. He waved his hand grandly, saying, "Brother, since you like this painting so much, consider it a gift from me." As he spoke, he took out his phone, preparing to transfer money to the surrounding person. Hearing this, Zhang Heng hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "Brother Xiao, this matter is separate. 1 million is not a small sum.
The stock recommendation was just a casual remark.
At that time I was worried about the stock price dropping and you coming to find me for trouble.
Rest assured, I can withdraw the money from the stock market by Tuesday and return it to you then."
The surrounding person, "No matter who pays, just pay me first and then you can discuss the favor later." The surroundings were eager to leave, also feeling a little guilty inside.
This painting was indeed left behind by his grandfather. However,
as for whether it is an authentic piece or a counterfeit, he truly did not know. Apart from the appraisal by this auction house's expert, he had not obtained any other verification, which was also the reason for his unease. You must know, today the appraiser at this auction house had already made an oversight.
If
His painting The Distant View was also one of those high-end replicas. It was indeed possible that the appraiser at this auction house might not have recognized it. Therefore the surroundings wanted to get the money as quickly as possible and leave here. If his item was also a high imitation, then it would not be worth that price. Xiao Chenkuan saw Zhang Heng's insistence and said no more. After paying, the surroundings looked at the balance change on the mobile banking app, smiling brightly.
Thank you, boss. Money and goods are settled. I won't disturb you any longer. Saying this, he turned and left. The surroundings bye goodbye.
Once this door is crossed, neither party can go back on their word. As long as the deal is made, there is no reason for returns or regrets.
This is the rule of the trade, no exceptions. If it is later discovered that the item is a counterfeit, they can only blame themselves for their misfortune.
Zhang Heng noticed the hurry in his steps and guessed the thoughts of the surroundings. This guy thinks he has taken advantage and is afraid of any issues with the item being discovered by himself, so he is eager to leave.
Zhang Heng, what a petty person.
Who has really taken advantage of whom is still uncertain.
He.
Watching the surroundings leave the hotel room, Zhang Heng then turned to Xiao Chenkuan and said, "Brother Xiao, thank you.
I really like this painting."
Xiao Chenkuan waved his hand, watching Zhang Heng slowly put away The Distant View from the table. He then said, "Little brother, you not accepting an elder brother's gift makes me feel very uncomfortable. I don't like owing favors to others. Since you want to pay the 1 million transaction fee yourself, then I'll let you choose one of my 2 Mercedes-Benz cars as a token of my gratitude. That way I feel better inside." Looking at The Distant View in Zhang Heng's hand, Xiao Chenkuan actually had some guesses in his heart.
However, the rules of the industry. If one has no intention to buy, then they should not inquire about others' items. Therefore Xiao Chenkuan did not ask about The Distant View.
Zhang Heng looked at Xiao Chenkuan.
This man really did not want to owe anyone anything.
However, Zhang Heng truly did not need a car right now. Looking at Xiao Chenkuan in front of him, who seemed to look down on him for refusing, Zhang Heng thought for a moment and suddenly glanced at the several bodyguards in the room, his eyes lighting up. He said, "Brother Xiao, since you run a security company, how about this? Recommend me your top bodyguard to be my driver and bodyguard. Of course the salary will definitely be generous according to industry standards." Upon hearing Zhang Heng's words, Xiao Chenkuan's eyes flashed with surprise. He truly did not expect Zhang Heng to make such a request. Xiao Chenkuan knew that Zhang Heng was considering security issues which would inevitably arise when his assets reached a certain level. However, in Xiao Chenkuan's eyes, Zhang Heng's current assets did not yet reach the level where he needed a bodyguard. Nevertheless, after thinking it over, he did not ask further. "Little brother, I won't pry too much. Since you need a bodyguard, I will recommend you a top-notch one, ensuring your satisfaction." Saying this, Xiao Chenkuan looked at the 4 bodyguards in the private room. Finally his gaze landed on one of them, saying, "Xiaoli, come here for a moment." At this moment a bodyguard walked over and stood in front of Zhang Heng and Xiao Chenkuan, saying, "Boss."
Zhang Heng looked at this person.
The feeling he gave was like a sturdy pine tree growing on a cliff. He stood tall and imposing with a buzz cut and a resolute face, his eyes sharp and fierce.
Zhang Heng took a glance and felt an overwhelming pressure.
His first impression was that this bodyguard had seen blood. Xiao Chenkuan looked at him, nodded and said, "Just write your single and have no other burdens." Saying this, he looked at Zhang Heng and said, "This is him, Xiaoli, a retired elite soldier previously known to me, so after retiring he came directly to my company. He hasn't found a suitable place to go, so he has stayed by my side. Since you need a bodyguard today, I think Xiaoli is a perfect fit for you." Zhang Heng had been sizing up Xiaoli.
Hearing Xiao Chenkuan's brief introduction, he was even more satisfied, saying, "Great. Brother, it's him, perfect."
Zhang Heng looked at him with satisfaction.
Then he asked, "Brother Xiao, when are you going back to Kyoto?"
"In a few days, probably around next Tuesday or Wednesday. By then things here should be almost wrapped up." Pausing for a moment, Xiao Chenkuan explained, "Originally, according to the plan, I intended to return to Kyoto after today's auction, but since Elder Yi is here, I plan to stay a few more days." Zhang Heng smiled slightly, indicating understanding. This way he could just transfer the 1 million to Xiao Chenkuan next Tuesday.
"Alright brother, by then I might just go to Kyoto with you, we can keep each other company."
Upon hearing that Zhang Heng was going to Kyoto, Xiao Chenkuan did not think much of it or ask further.
Since he was going, it was better to go together. "Okay, just call me then."
Also, how do you plan to arrange Xiaoli?
Since Xiaoli was now Zhang Heng's bodyguard, Xiao Chenkuan naturally wanted to consult Zhang Heng's opinion.
At this moment Xiaoli also looked at Zhang Heng seriously, saying, "Boss, I will follow your arrangements." Zhang Heng then remembered that he had to arrange for Xiaoli. In fact, Zhang Heng planned to start his own security arrangements now, not only for future considerations but also for current needs. Previously he absolutely did not want to encounter similar situations like what happened in the mall. Therefore, since Xiao Chenkuan had several capable hands, he wanted to take one over. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Heng looked at Xiaoli and said, "You are older than me, so I will call you brotherly from now on."
"My name is Li Chang,"
the bodyguard said.
Zhang Heng nodded.
"Alright brotherly, how about this? For now you stay with brother Xiao, and after I go to Kyoto you can come over then."
Moreover, I haven't bought a car yet. If there's a need in the next few days, I'll call you. Thus, Zhang Heng and Li Cheng exchanged phone numbers. Then Xiao Chengkuan drove Zhang Heng to the entrance of his residential community. When Zhang Heng took out his keys and opened the door, in the living room 4 pairs of eyes turned to him in unison. Zhang Heng returned home. In the living room 3 people and a dog stared at him with curiosity in their eyes. Xiao Huihui trotted over and sniffed vigorously at Zhang Heng's pants leg, finding nothing unusual. Then it returned. It went back to Li Fang's feet, continuing to flatter its mistress. Zhang Heng was taken aback. Looking at them, he smiled and asked, "Mom and Dad, what are you still doing awake?" After changing his shoes and entering, Zhang Heng went to wash up under their watchful gaze. Li Fang watched Zhang Heng's back, wanting to ask something. Ultimately, under Zhang Qi's gaze, she held her tongue. Tomorrow is the weekend. Zhang Heng had no plans, just another day to sleep in. He spent the weekend enjoying time, teasing his sister and playing with Xiao Huihui. January 24th. Monday. Auspicious activities: marriage, haircut, betrothal, transactions, events. Inauspicious activities: burial, breaking ground, livestock acquisition, property purchase, opening a grave. Today is the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month. In a few days it will be the new year. Today Zhang Heng got up early. Looking at the calendar's favorable trading day, he thought to himself, another good day. After breakfast, Zhang Heng moved his computer directly to the small tea table on the balcony, sitting in the swing chair, gently rocking. He even occupied Xiao Huihui's territory, provoking the dog to look at him with discontent for quite a while before reluctantly leaving. Zhang Heng opened his computer, focusing on his stock account. At this moment the market had already opened. He needed to sell some stocks to transfer funds out tomorrow to pay back the advance payment to Xiao Chengkuan. At 9:34 a.m. today, as soon as the market opened, Bafang Medical hit a limit up. Moreover, the buy orders were increasing rapidly. Zhang Heng noticed that the market was bullish on Bafang Medical. Bafang Medical had finally rebounded from the bottom, the hard times were over. Zhang Heng glanced at his holding. Stock name Bafang Medical, 602,432. Holdings available 160900160900 shares. Current price, cost price 1,315. 25 yuan. Stock market value 3238917. 00 yuan. Floating profit and loss 2051035. 00239. 93. Daily profit and loss 294447. 0010. 0. Position holding days 99. 991. Total assets 3239077. 00 yuan. His assets had exceeded 3 million. To be honest, Zhang Heng actually didn't want to sell his Bafang Medical stocks. The current upward trend was at its peak. Without even looking at the simulator, Zhang Heng knew that the future market for Bafang Medical would surely see several limit up days ahead. Anyone holding Bafang Medical stocks knew that in these few trading days profits were just rolling in. However, Zhang Heng had no choice. He could only sacrifice the small for the big. Once his paintings were auctioned off, his funds would be sufficient. By then there would be no need for financing, it would be enough for him to operate. Therefore Zhang Heng clicked to sell. He sold off all the fractional shares, a total of 60900 shares. At the limit up price, Zhang Heng's buy order was immediately filled. He sold for over $1 million. The reason he sold a bit more was to have some funds available for emergencies when he went to Kyoto. He planned to auction off the paintings he had just acquired in Kyoto, and he did not know how long it would take. But he thought it shouldn't exceed a week, because there were still 7 or 8 days until the new year. Previously, Xiao Chengkuan informed Zhang Heng that before the new year there would be a final large international auction in Kyoto, which was why Zhang Heng decided to go with Xiao Chengkuan. Looking at his current holdings. Stock name Bafang Medical, 602,432. Holdings available 10000100000 shares. Current price, cost price 1,315. 25 yuan. Stock market value 2013000. 00 yuan. Floating profit and loss 2051035. 00239. 93. Daily profit and loss 294447. 0010. 0. Position holding days 62. 141. Total assets 3239077. 00 yuan. There were still 100,000 shares left in his account. Zhang Heng logged into Taobaba. As usual, he took a screenshot of his holdings, sent out today's real-time update, and posted an explanation. Understanding the ways of progress and retreat, it is better to miss an opportunity than to make a mistake. Engage in trades you understand. I am but a small trader in the stock market, unfulfilled desire. I urgently needed funds, so I sold over 600,000 shares of Bafang Medical today purely out of personal necessity.
Otherwise, with such a good market for Bafang Medical, now only a fool would sell. Today's real-time update has been posted. Total assets have exceeded 3 million. Once I handle the urgent matters at hand, I will give everyone a huge surprise later. Sometimes taking a few steps back is to rise faster and to climb higher. Success and failure will reveal their true nature along the way. After posting, Zhang Heng looked at the comments from fellow stock traders and chose to reply to some interesting ones. Thus another day passed idly. In the afternoon, just before the market closed, Zhang Heng received a message from How Shooting. How Shooting, Kyoto University Foreign Language College. The pen tip is fragrant. Zhang Heng, did you forget something? Zhang Heng opened the message. When he saw How Shooting's message, he was momentarily stunned and couldn't recall it first. After thinking carefully for a while, Zhang Heng finally remembered that he and How Shooting had made an agreement a few days ago. However, in these past few days, all he could think about was the newly acquired Distant View by the Ming Dynasty artist Wen Zhangming. Everything else had almost slipped his mind and was not on his radar. At this moment, looking at How Shooting's message, he could sense a hint of grievance in her words. Comfortably seated in the swing chair, Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle at How Shooting's message, thinking to himself, this girl is really anxious. Glancing at the time on his phone, it was almost time to end. He had nothing else to do. Since he was free, he might as well find something to pass the boring time. Moreover, spending time with a beautiful girl was an opportunity not to be missed. Thus Zhang Heng thought for a moment and replied to How Shooting, in 2 hours in the city, see you at Fei Sun Hotel. After Zhang Heng replied to How Shooting's message, she immediately answered mm. He glanced at the sky outside. Once again, it was a day of bright sunlight. It was only 3 in the afternoon, the busiest hour of the day. Zhang Heng thought for a moment and decided not to have lunch at home. He had been sitting in the hanging chair all morning and much of the afternoon. He rose to his feet. He looked toward the kitchen. His mother was once more in there preparing some new holiday provisions. In any case, the sausages were already stuffed. At the entrance, he changed his shoes and called toward the kitchen, Mom, I'm heading out. No sooner had he spoken than Li Fang emerged from the kitchen and, standing in the doorway, asked, why are you going out again? You've only been back a few days and you're running out all the time. Nothing like a proper student. Look at your sister, she studies every day. That's what a student should be. His mother slipped into her familiar nagging. Your father went out shopping and you didn't even offer to help. Look at you, you've been on the balcony soaking up the sun all day. Zhang Heng finished tying his shoes, straightened, and smiled at his mother with helpless amusement. He waited for her scolding to wind down before saying, Mom, I'm going out on important business, not just fooling around. You too should be supporting me. I'm not some idle child drifting through these few rooms all day as if that's the whole world. As for your son, my world is the entire universe. Saying this, Zhang Heng spread his arms as if to embrace the world. Li Fang rolled her eyes and said sharply, off you go and be back early. Those last words made Zhang Heng pause. He was leaving for the capital with Xiao Chengkuan tomorrow. So perhaps tonight, he thought maybe he would not return home after all. After all, he was a man now, no longer a 3-year-old child. With that, Zhang Heng opened the door. He stepped out of his room and called, Mom, I have to go back to school tomorrow. Tonight I maybe won't be back. I might stay at a friend's place for one night and set off early in the morning. Li Fang hesitated. You've been on holiday for days, why go back now? Zhang Heng answered, it's a good way to make money, not something bad, rest assured, Mom. With that, he slammed the door and strode away. When Zhang Heng arrived at the Feishuan Hotel's ground floor lobby, from a distance on the sofa he spotted How Shooting, still dressed in that familiar manner. She was like a white lotus, conspicuous and beautiful. Her family lived in the city, so naturally she had arrived earlier than Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng walked over and called cheerfully, hi, by Jian Sheng Xiangam, the island lord. Using their affectionate nicknames. How Shooting put down her phone and looked up at Zhang Heng. At once the chilly expression on her face softened into a smile. Her smile was like a winter plum blooming in a field of snow, the sole blossom and the cold, delicate and rare. That smile seemed to melt the ice of winter. Zhang Heng watched her and felt his heart unexpectedly quicken. The girl was truly beautiful, he felt the stirrings of love at first sight. Of course Zhang Heng thought he could be struck by any pretty face at first sight, the difference lay in whether the beauty returned his interest. With a fluttering heart and trembling hand he closed the few steps between them and lightly stroked her head. His other hand made How Shooting tremble all over. With a soft click, even the lobby lights seemed shy and lowered their gaze. How Shooting looked up at the young man before her, tall and slim, handsome with a sunny countenance. Dressed in fashionable avant-garde clothes, Zhang Heng stood over 1.8 meters tall and presented an altogether different presence to her. The boy made her heart beat faster. How Shooting lifted her pale, delicate face and smiled sweetly at Zhang Heng. In a soft, musical voice she murmured, you're here. They exchanged a glance, and a knowing smile. Everything was understood without words. Zhang Heng felt a pang of excitement. Since How Shooting had come to the Feishuan Hotel, it meant she had grasped his intention. She had understood and apparently agreed. In that case, why refuse such an opportunity already presented to him? He took her soft hand in his and led the way.
He said it's cold and windy outside, let's take a room. The room will be warm and sheltered, what do you think? Hao Shooting smiled, dimples deepening, and nodded toward him. That single nod revealed her intention. Letting Zhang Heng take the lead, Hao Shooting followed after him. They reached the hotel front desk and laid their IDs on the marble counter. Zhang Heng said, a room, a good one please. The receptionist looked at the handsome Zhang Heng and the pretty Hao Shooting and inwardly admired the beautiful pair. She could tell at a glance that they were a couple and asked with a smile, you two are a couple, right? Hao Shooting blushed slightly and shot a shining glance at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng lowered his head to look at her. Seeing that she said nothing, he took it as tacit consent and nodded. Yes, any problem. Zhang Heng wondered if the hotel had any special rules for couples. Before he finished his question, the receptionist realized his misunderstanding and hurried to explain, no sir. It's like this, our hotel recently introduced couple-themed rooms designed specifically for couples like you to be comfortable and... Trailing off, the receptionist blushed as she kept stealing glances at Zhang Heng's handsome face. Zhang Heng relaxed. There was no need to look for another hotel. Then well, take a couple suite. Very good sir. Which style would you prefer? She asked, handing over a brochure as Zhang Heng flipped through it quickly. The brochure displayed an array of themed couple suites, each given a poetic name and its own distinctive style. Suite Encounter Chance Romantic Theme 55 SQM Princess Bed Balcony or Double Bathtub. Hearts Aflutter Intense Love Theme 76 SQM Round Bed or Waterbed Scenic Room with Bathtub. Intimate Waterbed Closer Love Surf 75 SQM Special Round Waterbed Double Whirlpool Bathtub Scenic Room with floor-to-ceiling windows. Below were three more refined styles: Wisteria, Embrace, A Single Dearest Whisper, and A Midsummer Night's Dream. Zhang Heng's eyes landed on A Single Dearest Whisper. He pointed at the picture and said, this one. Inside the themed suite, Zhang Heng and Hao Shooting entered and were immediately immersed in the ambience before them. After leading the two to the entrance, the hotel staff blushed and hurried away, glancing back with envy on their faces. It was unclear whether they envied the cozy couple's suite or Hao Shooting herself. Zhang Heng took Hao Shooting's hand and entered the suite. Inserting the room card into the slot, the brilliant lights of the room instantly illuminated and the previously turned-off appliances automatically powered on. With an area of 75 square meters, it was certainly not small, otherwise it wouldn't cost several thousand. A few staff members pushed a cart and entered the room with Zhang Heng and Hao Shooting. Curiously, Zhang Heng pulled Hao Shooting to explore the room. The entire space radiated a deep oceanic blue. Various lights, decorations, and objects all followed the ocean theme. The ceiling and several walls were adorned with many marine animals, making it feel as if they were truly submerged in the ocean under the blue lights. In the bedroom, there was a round, uniquely designed waterbed with pink sheets and a scallop-shaped pillow alongside a tuna-shaped pillow. A few meters from the waterbed was a double surfing bathtub, which at that moment was already filled halfway with warm water by the staff. The surface of the water was covered with a layer of fiery rose petals, creating a stunningly beautiful sight. He had only ever seen such scenes in dramas and films, thinking they were merely staged for visual effect, yet here it was more real than those cinematic portrayals. As they reached the dining table, the staff had already set out exquisite dishes on the uniquely styled table with red wine and champagne opened and ready to serve. The table was adorned with fresh flowers and flickering candlelight. After completing their arrangements, the staff addressed Zhang Heng and Hao Shooting, saying, "Hello, dear guests. The meals and red wine are ready for you to enjoy at your leisure. Additionally, the petal bubble bath is prepared and you may indulge whenever you wish. If you need anything else, please feel free to call us using the call bell or the room's landline." After ensuring everything was clear, the last few staff members pushed the cart and turned to leave the romantically filled suite. From their eyes, Zhang Heng sensed envy and longing. Yet he too wondered what exactly the staff envied. Was it the room itself or something else? After they departed, Hao Shooting lowered her head and softly said, "I'm hungry." Zhang Heng replied, "Then let's eat. The staff has prepared everything, and if we don't eat soon, it will get cold." After slowly finishing their exquisite meal, a bottle of red wine was nearly empty. Zhang Heng picked up the remote and said, "Hey. Xiao AI, open the curtains." Instantly, the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window gently drew open, revealing a golden view outside, beautifully illuminated by the setting sun. The two settled comfortably onto the sofa in front of the window, gazing at the stunning scenery outside. At that moment, Zhang Heng felt that life was truly beautiful. Having grown up, he had never seen the evening skyline of Huai City from such a height and perspective. The splendor of the city's brilliance was laid out before him from this height. Looking at the lovely girl in his arms, Zhang Heng said, Have you really thought this through?" Upon hearing this, Hao Shooting understood Zhang Heng's meaning and nodded vigorously to express her stance. Hao Shooting quietly said, "Actually, I noticed you during military training at the beginning of the semester, but I never had the chance to get to know you afterward. This vacation, I never expected to see you on the train. After getting off, I followed you and finally mustered the courage to approach you on the subway." The two had already been resting on the sofa for over 20 minutes. Listening to Hao Shooting's recounting, Zhang Heng asked, "You're so beautiful, there must be many pursuing you at school, right?" Zhang Heng thought that with Hao Shooting's look, she would certainly have no shortage of admirers at school. Such a beauty must have countless boys chasing after her.
Those boys are like children, completely immature and too naive. Moreover, they lack both looks and means. Even if there are many, they are just a number.
I haven't thought too much about it.
We are only freshmen. Who knows what will happen after 4 years?
As long as I have you during these 4 years of college, that is enough for me.
Zhang Heng looked at Hao Shooting with some surprise. This girl truly understood.
College love is often said to lead to breakups during graduation.
After college, very few can walk into the hall of marriage. Everyone is well aware of this. Now Hao Shooting had clearly expressed her attitude from the start. This was something Zhang Heng had not anticipated. Since a breakup was destined, why not find a handsome guy one likes? Perhaps this is Hao Shooting's thinking. With that understanding, Zhang Heng felt relieved.
In this society, love is becoming increasingly illusory and unattainable. Everyone is becoming more realistic.
At the beginning, Zhang Heng had already made up his mind. He would not return home tonight. Anyway, before leaving, he had already told his mother not to worry. He was almost 20 years old, not a 3-year-old child easily fooled by a lollipop.
Outside the floor-to-ceiling window,
the scenery of this small city was still quite charming. After some playful antics, Zhang Heng took out a bath towel and dried them off before heading to the round, uniquely intimate waterbed. After a quick shower, they embraced and fell into a deep slumber with no desire to even have dinner.
However, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Zhang Heng was awakened by the ringing of the phone. "Dad. That guy is calling again. Are you going to answer? Are you going to answer?"
The loud ringtone came from the bedside table. Zhang Heng opened his sleepy eyes and looked at his phone.
The ringtone not only woke him up but also stirred Hao Shooting. "Who is calling you? Answer it."
Hao Shooting was also awakened, her blurry eyes looking at Zhang Heng, her voice soft as she asked.
Zhang Heng picked up the phone.
The caller ID displayed the words "Mom." His mother's call. He stared at the phone, trying hard to open his eyes and clear his mind. Then, lying in bed, he answered the call.
"Mom, it's the middle of the night. I've been asleep for half the night. Is there something urgent you need?"
"I'm out discussing something with a friend. Didn't I already tell you and Dad before?" In Zhang Heng's arms, Hao Shooting heard that it was Zhang Heng's home phone. Her eyes flicked and she began to play tricks, quietly forcing Zhang Heng to divert his attention and hastily free one hand to deal with this little troublemaker. At that moment in Zhang Heng's home, Li Fang and Zhang Qi were sitting at the head of their bed, eagerly on speakerphone. In their eyes, the flames of gossip flickered. When they heard Zhang Heng speaking, Li Fang made a shushing gesture to Zhang Qi, signaling him not to make a sound. At this time, the two had turned the phone's volume to the maximum. They held their breath, pressing their ears to the phone, not minding the harsh sound from the speaker. After listening for about 10 seconds, Li Fang looked at Zhang Qi and whispered, "You should have better hearing than I do. Can you hear anything else?" Zhang Qi shook his head, still keeping his ear pressed to the phone, carefully listening and quietly asking, "What about you? Can you hear anything else? Aside from our son's voice, can't you hear anything else? You must be more sensitive and discerning in this regard than I am." Zhang Qi looked at Li Fang with a gossiping expression. Hearing this, Li Fang hid Zhang Qi, lightly glaring at him and saying, "You're still a man. Does this really need further elaboration?" After saying this, Li Fang rolled her eyes at Zhang Qi and smirked. At this moment, on the round waterbed in Fei Sun Hotel, after Zhang Heng finished speaking, he didn't hear his mother's voice for a long time and couldn't help but frown. He grabbed a pillow, placed it on his own, sat up leaning against the bedhead, but the person in his arms continued to quietly cause trouble. Zhang Heng raised his hand and gently tapped Hao Shooting. Only then did she behave herself. Zhang Heng let out a long sigh of relief. On the phone, Li Fang and Zhang Qi heard Zhang Heng's long sigh and their eyes lit up.
Zhang Qi said,
"This voice from my son is quite unusual."
"Could it be?" Li Fang exclaimed, "No way. Really?"
Zhang Qi thought for a moment and nodded. Just as Li Fang's eyes brightened, Zhang Qi shook his head again. Suddenly, Zhang Qi received a resounding slap on the back.
"Can't you be more reliable?
After all these years, do you still have no experience?" At this moment in the hotel, Zhang Heng had just stopped Hao Shooting's mischief. Before he could say anything else, he heard a loud slap from the phone.
Zhang Heng was completely bewildered.
What was his mother doing? Could it be that his sister was being scolded again? However, the sound did not seem like a scolding. Furthermore, if his sister had been hit, she would certainly have her own righteous defense and wouldn't be so quiet.
It didn't seem like a scolding.
Zhang Heng concluded that his parents were conspiring about something. Now, aside from the two slaps, there was no other sound at all. Blinking his drowsy eyes, Zhang Heng said, "Mom.
Speak up. What's going on?"
His shout temporarily deterred the gossiping curiosity of Li Fang and Zhang Qi. After coughing a few times, Li Fang smiled and asked with concern, "Son, have you eaten dinner? Where are you staying tonight? At which classmate's house? A boy's or a girl's house?
Does Mom know them?" Li Fang finally spoke, starting with 3 rapid-fire questions. However, Zhang Heng was suddenly jolted awake. Li Fang's questions made him a bit more alert.
At this moment Zhang Heng realized. His mother had been silent for so long because she was eavesdropping on him over the phone. With this thought Zhang Heng felt utterly speechless. In the quiet room, how shooting being so close naturally also heard Zhang Heng's mother's voice. She looked at Zhang Heng with a smile, her eyes mischievous. Zhang Heng hurriedly covered the phone with his hand, looking down at how shooting, giving her a glare and gently shushing her again. Then he pointed at the phone in his hand, shaking his head. Mom, I'm at the house of the class monitor from high school, Wang Kuan, you know him. He didn't get into college, so he opened a restaurant and business is great. Our class reunions are all covered by him.
Mom, I have to go now. I need to return to Kyoto tomorrow, so I have to get some sleep.
After saying this, Zhang Heng hurriedly hung up the phone before his mother could respond. Then he immediately called Wang Kuan. After agreeing on what to say, he finally felt at ease.
When he hung up the phone, Wang Kun's playful laughter echoed in Zhang Heng's ears. Tossing the phone aside, Zhang Heng finally relaxed. He truly did not expect that his mother would call in the middle of the night to eavesdrop. This really was. He pulled the mischievous how shooting over, starting to punish her for her earlier mischief. They spent the night without further conversation. The next morning, while Zhang Heng and Hao Shooting were sleeping soundly, a phone call woke him from his dreams. January 25th. Tuesday. Auspicious activities: moving, traveling, moving into a new house, breaking ground and setting up a bed.
Inauspicious activities: opening a business, starting work, launching and opening the market.
Today is the Minor New Year in the north.
However, Zhang Heng is from the south.
The Minor New Year in the south is tomorrow, January 26th. It's 8:30 in the morning. Zhang Heng's phone ringtone once again shattered the tranquility and lingering warmth of the waterbed. Dad. That guy is calling again. Are you going to answer? Dad. That guy is calling again. Are you going to answer? Zhang Heng was playing with a mischievous little fish. The phone on the bedside table kept ringing incessantly. Reluctantly, Zhang Heng had to let the little fish go. He got out of bed. He picked up the phone and saw it was a call from Xiao Chengkuan. Zhang Heng hurriedly answered. They had agreed to go to Kyoto together today. Zhang Heng knew from the phone call that it was time to set off. Hello. Brother Xiao, are we heading out now? Yes, the tickets have already been purchased. It's an 11 o'clock flight. Remember to bring your ID. Where are you? I'll send Xiaoli to pick you up. I'm at Fei Sun Hotel. Have Li Gu come here to pick me up. Just call me when he arrives. He hung up the phone. Zhang Heng returned to the warm bed, played with the little fish for a bit longer and reluctantly let it go. After finishing his morning routine, it was already past 9 o'clock. At this time, Hao Shooting hurriedly sprang out of bed and dashed into the washroom completely bare to start washing up. Zhang Heng's eyes followed her. At that moment, through the frosted glass, a figure swayed gracefully. Although it was hard to see clearly through the frosted glass, it was somewhat blurry. However, the beauty of her curves could not be concealed. Some things cannot be obscured by mere blurriness. Zhang Heng, wow. This girl, the frosted glass is ineffective against her. Zhang Heng's lips curled up slightly and he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Moreover, it stirred the calm waters once more, creating ripples and fantasies. Such hazy visions easily evoke endless imagination. Distance gives people motivation. Haze ignites impulse. Imagination drives men and women wild. No wonder someone once said imagination is more important than knowledge. At this moment, Zhang Heng fully understood the profound meaning of that saying. He. Zhang Heng smiled mischievously, thinking this is indeed a great way to train his imagination. After changing clothes, he sat on the sofa gazing at the morning scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window. 2 words came to mind: comfortable. He secretly made a resolution. One day he wanted to wake up every morning to see such a view. After a moment of sentimentality, Zhang Heng looked at the frosted glass of the washroom. Hao Shooting was still washing up. Women indeed take longer to get ready. He wondered how much longer she would take. Thus he paused his imaginative exercises. He opened his phone and checked his stock holdings for the day. At the same time, he decided to transfer out the money from selling stocks yesterday. He opened the stock trading app Sewuxio Financial. Zhang Heng glanced at his holdings. Stock name Bafang Medical, 602,432 holdings available, 100000010 shares, current price, cost price 1,415. 25 yuan, stock market value 2214000. 00 yuan, floating profit and loss 2252035. 249. 93 daily profit and loss 201000. 0010. 0 position holding days 64. 362 total assets 3440077. 00 yuan. Looking at his holdings, Zhang Heng smiled brightly. Life is truly good.
Apart from how shooting, he didn't have to do anything and still made over 200,000. His total assets steadily broke through 3 million. Today Zhang Heng didn't need to make any stock operations. Therefore he opened the trading section, selected the transfer from securities to bank. He chose to transfer all available funds. After clicking confirm, over 1 million yuan instantly arrived. The SMS notification for the change in bank card balance also arrived. Ding! Your debit card account 6217-823-8342 received an income of 1226027. 58 yuan on January 21st, balance after transaction 1246080. 33 yuan Huayuan bank funds have arrived. At this moment he felt a surge of confidence. That 7-digit number was his source of confidence. Moreover, Zhang Heng believed that this number would continue to grow longer and larger. His confidence would also become stronger. Right now this is just the beginning. In this era everything is ephemeral. Only those things that can be tightly held in one's hand are truly one's own. Everything else is just an illusion, unreliable. Don't take it too seriously. In this world people come and go all for profit. Everything revolves around the word interest. However, this interest refers not only to money but also encompasses many other aspects. For instance, beauty, power, status, and material enjoyment. It even includes the goals each individual wishes to achieve. He glanced again at his holdings. At that moment Zhang Heng's stock holdings showed only over 2 million in assets. However, he was not worried at all. Because Zhang Heng knew that after his trip to Kyoto he would achieve the first small goal of his life. That 1 million yuan purchase of the Ming dynasties when Zheng Ming's distant view would bring him a 9-figure profit. With the profits from distant view, Zhang Heng's wealth accumulation speed would increase even more. He raised his head and glanced in the direction of the washroom. Behind the frosted glass that graceful figure was still rinsing. Zhang Heng turned his head and continued to focus on his stocks. After thinking for a moment he logged into Tyogaba and posted today's real-time trading thread. Understanding the path of advance and retreat, better to miss than to air trade what you understand. In just a small leak in the stock market, yearning for what cannot be obtained. As mentioned yesterday, today I transferred over 1 million for other uses and there are still over 2 million in the account for continued operations. The outlook for Bafang Medical remains optimistic. Stock friends who can board now should hurry, there's still meat to be had. After the new year a big surprise awaits everyone. Perhaps it will be the day I post my farewell message. Success and failure will reveal the truth on our journey. Just after Zhang Heng finished posting, many stock friends came to comment. Dude, with such a good market you still took out over 1 million. It seems you must have a better project. Do you need teammates? Dude's new goal is a small target post. It seems he really has a more lucrative project. Master, take me along, I only want to share. I'm just a hangin' hoping to cling to the master. Zhang Heng only glanced at a few posts. At this moment the phone rang. Zhang Heng glanced at his phone. It was a call from Li Chang. Without needing to guess he knew that Li Chang had already arrived at the hotel. He answered the call and said, Li Chang, have you arrived? Yes boss, I'm right outside the hotel. Do you need me to come up and get you? No need, just wait for a bit. I think I will need some time to get ready. Understood. Boss. Li Chang did not ask any further questions. As a bodyguard he was aware of his responsibilities. Knowing what to ask and what not to ask was the most basic requirement. Regardless of who he was serving, Li Chang adhered to his professional ethics and principles. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Heng continued browsing the stock forum. At the same time Zhang Heng also took a moment to check the stock performance of Bafang Medical for tomorrow. He opened the simulator. On the virtual screen before him, suddenly the investment simulation results for Bafang Medical appeared. Bafang Medical 602432. Bafang Medical's new product, the home virus self-test kit, has been launched. During the weekend this product faced a rush in several major foreign regions and was temporarily out of stock in high demand. Today the stock price remains locked at the daily limit. Given the situation in several foreign regions, Bafang Medical has garnered deep attention from all sides, with orders continuously flowing in and the market is booming, expected to continue rising. Simulation results suggest increased investment and holdings. Looking at the information from the simulator, Zhang Heng felt no surprise. After all, even a novice just entering the stock market could tell from Bafang Medical's current market reaction. Not to mention the veterans. Zhang Heng estimated that Bafang Medical could easily expect at least 5 limit ups in this round. As for some aggressive stock friends in the forum claiming there would be 7 limit ups, Zhang Heng currently disagreed. Because he felt that relying solely on the home virus self-test kit, Bafang Medical did not have the foundation for 7 limit ups. 5 limit ups were also based on the current special global circumstances. Otherwise 3 limit ups would be the maximum. Flipping through Bafang Medical's stock forum. Inside it was all optimistic opinions with not a single bearish voice. Zhang Heng observed the high-spirited discussions of these stock friends, each articulating their points eloquently.
However, they were just a bunch of after-the-fact commentators.
Each of them had such insight, yet none managed to get on board.
Just like that.
After more than half an hour, the two arrived at the hotel's dining area and had a simple breakfast.
Then,
while walking outside the hotel, Zhang Heng said, "Shu Ting, I need to go to Kyoto today.
How about I take you home for—"
"How, Shu Ting, what?" She suddenly brightened up. Looking at Zhang Heng, she asked out of context, "Going to Kyoto?
Will you be back before the new year? If you're coming back, I want to go too."
Hao Shu Ting grabbed Zhang Heng's right hand. Zhang Heng also stopped and looked at Hao Shu Ting. He helped her adjust her clothes and said, "When you get back, make sure to rest well." He initially wanted to share some of his secrets to instill more confidence in her about his future, but after some thought he felt it was inappropriate. It was better to keep his trip confidential. After all, he was just getting started. His assets were only a few million.
If this trip went smoothly, his assets would directly exceed 100 million.
Currently, all of this was not suitable to expose in front of others. His parents and family were still unaware, let alone anyone else.
So he said.
Zhang Heng said, "Shu Ting, I'm catching a ride with a friend. I've already bought the plane ticket and will be leaving shortly. That's why I suggested taking you home first. Also, with the new year coming in a few days, you should stay home and spend more time with your parents." Hao Shu Ting puffed her cheeks.
"Alright, when you come back, let's gather and have a good talk about life then." Zhang Heng. For a moment, Zhang Heng was taken aback. Talk about life. Zhang Heng. No. I like it.
After all, Hao Shu Ting, bold as she might be, was merely a newly adult young woman. Her sharp tongue far outstripped her courage.
Zhang Heng, by contrast, wasted no words, acting instantly to declare his stance.
A true man speaks not with rhetoric but with deeds. The two stepped onto the street outside Feishuan Hotel. Scarcely had they emerged when Zhang Heng spotted Li Chang, and beside him Xiao Qingkuan's brand new Mercedes-Benz S500L 4MATIC. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, Li Chang hurriedly opened the rear door and waited for them to approach before saying, "Boss, please."
Not once did he inquire about Hao Shu Ting.
He didn't even pause his gaze upon her, merely glanced fleetingly before turning away. Only after both were seated did he start the engine. As the Mercedes pulled away from Feishuan Hotel, Li Chang asked, "Boss, shall we head straight to the airport or?" Having served under Xiao Qingkuan for years, Li Chang had long internalized an unspoken protocol for handling such delicate matters.
At first glance, he knew Hao Shu Ting was no ordinary woman in Zhang Heng's life.
Though startled inwardly, he revealed nothing. His expression remained perfectly composed.
Especially when he noticed the slight awkwardness in her gait, his understanding crystallized instantly.
He might never have tasted that particular sweetness himself. Yet, as the old saying goes, one need not eat pork to recognize a pig's trot. Over the years, Li Chang had quietly amassed dozens of gigabytes of observational data on precisely how pigs run.
Every variation, every nuance, had been studied in quiet detail. His comprehension was absolute, his insight razor-sharp. At Li Chang's question, Zhang Heng immediately grasped its implication. He paused, then turned thoughtfully toward Hao Shu Ting.
His arm tightened gently around her waist as he murmured, "Shu Ting, how will you explain your current state to your parents if you go home now? Have you thought it through?
Deceiving them won't be easy.
You saw how my mother called last night, listening at the wall like a seasoned eavesdropper. They're veterans, worldly perceptive. At home they can tell whether I'm using shampoo for washing hair or something else entirely. Sharp as foxes."
Ha!
Hao Shu Ting pinched Zhang Heng's inner thigh hard, pouting, "This is all your fault.
If you hadn't last night." Ahem. Ahem. Ahem.
Zhang Heng coughed sharply, cutting her off mid-sentence. To let her continue would risk unleashing words too wild, too unrestrained for mixed company. There was after all a third person in the car, and yet this girl spoke without regard for decorum or context. In that moment Zhang Heng realized his own composure still had limits.
Truly, since last night's liberation she'd grown bolder, almost fierce.
After two more coughs he suggested, "Perhaps you should rest at the hotel for another day or two.
Or stay with a classmate or friend."
Hao Shu Ting tilted her head, pondered briefly, then nodded. "I'll stay with my best friend for a few days, her address is." "Then let's go there first," Zhang Heng said, glancing at Li Chang.
The driver nodded and updated the navigation system.
Suddenly Zhang Heng remembered something. He turned to Hao Shu Ting, puzzled. "Weren't you telling me just yesterday that your classmates ostracized you, that you had no friends at all? How is it then that overnight you've acquired a best friend?"
Hao Shu Ting rolled her eyes, exasperated fool. Ha!
Zhang Heng blinked, utterly bewildered. Did I just get scolded?" Up front, Li Chang caught their exchange in the rearview mirror, his lips twitched.
He wanted to laugh, yet restraint held him silent.
20 minutes later the Mercedes glided smoothly to a stop before the address Hao Shu Ting had given.
Zhang Heng looked up, the building was unmistakably upscale. Hao Shu Ting made a quick call. Moments later.
A radiant young woman appeared at the gate dressed in a fluffy pajama set, her feet clad in rabbit-ear slippers, padding barefoot across the pavement. This is my best friend's son Meng Jing. She lives with her mother in a single-parent household.
No men. You can relax now.
Leaning in, she pressed a soft lingering kiss to Zhang Heng's cheek, then snatched her bag and slipped out the door. Watching her walk away, Zhang Heng called after her, "Don't forget to call your parents."
She waved without looking back. "Relax. I spent last night at Meng Jing's place." Zhang Heng froze. "Oh."
A silent, stunned cry rose in his chest. So, she'd planned this all along. Only after Hao Shooting vanished into the gated complex did Zhang Heng close the door. With Li Cheng's masterful driving, the car surged toward the airport. Huizhou City, though modest and landlocked, served as a vital transportation hub in southwest China and thus boasted its own small airport.
An hour later, Zhang Heng arrived.
In the departure lounge, he met Xiao Chengkuan. Before boarding, Zhang Heng transferred 1 million yuan to repay the advance he'd received for purchasing the painting Distant Vista. When they landed in Beijing, dusk had already settled over the capital.
Stepping out of the terminal, Xiao Chengkuan asked, "Brother, what's your plan? Would you like to stay at my place?"
Zhang Heng hesitated, then declined. After all, Xiao Chengkuan was returning home.
And during holiday season it felt inappropriate to intrude, especially when it might disrupt an intimate evening between husband and wife.
So he replied, "No, I've already arranged accommodations."
Xiao Chengkuan didn't press further. He knew Zhang Heng was now wealthy enough to afford any lodging without hesitation.
After parting ways, Zhang Heng and Li Cheng hailed a taxi. Inside, Zhang Heng paused, then dialed a number. "Li Fei, I've arrived in Beijing.
Can I crash at your place tonight?"
On the other end, Li Fei's voice erupted with excitement.
"Damn. Son, you finally remembered your old man. If you delayed just a few more days, I'd already be en route to the States. Where are you? Come straight over." Zhang Heng hung up and gave the driver Li Fei's address. The cab roared forward, tires humming against asphalt.
Minutes later, with a smooth, confident brake, the yellow taxi came to a graceful halt before a traditional Sihiyuan courtyard.
"Sir, we're here."
Zhang Heng looked up, and there, standing at the courtyard gate, was Li Fei, and flanking him 2 broad-shouldered bodyguards. The moment Zhang Heng stepped out, Li Fei lunged forward, wrapping him in a bear hug and laughing heartily. "My good son, come to visit your old dad. How filial of you." Zhang Heng raised his leg and delivered a swift, playful kick to Li Fei's backside, grumbling, "Having you as my disobedient son was a grave mistake.
Back then I should have shot you straight into the wall."
At the sight of Zhang Heng's raised leg, the 2 bodyguards stiffened, eyes narrowing with instinctive vigilance.
Li Cheng too stood alert, watching Li Fei's every move.
Neither side relaxed, not even for a heartbeat, despite the banter.
Laughing, they slung arms over each other's shoulders. Li Fei swept his hand grandly. "Come on, son, Dad's taking you home." Zhang Heng seized Li Fei's neck in a mock chokehold, then swept his leg behind him, thud,
landing another sharp, affectionate kick to his rump. "You disobedient brat.
Just wait, I'll discipline you properly later."
Amid laughter and light shoving, the group passed through the courtyard gate and disappeared inside.
January 26th. Wednesday. Today is the minor Lunar New Year in southern China.
Zhang Heng, however, is already in the north.
He wakes up naturally and gets out of bed, then freshens up in the bathroom. He reaches for the mint-scented shampoo, then pauses.
In this bitter winter, he decides against washing his hair. It's simply too cold. First, he'll head to the Beijing International Auction House to finalize the auction matter. Stepping out of the bathroom, he finds Li Fei still curled beneath the blankets on the bed, fast asleep. Last night, Li Fei had insisted Zhang Heng share the bed with him, claiming they'd hold a proper brothers' midnight talk.
And so they did, until the early hours of dawn. They finally drifted off just before 1 a.m., reluctantly ending their lively conversation.
Now Zhang Heng tiptoes over, raises his hands, and with a swift, decisive motion yanks the blanket clean off the bed.
At that very moment, he bellows at Li Fei's son. "Wake up. The sun's already scorching your backside."
His shout reverberates sharply through the quiet room. Gazing down at Li Fei still buried under the sheets, Zhang Heng suddenly understands, truly understands, the sheer unadulterated satisfaction his own mother must have felt each morning pulling his blanket away.
"Son. Up and at 'em.
Early birds catch the worms, but lazy worms get eaten by birds.
Looks like you're about to become breakfast.
Get up now and come downstairs with Dad for breakfast."
When Li Fei still refuses to stir, Zhang Heng strides to the edge of the bed, grabs both sides of his trousers, and yanks them down in one brusque motion. A sudden icy draft sweeps across Li Fei's skin. He freezes, speechless. His expression twists into silent, bewildered disbelief. "What the hell?"
he mutters, shivering violently.
"How did summer vanish overnight and winter slam right in?"
The chill hits him like a physical blow, making him clench instinctively.
Frantically, he snatches the blanket back and bolts upright, blinking groggily.
His bleary eyes lock onto Zhang Heng's smug, triumphant grin, and his face falls into a long, suffering grimace. He points a trembling finger at Zhang Heng and sighs, "Defeated, you are not my son. Zhang Heng grins wider. Oh, you disobedient child, I'll beat you soundly later. In an instant the room erupts, pillows and cushions flying through the air like shrapnel. After a spirited tussle, Li Fei finally gives in and rises. Truth be told, he couldn't have slept any longer, not with Zhang Heng around. The moment he stands, he marches toward the bathroom with theatrical poise, chin high, chest out, shoulders squared, strutting in a proud, confident-shaped gait, utterly unbothered by his state of undress. Zhang Heng raises a thumb in admiration. Truly my brother.
You're only one minor rank below me.
Li Fei whips around, locks eyes with him, and scoffs. Pfft. Then with regal disdain, son, I'm the elder brother here, especially in this department. Take a good look.
With that he turns, gives Zhang Heng a gloriously arrogant backside, and struts into the bathroom, hips swaying, still humming with self-satisfaction.
Dad's taking a shower, wait for me. Zhang Heng surveys the chaotic room and begins tidying up.
Once the space is restored to order, Li Fei remains stubbornly ensconced inside the bathroom. Zhang Heng frowns.
Li Fei claimed he was showering, but the bathroom door has been shut for ages and not a single sound, no water, no splash, not even a flush, has reached his ears.
He creeps silently to the door, peers at it, and blinks in bafflement. Ha! Could showering possibly be dry now?
Has he fallen hopelessly behind?
Are the wealthy adopting some avant-garde silent bathing ritual he's never heard of? He presses his ear to the door, but Li Fei's apartment is impeccably soundproofed. Not a whisper escapes. Zhang Heng shrugs. Fine, let's wait a little longer. He sinks into the sofa.
Pulling out his phone, he checks the time. Stock markets are already open.
He's slept far too long.
Opening his portfolio, he gazes upon today's gains with quiet delight. Security name Bafang Medical, 602,432 holdings available, 100,000,100,000 shares.
Current price cost basis 24.3515. 25 per share, market value 2435000. 00 floating PL 2473035. 259. 93. Daily PL 221000. 0010. 0 position size, holding days 100. 003. Total assets 2435000. 00. Remarkable. Without lifting a finger, he's earned over 220000 overnight. Such a life.
One word suffices: exhilarating.
Utterly breathtakingly exhilarating. To date, his total net profit from the stock market has approached 5 million. Initial capital 52000. Just 15 trading days elapsed.
Staring at today's 220000 gain, Zhang Heng smiles, a soft, contented, deeply satisfied smile. Truthfully, his ambitions are modest: to ensure his parents and younger sister live lives of ease, dignity, and peace, free from financial strain, exhausting labor, or the humiliation of deference to others.
To live freely. To live authentically. To live without constraint, that is all Zhang Heng desires. That is his sole unwavering goal. As for himself, he hopes alongside wealth and personal freedom to find a few kindred souls, gentle, wise, cherished companions, with whom he may walk life's path until its gentle end. These dreams he believes lie within reach, not distant but imminent. Soon he will awaken each day in warmth and tenderness, watching his fortune grow quietly, steadily, effortlessly. How beautifully simple such a life would be. As Zhang Heng sits on the sofa, lost in visions of that future, creak, the bathroom door swings open. Li Fei strides out, calling cheerfully, "Let's go, breakfast awaits." Wait any longer and we'll be eating lunch. And Zhang Heng sets his phone aside and lifts his gaze, then studies Li Fei from head to toe. A puzzled frown deepens. He'd said he was showering, yet every inch of him is perfectly dry. No blow dryer lies inside. Then, light dawns. Zhang Heng's eyes gleam with sudden mischievous understanding. He grins slyly. "Little Fei, Dad knows exactly what you've been doing in there." Li Fei rubs his palms together, wary and uncertain. "What on earth are you babbling about, you little rascal?" "Dad means," Zhang Heng says, voice dripping with implication, "I know you didn't shower." "How could you possibly know that?" X-ray vision. Some novel's cheat system. A superpower. Li Fei stares, incredulous. Zhang Heng rises slowly, eyes narrowing, lips curling upward in quiet triumph. He steps forward, then reaches out and runs his fingers through Li Fei's hair. As expected, it's completely dry. Meeting Li Fei's gaze, Zhang Heng chuckles low and dark. "Little Fei. You spent nearly half an hour in there, not a single drop of water heard, and yet your hair remains as dry as desert sand. The blow dryer's right there." He gestures toward the device resting on the table. Then, his nostrils flare. A crisp, cool scent of mint drifts unmistakably from Li Fei's skin. That fragrance triggers memory: the large bottle of mint-scented anti-dandruff shampoo sitting beside the sink, his shampoo moments earlier. A chilling, hilarious revelation strikes him like lightning. His eyes widen in dawning horror. Oh, hell. The curse bursts forth unbidden. He stares at Li Fei, stunned. "Phison.
That entire bottle of mint shampoo nearly finished and yet you still have dandruff. And why does your hand smell perpetually of mint while your hair doesn't? He pauses, then adds, voice dropping, wait, your pants smell of mint too. Li Fei finally cracks, grinning sheepishly openly. Come on man, we're all grown-ups here. Don't act like you've never used it yourself. Dad's telling you shampoo isn't just for hair. Zhang Heng's gaze drops slowly, deliberately downward. Li Fei nods, then extends a hand, beaming, give me 5. Zhang Heng recoils, waving his hands in disgust, back off. I'd never slap hands with you. I refuse to touch your weapon. Li Fei blinks, wounded. Oh. You don't love Dad anymore. All I did was wash my hair and my bangs first thing in the morning. It's just a morning shampoo, what's the big deal? Zhang Heng stares speechless, then exhales a long hollow groan. Crap. Thank heaven he hadn't used it himself otherwise. All day long Zhang Heng kept his distance from Li Fei, refusing especially to touch anything Li Fei had handled. The seiyuan had been bought by Li Fei's father. Zhang Heng had learned the night before that Li Fei's parents were still in Pyongyang attending to business and could not return. Moreover, the elders had arranged for Li Fei to travel to Pyongyang and spend the new year with them in Chinatown. He had said he would leave in a few days for that very reason. Thus, in such a large seiyuan, aside from a few bodyguards and housekeepers, only Li Fei remained, and the place felt quietly desolate. After breakfast, Zhang Heng greeted Li Fei and, accompanied by Li Chang, went to the Jingdu International Auction House to consign his Ming Dynasty Wen Zhengming painting Distant Gaze. News that a Wen Zhengming work from the Ming had been consigned set several whitebeard connoisseurs hurrying to the auction house. After their careful appraisal, they unanimously declared Wen Zhengming's Distant Gaze authentic. After consulting and weighing market conditions, they set the auction reserve at 30 million. 30 million, and that was only the starting price. From the previous auction, Zhang Heng already had a rough sense of how the final hammer price might surpass the reserve. A reserve of 30 million. Zhang Heng's own assets had only recently passed 3 million. In the blink of an eye, he would be a multi-millionaire. After the consignment was confirmed, the auction house presented the contract by international custom. The commission was 10%. Zhang Heng read the consignment contract carefully, found no problems, and signed. Before coming, he had done comprehensive research and even asked Xiao Qingkuan about the procedure. With everything settled, Zhang Heng took the contract and left the Jingdu International Auction House. The auction was that evening. He planned to rest and return later. After all, the auction house was not far from Li Fei's seiyuan. He set an alarm and slept until the afternoon. The alarm failed to wake him. It was Li Cheng who, seeing the hour had passed the time Zhang Heng mentioned, came in to rouse him. At lunch, Li Fei said with a conspiratorial smile, son, tonight your father will take you to a fine place. It will broaden your horizons, a place I doubt you've ever been. Startled, Zhang Heng looked up. Where? A place even I, your father, have never been. Have you? Facing Li Fei now, Zhang Heng no longer felt the old sense of inferiority. To him, Li Fei might as well be an ordinary neighbor from back home. Although a great disparity of wealth still separated them, Zhang Heng had already reached that level in attitude and composure. He was clear in his heart that such wealth and status would soon be his. The two of them traded jibes as they ate. At their side, the tension between the two sets of bodyguards had eased. In fact, at the seiyuan gate, Zhang Heng had been surprised the moment he saw Li Fei's guard. Li Fei was usually low-key at school. No one had ever seen bodyguards accompany him. Still, considering Li Fei's family background, Zhang Heng was not entirely surprised. What he did not know was that compared to his own surprise at Li Fei's reaction to him was not mere astonishment but outright shock. In the finance class, though Zhang Heng was a top student, his family background was generally known among classmates ordinary, barely middle class. But when Li Fei first laid eyes on Zhang Heng's bodyguard Li Chang, he immediately sensed Li Chang was no ordinary protector. Li Fei even quietly asked his own guard, who told him that Li Chang was the kind of man who had seen blood, which only confirmed Li Fei's suspicion. He knew such bodyguards often came from certain backgrounds and were trained in lethal techniques, the sort that killed with a single strike. From that, Li Fei formed new conjectures about Zhang Heng's identity. Neither spoke them aloud. Not long after they finished eating, Li Fei's guards had already prepared the car. They entered the courtyard and watched Li Fei and Zhang Heng engrossed in a game of King of Glory on their phones. You dare swagger in front of me with low health? I'll send your insurance card flying. Damn, I died again. 3 big guys from the other side camped in the brush and instantly wiped me out. Lives not worth it. Li Fei died again. Zhang Heng, skilled, was chasing a wounded enemy and glanced at Li Fei. Son, don't worry, your father will avenge you now. He looked at his screen and taunted, run. You think you can escape? If you actually get away today, you'll make my son Li Fei stand on his head and humiliate himself. Li Fei blinked in bewilderment. What? Damn it, if you lose I'll kill you, he joked. The bodyguard, seeing Li Fei had lost and watching Zhang Heng's play intently, hurried over and whispered in Li Fei's ear, young master Li, the car is ready. When shall we depart? At that moment, Li Cheng quietly took position behind Zhang Heng. Li Fei, still irritated from his loss, heard the whisper. Seizing the moment, Li Fei looked at Zhang Heng's nearly empty health bar and called, "Good son, let's go, I'm taking you to a wonderful place."
He snatched Zhang Heng's phone and confiscated it.
Immediately the familiar game call rang out, triple kill. Zhang Heng had died, handing the enemy a kill. He fell silent, then rolled his eyes at Li Fei and chuckled, "Son, your father lost."
Li Fei shot him a look. "A bet's a bet, remember the headstand. I'll live stream it for you." He tossed the phone back.
"You weakling, go do it yourself. No more nonsense, I'm taking you to a place that only comes around once a year,"
Li Fei declared. Zhang Heng asked where. Li Fei smiled mysteriously and said, "The Jingdu International Auction House." Zhang Heng blinked. Damn, wasn't that exactly the place he himself was heading to? The International Auction House in Kyoto.
On the way, Zhang Heng pondered. Since Li Fei had spoken and brought him along, he deemed it unnecessary to say anything for now.
Following Li Fei, the group entered the auction house.
The bodyguards stayed outside.
Zhang Heng and Li Fei walked together into the auction hall.
Zhang Heng did not take out the access card given to him by the auction house. Originally, he thought that the auction stage at the Kyoto International Auction House would surely be more luxurious and extravagant than that of the Huai City Auction House. However, at that moment, as Zhang Heng and Li Fei sat on two adjacent white hotel chairs, his thoughts were completely overturned. Looking around, the brightly lit hall was filled with numerous identical white chairs, the kind typically found in hotel dining rooms. In front was a platform about a foot high. On the platform there was a long table, and beside it stood a taller wooden table.
On the wall behind the table it was written in English, "Jingdu auction."
At that moment the auction had already begun. Behind the wooden table a male host was holding a microphone, passionately describing the auction items.
Next to him were two suited men wearing white gloves, each holding an auction item.
Zhang Heng flipped through the auction booklet in his hand and learned that this particular item was Wu Fu's Xiaoshang rain map with a starting price of 300,000. Zhang Heng sighed, realizing that, as expected of an international auction house, the starting price was 300,000 right from the beginning. Midway, he used a simulator to check a few items with prices that weren't too high, wondering if he could snag a bargain. However, the inflated prices made him choose to give up. The prices of these auction items had significantly exceeded their actual collectible value.
Until Zhang Heng's commissioned auction item appeared, he finally felt a flicker of excitement. The host looked at the distant view map held by the gloved man with excitement and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first highlight item of today."
The distant view map by Wen Zhangming from the Ming Dynasty. After careful authentication by our auction appraisers, it has been confirmed to be an authentic piece. This distant view map measures 125 by 62 centimeters and is on silk. Inscription: "The purple energy of heaven forms a city treading on clouds and mist." Turning outside the Sanluo platform, the sound of footsteps resonates in all directions.
Written in September of the 14th year of the Jiajing era at the Yulan Hall. Wen Zhangming.
Wen Zhangming was an outstanding painter, calligrapher, writer, and connoisseur from the Ming Dynasty, dominating the Wu school of painting for decades, acclaimed by scholars and renowned throughout the realm. This distant view map is characterized by its large scale and bold brushwork with dark green and ochre hues, presenting a serene and lush atmosphere that captivates the viewer. The poem on the painting is written in running script, though filled with praises, it reverberates with a grand spirit.
After a detailed introduction,
the host finally spoke. "Now the auction begins with a starting price of 30 million and each subsequent bid must not be less than 1 million. As soon as he finished speaking, paddles were instantly raised in the auction hall.
35 million. 41 million.
Before the host could even call out the bid, someone had already offered a higher price.
Zhang Heng watched excitedly. With each bid he was earning several million more. How could he not be excited?
This was faster than a robbery. Ultimately, Zhang Heng's auction item was sold for 120 million.
120 million. 9 digits.
On the auction platform, the host raised the small hammer.
120 million once. 120 million twice. 120 million 3 times.
Congratulations to bidder number 9527 for winning this distant view map by Wen Zhangming from the Ming Dynasty.
Next we will begin the introduction of the second to last auction item.
At that moment, Zhang Heng's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled.
120 million.
Looking up, Zhang Heng saw that the bidder number 9527 had already left their seat to proceed with the transaction. Once the bidder left with the painting, he could no longer wait.
He stood up ready to go to the back for the transaction.
Seeing him rise, Li Fei asked, "There are still 2 highlight items left, why are you leaving?" Zhang Heng smiled mysteriously and said, "I'm going to get the money, are you coming?"
Li Fei was taken aback, not understanding Zhang Heng's meaning.
However, after a moment's thought, he stood up and left with Zhang Heng. When the two arrived at the transaction area of the Kyoto International Auction House, under Li Fei's astonished gaze, Zhang Heng completed the financial transaction with the staff. After deducting the auction commission, Zhang Heng received 1.08 billion. Ding. Your debit card account 6217-823-8342 received a payment of 108 million on January 21st. After the transaction, the balance is 1082444080.
33 yuan Huatian Bank. Watching the text message indicating the balance change.
At that moment, Zhang Heng's feelings were beyond words. His first small goal in life had been achieved just like that. Zhang Heng felt as if he was still dreaming, finding it somewhat surreal. However, the string of numbers on the text message clearly told him that all of this was indeed real. Meanwhile, Li Fei stood there with his mouth agape, momentarily forgetting to breathe through his nose.
He had witnessed Zhang Heng's entire transaction process. Li Fei looked at Zhang Heng in shock. At that moment, Zhang Heng required a re-evaluation in Li Fei's eyes.
This brother of his had some hidden depths. After confirming that all the funds had arrived, Zhang Heng calmed his excited heart. Then he looked at Li Fei beside him, patted his shoulder and said, "I've taken all the old man's money, let's go, son.
Do you want to see the last two auction items, or should we head back now?"
The reason Zhang Heng brought Li Fei along for the transaction was partly because he knew that 100 million was not a big deal to Li Fei, and partly because he wanted to connect with some experiences that couldn't be learned from books through Li Fei. At that moment, Li Fei did not pay attention to Zhang Heng calling him son. He was still in shock. Although 100 million was nothing compared to his family, as he had over $1 million in pocket money each month. However, when a friend suddenly shatters your previous impression of them, the shock it brings is truly astonishing. In Li Fei's eyes, Zhang Heng was an exemplary student with a strong character, attractive in both appearance and intellect, possessing foresight and thoughtfulness, and a person worth getting to know deeply. By the end of the semester, everyone in the dormitory knew that Zhang Heng's living expenses, like most university students, were only around 1000 a month. Sometimes he had to give up on things he wanted to buy due to insufficient funds.
But now what did Li Fei see? Over 100 million in cash.
This was his pocket money for a decade.
Li Fei was pulled away by Zhang Heng leaving the transaction center.
The next day in the morning, as Li Fei watched Zhang Heng and Li Chang leave, he gazed at Zhang Heng's figure.
Li Fei, wow.
Ha ha ha, my son already possesses the bearing of an emperor. He knew that this brother was worth pursuing further.
Early in the morning, after Zhang Heng repaid Li Fei's loan of 500,000, he and Li Chang arrived at his account opening point. He planned to repay the financing money as well. After all, with assets exceeding 100 million, using financed money could easily expose his operational movements. The operational movements of over 100 million in funds could affect many things, which was completely incomparable to his current 3 million. Especially since Zhang Heng knew that some financing institutions would quietly sell client data. Every financed account is under constant supervision by the financing institution, and once losses reach a certain percentage, forced liquidation or even bankruptcy can occur. He did not want to fall into the trap of the elderly lady who ended up owing the institution tens of millions from stock trading. Once the funds reach a certain level in stock trading, they inevitably attract some shady characters. This was also the reason Zhang Heng decided to stop financing. With over 100 million in funds, he had to take precautions. Amid the enthusiastic chatter of the taxi driver,
Zhang Heng and Li Chang finally arrived at the business point of Zaiwuxiakai, which was also Zhang Heng's account opening point.
As soon as they entered the account opening point, Zhang Heng spotted a familiar figure. Because the light blue base shirt could not hide the majestic peaks of the Jingxiu mountain, the beautiful landscape immediately captured his attention. January 27th.
Thursday. Auspicious, breaking ground, praying for blessings, sacrifices, trading, funerals, moving coffins.
Inauspicious marriage, obtaining a marriage certificate, securing doors, betrothal. Just before the new year, this is the second to last trading day.
Because starting from January 29th, the stock market will be closed for a full 9 days. Therefore, Zhang Heng hurried over, wanting to wrap things up before the new year. He checked that the H shares would close today and the A shares would only be delayed by 2 days. Accompanied by Li Chang, Zhang Heng entered the Zaiwuxiakai business point. As soon as he stepped inside, he headed straight for the service counter. Zhang Heng spotted a familiar figure at the counter. It was Xiao Qinxin. At that moment, Xiao Qinxin was looking down, seemingly engrossed in some documents. Behind the chair, a white down jacket was hanging.
The room had the air conditioning on, making it very warm. At that time, Xiao Qinxin was wearing a light blue striped undershirt which was quite tight. Zhang Heng took a glance.
He noticed that in some areas the undershirt had already become severely deformed from being stretched.
Moreover, there were 2 buttons that simply could not be fastened. Zhang Heng felt a pang of heartache. He worried
that the magnificent scenery of the mountains and rivers could not be concealed.
Zhang Heng was someone who enjoyed appreciating beautiful scenery.
This enchanting sight instantly captivated his gaze. He swallowed hard. Zhang Heng slowly walked over, continuing to admire the beautiful scenery while looking at the serious-faced Xiao Qinxin, and greeted her.
"Manager Xiao, what are you busy with?"
Xiao Qinxin looked up and saw Zhang Heng. She was momentarily stunned, then reacted, recalling who he was.
"It's you. The student from Peking University. The school has been on break for a long time. Are you still on campus? Haven't you gone home? No, I just came from my hometown to handle some business. Xiao Qinxin recognized Zhang Heng. After all, it had only been a little over half a month and her memory was still good. Putting down the documents in her hand, Xiao Qinxin looked at Zhang Heng and asked, "You're here to handle business with me? Just tell me, as long as it's within my scope of business, I'll help you get it done as quickly as possible. If you come tomorrow, some transactions might not be possible. I know the market is closing the day after tomorrow." Zhang Heng pulled over a high stool and sat outside the counter in front of Xiao Qinxin. Behind him, Li Chang watched everything around him with a vigilant expression, occasionally glancing at Xiao Qinxin, not sure if he was watching her or like Zhang Heng admiring the scenery. Looking at Li Chang, a look of confusion appeared in Xiao Qingxin's eyes. Li Chang's demeanor clearly indicated that he was a bodyguard. However, she did not ask much. Instead, her gaze towards Zhang Heng showed obvious curiosity. This boy in front of her seemed quite extraordinary. Zhang Heng looked at Xiao Qinxin and said, "Please help me settle the funds I financed." He stated his needs directly. Xiao Qinxin looked at the young man in surprise. "What is your account number? You've been financing for less than a month. How is it? Did you incur losses? Afraid of being liquidated, so you left the market early?" Zhang Heng smiled slightly, shook his head and reported his stock account number. Xiao Qinxin entered the account. At the same time, she thought to herself that she should comfort Zhang Heng, later suggesting he might as well avoid stock trading. Young people trading with leverage are often using their parents' hard-earned money. The risks are too great. However, when she took a look seeing Zhang Heng's trading operations over the past half-month, she was immediately stunned. Xiao Qinxin. My God. This. At that moment, on the computer in front of Xiao Qinxin, all of Zhang Heng's recent operations and profit-loss situations were displayed, showing that basically every time the minimum gain was 10 points or even more. Xiao Qinxin quickly glanced at Zhang Heng's current holdings. Stock name: Bafang Medical, 602,432 holdings available, 1000001000000. Shares current price, cost price 26. 7,815. 25 yuan. Stock market value 2678000. 00 yuan. Floating profit and loss 2716035. 269. 93. Daily profit and loss 243000. 0010. 0. Position holding days 100. 004. Total assets 2678000. 00 yuan. Looking at Zhang Heng's holdings, Xiao Qinxin felt somewhat dazed. It had only been a dozen trading days and this boy in front of her had managed to earn so much money with just a few $100,000 in capital, every day earning effortlessly over 200,000. Looking at the bright red scenery in Zhang Heng's holdings at this moment, Xiao Qinxin couldn't help but gasp in surprise. She raised her head, looking at Zhang Heng with disbelief, saying, for a moment Xiao Qinxin didn't even know what words to use to describe her current feelings in shock. Moreover, she found it hard to believe that this sea of red operations could truly be accomplished by this young boy in front of her. If that were the case, then this person has the demeanor of a god. Seeing Xiao Qingxin's expression, Zhang Heng, "Oh, so you're stunned by this? This is just an appetizer, the main course hasn't been served yet. If you knew that I made over 100 million yesterday, would you be so shocked that you'd drop your pants?" Xiao Qinxin swallowed hard, looking at Zhang Heng as if he were a treasure. What she valued was not Zhang Heng's assets. Zhang Heng's current 2 million in assets were not enough to catch her eye. What she valued was Zhang Heng's profit rate. And Zhang Heng's precise vision that had never made a mistake. If he had more capital, the results would undoubtedly be even more astonishing. Looking at the astonished Xiao Qinxin, Zhang Heng raised his hand and waved in front of her. "Manager Xiao, please help me settle up." Only then did Xiao Qinxin come back to her senses. "Okay, please wait a moment." After a flurry of keyboard tapping, Xiao Qinxin looked up and asked, "You want me to finance in the future, right?" Yes, Zhang Heng nodded. "Then for the first method you can sell the stocks directly to repay, and I can help you with other issues on my side." Xiao Qinxin smiled as she looked at Zhang Heng's holdings. Zhang Heng understood her meaning. "Zhang Heng, hee, I was reckless. I haven't sold any stocks in my account, not a single penny, so how can I repay?" No wonder Xiao Qinxin had to remind me so tactfully. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Heng directly liquidated his holdings in Bafang Medical. After all, he didn't care about that stock, he could just buy it again later. He calculated that after repaying nearly 700,000 in financing funds plus some commissions and fees, he had nearly 2 million left in his account. After clearing his positions, Zhang Heng continued to browse the market trends on his phone, scanning through various stocks in search of his next target. At this time, Xiao Qinxin looked at Zhang Heng and continued, "For the second method, if you have spare cash, you don't need to sell stocks, you can also repay the financing." "I've already cleared my positions, you should have said it earlier." Zhang Heng looked at Xiao Qinxin. he said somewhat resentfully. Xiao Qingxin. Oh I haven't finished speaking. I said the first method, so there must be a second method. You acted too quickly, didn't you? Xiao Qingxin stared blankly at Zhang Heng, extending her delicate hand to cover her small oshaped mouth, thinking to herself she hadn't even finished her sentence, and this person. Why is he so anxious? Does he not know that haste makes waste? Looking at the adorably dazed Xiao Qingxin, Zhang Heng found her somewhat endearing and joked, "You've already sold it, so how will you compensate me?" This here is a stock that has hit the limit up. However, Xiao Qingxin did not respond directly. Instead, she seriously said with her adorably dazed little face, "Sir, I haven't finished speaking. You sold it yourself, so I bear no responsibility, thus I owe you nothing. What do you say? I just happen to be a little slow in speaking, that's all." After a pause, Xiao Qingxin's little face twisted for a moment before reluctantly saying, "At most I can treat you to a cup of milk tea. And it can only be the cheapest one. After all, I don't have much money, my salary is quite low. Your income for today is already more than my salary for over a year." Zhang Heng looked at her. This girl is quite serious about her work. Moreover, she's so adorably cute. Not bad. He nodded. "Although I don't want to drink tea if a beautiful woman treats me, even plain water tastes sweet." As soon as Zhang Heng said this, Li Chang, who was standing behind him, glanced at Zhang Heng with lightning speed. Then he focused his gaze elsewhere, trying to maintain a serious expression as a professional bodyguard and not laugh. Indeed, he almost laughed. "I don't want to drink tea. If a beautiful woman treats me, even plain water tastes sweet." These two sentences almost broke his composure. However, deep down Li Chang felt quite envious of Zhang Heng, the new boss. Anyone can flirt a little. This is also a skill, right? Li Chang sighed internally, thinking, if only he had even 1/10 of this new boss' flirting skills, he wouldn't still be a single dog to this day. At the counter, Xiao Qingxin looked at Zhang Heng and giggled, "Haven't you ever had milk tea?" "There's no tea in milk tea. Zhang Heng. Just you." This girl confirmed it, truly adorably naive. Ahem. Li Chang couldn't hold back and started coughing repeatedly. Zhang Heng glanced at him, and Li Chang quickly turned around to release the pressure of his laughter. Then turning back to Zhang Heng, he awkwardly said, "Sorry boss, my throat was a bit uncomfortable, but it's fine now." Zhang Heng tch. Uncomfortable throat. Trying to fool me. In the hall, the other people's gazes were constantly glancing this way. Moreover, they were whispering something. Zhang Heng's keen ears caught some of their words. "Look at Xiao Qingxin, she's starting to flirt with men again." Exactly. She's so young but can be a manager, who knows how she got there. Maybe she used those bad women's tactics. No wonder her performance is so good. Just look at how she pretends to be pure, it's no wonder she attracts men. There's nothing you can do, she has the goods. If you don't like it, go get one yourself, maybe you can also find a handsome guy like that. So young and fresh. Little flirt, turn off the tap or else. ITLL drip. Zhang Heng slightly turned his head. He glanced at those whispering people, then leaned forward looking at Xiao Qingxin and softly said, "They're talking bad about you." Hearing this, Xiao Qingxin immediately turned her head to look. Those people quickly changed the subject. Someone looked at Xiao Qingxin and smiled, asking, "Manager Xiao, is there anything you need?" Xiao Qingxin bit her lip, thought for a moment, and shook her head. Zhang Heng saw her expression and already guessed that she was aware of everything. However, she pretended not to know. She looked at Zhang Heng and said, "Let's go, I'll treat you to milk tea now." Saying this, she locked her computer, got up from the counter, put on the white down jacket from the chair without zipping it up. Hearing that Xiao Qingxin was treating him to milk tea, Zhang Heng instantly brightened up and said, "Great. If there's a chance in the future, it would be even better to have the ones you make." Xiao Qingxin rolled her watery eyes at Zhang Heng. "Let's go. There's a 3-point milk tea store next door. The taste is quite good, clean and hygienic, and the prices are friendly. I'll treat you to a cup." The two walked side by side slowly out of the business hall. Behind them, those people began to whisper again. "Look, she's out flirting again. Hee hee, so this is how business is done. If I had that kind of face and figure, my performance would definitely skyrocket." After seeing Zhang Heng leave, Li Chang took a step forward, closely following him. Just as they stepped down the entrance stairs, Xiao Qingxin suddenly stopped, slapped her forehead, and exclaimed, "I forgot to grab my bag." "Wait for me for a moment." Zhang Heng turned back looking at Li Chang and said, "Let my bodyguard go get it. It's that one on the counter, the black Prada Clio hobo leather shoulder bag, right?" Xiao Qingxin was taken aback, her eyes wide as she looked at Zhang Heng. "You as a boy know so much about girls' bags, you could tell at a glance." Zhang Heng's words gave her a new understanding. He smiled slightly. "I know a little, just some basics." Seeing Xiao Qingxin nod, Li Chang then turned around and walked back into the business hall to get Xiao Qingxin's Prada shoulder bag. The two continued to walk side by side, with Xiao Qingxin leading Zhang Heng to a milk tea shop. At the shop sign, it was beautifully written 3-point milk tea. because it was already a holiday. At this time there was almost no business at the milk tea shop. As soon as the two arrived, the staff immediately greeted them enthusiastically. Handsome guy and beautiful girl, what flavor do you like? Xiao Qinxin looked at Zhang Heng. What flavor do you like? I don't know, you can just order a cup for me. Xiao Qinxin nodded, looking at the 3-point milk tea menu, and said 1 cup of papaya slush milk tea and 1 cup of original black pearl ginseng milk tea. After receiving the 2 cups of milk tea, she handed the original black pearl ginseng milk tea to Zhang Heng while she kept the papaya slush milk tea for herself. Zhang Heng took the milk tea and took a sip. At that moment a gust of wind blew just right to blow open Xiao Qingxin's down jacket. Zhang Heng then saw those 2 buttons that couldn't be fastened. Zhang Heng. It's already like this. Are you still eating papaya? Aren't you afraid? It's too heavy. Is the quality of the clothes up to par? As soon as Zhang Heng said this, everyone nearby looked over. Oh whoa. They were all very curious about what exactly was going on. Xiao Qinxin. Mind your own business. At the entrance of the 3 Points milk tea shop, Zhang Heng and Xiao Qinxin were playfully teasing each other. Nearby a few people shared a common goal, appreciating the beautiful landscapes of their homeland. Xiao Qingxin's cheeks flushed slightly. Even the winter wind seemed mischievous when one was not serious. She tugged at her down jacket, which was flapping open in the chill. Suddenly dark clouds gathered. The magnificent landscapes vanished from sight. Zhang Heng seemed to hear a few sighs and expressions of regret, all from the men around. Moreover, one of them was a male staff member from the milk tea shop. At that moment, at the entrance of the shop, a heavily made-up lady in an XXXXL down jacket was looking down at her phone, waiting for her milk tea. As she looked up, she caught sight of the dazed gaze of the male staff member. Following his line of sight, she turned her head. She immediately spotted Xiao Qingxin's adorable face, and her figure, which could not be concealed by the down jacket, was slender and well-proportioned. The female customer was displeased. She glared at the male staff member and angrily questioned, "What are you staring at? What's so interesting? Is my Xiao Wanzi's milk tea ready?" Poof. Stupid man. The male staff member responded with a confused expression. He glanced at the female customer. A shiver ran through him as he thought an XXXXL-sized one, not someone to provoke. Xiao Wanzi. Poof. I'll add a few big meatballs for you. The kind that's just a bit bigger than a straw, and then. Zhang Heng and Xiao Qinxin were sipping their milk tea, strolling slowly down the street. As for what was happening behind them, the two didn't even turn their heads, they were uninterested. At the entrance of Shiwu Securities, Li Chang was already approaching, quickly holding Xiao Qingxin's shoulder bag. Just then a man approached, arms crossed. He lowered his head and walked directly towards Zhang Heng and Xiao Qinxin. From his manner, it didn't seem like he was walking normally. Sure enough, as Zhang Heng moved slightly, he still couldn't avoid the man. Bang! The man collided shoulders with Zhang Heng. Immediately after, crack. Zhang Heng hadn't even had a chance to speak. A phone slipped from the man's hand, falling to the ground with a crisp cracking sound. Zhang Heng was knocked off balance by the collision. He swayed. With a crack, he tried to steady himself but stepped on the phone on the ground. When he pulled his foot back, he saw the fruit phone. It was even more shattered. The screen had already shattered into a spider web pattern. The man immediately stood tall, angrily looking at Zhang Heng. He pointed at the broken phone on the ground and cursed, "Damn it. Don't you watch where you're walking? Not only did you bump into my injured arm, but you also broke my newly bought Fruit 13 Pro Max. It cost over 9,000. What are you going to do about it?" The man looked at Zhang Heng and Xiao Qinxin with a confident expression. He felt that this young couple looked quite wealthy. Moreover, the woman was adorably cute while the man was handsome and wealthy. Such couples are often the easiest to deceive. One lie is all it takes. He believed in his judgment and experience, having swindled various people over the years with great success. He had his sights set on this couple. Zhang Heng quickly pulled Xiao Qinxin behind him. Looking down, he saw on the ground a severely cracked phone was lying there, resembling the shape of a blue Fruit 13 Pro Max. However, it didn't look genuine. Although he didn't use a fruit phone, he still recognized this year's new model. He looked at the man in front of him. Zhang Heng remained silent. He took out his own phone, a Huawei P50 Pro, opened the camera and snapped a picture of the phone on the ground. He was aware of the need to guard against scams. The first step was to preserve evidence. Then, Zhang Heng started recording a video and said to the man in front of him, "On such a wide road you deliberately rushed towards me. I had already dodged, yet you still collided with me. This is clearly intentional. You are extorting and scamming." The man watched Zhang Heng record without showing any signs of nervousness. This wasn't the first time he had encountered such a situation. Soon, once he got the money, he could let this handsome young man pay with his phone as well. Looking at Zhang Heng, the man said, "You bumped into my injured arm and broke my new Fruit 13. This is a fact. If you don't compensate me today, you won't be able to leave." Compensate. Zhang Heng pulled Xiao Qinxin and quickly took a few steps back. The Huawei phone in his hand continued to point at the man, recording all his expressions and words. At that moment a gust of wind blew. Zhang Heng felt a cold breeze at the back of his head. Turning around he saw his bodyguard Li Chang had arrived at his side holding Xiao Qingxin's bag. Before Zhang Heng could regain his composure, Li Chang stood in front of him and Xiao Qinxin asking without looking back, "Boss, are you okay?" Li Chang's robust physique dwarfed the man across from him. The imposing presence of Li Chang made the man feel a bit flustered. Especially Li Chang's eyes filled with menace and pressure reminded him of his past experiences in jail. And the times he had been bullied by life sentences in prison. People like him only bully the weak. Seeing Li Chang as a bodyguard, he realized he had kicked a steel plate. However, the man quickly thought again. He was in the right, so why be afraid? So he took a few steps back looking at Zhang Heng behind Li Chang and said, "No matter who you are, you broke my Fruit 13 phone, so you should compensate." Zhang Heng looked at him and asked, "How much do you want me to pay for stepping on it?" The man hesitated, thought for a moment and gritted his teeth, saying, "At least 5,000 for that step, that's how much it costs to repair the phone." Zhang Heng nodded. He pulled Xiao Qinxin and took a couple of steps closer to the broken phone. He glanced at the man and asked, "Are you sure? You want me to pay 5,000 for stepping on it?" The man pretended to be pained, looked at the phone on the ground and nodded. "This is the latest model of Fruit 13, just bought, worth over 9,000. What do you think? I'm making it clear today. If you don't compensate me, I will make you stand out while I lay down to go home. Go ahead and try." Zhang Heng nodded and said, "Fine. Let's see if I try or you end up in trouble." Then Zhang Heng focused on the phone on the ground, slowly raised his right foot. Zhang Heng lifted his foot. The man stared, stunned and uncertain of his intent. Yet a hesitant, disbelieving suspicion began to take root in his heart. Zhang Heng raised his boot high and brought it down like the weight of Mount Tai, an irresistible force descending toward the blue Fruit 13 Pro. His foot moved so swiftly it cut the air. A single impact rang out, sending shards of glass and fragments of plastic scattering. A dull thud followed. Zhang Heng's boot struck the device's core, stamping the blue fruit phone on the ground. And that first strike was not the end. He lifted his hard-soled shoe again and delivered another kick. The blue Fruit 13 phone was cleaved in two by his unerring strike. Only a few components clung stubbornly together, reluctant to part. Zhang Heng's third kick was already right. The man stood dumbfounded, watching Zhang Heng. This young man was truly unexpected. He wanted to ask why Zhang Heng was not following the usual script, but after glancing at Li Chang's fierce face he swallowed the words. By now he knew the handsome young man before him was not to be trifled with. That counterfeit fruit phone had cost him several hundred yuan. Glancing at the pulverized phone on the ground, a sudden urge to retreat seized him. Zhang Heng kept stomping and counted the strikes aloud. He counted 2, 3, 7, 8. "I'm tired, manager Xiao, come help me with a few kicks." Having exerted himself, Zhang Heng panted and his right foot had gone numb from the stomping. He steadied Xiao Qinxin. Feeling the prickling numbness in his right foot, Xiao Qinxin beside him looked dazed. Her expression had shifted from fear to astonishment. Shocked by Zhang Heng's actions, she grabbed his arm and raised her boot. Tentatively she gave one tentative stomp. In an instant she seemed to discover a strange delight and flipped a switch of glee. Without prompting, she began to stomp again and again. Zhang Heng stood by, keeping count for Xiao Qinxin and cheering her on enthusiastically. The man was speechless. He wondered if these two had just been discharged from a hospital. Was he provoking a relapse of their ailments? Li Chang was mute and ashamed. He no longer wished to be associated with the pair. When Xiao Qingxin's foot also went numb, she had to stop. Supported on her left foot and clutching Zhang Heng's arm, her petite face flushed with excitement as she gave a few breathy, tingling moans. "My leg's numb," she said. Zhang Heng supported her and laughed aloud. She scrunched her nose at him. Li Chang turned back, glanced at Zhang Heng and asked, "Boss?" At that moment he felt a twinge of regret. He regretted agreeing to follow this somewhat ridiculous boss. Only now did Li Chang truly grasp his new employer's nature, playful, flirtatious and oddly lucrative. After Xiao Qinxin rested and her leg regained feeling, Zhang Heng looked at the man before Li Chang and said, "Let's do the math. Count how many times I stomped on your fruit phone and settle the bill. Impressed for time, I have matters to attend." The man was at a loss. In all his years on the job he had never encountered such a situation. He had no experience handling this turn of events. For a moment he did not know what to say. Summoning his courage he offered, "Why not? You could just compensate me for one kick, how about that?" He said in a conciliatory tone, lowering himself. He felt he could not show weakness. After all, on the streets one could not be seen as meek. As a professional scammer who staged collisions, he believed he ought to maintain some professional dignity. He owed it to his so-called work. Zhang Heng regarded him with a faint smile. "What, you don't want the payment for the other 10 kicks? That's 11 in total, 55,000 yuan. The man forced a fawning smile. "I'm not greedy, you'll take only what I'm due. One must be content to be happy, that's a principle I understand."
Caught between them, Li Chang could no longer keep a straight face. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably at the absurdity of the scene. Any passerby would likely assume Zhang Heng was the villain extorting the man. Seeing the man's obsequious manner, Li Chang, had he not known the story, might have believed the man was the victim. Hearing the man's pleading, Zhang Heng felt the roles bizarrely reversed. Meanwhile, his Huawei P50 Pro continued recording. After a moment, Zhang Heng asked, "Sir, do you know how many years one can be sentenced for fraudulently extorting people?" For defrauding 40,000 yuan, the baseline sentence is 3 years imprisonment, and for every additional 2,000 yuan the term increases by 1 month. The extortion amount I now claim is 55,000 yuan. Convert that to your prison term, how long would that? At those words, the man was immediately terrified. He had only just been released from that place and had no desire to return. Memories of being bullied there surfaced instantly. The man fell silent, panic written on his face. He stammered for mercy, addressing Zhang Heng awkwardly as big brother and boss, and protested that his arithmetic was horrible because his PE teacher had taught him math. "Please spare me, this is my first time," he begged. Zhang Heng snorted, inwardly unconvinced. "Obviously a repeat offender," Zhang Heng said with a smile. "Fine, I'm a good person. I'll calculate for you for free. It comes to 51 months in total, that is 3 years and 7.5 months. Besides, even primary school children can perform rapid mental arithmetic these days. For a professional scammer, your math is shockingly poor. Go back and find your PE teacher and relearn properly. By the way, repeat offenders, or those who commit crimes across regions, face an additional 10% penalty." The man's legs went weak and he sank to his knees. He looked at Zhang Heng with rueful eyes and pleaded that he had already served 3 years and had only recently been released. He did not want to return. "I had no choice," he wailed. "I have an 80-year-old mother, a newborn third child, a current wife, and several ex-wives. I'm suffering too." Zhang Heng rolled his eyes and asked, "If you were just released, how is it that your wife has just given birth to a third child?" Could it be that the neighbor had helped, he thought, and Li Chang could not help but snort with laughter. A young man accompanied by 2 bodyguards appeared behind Zhang Heng. He had witnessed the entire episode. He stepped forward, stomped hard on the phone on the ground, and said, "Brother, I'll round it up for you, 4 years." Zhang Heng studied the young man, watching him stomp deliberately again and again until the smartphone beneath his feet shattered beyond recognition. This was... what on earth was happening? The young man seemed winded. After 5 or 6 stomps, his breath grew ragged. Only when the device had been reduced to unidentifiable fragments did he finally pause, stride over to Zhang Heng, and burst into hearty laughter. "Brother, you've got guts, I love it. How about we team up?" Zhang Heng stared silently. Team up? A grown man suggesting they team up, what did that even mean? Team up, how exactly? Zhang Heng shuddered, repulsed, his skin prickling with gooseflesh. He hastily pulled Xiao Qinshan aside and retreated behind Li Chang. The young man only then realized his phrasing had been ambiguous. He smacked his own forehead and laughed. "Damn it, I've got the worst mouth. Always causing misunderstandings. I meant rounding up. I took the liberty of making it a nice round number. Honestly, this kind of justice, punishing scoundrels, is wildly satisfying. Thrilling even. Brother, I watched your entire performance just now. Brilliant. Exactly my style. We're cut from the same cloth, same temperament, same spirit. So, how about we swear brotherhood?" Zhang Heng remained silent. Swear brotherhood. At that moment, the fraudster standing nearby was nearly in tears. He'd just kicked a steel plate, and now another one had appeared. Where could he possibly seek redress? He'd merely wanted to extort a little money for the new year, and instead stumbled upon 2 living deities. Zhang Heng glanced at the young man, whose 2 bodyguards exuded palpable authority, clearly no ordinary security personnel. The youth himself required no guesswork, undoubtedly scion of wealth, yet refreshingly bold and generous in demeanor. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Heng thought of Li Fei. Smiling faintly, he replied, "These days sworn brotherhood is outdated, we're civilized people." The young man laughed heartily. "You're absolutely right, we're civilized. Let's be properly introduced. I'm Wang Xiaolong." Zhang Heng's poise and composure betrayed an uncommon depth of character. Wang Xiaolong, is a second-generation scion of the capital's elite circles, possessed keen discernment, and indeed Zhang Heng's face was unfamiliar. Clearly he wasn't from that rarefied world. Zhang Heng extended his hand with a smile. "Pleased to meet you, I'm Zhang Heng." Wang Xiaolong shook it firmly. "Zhang Heng. A fine name. Do you have a special fondness for the seismoscope?" Zhang Heng blinked. The seismoscope. Was there truly any logical link between his name and ancient instrumentation? After all, nationwide 16206 males and even 862 females shared that very name. Hard to believe, yet verifiably true. Zhang Heng himself had been astonished upon discovering those figures on the official statistics portal, yet the data stood confirmed, open for anyone to verify. Wang Xiaolong continued, "Exchange numbers. Next time scoundrels like this appear, I'll call you, we'll deal with them together." Zhang Heng froze speechless. That was an unusually distinctive hobby. After brief reflection, Zhang Heng decided the man was genuine and worth befriending. He nodded, agreed. "My number is 158. They exchanged contact information. Wang Xiaolong turned toward the trembling fraudster and asked, "Brother, how do you plan to handle this fellow?" Hearing this, Zhang Heng finally looked back at the fraudster. He'd already resolved to call the police, but paused reconsidering. He'd suffered no actual loss. In fact, by objective measure, he had destroyed the man's phone. Moreover, he had far more pressing matters ahead, namely identifying promising new investment opportunities. Time wasted on trivialities or on this fraudster was time stolen from his ambitions. After all, the man had gained nothing, not even recompense, and had lost both dignity and device. Zhang Heng fixed the man with a look of undisguised disdain. "While my mood remains tolerable, gather your shattered phone, clean the floor, and vanish from my sight now." The man nodded, frantically scooped the fragments into his coat pocket and fled without looking back. Watching his panicked retreat, Zhang Heng mused, society's fraudsters are growing ever more sophisticated, now even deploying counterfeit high-end props. Wang Xiaolong watched the scammer recede into the distance, letting him off so lightly. Zhang Heng smiled faintly. "I have weightier matters demanding my time, wasting it on such a man would be unworthy." Wang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. "Leave it to me. Brother, here, this never show mercy to villains. Today's leniency won't earn you gratitude, only contempt. One day he'll strike you from behind. Treat enemies like mosquitoes, strike hard, strike fast, strike dead." Zhang Heng fell silent. Had he been overly merciful? Wang Xiaolong sensed it immediately. Zhang Heng lacked experience handling such characters. With a broad, easy laugh, Wang Xiaolong declared, "Let me handle this, I guarantee your full satisfaction." By then, the fraudster had already fled a considerable distance. Before Zhang Heng could respond, a thunderous shout echoed from afar, drawing their collective gaze. There in the distance, the fraudster stood over 100 meters away, face twisted in fury, one hand planted defiantly on his hip, the other thrust forward, finger pointed accusingly. "Kid, you'll pay for this. Wait till my brother June returns, he'll make you regret this. Just wait." With that, he whirled and sprinted away, faster than before. Li Cheng stepped forward instinctively, then halted. He turned to Zhang Heng, expression grave, "Boss, the distance is too great, we can't catch him now. Shall I call the police?" Zhang Heng frowned. A name surfaced in his mind, Brother June. He wondered, was this the same Brother June he'd encountered back home? If not, all was well. But if it was, then this incident likely concealed layers of untold history. Beside him, Wang Xiaolong gazed after the fleeing figure, coolly remarking, "No matter, in this capital city under my jurisdiction, I'll let him run 10 kilometers first. After all, my saber stretches precisely 10.01 kilometers. Ha ha ha." Zhang Heng studied Wang Xiaolong and found himself increasingly convinced this man was unmistakably a jester at heart. Wang Xiaolong turned to one of his bodyguards, "Brother Chow, fetch my 10.01 kilometer saber and settle this matter. This fraudster dared threaten my brother after receiving clemency, utterly shameless. Go after him. Let him learn why winter blossoms can still burn crimson red." Beside Wang Xiaolong, a bodyguard grunted in acknowledgement and strode off at full speed. In the distance, the swindler suddenly whirled around, only to spot a burly man charging toward him. Terrified, he summoned every ounce of strength he possessed and bolted away in blind panic. Wang Xiaolong burst into hearty laughter. "Brother, take your startled girlfriend and rest well, I'll handle this. She's my business manager, not what you're imagining." Zhang Heng hastily clarified. "Brother, I understand perfectly, no need to explain. Manager, secretary, old classmate, female best friend, neighbor." Wang Xiaolong wore a sly, knowing smile. Zhang Heng fell silent. Beside him, Xiao Qinqin's cheeks flushed crimson. Zhang Heng frowned inwardly, her reaction rendered further explanation utterly unnecessary. After a moment's reflection, he dropped the subject entirely and swiftly pivoted the conversation. "Brother Xiaolong, I'll leave the swindler to you. Next time we meet, I'll host a proper gathering." Since Wang Xiaolong had volunteered to deal with the swindler, Zhang Heng naturally accepted without hesitation. "Hola." Wang Xiaolong flashed a confident thumbs up. Just as Zhang Heng turned to leave, he paused and added, "Brother Xiaolong, if it's convenient, could you also look into that Brother June he mentioned?" Wang Xiaolong slapped his chest with gusto. "No problem at all. Once I have results, I'll call you right away." With sincere thanks exchanged, the two parted ways. Wang Xiaolong, accompanied by his remaining bodyguard, strolled deliberately toward the fleeing swindler's direction. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng called out to Li Cheng, then gently took Xiao Qinqin's hand and turned toward the securities brokerage office. She blinked her dewy, luminous eyes, watching him quietly, saying nothing. Most people confronted with a scammer would either accept misfortune and pay a small sum to be rid of them, or immediately call the police, or engage in a heated verbal tussle. Those were the usual responses. Yet Zhang Heng's approach left Xiao Qinqin utterly dazzled. So this was the exhilarating thrill of standing up to a villain. After such an incident, Zhang Heng had completely lost his appetite for shopping. He took a sip of his bubble tea, already chilled. How swiftly the winter cold seeped into even a warm drink. Turning to Xiao Qinqin, he said, "Thank you for the bubble tea, I'll see you home." Her cheeks flushed faintly as she replied, "It's not my bubble tea, it's
I bought you the bubble tea. Words matter, clarity prevents misunderstanding. Zhang Heng blinked surprised whoa. How peculiar, that's not where my attention would have landed. You didn't say anything and I hadn't even considered it. Gazing at Xiao Qinxin, Zhang Heng thought to himself, this young woman is intriguing, her logic is refreshingly unconventional. As he escorted Xiao Qinxin back to the brokerage office, predictably whispers began to ripple through the staff inside. That little flirt just stepped out, and who knows what grand deal she sealed now. Exactly. That handsome young man arrived with a bodyguard, clearly a wealthy second-generation heir. He must be loaded. Ahem. Miss Xiao's monthly salary is barely pocket money, her commissions alone dwarf her base pay many times over. Keep your voice down, don't let her hear. Xiao Qinxin shrugged off her white down jacket and settled into her chair. Though their voices were hushed, the brokerage hall was compact, impossible to miss even the softest murmur. Zhang Heng swept his gaze across the room, lingering briefly on the gossips, but said nothing. After a pause he asked, Manager Xiao, may I ask respectfully about your academic background and professional experience? At that moment, a new idea stirred in Zhang Heng's mind, still informed, still tentative. Behind the counter Xiao Qinxin set down her now cold papaya smoothie bubble tea. She looked up puzzled. What is it? Just curious, I studied finance too. I wondered what qualifications and experience one needs to reach a position like yours. Zhang Heng smiled lightly. MIT Masters in Finance. I began interning at top-tier international institutions during my junior year abroad. After years of work overseas, my family pressured me to return home, threatening disownment if I refused. So I resigned and came back. Then why? Zhang Heng wanted to ask how someone with an MIT finance degree and elite global experience ended up managing a modest local brokerage branch, but hesitated. Such a question would trespass into deeply personal territory, better left unspoken. Xiao Qinxin sensed his restraint and sighed wryly. The deputy general manager of Shiwu Securities Beijing North Branch, the man my family arranged for me to marry, is a greasy middle-aged divorce. My father's former classmate. To avoid him I petitioned headquarters myself, citing grassroots research as my pretext to transfer to the South Branch. She sighed again, soft and weary. Now I'm effectively estranged from my family. My mother seeks only wealth, a massive dowry, and sees my marriage as my sole value to her. Zhang Heng stared speechless. Divine heavens, could a mother truly be so ruthlessly mercenary? To force one's daughter into such a union was tantamount to pushing her into the flames, and Zhang Heng found no graceful reply. His fingers tapped rhythmically softly against the counter. After a long silence he met her gaze and asked, if a small company offered you its CEO position, would you accept? Xiao Qinxin gasped. Ha! Zhang Heng repeated, would you? She blinked, her large kohl-rimmed eyes furrowed her brow thoughtfully and replied, as long as it's a legitimate domestic firm where I can fully apply my expertise. Zhang Heng nodded. Then with quiet finality he struck the counter once, firmly. Understood. Have a wonderful holiday. I've formed an idea, I'll contact you after the new year for a detailed discussion. He then departed the brokerage office with Li Chang. Xiao Qinxin watched him go, her beautiful eyes shimmering with quiet, unmistakable anticipation. She did not know the nature of his idea, but she awaited it with genuine excitement. Her gaze followed his retreating figure until he vanished from sight. Only then did she turn away. Today marked the first time she had ever proactively bought bubble tea for a young man. Usually men pressed gifts upon her, even then she often declined. Staring blankly at her computer screen she exhaled a long slow sigh. Ah, the sound rippled through the office once more, sparking fresh murmurs. That little vixen, barely gone and already daydreaming. Pa. Shameless. Seductress. Slut. Meanwhile Zhang Heng and Li Chang were already en route to the airport. In a narrow alleyway of Beijing a man ran, desperate, breathless. It was Fu Lei the swindler who'd just tried to extort Zhang Heng. Darting deep into the maze of cramped lanes he used his intimate knowledge of the terrain to finally shake off his pursuer. Back in his dingy rented room, he collapsed onto his filthy cluttered bed, gasping for air. Recalling the encounter, bitterness rose in his throat. So what if they're rich? The wealthier people were, the more they recoiled from entanglements with men like him, yet these two young heirs defied expectation. He had memorized their faces, and swore inwardly, when Brother June arrives I'll reclaim my dignity. At that moment Fu Lei vowed, those two youths will kneel before me and call me father. As for that beautiful woman, he rubbed his palms together, swallowed hard, and grinned lewdly. Ha, ha, ha. The image of Xiao Qinxin's delicate rosy face and the voluptuous curves her down jacket could barely conceal sent a wave of lust across his features. He pulled out his phone and placed a call. After leaving the Westwu Securities office Zhang Heng and Li Chang took a taxi directly to the airport. Sitting in the back of the cab, Zhang Heng carefully recalled whether he had overlooked anything during his trip to Kyoto. Once he confirmed there were no omissions he felt relieved. He continued to browse through various stocks searching for new targets. From morning until now he had been delayed and had little time to seriously examine the stocks. Now after much difficulty he finally had some time. Zhang Heng hurriedly sought targets knowing that today was the second to last trading day. In the last 2 days of the year Zhang Heng already had over 100 million in funds. If he seized this opportunity he could earn at least 2 limit-up profits. With a substantial principal, 1 limit-up could yield him a significant profit. This was money that could be earned with just a few clicks, only a fool would pass it up. Zhang Heng transferred a portion of the funds from his bank card into his stock account while leaving several million in the bank for other use. As he scanned through stocks, suddenly a stock that caught his eye appeared on the virtual screen before him. Meiteon Culture 602699. After a few weeks of calm, the metaverse concept stocks have made a comeback, injecting life into the quiet market. Signs appeared on January 25th, and today several metaverse concept stocks are about to hit their limit. With 2 leading institutions controlling Meiteon Culture, the main force had started to sell and wash out shaky investors just 2 days ago, and now the main force was ready to rebound at the market's close. Meiteon Culture began to hit its limit. The simulation results suggested brothers hurry and rush in. Upon seeing this, Zhang Heng finally smiled. Meiteon Culture, you are my next dish. Just then the taxi driver hit the brakes and the car came to a stop. The driver looked back at Zhang Heng and said, "Boss, we have arrived at the airport, it's 85 yuan. Zhang Heng looked up at the driver. At that moment he didn't have time to scan and pay. He turned to Li Cheng and said, "Li Gu, could you pay the fare? I will transfer the money to you later." After getting out of the taxi, Zhang Heng stood by the roadside continuing to analyze his stocks. It was already past 11 a.m. with less than 30 minutes before the morning session ended. Zhang Heng needed to quickly establish his position. While the main force was still selling, he could still earn a little more. There were several large stone balls by the roadside. Feeling tired, Zhang Heng simply sat on one of the large stone balls. His pants were thick, so he wasn't worried about the cold. The north wind howled and he pulled up the hood of his down jacket. Next to him, Li Cheng thought for a moment and looked at Zhang Heng, saying, "Boss, how about we go to the waiting area? It's warmer inside." Zhang Heng, without lifting his head, replied, "Wait a moment, I will be done soon." The stock market is a battleground where every second counts. Once an opportunity is discovered, it doesn't matter if one is by the roadside or even in a public restroom, the unpleasant smells are automatically ignored. All focus is concentrated on those captivating numbers. The stock market can sometimes be even more intoxicating than gambling, drawing people in and making it hard to extricate themselves. How many people with the mentality of a gambler step into the stock market? From then on they neglect their families and careers, eventually selling their houses and cars, throwing themselves into the vortex of the stock market. Families are shattered, spouses are separated, and friendships are forsaken. In the end, one leaps down and life concludes with a period. Such incidents are far too common. The first thing to learn about stock trading is to know when to stop, not only to stop losses but also to take profits. Mindset is crucial. Someone once said, "We are only fearful when others are greedy and greedy when others are fearful." However, most investors are exactly the opposite. They become greedier when others are greedy and more fearful when others are fearful. Therefore, from the very beginning the outcome is already predetermined. Such individuals are destined to become the harvested leaks of others. At this moment, on the large stone ball by the roadside, Zhang Heng was rapidly executing transactions. Meiteon Culture opened low and continued to drop during the morning session. The current stock price had fallen by 6.5 points but showed a trend of beginning to rise. Zhang Heng knew this meant the institutions and main forces were preparing to rebound. After several days of washing out, all the shaky investors had been driven out and those who needed to be harvested had mostly been harvested. The chips in the hands of the main force were almost all taken. Zhang Heng glanced at the current chip peak, which had reached its limit. This proved that the main force had completed their stockpiling. Logically, the first completion of stockpiling by the main force is not the best time to enter the market. Because after stockpiling, the main force will conduct a trial run to see if the support level is strong enough. If the support is insufficient, the main force will conduct another round of washing. Only after that will they raise the price and then sell. However, the metaverse concept is gaining momentum. This time the main force need not conduct a trial run. The market has already provided enough confidence. They only analyzed the current hot topics earlier than most retail investors. Sure enough, just minutes after Zhang Heng established his position, the stock price of Meiteon Culture began to rise little by little. Moreover, this wave of increase was not led by the main institutions but by the circulating funds in the market and some savvy retail investors beginning to enter. Especially with Zhang Heng's large order of 500,000 shares, it further strengthened the confidence of some small investors. With this entry, the stock price of Meiteon Culture entered a skyrocketing mode. The main institutions were stunned. Have the circulating funds become this smart now? Originally they wanted to conduct a trial run to see, but it seems that the market confidence is strong enough they need not test the waters and can directly start raising the price, slowly selling after reaching the peak. On the minute chart of Meiteon Culture, the steep cliff had already reached the ceiling. Meiteon Culture has hit its limit. Zhang Heng checked the time. The top left corner of his phone displayed 1126. Phew, he let out a long breath. He glanced at his current holdings. Stock name Meiteon Culture 602699 holdings available 5 million shares current price cost 4,819. 24 yuan. Stock market value 102. 4 million floating profit and loss 8. 916,286. 43 today's profit and loss 6. 2,016. 50 position holding days 100. 000 total assets 1.024 billion. Looking at the 7-digit profit and loss for the day, he couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. In just a few minutes, 620 million was in his hands just like that. 620 million. He had broken 6 million in daily income. Isn't it like winning the lottery? If he maintained this, he would have the income of a lottery grand prize every day. Looking at the stock account, the string of red numbers filled Zhang Heng with immense excitement. He had purchased 5 million shares of Meiteon Culture, keeping the rest of the money in his bank account. Zhang Heng stood up, dusted off his pants, and left the large round stone ball. He had over 7 million in funds remaining. He planned to keep a portion for his daily expenses and then give some to his parents. With this money, his father wouldn't have to run long-haul transportation anymore. Running long distances, although the salary was high, was money earned at the cost of one's health. In youth one could trade health for money, but as one aged, money could not buy back health. Over the years, Zhang Heng had watched his father's health deteriorate, suffering from numerous occupational diseases, particularly severe pain in his back and legs. Those who have driven long distances for years deeply understand this. Zhang Heng knew that the family's house was entirely due to his father's hard work and long-haul freight, trading his health for it. Now that he had the ability, he could no longer let his father run long distances and further harm his health. His father was just in his early 50s but looked like he was over 60. Zhang Heng thought to himself. He glanced at Li Chang and said, "Let's go." The two then entered the airport hall. With no luggage to check, they went straight to the plane after passing security. Sitting in his seat, he checked the time. There was still over half an hour before takeoff, so Zhang Heng continued to browse the stock information. He looked into the company's situation. Meiteon Cultural Creative Co. Ltd. Mainly engaged in the design, research and production of IP derivative products, as well as in fields such as animation, promotion, gaming and film. The circulating market value was 35.376 billion with a price-to-earnings ratio of 76.27 and a price-to-book ratio of 2.37. This was quite good. Zhang Heng felt assured, as it at least proved that Meiteon Culture had a solid foundation, unlike some listed companies that suffered losses year after year while their stock prices continued to rise. That kind of trading was unhealthy speculation. In stock market investments, ultimately one must return to the intrinsic value of the company, which is the essence of value investing. At this moment, the morning trading session had already closed. Meiteon Culture's transaction volume had exceeded 2 billion in just the morning. It had risen from a decline of 6.5 points to its current limit-up position. Zhang Heng speculated that the afternoon trading volume would significantly decrease. Seeing Meiteon Culture hit the limit up, those holding shares would temporarily refrain from selling. This was just the beginning of the upward trend. A better momentum was surely to come. These views could be seen from the Meiteon Culture stock forum, which was currently buzzing with excitement. Posts were popping up one after another with dozens of comments on each post within minutes. Zhang Heng casually opened one. The metaverse concept stocks are making a comeback and Meiteon Culture is surging to its limit. I checked and all similar companies have turned positive. Brothers, those who still have shares must hold on tight. The entertainment design metaverse is the hot topic right now. 2 or 3 limit ups are a sure thing. Damn it. I got washed out the day before yesterday. Those dogged institutional traders. Meiteon Culture is not only speculating on the metaverse but is also riding the wave of the 3-child policy, including early education toys for infants and toddlers, which adds even more potential. I entered this morning as soon as it hit the limit up. I love Meiteon Culture. I didn't expect to get a piece of the pie right away. Let Meiteon Culture take off. Zhang Heng browsed through the posts. At this moment, the atmosphere was generally optimistic. Especially now that the morning session had closed, more stock friends were free to express their opinions. In the stock forum, the latest news had also been released. Upon opening it, he saw multiple major players appear on the leaderboard. Meiteon Culture hits the limit up. Zhang Heng took a look. The top 5 buying positions had amounts above 300 million at the lowest. He patted his chest and thought thankfully he believed he had made it to the leaderboard. After all, Zhang Heng's investment was no small amount. Behind the news were various stock friends' exclamations, "Wow, this is stable." With Zhao Leoj and Zhang Mingzhu, these big names in the game, the probability of Meiteon Culture continuing to rise is basically secure. Too bad I didn't get in. Damn it.
I reported a loss after it dropped 60 odd points. Now that it's just hitting the limit up for the first time, what good is that?
Only reporting good news and not the bad. I bought a bag. I just cut my losses and left this morning and now it hits the limit up. I feel so bad, the mental torture has begun.
Looking at these comments from stock friends, Zhang Heng chuckled. In the stock market there are always those rejoicing and those lamenting. Happiness and sorrow are eternally disconnected. Some profit while others lose, some are in the red while others are in the green. Some rejoice while others despair.
This is the allure of the stock market and also its norm.
Zhang Heng felt a bit emotional as he read through the comments. He suddenly thought of his own post and thus remembered his flag, his small goal of posting a limit up. Now Zhang Heng's stock account had exceeded 100 million.
It was indeed time to post a limit up.
After all, with Zhang Heng's current scale of funds, if he were to post real-time screenshots every time, he might attract the attention of some ill-intentioned individuals.
After all, money can move people's hearts. Zhang Heng's current funds were no longer the small amounts they used to be.
The small amount of money he had before could barely be compared to a drop in the bucket in the stock market. Even if Zhang Heng posted daily, he wouldn't draw any attention from those ill-intentioned individuals. After all, such small amounts of money posed no threat to those main players and institutions. In their eyes, these small investors are merely chives, just a batch of clever ones. While Zhang Heng was thinking about how to post his limit up in the stock forum, a series of banging game sounds came from beside him. Zhang Heng turned his head to look. He saw Li Cheng seriously playing whack-a-mole on his phone, his fingers moving vigorously over the screen. Zhang Heng had some doubts whether that full-screen phone could withstand such vigorous play. Seeing Zhang Heng look, Li Cheng immediately abandoned the game, looked at Zhang Heng seriously and asked, "Boss, what can I do for you?" Zhang Heng shook his head and smiled slightly. "It's nothing, you can continue."
Turning back, Zhang Heng refocused his attention on his own post. He opened his stock forum account. After thinking for a moment, he posted his limit up. Understanding the ways of entering and exiting, it is better to miss than to make a mistake. Trade what you understand. I am just a small investor in the stock market yearning for what's unattainable. Today I am posting my limit up. Zhang Heng logged into his Taogu Bar account. He now has some followers.
Many stock friends have been urging Zhang Heng to create a fan group to share stock selection techniques and experiences and then lead everyone to trade stocks and make big money.
However, after thinking for a long time, Zhang Heng ultimately abandoned this idea. Some things, once more people know about them, might lead to different outcomes.
It is important to know that he has a simulator that guarantees a profit. If he established a fan group and recommended stocks to everyone, over time, as information spreads from one person to another, his stock selection information would inevitably be leaked by his stock friends. People are inherently selfish. Behind the screen, no one knows what kind of person is on the other side. Especially once these people taste the sweetness, their appetite will inevitably grow larger.
Human greed is limitless.
The most important point is that doing this holds no value or benefit for Zhang Heng.
After logging into Taogu Bar,
Zhang Heng posted his trading results for today, and this would be the last time he shared such results. Securities name Meiteon Culture 602699 holdings available 5 million shares, current price cost price
4,819. 24 yuan. Market value of stocks 102.
4 million yuan floating profit and loss 8.
916,286. 43. Daily profit and loss 6. 2,016. 50 position days held 100. 000 total assets 102. 4 million yuan. After the trading screenshot, it was still the familiar style, the familiar post. Understanding the way of entry and exit, it is better to miss an opportunity than to make a mistake. Make trades you understand. I am just a small retail investor in the stock market, unattainable. I mentioned a surprise would come and now it has. After a 1 million wager, I made a promise: once I earn my first 100 million, I will close this thread. As shown in the screenshot, my personal assets have surpassed my small goal. On January 6th, the first post was published, and today is January 27th. Including weekends, it has only been 22 days.
Although some money was not earned in the stock market, it is all money I earned.
Everyone, I will close this thread.
As I said, success or failure, let us see the truth on our journey. After editing, he clicked to publish. As soon as Zhang Heng's post was published, his loyal followers immediately saw it. However, upon seeing that Zhang Heng was going to close the thread, suddenly one by one they rushed to leave comments.
Wow. Today I made 2 million just by entering the market. Shaking with excitement. Master need a son.
How is it possible to achieve this in just a few days?
This small goal has already been realized.
Indeed, it is a small goal that I can never achieve in my lifetime.
Master,
take off your disguise and show your true self. Since you have decided to close the thread today, let us know what kind of deity you are.
what about the group? Isn't it being created anymore? Not long after, there were already dozens of comments below Zhang Heng's post. Zhang Heng selected some representative comments to reply. However, the stock friends were not satisfied. They all lined up to leave comments. Some wanted to cling to him for support, some wanted to be his disciples for learning, and some wanted Zhang Heng to manage their funds, offering high commissions. However, Zhang Heng rejected them all. The more attachments he has, the more attention he would attract. As for being a disciple, that was out of the question. As for those who wanted him to manage their funds for high commissions, it was already too late. If it were earlier, Zhang Heng might have considered it. But now he already has enough capital and he would not consider outside funds. Accepting others' funds would mean accepting their supervision and possibly meeting in real life. These are things Zhang Heng is unwilling to do. If people discovered his secret, it would be dangerous. Right now it's just online and there are no issues. More and more stock friends began to flock in. Zhang Heng saw various questions. In the end, he thought for a moment and made a simple summary, sending it out. Let's make a simple summary. From my first post to now, there have been a total of 16 trading days, entering with a principal of 52000. During this time I borrowed 500,000 once using double leverage, and I have now repaid it all. In 16 trading days, the cumulative profit rate is 286.43, averaging a daily profit rate of 17.9. This is still because my trading experience is not enough. I can only trade a shares and cannot participate in new stocks. The Growth Enterprise Market and the Science and Technology Innovation Board do not meet the criteria for opening accounts. Otherwise, the profit rate would be even higher. That's how it is. Life is just like trading stocks, there is give and take, gathering and dispersing. Relationships gather due to fate and disperse when fate ends. Having finished posting, Zhang Heng felt that his mindset seemed to have changed a little. He could not quite tell what the specific change was, but it felt somewhat different. He logged out of Taogu Bar. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Zhang Heng felt that this world is truly beautiful. Meanwhile, inside Taogu Bar, Zhang Heng's miraculous operations gradually spread among stock friends. After all, in his shares, being a small retail investor, achieving an average daily profit rate of 17.9 over 16 consecutive trading days makes him a true god among retail investors. As the news spread within Taogu Bar, Zhang Heng earned the title of the god of small investors. However, he himself was unaware of this. Looking at the scenery outside the window and listening to Li Cheng hitting moles beside him, he sighed at the beauty of life. At this moment, his phone's message notification chimed. Ding! Zhang Heng looked down and opened the message, realizing it was sent by his good friend Li Fei. Son, Dad has gone to the beautiful country. Don't miss me. I have sent you your New Year's pocket money through WeChat. Remember to check it out. See you after the New Year at school. Zhang Heng read Li Fei's message and smiled helplessly. This guy, why use text when he has WeChat? How many people still send text messages these days? When he opened WeChat, he indeed received a red envelope. However, knowing Li Fei's personality, he guessed that this red envelope wouldn't be a serious one. WeChat red envelope cover, son, Happy New Year. Upon seeing this red envelope cover, Zhang Heng felt like strangling him right now. This unfilial son, what is he doing? He clicked on the small circle with the word open written on it. The copper coin spun and it opened. 0.01 Zhang Heng. Damn it. This guy. As expected, everything was as expected. 1 cent. Ha ha. A cent is still love. Zhang Heng looked at his phone, thought for a moment, and edited a message to reply to Li Fei. Xiao Feifei, have you noticed how much I love you? No, right. Ha ha ha, because fatherly love is silent. Oh son, Happy New Year. After Zhang Heng sent a text to Li Fei, he paid him no further attention. Yet Li Fei's New Year message reminded Zhang Heng that he ought to begin sending his own greetings. Should he also send New Year wishes to friends and elders? Just then the purser's voice came over the airplane's public address system. The plane was about to take off. Zhang Heng had not finished composing his first message, so he had to disable his phone's network and set it aside. After the initial turbulence, the aircraft climbed into the heavens and sailed above the clouds. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Zhang Heng in a gentle warmth. Clouds lay like tufts of cotton candy. Zhang Heng savored the sensation of floating upon their peaks. By the time the plane touched down, it was already afternoon. Once outside the airport, he hailed a taxi, still pondering how to handle Li Cheng. At that moment his phone rang and he glanced at the screen. It was his dorm mate Xiongping. Hey Xiongping, Happy New Year. What's up, calling so early to give me New Year wishes? Zhang Heng replied casually. Xiongping lived in the same room among the 4 roommates. Xiongping and Zhang Heng came from slightly humbler backgrounds. Xiongping had long harbored some insecurity. But Zhang Heng was no longer the same as before, though the others did not yet know this. On the phone, Xiongping's voice turned urgent. Zhang Heng, at a time like this you find it funny?
Zhang Heng was taken aback. He did not understand what Zhang Ping meant.
What do you mean by a time like this? What happened?
On the other end, Zhang Ping paused.
Didn't anyone tell you? No wonder you didn't answer the messages in the group. Go check the group at once. Zhang Heng frowned.
He hung up and hurriedly opened the dorm group chat named Jinrong 418 Irby Group.
This was the dormitory chat Zhang Heng belonged to. Li Fei had created the ridiculous group the dorm leader Cheng Xingyi had disapproved but never managed to change it, and in the end even the steady dependable leader had joined the jesting world. Opening the group, Zhang Heng discovered that apart from Li Fei the other 3 roommates had all tagged him and sent dozens of messages. Zhang Ping Zhang Heng is what Zhou Lei posted in the year group. True. Chen Xingyi Zhang Heng Hengzi, I trust you are not that sort of person. Zhou Lei's video must be taken out of context. Tell us what really happened.
Ma Hu Zhang Heng old Zhang, what on earth happened?
I called you and your phone was off. Xiong Ping Zhang Heng, did Zhou Lei deliberately set you up? But the video looks convincing. Zhang Heng, what actually went on then?
Zhang Heng stared at his roommate's messages, utterly bewildered. What on earth had occurred?
He typed briefly in the dorm chat, I just got off the plane, let me check the year group video first.
Xiong Ping replied with stunned punctuation. Had Zhang Heng been unreachable because he was on a plane? The thought surprised them all. Weren't he and the others from ordinary small-town families? The holidays had been long, why had Zhang Heng not gone home yet? Zhang Heng's message plunged Xiong Ping and the others into deeper confusion. They knew Zhang Heng's family was frugal, now he was taking a plane. If they did not know him well, the 3 would have thought he was boasting. No matter their shock after replying once Zhang Heng stopped paying attention to their chatter.
He then opened the year group.
Even more people had at him there, some sympathetic, some hostile. Messages accused him. Who would have thought our department's top student could be so abusive? I've never seen this side before. Others wrote, don't judge by appearances, some people are one thing in front of you and another behind your back.
How many masks are they wearing? Such people are frightening.
Even the counselor had posted urging calm and requesting that Zhang Heng step forward to explain the situation.
Counselor Zhang Heng, please come forward and explain.
Zhou Lei has reported this to the police.
This matter could be serious. The inspector will contact you and you must state the facts truthfully.
Zhang Heng looked at the 99+ group notifications, almost all related to him. He scanned them with rapid, practiced eyes. He flipped frantically up the feed and finally found a video posted by Zhou Lei. Under the clip, Zhou Lei had used his admin privileges to tag the entire year group. Zhou Lei's caption read, top student Zhang Heng's hidden side revealed, bullying an honest man on the street, stomping on his phone and threatening him.
Is this a split personality or moral decay? It turns out Zhang Heng's disadvantaged background was a facade, his true identity is.
Zhang Heng clicked the video and was immediately stunned. Wasn't this the footage from not long ago of him and Xiao Qingqing confronting that staged accident scam? In the clip, Zhang Heng collided with a man and the man's phone was knocked to the ground. A burly man then stepped in to block the man and Zhang Heng stomped down on the phone, urging a woman to stomp as well. Afterwards, Zhang Heng berated the man, arrogantly frightening him into dropping to his knees. The video ended there. Within the footage, Zhang Heng appeared to be holding a woman's arm and flanked by a bodyguard, the very image of a wealthy heir.
The other man looked like an honest, simple fellow.
From the clip alone, onlookers would conclude that Zhang Heng and his bodyguard were bullying an honest man, smashing his phone and forcing him to.
It portrayed him as an arrogant scion.
Watching it, Zhang Heng felt a surge of fury. This had to stop. How had Zhou Lei obtained this footage? He could not recall seeing Zhou Lei there.
However, Zhang Heng had the full continuous recording on his own phone. Zhou Lei's stitched montage would be self-defeating when compared to the unedited footage.
What Zhang Heng could not understand was why Zhou Lei had chosen to frame him. Had he offended Zhou Lei in some way to deserve this?
That remained a mystery. If Zhou Lei wanted to pick a fight, Zhang Heng did not mind indulging him and playing along.
By now, Zhang Heng knew something of Zhou Lei's background. When they were in the capital, he had discussed Zhou Lei at length with Li Fei. From Li Fei, he learned that Zhou Lei's mother was not his father's first wife.
Zhou Lei's mother, Lu Yixia, possessed a very domineering nature.
She had secured herself a place within Zhou Lei's father's company and continuously sought advantages for Zhou Lei. Having watched the video through, Zhang Heng paused to consider his next move.
He sent a private message to the counselor. He opened WeChat. Zhang Heng glanced at it.
The counselor had sent him a lot of messages.
However, he hadn't turned on the data network before, so he was unaware. Counselor, I just got off the plane. Things are not as Zhou Lei said. He maliciously edited the footage. Let me show you the complete story.
The message was just composed. Before he had the chance to click send, Zhang Heng's phone rang. He looked at it and saw it was a call from 010, the area code for Huai City. It was a call from the inspector.
He answered, hello Inspector Uncle. Are you Zhang Heng? According to the Beta Global Positioning System, we have located you. You are currently in Huai County, Huai City. Please stay where you are, we will be there shortly.
Zhang Heng felt a bit surprised. The inspector's response speed was indeed quite fast. He had just gotten off the plane yet they had already locked onto his exact location. The Beidou system was indeed powerful. Zhang Heng thought for a moment. He got out of the car right on the roadside. He thought it would be better to handle this matter before going home so his parents wouldn't worry. It's the year-end. Let his parents enjoy the new year happily. Li Cheng had already put away his phone. He noticed that Zhang Heng was in trouble. However, as a bodyguard he knew it was inappropriate to inquire about his boss' private matters. So Li Cheng stood quietly beside Zhang Heng like a steel tower. In less than 5 minutes an inspector's police car appeared in front of Zhang Heng. The car door opened and several inspectors in uniforms got out. They glanced at Zhang Heng and then warily at Li Cheng as Li Cheng exerted immense pressure on them. The leader took out a notebook and pen, opened the body camera on his shoulder and looked at the photos on his phone, saying, "You are Zhang Heng." Zhang Heng nodded. "Yes, Inspector Uncle. Is there something wrong?" "In Kyoto someone called to report that you assaulted someone in public, forced them to kneel and even crushed another's belongings in front of them. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng understood what was going on. It seemed that Huai City had already received the evidence reported from Kyoto. "Please come with us for an investigation." As he spoke, several inspectors had already subtly surrounded Zhang Heng, but their attention was more focused on Li Cheng. Li Cheng stood beside Zhang Heng and asked, "Boss." In this situation Li Cheng could do nothing but follow Zhang Heng closely. Zhang Heng waved his hand. "It's fine, you can come with me." "Yes, boss." Li Cheng shouted loudly, his powerful voice startling a few inspectors who were wary of him, almost prompting them to act. "All right, I will cooperate with the investigation." The two of them got into the inspector's car and arrived at the Huai City Inspectorate. On either side of the table, one side had several inspectors. On the other side were Zhang Heng and Li Cheng. "Is he your bodyguard? Please step out for a moment, we need to ask Zhang Heng some questions privately." The inspector looked at Li Cheng and said. After all, the report from Kyoto only requested Zhang Heng to cooperate with the investigation, it did not mention anyone else. Moreover, this young man in front of them did not match the information they had gathered. Wasn't he just an ordinary university student? Now with a bodyguard that clearly looked extraordinary, this was obviously not right. This young man surely had information they were unaware of. It was just that time was tight and they hadn't been able to uncover it in the short term. Zhang Heng looked at the inspector. He waved his hand and said, "Gentlemen, he is not only my bodyguard but also one of the parties involved in the matter you are investigating. I am in a hurry to get home, so let's handle this quickly." The inspectors were taken aback. The implication of his words was that he had prepared for this. The inspector frowned. "Then tell us, do you have anything to explain regarding the incident in Kyoto?" As he spoke, the inspector opened his computer and played the video for Zhang Heng. As the video started, Zhang Heng said, "Gentlemen, this video has been edited and spliced. It is not the original footage." The inspector nodded. "We know that it has already been identified as edited and spliced from the beginning. We have some doubts about this evidence, which is why we asked you to help investigate the truth. Otherwise, do you think? So that's how it is." Zhang Heng had previously felt that the inspector's attitude towards him was not like that of treating a criminal. "Have you found the original video?" The inspector shook his head. The whistleblower said they found a USB drive on the street which contained only this video, so. At that moment Zhang Heng felt a surge of relief, thankful that he had recorded the video earlier. Otherwise in this situation it would indeed be difficult to explain. He smiled slightly and said, "Gentlemen, please take a look at my phone. There is a video on it that is the original footage taken from my perspective at that time." The inspectors were taken aback and quickly retrieved Zhang Heng's phone from the evidence bag. They opened it and found the video. After watching, it was sent to the technical department for verification and there were no issues. The video clearly showed all the ins and outs. Especially from Zhang Heng's angle, the deceitful face of Fu Lei was incredibly clear. All the inspectors relaxed. Their expressions towards Zhang Heng were no longer so serious. "This video clearly shows that this person is extorting you. We just used the facial recognition system to check, and this Fu Lei is a habitual offender just recently released. He wasn't lying about that. Additionally, we have forwarded this original video to the Kyoto Inspectorate and they will handle the matter there." After finishing, the inspector stood up and approached Zhang Heng. "Thank you for your cooperation. The speed at which this case was solved set a record for our bureau." "Ha ha ha." Zhang Heng stood up, shook hands with the inspector and expressed his gratitude. "As the year-end approaches, I apologize for the trouble you inspectors have had. Can I leave now?" The inspector's expression froze for a moment as he said, "You can leave, but I must tell you an ironclad fact." Seeing the inspector's serious expression again, Zhang Heng's heart skipped a beat. He felt a surge of anxiety, thinking what else could have happened. The inspector looked seriously at Zhang Heng and said, the fact is I am only 4 years older than you and I just joined the bureau less than 2 years ago. I don't even have a partner yet you keep calling me uncle. Really? Nearby an older inspector suddenly burst into laughter. Inspector uncle, are you feeling hurt? In our line of work we are always busy and stressed, we age quickly. Don't say just 4 years older, there will be people older than you calling you uncle. You just have to get used to it. Ha ha ha. Zhang Heng. He truly did not mean it. In this society, when encountering inspectors, everyone calls them inspector uncles. This had become a conditioned reflex. Having left the Hue City Inspection Bureau, Zhang Heng unlocked his phone and deleted the previous message. Behind him, Li Chang could no longer hold back and finally spoke. Boss, I can't fathom who would do this, using such petty tricks to frame you. Even if it had succeeded, it would have been only a few days inside. Besides, that edited spliced video could never serve as admissible evidence. Zhang Heng smiled. It's fine, I'm already out, aren't I? In his mind, he already harbored a rough suspicion. Yet he still did not know why anyone would single him out. The two sides had little contact and certainly no enmity of such degree. At that moment in the Finance 418 group chat, a few roommates who had been monitoring the class group noticed Zhang Heng's silence and began to message him. Chen Xingyi, Zhang Heng, old Zhang, why are you silent in the class group? Explain yourself at once. Xiongping, Zhang Heng, Hengzi, what's your situation right now? But Zhang Heng did not reply to any of them. His phone had been confiscated by the inspectors while he was being questioned. Zhang Heng drafted a new message and sent it to the counselor teacher. I have explained the sequence of events to the Hue City Inspection Bureau back home. They will coordinate with Jingdu, it's resolved. The counselor. Well then, I am relieved. To have this happen during the New Year period, really. Afterwards, Zhang Heng posted in the class group, the true cannot be fake nor can the false be made true. Those who try to frame others will ultimately reap their due. At that moment the phone rang. It was the class beauty Li Ru. Li Ru, what's the matter? Zhang Heng, I'm sorry, Zhou Lei did this because of me. Zhang Heng was silent. Because of Li Ru. Li Ru was the class beauty pursued by many. Zhou Lei, it seemed, was fond of showing her attention from time to time. Zhang Heng, I worked part-time at Zhou Lei's company over the winter break. He summoned me into the office as a company superior and tried to. I refused and said you were my boyfriend. Your video was seen by another part-time colleague while eating out and they secretly filmed it. Zhang Heng swore under his breath. This damned calamity had flown upon him out of nowhere. After a moment's thought, he did not vent his anger at Li Ru. The chief culprit was still Zhou Lei. He filed the grudge away, he would repay it many-fold. On the phone, hearing no reply, Li Ru mistook his silence for hatred and nearly began to cry. Zhang Heng, I truly didn't do it on purpose. Tell me how I can make it up to you. If necessary. Once would be fine, but you must swear not to tell anyone. Zhang Heng was speechless inwardly. This Li Ru. In class she had kept a flirtatious ambiguity with Zhou Lei, teasingly resisting yet inviting, neither accepting nor refusing, stringing him along and extracting many benefits. Now that Zhou Lei tried to take things further, she refused. Zhang Heng could only think a single crude expletive. Zhou Lei was known at school as a notorious playboy, sometimes changing partners within a single term. His reputation was not good. Yet he was wealthy and many still threw themselves at him, though most were of unremarkable looks. On the phone, Li Ru's crying grew louder. Irritated, Zhang Heng snapped, mind yourself, getting something for nothing isn't so simple. Be careful or in the end you'll be picked clean. He hung up and the phone rang again. It was Li Fei. As soon as the call connected, he swore, Zhang Heng, that bastard Zhou Lei causing trouble again. Zhang Heng was puzzled. Aren't you on a flight to the pretty country? Are you calling from the Li Fei? I'm on Guangdao right now handling some branch matters. Once I'm done, I'll fly straight to Niuyue. No wonder he was on Guangdao. I just saw the group messages. Don't worry, I called Jingdu, has received your full video and has already dismissed the case. As for that Zhou Lei, I'll find an opportunity to teach him a harsh lesson. After hanging up with Li Fei, Zhang Heng fell into thought. His present strength was still too weak. That was why Zhou Lei dared to humiliate him in this way. Knowing Zhang Heng likely would not be incarcerated, he still used such a tactic to sully his reputation at school. The phone rang again. It was Wang Xiaolong. Zhang Heng, I've heard about your situation. That brat from the Zhou family framed you. I called and confirmed the case is unfounded and has been withdrawn. Also, my men investigated that swindler. An hour ago he was found in a rented room and he fingered that Jungu who was in Hue City. Zhang Heng's heart jolted. This was not good. So the two Jungu he had encountered before were in cahoots with the Jingdu people. Zhang Heng, be careful. This fellow says Jungu has blood on his hands and is connected to the Zhou and Li families in Jingdu, though there is not yet evidence. Zhang Heng grew wary. It seemed the two Jungu were dirty operatives for the Zhou and Li clans, men willing to risk everything. To deal with such people one must strike decisively, otherwise they will watch you silently and bite from the shadows.
All right. Thank you, brother Xiaolong. I will be careful. After the call, Zhang Heng's expression was grave. He looked at Li Chang and after a moment asked, Brother Cheng, tell me, can you handle 2 or 3 knife-wielding thugs on your own? Li Chang's face darkened at once, offended. He snapped, Boss, are you looking down on me? A serious underestimation, he continued. It seems Boss Xiao never told you about me. One day I'll let you see what the King of Kings is. Zhang Heng was taken aback. The King of Kings. Wasn't that the firecracker he used to play with as a child? Single bang, double bang, triple bang. Zhang Heng smiled faintly. He understood Li Chang's implication. He nodded. That puts my mind at ease at least. Those 2 Jungu, even if armed with knives, would be no match for Li Chang. If they crossed paths again, Li Chang would subdue them while Zhang recorded, and they could be turned over for knife assault. Knife assault combined with robbery constitutes the crime of robbery, punishable by 3 to 10 years in prison, at least 3 years. That would be a heavy sentence for those 2. Moreover, in 3 years he would be far changed. By then finding new evidence to send them back would not be impossible. They could be sent back to prison a second time, a third time. A message then arrived. Wuna Zhang Heng, my younger brother has gone to our grandparents' home. My parents won't be back for 2 days and I'm home alone, so bored. Zhang Heng smiled. This girl was feeling mischievous. He thought a moment and replied, I just returned from Jingdu and I'm in the car. If you're bored, find something to occupy yourself. Wu Na. I don't want something to do. Zhang Heng stared for 3 seconds before understanding, nearly spitting blood at the implication. This girl had no intention of letting him leave the car. Goose, goose, goose. Li Chang followed behind Zhang Heng. Seeing him laugh like a goose, he felt a bit puzzled. However, now that the crisis had passed, he wouldn't pry into Zhang Heng's personal matters. At this moment, Zhang Heng was walking slowly. Looking at the message from Wu Na on his phone, a rush of warmth stirred in his heart. Indeed, winter had arrived and spring couldn't be far behind. This girl was becoming increasingly alluring. After some thought, he replied with a message. So what do you want? Wu Na. You. Zhang Heng. Indeed, once a girl opens the door to you, she can become even more aggressive. Zhang Heng felt that he was starting to lose control. Since Wu Na had already spoken up, what more could he say? Thus Zhang Heng replied, I'll wait for you at the usual place. Moa. Then Zhang Heng and Li Chang took a taxi to Wanda Plaza. It wasn't far and they arrived in less than 10 minutes. Seeing that Wu Na hadn't arrived yet, Zhang Heng stood at the entrance of the mall waiting for her while opening the Zihongxi novel website to continue reading a popular novel he had been following titled From Winter Vacation I Became a God of Investment. The author is Wu Di, updating 3 chapters daily. However, Zhang Heng still felt it wasn't enough. 3 chapters could be finished in just over 10 minutes. Then he saw the update request button at the end of the chapter. He clicked it casually and received 3 free little gifts. Zhang Heng thought. This damn author, with all my support, can't you update a few more chapters? 3 or 4 chapters aren't enough. 9 or 10 chapters would be much better. How about 100 chapters and I'll cook? If it's 1,000 chapters. Ha! Then I'll be impressed. Zhang Heng finished today's updates in one breath. After thinking for a moment, he realized that the author needed motivation to have the drive. He generously used his earnings to give that damn author a string of rewards. And left a message saying, Author Wu Di, my rewards are enough for you to eat steamed buns for a year. Additionally, let me inform you of something. I just acquired a hardware factory dedicated to producing blades. If you still have breath left, hurry up and get up to write. Life doesn't end and neither does writing. Otherwise you'll receive blades delivered to your address from the hardware factory every day. Don't ask me how I know your address, I just do. Damn author, a rat's tail soup. Zhang Heng chuckled. He could already imagine that when the author of the novel From Winter Vacation I Became a God of Investment sought his rewards and message, he would be so scared he wouldn't even eat, rushing to open his computer to write. That scene would surely be spectacular. Zhang Heng also recommended this book to some of his good friends. Then just as he was about to read another book, on the street a familiar figure appeared jogging towards him. Zhang Heng. I'm here. He looked up. It was indeed Wu Na arriving. Zhang Heng smiled. Why was this girl in such a hurry, as if being chased by bad people? Wu Na rushed over and threw herself into Zhang Heng's arms. If Zhang Heng hadn't told Li Chang in advance, Li Chang would have probably acted already. Wu Na hugged Zhang Heng tightly like a long-lost couple in love. The soft embrace made Zhang Heng's heart flutter and stir. It shifted from a gentle caress to a passionate embrace. Nearby, Li Chang stole a glance. He sighed softly in his heart. How many girls was this now? Around them people coming and going cast curious glances. Especially some men, their gazes lingering on that shapely softness, unwilling to look away for a long time. Until, what are you looking at? What's so good about it? This lady has nothing. Oof. Is she prettier than me? Let's break up. You old geezer. You're already 70 or 80. Still have the gall. Even if I gave you a chance now, could you still manage it? These people were tugged by their wives or girlfriends by their ears, reluctantly averting their gazes, letting out a series of sighs. Zhang Heng glanced over and smiled. Once Wu Na had hugged enough, he finally held her shoulders and pulled them apart, saying, let's go inside and grab something to eat. I haven't eaten yet, what about you? Wu Na shook her head. It was already afternoon, just in time for dinner. The two held hands and entered the mall. The first floor of the mall was filled with various food restaurants offering flavors from all over. Soon the three of them arrived at a restaurant with a rustic decor style. It was mealtime and the restaurant was quite busy. Upon entering, numerous gazes converged. It should be known that Wu Na was inherently beautiful, possessing a unique aura akin to a star goddess, making her even more eye-catching. The three found two adjacent booths. Zhang Heng and Wu Na shared one table while Li Cheng had his own. The restaurant had air conditioning set to 26 degrees, quite warm. As soon as they sat down, both of them took off their down jackets. Instantly, Wu Na's alluring figure drew the attention of most men. Zhang Heng even heard the sounds of people swallowing. He also glanced around, smiling as he said, there's still a 90% rate of people turning their heads here. Then, what about the remaining 10%? Wu Na tilted her head, her captivating eyes curiously asking. Zhang Heng chuckled, saying that 10% is secretly glancing this way from the corners of their eyes, fearing they might have to kneel for instant noodles or kneel on a washboard when they get home, so they daren't look directly. Wu Na appeared completely indifferent, as if she had long been accustomed to such scenes. She crossed her arms, seeming to want to lighten the load. With a sigh she said, actually, for girls, being too beautiful and having an excellent figure is also a kind of unavoidable trouble. Zhang Heng looked at her white neck base shirt and said, do you know that other girls to achieve a figure like yours are willing to take out loans, travel abroad seeking the best doctors and materials, and even suffer from side effects? Zhang Heng chuckled, but his eyes couldn't help but wander. Now you're a classic case of being blissfully unaware of your fortune, a full person not knowing the hunger of the hungry. Wu Na's cheeks flushed red as she shot Zhang Heng a glare, laughing playfully, big pig's trotters. Are you full? I'm not full at all. Zhang Heng's eyes strayed towards the beautiful scenery, the implication was clear. Wu Na sat up straight, putting down her arms that were crossed over her chest, intending to take out a small mirror to check herself. Looking down, she found she couldn't see the bag resting on her abdomen. Wu Na. Indeed, full.